Otherwise, she would be indirectly insulting Elder Ning. Ing Fonglin could not bear to see Ning Xuelua like this. Xuelua, why are you so easily bullied? I'll get even for you. Ning Xuelua had successfully tricked Ing Fonglin to help her. She even made a pitiful face, and Ing Fonglin did not use much of her brain and bought her act. Chapter 561, Plotting About My Granddaughter. In a situation like this, it would not have been appropriate for either Zhuang Lingyu or Ning Yaohua to speak up, but an outsider like Ing Fonglin was perfect for the role. Ing Fonglin started talking. Even if it was consecrated by Master Jing Xian, can't you get a better bracelet? Don't you think it's inappropriate for the elder to wear something that cheap? Shiboi could not hold it in anymore. He did not want to argue with the youngsters, but things were getting out of hand. Little girl, is this bracelet not good enough? If you're talking about price, I can tell you that this is much more expensive than the one Xuelua gave. What? Xuelua's bracelet cost about $2 million. Ing Fonglin exclaimed, her eyes wide. Even Ning Xuelua and Jin Xianxian were surprised, not to mention Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua. The first thing that came to their mind was, how in the world did she have so much money? This is impossible. Shiboi explained calmly. This bracelet is made out of high-quality jadeite, and what makes it rare is the fact that all the beads are from the same source, plus the color is balanced perfectly as well. Of course, it would cost more than the other. Ing Fonglin frowned and raised his doubts. Elder Shi, are you sure you're not mistaken about this? Without waiting for Shiboi's reaction, Ning Xuan spoke up unhappily. Don't be ridiculous, little girl. How could Elder Shi be wrong about this? Xiaoxi's bracelet is more expensive. He was trying not to embarrass Ning Xuelua earlier, so he had kept quiet about it. Who knew that these ignorant brats would start rattling nonsense, and he had to explain it vocally. Even Elder Ning had already said something about it, so now everyone just had to believe it. That was unexpected. The adopted daughter's present is more expensive than Ms. Ning's. How shocking. That's awkward. They got the same present, but hers lost in every aspect by comparison to the adopted daughter's present. Well, it seems like we've underestimated this girl. She has changed so much over the past 5 years. I've been wanting to ask since earlier. Is she really the girl from before? I almost couldn't recognize her. She looks really pretty now, right? She didn't even look presentable even with gorgeous dresses the last time, but now she has such a special aura around her now. Ning Xuelua's face darkened instantly. Not only was Ning Xi's bracelet consecrated by Master Xian Jing, it was even more expensive than hers. How was this possible? The few artistes told her that they had seen Ning Xi buy a jade bead bracelet costing slightly over just $100,000. What happened here? Damn it. She had invested so much effort into this. Yet in the end, she was the one who was embarrassed. Not only did she lose in terms of the sincerity and value of the present, but she had also helped Ning Xi to shine in the limelight. Shiboi patted Ning Ziyuan's back. Ziyuan, you're really blessed. No wonder you wanted to adopt her. She's really a good kid. Most importantly, she was able to ask for a consecration from Master Xian Jing. A blessing indeed. Right? Ziyuan, how old is your granddaughter now? What's her zodiac sign? She should be around the same age as my grandson, yes? Ning Xuan held the jade bead bracelet dearly. When he heard what Shiboi said, he said guardedly, Old man, what are you trying to do? What are you plotting for my granddaughter? Chapter 562. Set up for a blind date. Adopted? She was his real granddaughter. You old man, how is that plotting? My grandson is handsome and filial. I wouldn't even have thought about it if your granddaughter wasn't pretty and lacked affinity. Humph. Only now you realize that my granddaughter is pretty. Not everyone is worthy of her. Show me your grandson's picture first. He had actually met Shiboi's grandson a few years ago, but who knew how he looked like now? It might be you who's plotting something after you see his picture. Ning Xi groaned. Ugh. Why did conversations always go the other way? Did the elders always have such active thought patterns? Probably not. 80% of the time, when elder people gathered together, their conversations would end up with this topic. Wait, that was not the main point. What happened to her $150,000 bracelet, which she had got with a 20% discount, and was now valued as a $2 million bracelet that was consecrated by Master Xian Jing? Jade Treasury. The sudden change in the worker's attitude. Could it be? How about it, Elder Ning? Isn't my Shiqing handsome? Shiboi said proudly. Ning Xuan's eyes brightened when he saw the handsome gentleman's picture. Pictures nowadays can be photoshopped. It's not good enough as proof. Boy was annoyed. Hey, old man, if you don't believe me, I'll bring him here personally the next time and you can see for yourself, okay? That sounds about right. Just in a blink of an eye, Ning Xi was set up for a blind date. What's the situation right now? Grandfather, please calm down, She looked helplessly at both the elders chatting happily, totally ignoring her. Ning Tianxin laughed, looking at Ning Xi's expression. Actually, Elder Xi's grandson is a pretty nice person. You should meet him. Ning Xi put her hand to her forehead. I'm not in the mood for this right now. A worried thought passed through Ning Tianxin's mind. Xiaoxi, could it be possible that you still haven't gotten over Su Yan? Speaking of, the devil, a maid suddenly came rushing in and reported. Master, your son-in-law is here. Everyone turned around and looked towards the entrance. Son-in-law? Who else? The only one who's engaged in the Ning family right now is Ning Xueluo. Of course, it's Su Yan from the Su family. A man in a black outfit walked in with an assistant holding a rectangular box behind him. As soon as they saw him, Fang Yinglin said, Xueluo, your husband's here. Quickly go greet him. Stop saying that. He's not my husband yet. Seeing the charming man in front of him, Ning Xueluo's heart raced quickly, all her unhappy thoughts about what happened earlier instantly vanishing. Jin Xianxian went along with Fang Yinglin as well. You've already agreed to his proposal, haven't you? Fang Yinglin kept on staring at him. Oh my, Su Yan's becoming more and more handsome. Ning Xueluo blushed, then walked towards Su Yan elegantly. Bro Su, you're here. Chapter 563, Priceless. Su Yan held the girl's tender hands gently. They smiled and looked at each other lovingly, then walked towards Ning Xuan together. He wore a black suit, and she wore a white long dress, a perfect match for each other. They immediately became the focus of those in the banquet hall. Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua had a relieved expression on their faces. Elder Ning was proud of his grandson-in-law, and he greeted him with a kind smile. Su Yan, you're here. In the previous years, the Su family had not allowed Su Yan to be in a relationship with Ning Xi due to her infamous identity. Although she had gone back to the Ning family after that, there was no announcement of her real identity to the public. Ning Xi had been dating Su Yan in secret until she fell pregnant. As she could not hide it anymore, she told her family about her relationship with Su Yan. At that time, Su Yan was out of contactable range as he was abroad. Zhuang Lingyu did not believe her and forced her to stay at home, and she warned her not to let anyone know about her pregnancy before Su Yan came back. So, until now the elder never knew Ning Xi had been pregnant before. Ning International was not very stable, so the elder did not have much time at home. What he knew was that Ning Xi had been sent overseas for education after she had recovered from some illness. Then, Su Yan, who had been visiting their home frequently, had started dating Ning Xi. Grandfather, happy birthday. Su Yan took the rectangle box from his assistant and handed it to the elder. The elder smiled while nodding. Good. Su Yan gave the elder a famous priceless scroll painting. It was not just Ning Xi's jade bead bracelet, but all the presents looked practically worthless compared to his, and everyone gushed over it. The Ning family sure is generous. Just a simple birthday gift, but they gave a priceless antique. With the Su family's power, they can definitely find someone from a better family. But why are they so fixated on Ning Xueluo? Let me tell you. It was said that Master Long assessed their birthdays before and concluded Ms. Ning has the fortune to make her husband prosper, and many suitors came to them. But she had already picked Su Yan. I know about Master Long. I heard he's really good. Actually, I've been wanting to ask since just now. Who's this Master Xin Jing they have been talking about? I've never heard of him. Isn't Long Fanning the most reputable one in the industry? Of course, it's Long Fanning. The elders simply trust those temples and monks more. They're just too old-fashioned. The real experts are among us. Ning Tianxin felt nervous as she saw Su Yan. From her keen observation, she had already found out about Ning Xi and Su Yan long ago, and she was worried about Ning Xi. As she was about to comfort Ning Xi, Su Yan and Ning Xueluo walked towards them. Su Yan looked at Ning Xi and smiled. You're here too, Xiaoxi. Grandfather must be very happy. Ning Xi nodded expressionlessly. How are you recently? Su Yan asked in a concerned tone. Still all right. Xiaoxi, let's meet up when you have some free time. As Su Yin wanted to continue, Zhuang Lingyu rushed towards them. She had seen Ning Xi talking to Su Yin, and she desperately wanted to separate them. Shuala, Su Yin, I've been looking for you everywhere. Go and welcome the guests. Okay, mother. Sister, please excuse me. Ning Shuala gave Ning Xi a smug glance after her mother. Covered for her. Chapter 564, Little Treasures Crying for You. The banquet hall was getting crowded as more guests arrived, and Ning Xi recognized some of them. The lady who was chatting with Ning Xi intimately at that moment was Li Yueling, whom Ning Xi met at the audition in Las Vegas. The one beside her should be her mother, the president of Ling Horizon Fashion, Guohui. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were welcoming her warmly. Despite the constant flow of guests, Ning Xuelaw was able to chat up with almost all of them. The guests looked at Ning Xuelaw in a different light, awed by her. This girl is really something. She has such a wide connection despite her young age. Sigh, it's really frustrating when I compare my kid at home with her. She always dreamed about being a star, but after spending so much money, there isn't even a shadow of her on screen. Unlike Ning Xuelaw with her own business and her own company. A servant who was serving guests outside suddenly came rushing in and panted, "Master! Outside, outside." Ning Yaohua asked sternly, "What's happened outside? Do you know how inappropriate it is for you to freak out in front of the guests?" The servant continued worriedly, "No, master. There are important guests. Very important guests." Ning Yaohua was still unhappy. "Who is it that made you freak out?" With the Ning family's position, the servant did not need to freak out even if the guests were from a renowned family. In the corner, Ning Xi was curious of the servant's expression. Who did Ning Xuelaw involve herself with this time? The servant explained, "Just now, there was a car stopped in front of the entrance, but no one came out of the car. It was just parked there, so I paid it no mind, but the car looked really prestigious. Then, I checked the number plate, and it seems like it's a car from the Liu family." Upon hearing the servant, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were concerned. "What? Liu family? Which Liu family?" The servant trembled. Liu Corporation." Ning Xi spurted out her fruit juice. "What? Liu Corporation? Could it be Liu Tingxiao? It could not be. Why would the devil be here? Xian, I'll excuse myself to make a phone call first." Ning Xi was still worried as she went outside to give Liu Tingxiao a call. The phone call was picked up after ringing only once, and a man's deep voice came through. "Hey." It was quiet on the other side of the phone, and she could not determine where he was. Ning Xi gulped and asked, "Hey Liu Tingxiao, where are you right now?" "At the entrance of the Ning residence." Ning Xi was annoyed. "What are you doing? Why are you here?" "Because you didn't come back. Little Treasure was crying for you." Her hard features softened when she heard about her baby Little Treasure. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to stay here for so long either, but I'm going to be done soon, and I'll be back as quick as I can." We'll wait for you." Ning Xi was speechless. She actually meant for him to go back with Little Treasure first. What if something happened, and she had to stay longer? As she was thinking of how to persuade them to leave first, there was a noise from the other end of the line, like the phone was being passed, and a weak voice came through this time. "Sister-in-law, I was almost frozen to icicles by this two cold people while waiting for you. When will you be done? Please come back soon." Chapter 565, Personal Welcome. Lu Jingli was here as well. Ugh. Ning Xi was utterly speechless. Why did all of them come together? As Ning Xi was speaking to Liu Tingxiao, Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Yaobang were on their way to the entrance. Because the servant caused quite a scene and drew the attention of some of the guests, they looked outside and guessed, "Who's here? What's with the commotion?" Ning Yaohua is going to welcome them personally. Even Ning Yaobang followed along. "I heard that it's someone from the Liu family." "The Liu family? You must be kidding." It was as if the emperor himself was visiting an officer's home suddenly and staying for dinner. It was impossible. I don't think it's possible as well, but I heard the servant from Ning family say it himself. There's a car with the Liu family's number plate parked outside. Could he be mistaken? It might be true, but although it's a car from the Liu family, who knows if the head honcho actually came? It's quite impossible. They might have just sent someone over to leave a gift for the elder. That's the best possibility I can come up with. That makes sense. If they are somewhat involved, the Ning family really is something. What makes them deserve such luck? Could it be that Master Long's prediction is really true? At the Ning residence entrance. Where are the people you were talking about? Ning Yaohua asked the servant nervously. Still in the car. The servant answered in a trembling voice while sweating. Why are they not out yet? I have no idea. They did not do anything further after the car was parked there. Ning Yaohua stayed silent for a while, then spoke up. Fine. I can't blame them for acting high and mighty. They are from the Lu family anyway. I'll greet them personally. You. Be careful of what comes out of your mouth later. Ning Yaobang was upset. What? I can't even speak freely now. Do you not get the situation? I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Just stay put. Or else, it won't be pretty if the guest is offended. Ning Yaohua yelled at him. Ning Yaobang understood the importance of the situation and acquiesced. Okay, I'll just keep my mouth shut, all right? Ning Yaohua went up with Zhuang Lingyu, Ning Yaobang and a few servants, straightening his back and walking to the black Maybach. There was a small gap in the car window that was left open, and the people inside would surely be able to hear voices from the outside. Ning Yaohua greeted passionately. Dear guests, it's my honor to see you here tonight. Please come inside. A second went by, 2 seconds went by, 3 seconds went by. Ning Yaohua's smile stayed frozen, but nothing happened. Could it be that they had not heard it? Ning Yaohua coughed softly and continued. It must be a long trip here. Please come inside and get some drinks. It was completely silent. Ning Yaohua's face darkened and he asked a servant behind him. Are you sure that there are people inside? Absolutely. No one came down from the car since it was parked here. There must be someone inside. The servant spoke with utmost confidence. Ning Yaohua's frown deepened. What was happening? Why did the people not come down? He already come to greet them personally. Had he made any mistakes? Chapter 566. Who are they here for? Suddenly, Zhuang Lingyu thought of something, and she quickly pulled Ning Yaohua aside. Yaohua, come over here. What is it? Do you think these people from the Lu family are here for Shuoluo? Zhuang Lingyu asked. Shuoluo? Yeah. There are also a lot of guests who are here for Shuoluo today, isn't it? Some of them even said they are Shuoluo's fans. Shuoluo's studio has been doing really well recently. So, Ning Yaohua's expression brightened up. That makes sense, but I have never heard anything about it from Shuoluo. Let's just ask her. I'll get her here now. Okay, quickly, Ning Yaohua urged. The group retreated back to the entrance. Father, mother, what has happened? Why did you call me here so urgently? Ning Yaohua looked at her seriously. Shuoluo, be honest, are you affiliated with anyone from the Lu Corporation? Ning Shuoluo tilted her head. Lu Corporation? Yes. Ning Yaohua looked nervous. Not really. Ning Shuoluo answered without hesitation. She would be glad to know someone from there, though. However, no matter how capable she was, it was really difficult to get in touch with the Lu family. Ning Yaohua looked at the car carefully. Shuoluo, think again. A car from the Lu family is parked right outside our house now. What? Ning Shuoluo was shocked. She looked over at the car and tried to remember. Can you remember anything? Were you in contact with anyone from the Lu Corporation recently? Zhuang Lingyu asked. After a short while, Ning Shuoluo quickly said, Mother, I remember something. At a cocktail party a few days ago, I met Lu Tingxiao's personal assistant, Cheng Feng, and he asked me about history. Zhuang Lingyu was excited. Why didn't you tell us about such an important news? Ning Shuoluo blushed. He was just asking casually, why would I bring this up? Ning Yaohua was really surprised. Shuoluo, you're still so innocent. His personal assistant already made contact with you. Obviously, they are interested in your studio. They might even ask for a cooperation. No wonder they sent someone over for your grandfather's birthday. Let's go, we'll greet the honored guests together. Ning Shuoluo felt that it was quite likely, and she was really excited, but she tried to hide it. All right, father. Then, the three of them walked to the car once again. The window gap was too small to see anything inside, but one could still see that there was a figure sitting in the car. Ning Shuoluo took a deep breath before saying, Is that you, Mr. Cheng? I didn't know that you were here. I apologize for the lack of hospitality from us. Thank you for making this trip. Ning Shuoluo went on courteously. Yet, nothing happened. It was as if there wasn't anyone in the car. The three of them looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? Why was the person just parking right in front of their house? He or she couldn't have come all the way here just for a parking, could they? Was the scenery here that attractive? How odd. Chapter 567. Lu family's second master Lu Jingli. As Lu Tingxiao and the little bun were here, Ning Xi excused herself after finishing the birthday cake. Grandfather, it's late. I need to go back. The elder had no more reason to keep her here, so he held her hand reluctantly and told her, remember to come back and visit often. Of course, Ning Xi nodded. You always give me empty promises. I wonder when will be the next time you actually come back. Well, it's time for you to go now. It's late already. I'll ask a driver to send you back. It's okay, grandfather. A friend is here to send me back. Okay, be careful on the way back. Goodbye, grandfather. After bidding farewell to grandfather and Ning Tianxin, Ning Xi rushed out with a giddy sort of happiness. Oh, to see the little bun. Precious little bun. As she reached the entrance, she almost bumped into Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Xuelua. Ning Xuelua went up to her as soon as she saw her. Sister, are you leaving now? Ning Xi grunted impatiently. The little bun was just right in front of her, and she was being blocked, irking her greatly. Sister, it's difficult to get a taxi here this late. Why don't you wait for a little while? I'll have Bro Yin send you back after the banquet is finished. Ning Xuelua suggested because she knew that someone would definitely be someone against this idea. Zhuang Lingyu quickly pulled Ning Xuelua aside. Xua, you silly child, why are you so naive? Mother, it's really late now. It'd be dangerous for sister to go back alone. Zhuang Lingyu signaled Ning Xua not to say another word. Then she walked up to Ning Xi with an unkind expression and questioned her in a straightforward manner. Ning Xi, what are you trying to do? Ning Xi calmly crossed her arms and answered slowly. What do you think I'm trying to do, Madam Ning? Zhuang Lingyu sneered at her disdainfully. All you want is just money, isn't it? And here I was thinking how diligent you could be. It's not that you don't want to join the company, but you're so ambitious that you only want to join the main company. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. I want to join the main company. Don't you dare tell me that you didn't think about it. Otherwise, why would you do all the things you did today to please your grandfather? Always using all these tricks. Now that you know how difficult it is to survive in the outside world, you want to come back? It's too late. Suddenly, the door of the Maybach opened slowly. When Zhuang Lingyu noticed the door opening, she totally ignored Ning Xi and pushed her behind, then nudged Ning Xua to the front. Seems like Assistant Chung is coming down. Xua, go. Ning Yaohua was astounded to see the one disembarking from the car was not Cheng Feng. It was the Lu family's second master, Lu Jingli. Unlike the elusive Lu Tingxiao, Lu Jingli led a high-profile life. His face was so well known that no one could ever mistaken it. The Lu family's second master was here personally. What an honor. His heart was racing just thinking about the reactions of the guests, his father's shock and Ning Yaobang's jealousy when they all saw Lu Jingli. Chapter 568, Devil's Treasure, Xiao Shi. Ning Xuelua was completely dumbfounded. She thought it was an assistant from the Lu Corporation who would be in the car. If the car did not have Lu Tingxiao's personal car plate number on, she would not even have thought about his personal assistant. Cheng Feng was one of Lu Tingxiao's most trusted personnel and had a considerable amount of power in the Lu Corporation. He did not usually appear personally and would normally send his underlings for small matters. She was mind-blown that Lu Tingxiao's brother, Lu Jingli, was here. She saw the admiration glowing in the eyes of Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Xuelua's pride was boosted to its peak as she suppressed her excitement and went forward to greet the man. Second master. After Ning Yaohua had calmed himself down, he put on his persona as the company's president and walked slowly towards Lu Jingli. Welcome to our abode, Mr. Lu. Ning Yaohua extended his hand for a handshake as he was talking halfway. In a turquoise blue outfit, Lu Jingli simply acted as if the three of them did not exist and walked right past them, going up to Ning Xi as if he was about to cry. Sis. Ning Xi gave him an intense glare as sharp as throwing knives, and Lu Jingli quickly stopped before he could say sister-in-law. Lu Jingli had an awkward expression on his face as he spoke weakly. Xiao Shi, you're finally out. I'm so hungry from waiting for you. Get in the car quickly. Are you trying to lose your job by making your boss wait for so long? Lu Jingli made a shift in his character by acting like her superior, but it barely felt dignified at all. Ning Xi sighed in relief. This wide-mouthed bastard. She was almost scared to death by him. When would he learn to observe the environment before he spoke? This bastard was still her superior by name, so she could neither hit nor scold him. She could only keep it all inside. Lu Jingli did not mind at all and smiled at her. Ah, are you too shocked from the fact that I'm here for you personally? It's okay. I was on the way. Get in the car. Quickly. Lu Jingli could feel two scorching stares aimed at him and tormenting his soul. So he then quickly pushed Ning Xi into the car and closed the door swiftly. Good. All done. Mission accomplished. Finally, he had picked up the devil's treasure, Xiao Shi. He did not care about the expression of the three people behind him, adjusted his necktie, got into the driver's seat, and drove away. The black Maybach fading out of sight. Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Xi still could not believe what just happened. They just stared blankly at the direction where the car had gone off in. The person they had been trying to greet for a long time. The second master of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jingli, came personally. Just to pick Ning Xi up? How impossible. Moreover, although Lu Jingli had sounded like he was blaming Ning Xi, his tone was rather friendly, like friends joking with each other, as if they were very close. Zhuang Lingyu felt really embarrassed. She had only just accused Ning Xi of not doing well outside, and that she was back to claim something from the family. Now, she was involved with someone like Lu Jingli. Chapter 569, Exploitable Value. Ning Yaohua did not feel any less shocked than his wife. He also felt a tinge of regret and envy. He had been trying so hard to get in contact with the Lu Corporation, yet his useless daughter was friends with Lu Jingli? Damn it, what a mistake. How could he forget? Ning Xi was with Glory World Entertainment now, and rumor had it that Ning Xi had been invited to join the company personally by Lu Jingli, and that he really valued her. He had always thought that Ning Xi was just a small chess pawn, and that the arrangement was nothing more than just a business strategy. Who would have guessed that they would be friends? Xuelua, has Ning Xi always been this close to the Lu family's second master? Ning Yaohua asked quietly. Ning Xuelua clenched her fist tightly and stared at the direction Ning Xi left, only reacting after she heard Ning Yaohua's question. I'm not so sure about this, father. I guess you've heard about the second master's personality as well. He's not as unapproachable as Lu Tingxiao, and he's always friendly towards his colleagues. Ning Xi was recruited by him personally, and she helped him win over Starlight Entertainment, so it's understandable that they are on friendly terms with each other. Ning Yaohua nodded. I see. If we could get in contact with Lu Jingli, it would be a lot more useful than just a small assistant like Cheng Feng. Ning Xuelua's face froze, and she felt embarrassed. It'd be great if we could, but, father, you know that sister has a great misunderstanding of us now. Maybe I could go and beg her. Zhuang Lingyu could not keep quiet any longer. Why should you? Lu Jingli has always been friendly with many people. How long will he remember her for? There are so many new artistes joining the company every day. He will forget all about her soon. He was just here to pick her up on the way today. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Ning Yaohua's mind. Xuelua, do you think that maybe Lu Jingli is interested in Ning Xi? Ning Xuelua knew what Ning Yaohua was thinking since she had thought about it too, but she instantly rejected the thought. Father, it doesn't seem very possible. Almost everyone in the industry knows that Lu Jingli would never mess with his own artistes. Ning Yaohua sighed. He knew that from their earlier exchange too, but he thought it would do no harm to ask about it. It would be an immensely helpful resource even if they could just have the tiniest of ties to the Lu family. And it was the second in command of the Lu Corporation, Lu Jingli, who they were talking about. Maybe this useless daughter still had some value in her that they could exploit. As the three of them returned to the banquet hall, many people went up to them and asked if someone from the Lu family had come. They lied and said it was a relative of theirs, and not anyone from the Lu Corporation. In the car, Ning Xi put the sleepy little bun on her lap, feeling her heart ache to see the little bun's sleepy face. She tried to pat him to sleep while talking. I've already said that I'll be late. Why didn't you wait for me at home? Lu Jingli stared at his brother and complained to Ning Xi. Well, I'd have really loved to, but the both of them couldn't wait at all. They were fidgeting here the whole time because you were 5 minutes late past your promised 2 hours. His face was so terrifying when you didn't pick up his call just now. He couldn't wait anymore after you texted him that you'll be late, and Little Treasure also started torturing me. So in the end, I had to drive them all the way here and wait for you. Finally, we arrived, and then suddenly you were blocked, so I had to go down and get you into the car. Chapter 570, Full of Your Doses of Love. Ugh. Ning Xi looked at the little bun who was now sound asleep, and then looked at the devil who was still working. The devil was looking through his documents with a calm expression, as if he was just here to accompany the little bun. She could understand that the little bun was impatient, but it was difficult to imagine the devil flustered by a trivial matter like this. Was Lu Jingli exaggerating? Lu Tingxiao noticed the girl's gaze on him, so he looked up and asked, "Is everything all right?" Ning Xi quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just went back home for a visit." Lu Tingxiao did not believe her casual reply, but he did not push further. "Oh, right, Lu Tingxiao. I have something to ask you." Ning Xi peeked up. Ning Xi frowned. "So, I bought a jade bead bracelet for my grandfather's birthday at your shop Jade Treasury for $120,000 and a 20% discount. But why was it that when I gave it to my grandfather today, someone said it's worth over $2 million and that it had been consecrated by a monk?" Lu Tingxiao only gave her a bisyllable reply after her long-winded question. "Was it?" Ning Xi squinted her eyes and pouted. He was obviously acting like he did not know anything. "Did you make your employees do that?" Ning Xi asked directly. Lu Tingxiao answered expressionlessly, "I was overseas then." Ning Xi blinked her eye. "Oh, right. You were in Philadelphia then." If he was overseas, how did he know what happened, and how could he have sent people to help her? That's weird. Then what happened? That old man seemed like an expert. He didn't look like he could have been mistaken. "Hey, Lu Tingxiao, as a boss, aren't you concerned that your worker sold me something at a wrong price?" Ning Xi mumbled. Lu Tingxiao nodded. I'll reward him later." Ning Xi was speechless. Lu Jingli blurted, "I'm full already all of a sudden. Full of your doses of love." Ning Xi gave up arguing with Lu Tingxiao. She had something that troubled her more and gave her a splitting headache. "Speaking of which, this bracelet got me on an awkward blind date." What? Lu Jingli was shocked. If he had a tail behind him, it would have been wagging vigorously now. His gossip mode turned on. "Xiaoxi, what blind date?" "Blind date." Lu Tingxiao's calm expression was slowly turning into a brooding storm. Ning Xi held her chin in her hand and sighed. "It was that old man who recognized the origins of my bracelet. Because he has a bracelet given by his grandson, which was consecrated too. He said that we're very similar. Then, he chatted to my grandfather and suddenly wanted to introduce me to his grandson. My grandfather probably thought it was a good idea after he saw the grandson's picture. So he agreed and even set up a time. He even reminded me about this before I left." Lu Jingli was clearly entertained. "Wow. Then, Xiaoxi, are you going?" What was happening? Sister-in-law had just gone out for a few hours, and a new romantic rival appeared. How competitive. Chapter 571. Please continue to ignore me. Lu Jingli was shocked, and he looked at Ning Xi through the rearview mirror nervously. "Xiaoxi, you're even more unrestrained than I am. You wouldn't really abandon your principles and go to the blind date, would you?" Ning Xi's mouth twitched. "What unrestrained? No matter how unlook, it was my grandfather's arrangement, all right? I realize that his health condition is getting worse, and all his hair has turned white." Lu Jingli thought that they were done for. His brother was in deep trouble. "Xiaoxi, there are a lot of ways to express your filiality. Don't rush. You won't really attend the blind date, would you?" Lu Jingli kept asking. He then glanced at his brother and thought there would be some form of reaction, but his brother just sat there quietly and did not do anything. Lu Jingli was even more terrified of such a reaction. Lu Tingxiao was too quiet, which was not a good sign. It was more like the dead silence after a vigorous struggle. He wanted to appear with her in public, to protect her personally, and to kiss her in front of everyone. Even when she had dressed as a guy, he wanted to tell everyone that she was his and that no one was allowed to come near. But now that he did not even have the right to be with her, he could not do anything. He was in a special position, and currently, Ning Xi was at a critical point in her career. If she was found involved with him, all her efforts would be deemed useless, as everyone would think that she was successful because she relied on her intimate relationship with him. He loved to see her fight passionately for her dream, and he did not want to ruin it. As Ning Xi was thinking of a plan to settle this problem, her eyes met with Lu Tingxiao's. What kind of eyes were those? They looked cold and distant, as if nothing could penetrate into his world, but she could see right into his deepest nooks, his emotions burning her passionately with the temperature of magma lava. The car was deafening with silence. Lu Jingli looked at his brother, then looked at Ning Xi, and his handsome face darkened. "Hey, both of you." Can you guys be considerate to others while you two stare into each other's eyes lovingly? A while later, Lu Jingli. Okay, my bad. I don't exist at all. Please continue to ignore me. At Regal Riviera Hotel. After sending Ning Xi and the little bun back to the apartment, Lu Jingli did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Ning Xi with a pitiful face. Sister-in-law, I'm really hungry now, and it'd be great if I can have a taste of your steamboat dishes. Ning Xi held the little bun in her arms and squinted her eyes coldly. What did you just call me? Bro Xi. Lu Jingli changed instantly. Ning Xi looked satisfied, then asked, Didn't you guys have dinner? We went straight to your place after work. I just had some snacks in the car. My brother did not eat anything at all. Lu Jingli kept complaining. He had yet to find out how Ning Xi was going to handle the blind date, and he would not be able to sleep if he did not know what was going to happen. Ning Xi looked helplessly at him. Thank goodness she had brought little treasure for a meal before she sent him over. Otherwise, he would have been starving together with them as well. She knew that men were all useless at taking care of kids. Because the staring contest earlier was probably too intense, Ning Xi avoided Lu Tingxiao's gaze and threw her hands up in surrender. Fine, come up to my place. I am a little hungry as well. Chapter 572, Romantic Rivals Everywhere. When they passed by the receptionist, Ning Xi looked bitter as she mumbled, How annoying. What happened? Lu Jingli asked. Ning Xi said, her heart aching. There was a super cute girl as the receptionist here previously. I even gave her a box of lipstick on her first day here. We were on really good terms. She always shares some gossip with me every now and then. But then she was suddenly moved away, and the current receptionist is an uncle. Ugh, I'm so angry. Give me back my cute girl. Ugh. Lu Jingli's first reaction was to turn over to look at the calm and innocent-looking brother. Who else would do something like that? His brother's romantic rivals were everywhere. It was busy enough for him to just take care of them every day. After they went up and got out of the lift, Ning Xi walked towards her home and then abruptly stopped at the junction, suddenly stepping backwards. Xiao Shishi, what happened? Anything wrong? Lu Jingli was confused. Lu Tingxiao already saw someone standing in front of her door, and he frowned. Ning Xi sighed. Su Yan. What? Su Yan? Your first love? What about him? He's right in front of my door. Lu Jingli opened his eyes wide. What? What is he trying to do? Waiting for you outside your door at midnight. Xiao Shishi. I'll beat him up for you. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at Lu Jingli, then went to Lu Tingxiao. Help me hold little treasure for now. I'll go and settle whatever it is with him. I'll be quick. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Lu Jingli looked at his brother's gentle expression, impressed by his brother's calm act in front of his wife. A thunderstorm was probably brewing in his mind. Su Yan had a cigarette between his fingers as he leaned on Ning Xi's door, looking deep in thought. He only noticed Ning Xi when she was right in front of him, acknowledging her as he looked up. Xiao Shi, you're back. Ning Xi nodded slightly. Has the banquet ended? I sent Shula back here, so I decided to come here and pay you a visit as well. I thought you'd be home a long time ago. Did something happen? Su Yan was concerned. He did not know she was picked up by Lu Jingli. Nope, there was a jam. What's up? Ning Xi replied half-heartedly. Lu Jingli had been talking to her all the way home, driving at the speed of a snail. It was too busy back there just now, and I didn't have time to talk to you properly. Su Yan looked at her as if he wanted to say something else. It's quite late already. Why don't you just tell me here? Su Yan hesitated. There's something I wanted to remind you, Xiao Shi. I'm afraid that it would be a little awkward if you decide to go back to the Ning family now. Oh, what's awkward? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows and questioned. Under the dim light, her bright eyes shone beautifully. Su Yan's breathing slowed down, and her beauty stole his breath away. He nearly forgot what he wanted to say and only broke out of his reverie after a while. Chapter 573, Unusual Aura. He looked awkwardly at her as he realized his mistake, and he coughed. Lightly. Ning International's framework and foundation was laid down the past 5 years, and if an extra air was suddenly thrown into the equation, the outcome would be devastating. Ning Xi gave the man in front of her a teasing look, casually taking a harmless swipe at him. What if I really wanted Ning International? Su Yan's face darkened when he heard her question, chastising her in a serious tone. Stop messing around, Xiao Shi. This is too much. If you insist on doing such a thing, you'll get hurt in the end. They won't let you off easily if you affect the amount of benefits they get. Ning Xi sneered. Ah, their benefits? Whose benefits? He always acted as if he cared, but changed his stand the minute his benefits were involved. Su Yan saw Ning Xi's incensed eyes, and he quickly explained himself. You've misunderstood me, Xiao Shi. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm not after the Ning family's wealth either. It's just that I don't know what to do if you're in conflict with Xiaoluo. Ning Xi stretched her back and glanced at him sideways. What's the matter? Do you have any other choice aside from Ning Xiaoluo when it comes to choosing between us? Su Yan balled his fist tightly when he saw the girl smirk and the mocking disdain in her eyes. He calmed himself down after a while, sighed, and tried to avoid the girl's eyes. There would not have been any other choice if time were reversed. Even if he had another chance to choose what happened 5 years ago once. Again, he would still have chosen Ning Xiaoluo without any hesitation. Regardless of Ning Xiaoluo's mistake, he loved her to the point of selfishness, and he chose to protect her to the ends of the earth. But now, he himself was not sure what was wrong with him. Ever since Ning Xi had come back, his sight always lingered on her, and his urges to be near her were getting stronger lately. He had always known what he wanted. Ning Xiaoluo was the woman of his dreams, his perfect ideal partner. However, for some reason, what he thought he had known all along was falling apart. He should not have come looking for Ning Xi this late at night to avoid any misunderstanding, but he still came. All because he wanted to see her, even if she wanted to be sarcastic with him. Su Yan calmed his turmoiled heart and started talking in a gentle tone. Xiao Shi, I'm telling you this for your own good. I hope that you can think about it. Give me a call if you ever need help with anything. As he was still trying to convey his message discreetly, he realized that he did not know what more to say at that point. I'll not bother you now. It's late already. Good night. From around the corner, Lu Jingli's eyes recorded everything that was happening, and he spoke quietly. My sixth sense is picking up an unusual aura. It seems like, the way Su Yan is looking at Ning, she is a little suspicious. Suddenly, Lu Tingxiao released the pressure he had been suppressing all night long with a loud whoosh of air. Lu Jingli was terrified as he wiped his sweat and mumbled to himself. What situation am I in now? Bro, did you meddle with something weird lately? You're really unlucky with so many romantic rivals around, and for some reason, I've been feeling that something big is going to happen soon. I'm scared. Chapter 574. Do you like my brother? Ning Xi brought little treasure to sleep in the room after she entered her house. Then she opened the fridge and looked for cooking ingredients for the soup base she was going to cook. Thanks to little treasure, she had stocked up on a lot of food. All sorts of ingredients were available in her fridge. In fact, it was enough to prepare a steamboat feast anytime. Lu Tingxiao naturally took over the vegetables from her and helped to wash them. Ning Xi looked at him and helped to roll his sleeves up for him. Lu Jingli felt like he was the largest third wheel in the world at that moment, so he stayed in the living room and watched television alone. The ingredients were soon prepared, the steamboat soup base emitting an aromatic smell which was extremely tempting. Lu Jingli could not wait anymore, so he rushed to the table and saw that the pot was separated into 2 sections. One contained clear soup base, and the other was a piquant spicy soup. Lu Jingli was confused. Xiao Shishi, why did you make 2 soup bases? Your brother doesn't eat spicy food, she replied while setting up the table. Oh, Lu Jingli bit on the chopsticks, then asked again, Xiao Shishi, do you like my brother? Ning Xi choked as she was drinking some water, almost biting her own tongue. She then nervously looked at Lu Tingxiao. What are you talking about? Well, you've been treating my brother exceptionally well. Lu Jingli mumbled. Would there be any subordinate who doesn't want to please their boss? Don't think too much about it, all right? If you're accusing me again, I'm going to give you a good beating. Ning Xi handed Lu Tingxiao a pair of chopsticks after she clarified herself. Boss, don't listen to him. I'm always loyal to you, and will never have weird thoughts about you. Lu Tingxiao took the chopsticks from her and looked at her. I don't mind. Lu Jingli and Ning Xi were speechless. After some munching, Lu Jingli patted his stomach in satisfaction, having gained his strength to start gossiping again. Xiao Shishi, can I ask you a question? What? How do you feel about Su Yan? Lu Tingxiao's hand twitched a little as he was serving Ning Xi some vegetables. How do I feel? Well, I'm asking if you still can't get over him. Why must you make me say it so clearly? Ning Xi rolled her eyes. Do you think it's possible? Lu Jingli bit his chopsticks again. Why not? First love is usually the most unforgettable one, isn't it? He then glanced at his brother. Ning Xi was his brother's first love. Why did everyone think she still could not get over Su Yan? First, it was Ning Tianxin, and now Lu Jingli. Ning Xi munched on a roasted potato and said in dissatisfaction, "The world is so huge that it contains so many hot guys out there. I'm not the shy little girl I was back then. There's no point staying on a tree when a jungle is waiting for me, all right? I already have someone I like in mind." Both Lu Jingli and Lu Tingxiao straightened their backs at full attention. Lu Jingli would never let this chance pass, so he quickly followed up. "I've heard about it before. Then who is it? What does he look like? Is he more handsome than I am? What kind of man could steal Broshi's heart away? Quickly tell me." Ning Xi was annoyed by Lu Jingli's excitement. "Let me think." Quickly, Lu Tingxiao sat there in silence, not wanting to continue listening, but he could not leave, even though he knew that the answer was going to hurt him. Chapter 575. The wife is going for a blind date. Ning Xi touched her chin and stole a look at Lu Tingxiao as she thought very carefully before she answered. He is powerful and domineering, a man of multiple talents, an intellectual and a warrior, gentle and romantic, smart and brave, mature and stable, amazing and rare to meet, every woman's dream, and overall, a gift to mankind. Lu Jingli and Lu Tingxiao were speechless. When Lu Jingli finally recovered, his mouth twitched as he asked, "Are you sure you're talking about a human? Do you have exaggerate so much?" Lu Tingxiao could not really put into words how he felt at that moment. Ning Xi's description was a little over the top, but it was through her description that one would know how perfect that person was in her heart. If you knew who he was, you definitely wouldn't think I'm exaggerating." Ning Xi mumbled. Lu Jingli asked, "Who is he then?" Ning Xi squinted her eyes and stuffed a butter bun into Lu Jingli's mouth. "Want to trap me with my words? Please." Lu Jingli swallowed the bun in one quick chomp and mumbled, "Since you already have someone you like, are you still going on that blind date then?" If he couldn't find out more about the man of her dreams, this urgent mission at hand had to be clarified. Ning Xi sighed. "I'd still have to go, or I have a lot of explaining to do, don't I? Wouldn't I embarrass my grandfather if I just bailed out on the date?" Lu Tingxiao's expression softened when he heard her reasoning. Actually, her answer was within his expectations, but he had a possessive bone in him that overrode all rationality. Even though he knew her valid reason, it was hard to calm his heart. Who could accept their own wife going on a blind date? The next day, in the morning, Ning Xi brought little Treasure to hang out at the studio with her as she worked. Because she had a date with Elder Xi's grandson, she made a trip to the Lu Corporation in the evening to send little Treasure over. Even though this was not her first time to the company, every time she went there would still be many eyes watching her. All of them would have loved to take her mask off to see who she was. Once upstairs and out of the elevator, a young girl suddenly mustered the courage to rush in front of her to say, "Miss Su, I love your movies very much. Could you help me please give me your autograph?" Ning Xi raised her brows. "Miss Su? Who could it be?" It dawned on Ning Xi quickly. Was she misunderstood to be Su Yimo? As she watched the girl's expression of anxious anticipation, she did not have the heart to reject her. Actually, she knew that this girl did not really want her autograph. She had intentionally come to test her identity. If she signed her autograph, then she would have silently admitted that she was Su Yimo. If she didn't, then she obviously wasn't. Just as she stood there thinking about what to do, Lu Tingxiao walked towards her. When the girl saw Lu Tingxiao coming over, she scuttled away faster than a rabbit. Ning Xi did not see clearly how she disappeared, but her shadow was gone within seconds. She didn't blame the girl for running away because the boss was not in a good mood today. This morning, he had already made the managers of several departments cry, and she was just a puny secretary. So to avoid being another victim of his, it was natural that she would hide as far away from him as she could. Lu Tingxiao saw Ning Xi carrying little Treasure, and his features tightened. He's already so old. Does he still need to be carried? Little Treasure buried his head deeper into the scoop of Ning Xi's shoulder as he looked guiltily. "Ani Xiaoxi, Daddy is scolding me." Chapter 576. Pretend further, and you'll lose your wife. Ning Xi immediately patted little Treasure's head and defended him. He's not too old. He's only 5. What little Treasure needs now is not to grow up. What he needs is to return bit by bit to being 4 years old, 3 years old, 2 years old. He needs to relearn how to be a little kid. Lu Tingxiao sighed, then softened his tone. I'm just worried your arms will be tired. Then, he said in a low voice, are you going over now? Ning Xi looked at the time on her phone and replied, it's almost time for the date. Something flickered in Lu Tingxiao's eyes quite a few times before it finally returned to a steady gaze. Go and take care. I will. Ning Xi put down the little bun and gave him a big kiss as always. Outside the CEO's office, a manager held a stack of documents in his arms while his legs wobbled as he popped his quick-acting pill for his heart condition into the palm of his hand to prepare himself before he went in. Behind him, Lu Jingli put an arm on the guy's shoulder and sighed as he shook his head. Don't bother taking it out. No pill can save you. Based on my brother's mood today, if you go inside right now, you'll just die. The manager turned to see who it was that made such a nerve-wracking comment. Second master, save me. You deserve it. When my brother was still in a good mood for the past few days, you dared to be lazy. Now you're in bad luck. Lu Jingli insulted heartlessly without thinking about how he himself was the master of laziness. Only this time, he was lucky not to get caught between a rock and a hard place. Second master, I still have some old folks and a few young ones to take care at home. My wife is also about to have a second child. The manager almost got down onto his knees to plead. Are you trying to trigger the bachelor in me? Lu Jingli exploded. I wouldn't dare. I definitely don't mean that. The manager looked miserable. Why did it seem like even second master had angry explosives for breakfast as well? Lu Jingli scoffed a few times in exasperation and looked at his unlucky employee before saying kindly, don't go inside for your death row today. My brother won't have the mind to care about your issue, so quickly go settle your proposal properly before going in again. Okay, I'll go do that immediately. Thank you, second master, for the tip, the manager profusely said and gratefully hurried away. Lu Jingli pushed the door into the office. He saw that the office had an additional tatami arranged by the window, obviously for the convenience of little treasure to watch for Ani Xiaoxi's return. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched in amusement. He could see her every day, so why was he still acting like he was waiting for her return afterwards? Then, he looked at his brother who sat solemnly in front of his desk with a pen in his right hand and some documents on his left. He seemed like he was focused on work, but one look at his face and you would know that his mind was elsewhere. Lu Jingli coughed lightly. Bro, are you sure you want to continue pretending to be so virtuous? Pretend further and you'll lose your wife. I'm just saying, you should have simply come up with a little plan to sabotage the dude from the Xi family so that he would not make it. Lu Tingxiao shot him a disgusted look. Do you think that Ning Xi wouldn't have thought that I would be the one behind such a thing? In fact, that would not solve the root problem. How about I help you find a woman to pretend to be that dude's ex-girlfriend or something to cause a ruckus? That way, Xiaoxi could justifiably run away. Lu Jingli continued to plague him with ideas. No way. The probability of being exposed on the spot was very high. No one was as careful as Lu Tingxiao. He would not use a plan with any loopholes. If this won't do and that won't either, what options do we have? Bro, it's not that I don't like listening to advice. Even though Xiaoxi said she was just going to explain herself to him. What if that guy coincidentally turns out to be the type that Xiaoxi likes? Anything is possible, Lu Jingli said earnestly. Chapter 577. Oh man, this romantic rival is tough. Lu Tingxiao put down the pen and grazed the desk lightly with his fingers. His eyes fell onto his son who was sitting on the tatami. Lu Jingli followed Lu Tingxiao's gaze and looked over. Bro, what do you have in mind? Lu Tingxiao got up and walked over to his son. Then he said, Little treasure, come, let's get you something to eat. Lu Jingli then said, Bro, you aren't thinking about. I came up with so many ideas for him earlier, and yet, he was not satisfied. Now, his ultimate idea was to bring his nuclear weapon, little treasure, to the front line? Very good. This was an idea worthy of the devil. The only problem was that a particular nuclear weapon was not being cooperative. When little treasure heard his father, he refused to get up from the mat and started to write on his writing board. Full. Auntie Xiao, she had already fed him well before she left. In fact, she had cooked for him herself. Lu Tingxiao pinched the spot between his brows, then changed his phrasing of his baiting sentence. I'll bring you to see Auntie Xiaoxi. Within 3 seconds, Little Treasure released his little hands from his chin to peer out of the window. He rolled off the tatami, put on his little shoes and flew to his father and opened up his short hands to be carried. Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were thunderstruck. This nuclear weapon had such a blatant weakness that left him vulnerable to control. Watching as the father and son prepared to leave, Lu Jingli followed them. I want to eat too. Indeed, eat it was. Half an hour later at a stylish Japanese restaurant. The Japanese restaurant retained the traditional short-legged tables to dine, whereby customers had to take off their shoes before entering, and then sit with their legs crossed. The dim lighting gave customers a sense of relaxed vibe. Before Ning Xi's date arrived, she had already ordered a sake with low alcohol content to drink as she waited. She seemed not to notice that diagonally behind her, both the big and the small devils had already arrived together with Lu Jingli. The moment they entered, Little Treasure could recognize Ani Xiaoxi from her back and instantly wanted to run to her. Lu Tingxiao held his son back, stopping him firmly. No. Little Treasure's face tensed up. His face was written with unspoken questions, silently expressing, "Why not? You said you brought me here to see Ani Xiaoxi." Lu Tingxiao looked down at his son and said, "I did bring you to see Ani Xiaoxi, but only to watch her." Little Treasure felt cheated. When he was brought to a seat behind Ani Xiaoxi, Little Treasure was in a sullen mood. However, because Ani Xiaoxi was just opposite him and he could see her when he looked up, her mood instantly became marginally better. After he sat down, Lu Jingli looked at Ning Xi, who was seated alone, and said, Didn't Xiaoxi say they had decided on 7 o'clock? It's already 10 past 7. Being late on the first date, deduct his marks. Even though I've never seen Xi Shiqing, I'm guessing he won't be tough competition. There might not even be an opportunity for our Little Treasure to make a move. Ning Xi was about to finish her drink, having waited for about another 10 minutes. Yet her date still had not arrived. Lu Jingli was suddenly a little crestfallen. Could it be that he won't turn up at all? And to think that we were nervous for so long. The moment he said that, fair and slim fingers delicately held the curtain partition in front to open it. Then, a man in a nude-colored tuxedo walked in. The man had short, jet-black hair with a long torso. His looks were not especially attractive, but his charisma was warm and refined, very easily making people comfortable with him and exuding trustworthiness. The most outstanding thing was a certain quiet appeal to him, something that could calm someone down and be in a state of peace within the ascetic realm. Whoa, this man has quality. The instant he saw the man, Lu Jingli felt a niggling premonition in his heart. Chapter 578, completely the type she liked. May the Buddha bless for this person not to be. Lu Jingli was about to say that he hoped this person was not Xi Shiqing, but Lu Tingxiao beat him to it. Xi Shiqing. Lu Jingli was dumbfounded. Whoa. No way. Is he really Xi Shiqing? That's him. As he was still in shock, he saw the man take his shoes off and courteously tell the waiter that he had a reservation. Then, he followed the waiter towards Ning Xi's direction. Hello, miss. Ning. Ning Xi had just finished the first pot of sake and was drinking the second pot of this restaurant's specially brewed cherry blossom liquor. When she heard someone speak to her in a soothing voice, she subconsciously looked up. Ning Xi's demeanor immediately loosened upping seeing the man in front of her, then she stood up to say, Yes, I'm Ning Xi. Are you Mr. Xi? The man nodded. Nice to meet you. I'm Xi Shiqing. I'm very sorry for making you wait for so long. No worries, have a seat. I haven't waited for terribly long. Ning Xi assured him and sat down again. Xi Shiqing took his blazer off and passed it to the waiter before sitting down as well. Xi Shiqing sat upright, crossing his legs politely, while Ning Xi, on the other hand, sat as she wished and rather boldly, with one leg bent and an arm on top of that knee. She was seated in a masculine way, unlike the regular girl who would sit down politely and behave by the rules of society. Yet, even so, her mannerisms did not exude any rudeness at all. She wore a wide-flared pants with her favorite embroidered leather jacket. The way she sat seemed to give out a vibe of liberty and none of the rigid restrictiveness Japanese restaurants were usually known for. Ning Xi had heard her grandfather say that the Xi family was an expert in jades and books, so the Xi family would most likely prefer gentle, friendly, and knowledgeable women. Thus, to avoid unnecessary trouble, she decided to go against her better judgment and wore such an unladylike outfit. However, her plan did not seem to be fruitful as the moment Xi Shiqing saw her. Not only did he react in disgust, in fact, respect and appreciation flashed his eyes. From behind, Lu Jingli already anxiously started to bark. Oh man, we're doomed. Those two wouldn't have met eye to eye, would they? Did you notice the look Xiao Shishi had when she stood up to meet Xi Shiqing? She was obviously stunned. She must have been charmed by him. In fact, the way Xi Shiqing looks at Xiao Shishi is full of admiration too. Damn it, shouldn't he prefer the type of girl who is the precious jewel of the family? Our Shishi dressed like a wild child today. Lu Tingxiao seemingly sipped his tea calmly. Although that would be if you didn't notice his tensed-up smile and the way his knuckles turned white from gripping the cup too tightly. Lu Jingli was still trying hard to analyze. This Xi Shiqing is pretty tricky, even though he is not as handsome as I am. But that charisma of his is quite special. Even from my perspective as a man, I find it very attractive. He makes people want to involuntarily know and befriend him. And the scariest thing is, with a personality like Xiao Shishi's unrestrained character, there is a high probability that she would like someone like Xi Shiqing who is the total opposite of her. Suddenly, the cup in Lu Tingxiao's hand fell and shattered on the ground. Lu Jingli gulped, his mouth turning dry. No, bro, I'm just simply guessing. There's definitely no way they will end up together. Didn't Xiao Shishi say she already have someone she likes? She wouldn't like Xi Shiqing. His brother's face turned a darker shade upon hearing his words. Chapter 579. Ani Xiao Shi is on a date? Lu Jingli shut up, not daring to say anything further. In such a situation, everything he said felt like a risk. At the other table, Ning Xi and Xi Shiqing had started to go deeper into conversation. Even though the table was quite a distance away from the Lu brothers, the restaurant was quite quiet, so if they listened closely, they could hear the conversation. Because he was late, Xi Shiqing felt that he should explain himself out of basic courtesy to his date. Thus he started, I'm really sorry. I actually saw an elderly woman fall on the way here, so I sent him to the hospital, and that took quite some time. Ning Xi blurted, uffed, and could not help but say, If another man said such things to me, I would definitely doubt their IQ level for not being able to find a more sincere excuse. However, since it's you, Mr. Xi, then I would believe you because you do look like the kind of person who would help an elder woman cross the road and send a lost child home. Xi Shiqing laughed out loud when he heard this. Ms. Ning, are you trying to say I look like a kind person? Ning Xi nodded. Not just that. Not only are you kind, you're practically at the level of Kim Tsai-zi the monk. Xi Shiqing laughed at her cute description, and he lowered his chin slightly. Miss Ning, you're very interesting. Ning Xi paused. Damn it. It was her first time meeting someone this special, and she could not hold herself back, ending up spurting out such sentences. She cleared her throat and quickly got to the point. Mr. Xi, I'll just be honest here. Actually, I'm not all up for this blind date, but unfortunately, my grandfather already helped me to arrange a date with you, so I had to come and explain the situation to you. I hope you will forgive me for this. Xi Shiqing did not seem angry or change his expressions when he heard this. However, somewhere deep in his eyes, something seemed to have dulled. Behind her, Lu Jingli heard Ning Xi's words and quickly perked up his ears, regaining some spirit. Nice one, Xiao Shishi, immediately knock him out. After Xi Shiqing heard what Ning Xi said, he expressed instantly. I understand. Even though I am slightly disappointed, I respect your wishes. Ning Xi's brows raised slightly at his diplomatic answer. Slightly disappointed? Did he mean to say that he was interested in her? No way. Nothing she wore today should have fitted this man's aesthetic taste. He was just saying it to be charming, wasn't he? It was a possibility with this type of men. So, you don't need to feel pressured. Let's just treat today's meal as one between normal friends. Okay. Xi Shiqing said. Ning Xi suddenly realized that this man did not look extremely handsome, but he had a voice that was alluring and especially easy on the ears. Since he had said it that way, and he was so accommodating without needing her to explain further, Ning Xi naturally felt it would be cruel to reject him. Of course, Lu Jingli bit sharply into a slice of salmon. Damn it, I misjudged. I thought it was a saint who wouldn't get close to women yet. He was clearly tempted by seduction. In such a situation, if he was not interested in her, he would have immediately called for the bill and left. No need for further contact. But he actually asked her to enjoy a meal together in the name of friendship. Clearly, this guy has underlying motives. Lu Jingli continued to insult Shi Shiqing while Lu Tingxiao looked miserable, and Little Treasure, who was admiring Ani Xiaoxi's back, finally realized that something was odd. Why is Ani Xiaoxi eating with another strange uncle? Little Treasure pursed his lips, thought about it, then wrote on the board. Date? Chapter 580. Have babies with another man. Little Treasure pursed his lips, thought about it, then wrote on the board. Date? Indeed, if he did not know, he had to ask. Is Ani Xiaoxi on a date with someone else? Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli looked at the question on Little Treasure's writing board at the same time. Lu Jingli sighed and looked at Little Treasure with pity, like he was about to tell the kid that he was going to be abandoned by his mother. Baby, this is even scarier than a date. It's called a blind date. Do you know what that means? Little Treasure honestly shook his head. A blind date is one of the rituals of Chinese traditional marriage. It can also be called to meet one at their door, interview, law of the play, or meet up. Most marriage introductions delve into family backgrounds, and the two people will be connected by the matchmakers. After that, the older relatives from both parties would meet to suggest a matrimony. Lu Jingli tried to explain while Little Treasure looked innocent and naive, like he barely understood. Thus, Lu Jingli could only drop the bomb. This blind date means that your Auntie Xiaoxi is about to be taken away by another man, to go give birth to a baby with another man. Little Treasures was shaken by this earth-shattering news. Auntie Xiaoxi will go with another man, to give birth to another baby, baby. The poor little bun's head was filled with this sentence repeatedly, and without any signs. He started to cry buckets of tears and could not stop. Lu Jingli just wanted to tease him, but he accidentally went too far. Seeing Little Treasure bawl like that, he was instantly a panicked mess. Hey baby, don't cry. Lu Tingxiao shot Lu Jingli a fierce look, then pulled Little Treasure to sit beside him, patiently clarifying. Blind dates are just a way for men and women to meet one another, still far from marriage. Besides, she already rejected him earlier, and she's just having a meal with him now. Unfortunately, the little bun had been hurt too deeply earlier, and he could not take any more information in. He cried a river and started to gasp in between tears. Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were two adult men who had no clue on how to coax children at all, as they watched the little bun cry his heart out. They were completely rooted to the ground. Ning Xi was still completely oblivious about any tear-inducing incidents happening behind her back. Earlier, she had drank 2 flasks of liquor, and even though it was not high in alcohol, she was slightly drunk. Also, Shi Shiqing was really too sweet that one would easily lower their guards and relax with his company. They drank as they ate some sashimi while having casual conversation on some safe topics. You're in the business of jewelry, right? Coincidentally, I've been setting up a fashion studio recently, and will definitely use accessories such as jewels. When the time comes, I'll be thick-faced and ask for your help. Ning Xi suddenly took up the responsibility as a business owner and took the opportunity to indirectly promote her business. Miss Ning Xi, don't be too shy. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. After chatting for a while, Shi Shiqing asked, Miss Ning, I don't know if you still remember, but many years ago, we have actually met once. When Ning Xi heard this, she started to sober up. Have we? How could that be when I've no memory of us meeting at all? After all, Shi Shiqing was a pretty unique person, and she was confident she would have remembered him. Shi Shiqing sipped on his sake and said, Your attention was on someone else then? Naturally, you wouldn't notice anyone else. Chapter 581. A Belated Fate? Even if he was attractive, he was probably invisible to her. Besides, he was still a young boy from university at that point in time. Ning Xi blinked. From what he said, he must have been referring to 5 years ago when she was in love with Su Yin. However, she really did not remember meeting Shi Shiqing, so she was a little curious about the circumstances had he seen her in to remember it for 5 whole years. Really? When was that? Ning Xi asked casually. 5 years ago, at your 18th birthday party, Shi Shiqing answered. The cup in Ning Xi's hand wavered. After all, that was the worst day of her life. Shi Shiqing's eyes clouded over as he slowly said, You know that our grandfathers are really close, so for that birthday dinner, I went along as well. I remember, you were wearing a white dress at that time. When I saw you for the first time many years ago, I was drawn to you. You were like a natural princess. When Ning Xi listened to Shi Shiqing's description, she really did not know what to say. Huh? Princess? Obviously, Mr. Xi, your memory is a little foggy. That dress was a fake, and I was even exposed by the crowd. Shi Shiqing interrupted her. Real or fake? Is that really important? Even though the ugly duckling was born among the ducks, she was still a swan, and she would not change because of just anything. That was one of the most memorable days of his life because it was the first time he fell in love at first sight, and then had to watch as the girl of his dreams get bullied while he looked on helplessly. It was probably after that incident that he had never returned to the Ning residence. When Ning Xi heard this, she felt moved and her eyes darkened. Mr. Xi, you seem to know more than I had imagined. This was when Shi Shiqing realized he had lost his regal posture and had said too much unnecessarily. My apologies, I accidentally overheard what they were saying. Because his gaze continued to follow after her for the rest of that night, he had accidentally overheard some things that were not meant for his ears. After he knew all of that, he felt his heart ache even more for her and hated himself for being useless. 5 years later, he was a successful person, but he never could let go of what happened then, until his grandfather suddenly told him that he had arranged a blind date for him. He was going to immediately reject the old man, but who would have known that his grandfather would say that the date was a young lady from the Ning family? The most popular lady of the Ning family, Ning Xi, was already engaged, so who else could it be? He dared not to imagine, so he asked if it was Ning Tianxing. Much to his surprise, his grandfather had said the name he did not dare to imagine, Ning Xi. She had already disappeared for 5 years. Was she finally back? Because he had never paid attention to entertainment news, he didn't even know the most famous stars. He was much like an ignorant person from the ancient times. That was the reason why he had no inkling that she had been back a year ago and even rose to fame as an actress. In order to share common topics of conversation with her, he had watched all of her works and even read all the news and headlines related to her. All these years, he had been living the Zen life, especially appreciating the teachings of Buddha. His favorite place to go to was the temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with the masters. Even his family was starting to worry that he would become a monk. Yet, who'd have thought that at this very moment, she would appear? As Ning Xi and Shi Shiqing were reminiscing, behind them, the little devil's wailing had intensified. Lu Jingli and Lu Tingxiao took turns to use several ways to calm him, but none of them worked. They simply could not coax him. Lu Jingli was about kneeled down to beg the child. He just wanted this little heir to stop crying. Chapter 582. Like a husband bringing their kid to catch her cheating. It's no big deal. If you know, then you know. Ning Xi carelessly shrugged. Shi Shiqing's words had actually moved her a little, although she didn't show any signs of it. She never would have thought that on the saddest day of her life, on the day when she thought she had been shunned by the entire world, there was someone unknowingly on her side. She felt a rush of indescribable emotions, like she had been saved. Perhaps this world wasn't so bad and hopeless. Well deserving of this man who looked like the reincarnation of Buddha. This level of divine intervention was definitely by the hand of God. When Shi Shiqing heard her nonchalant reply, he breathed a sigh of relief. That year, I felt very regretful and guilty that I couldn't help you. If you need anything now, please do tell me. I would cross oceans for you without any complaint. Shi Shiqing was being way too nice now. She was about to hand him a card for being Samaritan of the Year already. Ning Xi laughed, then raised her cup to his. Mr. Xi, you're not really Buddha himself, you know. You can't really save everyone. I never thought of saving everyone. Only you. Shi Shiqing blurted with a sense of urgency. As soon as he said that charismatic face of his blushed faintly. Ning Xi was stunned, her heart skipping a beat. Something was not right. Behind them. Little treasure, don't cry anymore, okay? I know I was wrong. I won't spew nonsense again. Please, if you keep crying, I'll want to cry too. Lu Jingli was still worried, but he heard Shi Shiqing say, I never thought of saving everyone. Only you. As if he was confessing his feelings to her. He was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it. You can never judge a book by its cover. Shi Shiqing is pretty good at pickup lines. As he watched his crying son and the two people opposite him, Lu Tingxiao felt a familiar tinge of hostility that he tried his best to suppress within him. He had the urge to destroy everything that got close to her. Shi Shiqing subconsciously wanted to explain to her that he didn't mean that, but he didn't know why he changed his mind instead. He only sat quietly, waiting for the girl's response. Explain? Why would he need to explain? He had waited for 5 years for this very day. How long more did he have to wait? Ning Xi was uncertain about how to react to Shi Shiqing's attitude when the sound of footsteps came from behind her. A familiar shadow fell on the table in front of her. Then, she saw Shi Shiqing staring behind her with a shocked expression. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat as she turned around too. She then saw the devil with an upset expression and the little bun in his arms who was crying his eyes out. Ning Xi was confused. Why would Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure appear here? The both of them stood there, the big one in silence while the little one cried his heart out and reached his short hands out for a hug, while she sat there with a man across her. What was he trying to do? Looking like a husband bringing their kid to catch her cheating on him? Because Ning Xi was too shocked, she froze and did not make a move to carry Little Treasure. When the little bun saw Auntie Xiao, she not reach out to carry him. His little face scrunched up and his tears burst like a broken dam. He cried and his little mouth tried hard to open, as if he wanted to say something but not a word came out. Chapter 583. What relationship with Ning Xi? From an outsider's perspective, the little bun could not say anything because he was crying too hard, but you could actually read his lips clearly. He was calling mother soundlessly again and again. When he read the little bun's lips, Shi Shiqing dropped his cup on the floor. Was the child L calling Ning Xi his mother? How could this be? No way, it was definitely impossible. This little boy looked like he was 4 or 5 years old. How could Ning Xi have a son that old? And this poker-faced man with a suppressing aura around him looked familiar. Where did he see him before? Ning Xi also seemed very shocked. Could they have mistaken her for someone else? As these thoughts flew across Shi Shiqing's mind, Ning Xi stood up and quickly took the boy from Lu Tingxiao's embrace, coaxing him like her beloved baby. Baby, don't cry, don't cry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Don't cry, okay? Shi Shiqing's face went instantly pale. In the next second, he met the gaze of the man's cold eyes. The man's eyes were clearly filled with an instinct to attack any stranger who has invaded his possessions. However, when he looked at Ning Xi again, his icy gaze melted into a warm river. This man and Ning Xi, what could their relationship be? Could it be that Ning Xi had already gotten married and given birth 5 years ago? No, no way. Ning Xi was still so young 5 years ago. What was going on then? Shi Shiqing was officially confused. At that moment, Ning Xi's entire focus was on the crying little bun. She did not have the time to care about Lu Tingxiao and Shi Shiqing, so she did not notice Shi Shiqing's incredulous expressions of speculation. Because this scene was drawing so much attention with 2 tensed men, a woman, and a crying child, very soon more and more people started to look over. I'm sorry, Mr. Xi. I have to make a move first. Ning Xi carried the little bun and left the restaurant in a rush. Because the little bun crying had caused her to panic, she had even forgotten to take her bag and handphone. Lu Tingxiao carefully helped her gather everything, then followed her and even settled the bill for their table. Shi Shiqing remained at the same spot for a few seconds before running after them. Outside, Ning Xi carried the little boy and stood on the pavement. The night was cold outside, and the man took his blazer off to put it on her shoulders. The 3 of them looked like they were in perfect harmony with no space for anyone to cut in. Ning Xi really tried hard to console Little Treasure until the little bun was finally calmer. Because he had cried so hard earlier, he kept hiccuping, so Ning Xi gently patted his back and tenderly kissed his cheek to continue reassuring him. Why were you and Little Treasure here? Ning Xi asked Lu Tingxiao when Little Treasure was much better. Little Treasure missed you, so I brought him here to see you. Lu Tingxiao lied smoothly without any change in expression. The truth was that he obviously brought Little Treasure over. When Ning Xi heard this, she felt even more guilty. All the while, Little Treasure didn't appear because he was sitting behind, silently watching her from afar. Was he crying so sadly because he saw her having dinner with another man and thought that she was going to be taken away? Ning Xi naturally thought of this as the reason he was crying. Lu Tingxiao saw Ning Xi's expression and knew that she believed him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if she knew that he had brought Little Treasure out himself, and that the little bun had only cried after Lu Jingli's nonsense, the consequence would be. Chapter 584. Did not understand the world. Otherwise, if she knew that he had brought little treasure out by himself, and that the little bun had only cried after hearing Lu Jingli's nonsensical words, the consequences would be dire. Even though little treasure had unleashed his killer move, there were far too many elements that were out of his control, such as today's situation. Initially, he intended to bring little treasure to use only when necessary, but who'd have thought that Lu Jingli's single sentence would have made him completely lose control? Thankfully, it did not cause too much of an issue in the end, and basically, everything was still within his plans. After Ning Xi finished questioning Lu Tingxiao, she noticed someone behind her. Then, she saw Shi Shiqing, who had followed them out, stand quietly a few steps away from them. She was not sure how long he had been standing there for. Looking at the lonely and bewitched Shi Shiqing, who looked as pale as a sheet of paper, Ning Xi's heart tightened a little, and a bad feeling rose from the pit of her stomach. Even though she had roughly guessed that Shi Shiqing might be interested in her during their dinner, she seemed to have underestimated his determination and feelings for her. That expression did not seem like he was only meeting someone from the past who he once liked. It seemed more like he had liked her for all those years. But she could not fathom it. What occurred 5 years ago was a very brief meeting. Rationally, Shi Shiqing couldn't have developed such strong feelings for her, could he? However, no matter what it was, the reality was there before her eyes. In that case, this was trouble now. Even though it had been just a short interaction over dinner, she could see that Shi Shiqing was indeed a good man. Plus, this was grandfather's best friend's grandson, and if she did not handle this well, it would turn out to be a very sticky situation later. Thus, she absolutely had to get to the root of it today and completely shatter any fantasy ideas he might have. As she thought about this, Ning Xi gathered her courage to make a decision. Hold on for a little while. Jingli went to get the car. Lu Tingxiao stood where the wind blew from, using his tall and built figure to block Ning Xi and little treasure from the blustery weather. Ning Xi's eyes squinted, and she suddenly looked deeply into Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Lu Tingxiao. Her gaze was so intense in that instant that Lu Tingxiao felt his heart shiver. What is it? Ning Xi stared at him unblinking, her gaze seeming as if it could see through his heart. Actually, little treasure didn't want to come tonight, did he? Did you bring him here by yourself? Lu Tingxiao was speechless. He was just being thankful earlier that his plan was flawless, but now, he was about to be exposed. Lu Tingxiao quickly thought of a plan to respond to this. Yet, he never would have thought that at that very moment, Ning Xi, who was interrogating him, would suddenly tiptoe and kiss his lips. Lu Tingxiao was mind-blown. His head was a blank void. He did not know anything anymore. Ning Xi, what was she doing? He could still see the girl's long eyelashes up close and taste the fragrance of the liquor lingering on her soft lips. Everything felt surreal, like a dream. No, even in his wildest dreams, never would he have dared to imagine such a crazy moment. Oh, no one could tell when Lu Jingli had driven the car over, but the moment he lowered the car window, this scene unfolded in front of him. He was so agitated that he almost mistook the accelerator as the brake. Aoya. What was happening? Why was it that he had gone to get the car and left for a few minutes, only to return to a world he did not understand? Chapter 585. That's why I kissed you. Why is Xiao Shishi kissing my brother? No, that's not the main point. The main point was, from the looks of the situation, it was Xiao Shishi who had taken the initiative. It was possible that his brother had gotten too jealous and couldn't help but to steal a kiss from her. But based on the current situation, it was simply illogical. After Ning Xi left Lu Tingxiao's lips, she looked at Shi Shiqing. Then, she looked at Lu Tingxiao, and with her smiling eyes that shone like the blanket of stars above them, she tilted her head to the side and teased Lu Tingxiao. Jealous? It was completely the tone of a girlfriend teasing her boyfriend. With Lu Tingxiao still looking at her, stunned, Ning Xi smiled and continued. I already told you that the person I like is you. Upon hearing her shocking words, Lu Jingli felt thoroughly confused by the progress of the plot. When Lu Tingxiao listened to those beautiful words she had just uttered, he looked into the girl's love-filled eyes, and his arm grabbed the girl tightly in his embrace. He covered her lips again and sank deeper into the kiss this time. At that very moment, even though he knew there was practically a cliff in front of him, he was willing to jump off it without hesitation. Only until Ning Xi was almost suffocating did the kiss finally end. She secretly looked over Lu Tingxiao's shoulder and peeked behind him. Shi Shiqing was nowhere to be found. Ning Xi silently sighed to herself. Even though she felt bad, this was the best solution she could think of for the both of them. Now that the matter with Shi Shiqing was finally resolved, of course what followed was very important. She still had to explain the situation properly to the devil. The two were surprised to feel something soft bump against both of them, again and again. A little head popped out in between them. It was Little Treasure. This was when Ning Xi noticed that she was still carrying Little Treasure, and she quickly wriggled out of the tight embrace she was in. Hey, Lu Tingxiao, you're squashing Little Treasure. Damn it. Just when she thought of how to make Shi Shiqing give up hope, she had actually forgotten that Little Treasure was here, and she even did such child-unfriendly things in front of him. When he heard what Ning Xi said and peered at his son caught in between them, Lu Tingxiao woke up from his daze. The little bun puffed up his cheeks and looked at his father angrily. This was too much. Not only did his father get a kiss from Auntie Xiaoxi, he even got a hug from her. However, even though he felt annoyed, it seemed like he wasn't that angry. Because if Auntie Xiaoxi likes father, then she can continue to be his auntie. Xiaoxi. No, wait, it'll be Mummy Xiaoxi. As he thought about this, Little Treasure decided to temporarily forgive his father. After Lu Tingxiao released her, Ning Xi put Little Treasure down, then stood up straight and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Sorry, big boss. I didn't mean to violate you. I'm ordered to avoid any more unnecessary hassle in the future. I wanted to let Shi Shiqing give up hope, and in a moment of desperation, I kissed you and even said those words. I'm really sorry. In the car, Lu Jingli was officially dumbfounded. What a roller coaster of a plot. He suddenly felt very bad for his brother. Just moments before, he had thought that Xiao Shishi liked him, and then suddenly, the truth smashed his fantasy into smithereens. At that moment, Lu Tingxiao looked at Ning Xi quietly without saying anything. Seeing that Lu Tingxiao was silent, Ning Xi suddenly felt a little guilty. The devil wasn't angry, was he? Actually, the reason she dared to do what she did was because she believed that Lu Tingxiao had a level of IQ which would definitely enable him to understand her reasons immediately and even accommodate her. Chapter 586. This was too much. Ning Xi would only dare to do so because she believed that Lu Tingxiao had a level of IQ which would definitely enable him to understand her reasons immediately and even accommodate her. At last, the devil indeed cooperated well, and the scene played out flawlessly. However, looking at Lu Tingxiao's reaction, could something have gone wrong? How tragic. Lu Tingxiao wouldn't have thought that this was real, would he? That wasn't like the devil's IQ. In reality, Lu Tingxiao was stunned for a short while, before he instantly understood what Ning Xi had been trying to do. His feelings had overrode his rationality, and even though a part of him had known she was acting, he had chosen to believe it as the truth and let himself drown within this dream she created. After a while, Lu Tingxiao finally said something. He tousled Ning Xi's hair lightly, then said, "No worries, you did very well." His silence earlier was not because he was angry at her. He just wanted to quietly remember every detail, remember her kiss, her words, and his feelings in that moment. When Ning Xi heard his reassurance, she was relieved. However, why did those few words, "you did very well," sound so odd? At that moment, Lu Jingli finally could not help but say, brother and sister-in-law, please take a look at me. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Do you guys still want to get in the car?" Ning Xi rolled her eyes at Lu Jingli, then carried the little bun into the car. Once they were on their way, Lu Jingli smiled cunningly. "Xiao Shishi, I saw everything just now. Pity my baby Little Treasure. He was about to be sandwiched." "Lu Jingli, I haven't asked you. The more I think about what happened today, the more I find it weird. Even if Little Treasure was unhappy seeing Shi Shiqing and I dined together, he still wouldn't have cried this hard. Was it you who didn't shut up and say something you shouldn't have to Little Treasure?" Ning Xi suddenly attacked him. Lu Jingli almost pissed in his pants and denied vehemently to save himself. I didn't say anything. "Xiao Shishi, you're blaming the wrong guy." Ning Xi gritted her teeth, obviously already knowing that it was his fault. "Did I blame you wrongly now? I'll just ask Little Treasure then. See if I really was wrong." Lu Jingli was dumbfounded when he heard this, and he quickly looked at his brother to beg silently. "Bro, save me. If sister-in-law finds out, she will kill me." She will hit me with as much force as she loves little treasure. Lu Tingxiao shot a look at Lu Jingli, who looked frightened like a rabbit. Seeing as he had contributed in the past, he said something on his behalf. Ning Xi, you said you wanted to let Shi Shiqing give up hope. Do you mean that he was interested in you? Ning Xi's attention was successfully diverted by Lu Tingxiao's question. She scratched her head and looked helplessly at him. To be honest, I was stunned too. I do not know how Shi Shiqing ever liked me. We chatted over dinner, and that's how I knew that we've met once 5 years ago. But it was only that one time. There were no other interactions. Of course, perhaps I was too sensitive and overthought. No matter what it is, the point is that there aren't any more problems now. Thanks to you, big boss. Thank you again. Lu Tingxiao replied. You're welcome. Crisis averted. Lu Jingli wiped away his sweat in relief. Looking at his brother's serious expression, he suddenly regained some of his energy. He thought that this time, his brother didn't perform too badly either. He did not do anything and managed to knock out a rival, and even got a kiss for nothing too. This was too much. For good things like these, he wouldn't mind complaining a few more times. Chapter 587. The boss doesn't allow me to date. No matter what, the issue was finally resolved. In the car, Ning Xi was prepared to call her grandfather to report the situation to him. However, before she called, she still felt troubled. Sigh. Even though she and Shi Shiqing had already discussed what to say to each other's grandfathers. What if her grandfather refused to give up? Hello, grandfather. Hey, Xiaoxi. Have you met up with the grandson of the Shi family already? How is it? He's not too bad, isn't he? Cough. Grandfather, he's not too shabby. But he wasn't interested in me. Ning Xi answered. What are you saying? That kid wasn't interested in you, the elder asked agitatedly. No, grandfather. What I mean is that the both of us aren't interested in each other. Please don't try to match us together anymore. Ning Xi played out the explanation she and Shi Shiqing had agreed upon. On the other end of the phone, the elder sounded very disappointed. How could this be? I even met up with him. First, he doesn't have any disabilities and he looks like a talented young man before I was satisfied enough to let him meet you for a blind date. You don't like someone like him? Then, tell me what's your type. I'll help you look again. I still have another old friend. His grandson. Oh no. Ning Xi buried her face in her hands. Grandfather, don't. Grandfather, I really don't want to look for a partner right now. Xiaoxi, trust me, I was once in your shoes. You're at the best age right now. Now is the best time to look for the ideal man. In fact, Ning Xi was suffering from a headache when she felt a warm presence beside her. Lu Tingxiao had suddenly sidled up to her and said softly into her ear, Tell your grandfather that your boss doesn't allow you to date. Ning Xi was astonished. She covered the mouthpiece of her handphone to ask Lu Tingxiao, What? Didn't Ling Xi tell you? In your current situation, you can't get a boyfriend. Lu Tingxiao said without skipping a beat. Ning Xi's eyes shone when she heard his suggestion. Right? That's a pretty good reason. Lu Jingli, who was driving, heard this and mumbled. Haha. Right. Your boss doesn't allow you to date. He will only allow you to date with the boss himself. Grandfather, I only want to perform well in my job right now. Besides, I'm in the growing phase of my career and our company won't allow me to date. The elder was angry when he heard this. What? Not allowed to date? Why would there be such a company with such a silly rule? Does your boss even understand what human rights are? Ning Xi shot a look at Lu Tingxiao, who had to take the bullet for her. Grandfather, everyone in our industry is in the same boat. If we have boyfriends, the number of fans will drop drastically. In fact, I've just opened up my own studio and will be very busy every day. Next month, I will start promoting my new show and I'll have to run around the country. Then, once I'm done with that, I'll start shooting for a new show. I really don't have the time. Ning Xuan had wanted to mention her joining the company, but from the way she laid everything out, he knew there wasn't a possibility. Even though he felt regretful, hearing how his beloved granddaughter had her own successful career today and was living life to the fullest made him feel very happy. Then, what's going to happen to my great-grandchildren? When can I have some? When she heard the elder's sad sigh, Ning Xi touched the little bun's head and sighed internally too. If only the little bun was my son, that would be great. Everything would be resolved. Grandfather, what if I got a test tube baby? Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were stupefied. Little Treasure was surprised too, although he wondered to himself, what's a test tube baby? Chapter 588. Father, don't go. Nonsense. The elder still thought more conservatively, so there was no way he could accept something like this. He was also afraid that he was pushing Ning Xi too hard to the point that she would do something outrageous, so he quickly softened his tone. Fine, fine, you're actually still quite young. Go focus on your career first then. Grandfather won't trouble you anymore. But there's just one thing you must promise me. You have to visit me often. This request of mine isn't too much, is it? Ning Xi brightened up upon hearing that. Not at all. I will definitely visit you often. After she hung up, Ning Xi felt relaxed now that she had finally resolved the matter. In front of the wheel, Lu Jingli was still deep in shock about the test tube baby. He said, Bro Xi, you're amazing. Even test tube babies are an option for you now. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. My grandfather wants great-grandchildren, yet I can't find myself a man. What do you think I should do then? Where are you going to get the sperm? Lu Jingli asked. Obviously, the sperm bank. Lu Jingli looked at his brother in the rear-view mirror and mischievously said, Actually, there is ready sperm beside you. In fact, the genes are of extremely good quality. Ning Xi obviously knew who Lu Jingli was talking about, so she replied, Stop. This topic is not suitable for children's ears. To have a baby with the devil. Lu Tingxiao then said, I'm sure that under natural conditions, the sperm quality will be better. Ning Xi rebutted, That's enough from you guys. I was just saying it without much thought. Don't discuss it in too much detail. Little Treasure is still here. When she looked down, thank goodness, Little Treasure had already fallen asleep as a result of the fatigue from his tears. At Regal Riviera Hotel, Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli sent Ning Xi and Little Treasure to their doorstep. Lu Tingxiao patted his son's head, then looked up at Ning Xi and said, I'm going to leave now. It's been getting colder recently. Remember to keep warm at night. Ning Xi nodded. Sure, I will. Good night, big boss. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl longingly. Good night. Lu Jingli yawned. Good night, bro Xi. If there's any more gossip from Xi Shiqing, remember to share it with me. Ning Xi shook her head in disbelief at his thirst for gossip. Nothing goes without you. The two started to leave. However, just as Lu Tingxiao turned away, he suddenly felt a little tug on his shirt. He looked down to see that it was Little Treasure who had suddenly woken up and was peering at him with sleepy eyes. His hand gripped onto his shirt hem, refusing to let go. Lu Tingxiao was stunned. After all, Little Treasure had never shown such an intimate affection towards him. Every time he left Ning Xi, that little guy was always doing a happy dance and could never wait for him to leave. Even Lu Jingli and Ning Xi were surprised too. What's wrong, Little Treasure? Ning Xi asked gently. Ning Xi knew he was looking for his writing board, so she quickly helped him take it out from his bag. The little bun was still holding onto Lu Tingxiao's shirt, while his other hand rubbed the sleep away from his eyes before writing on the board, Father, don't go. These words, before Lu Tingxiao had the chance to react, Lu Jingli started to wail emotionally. Oh, Little Treasure is so warm. I want a son too. I want to have test tube babies now. At this moment, Lu Tingxiao felt a rush of mixed feelings watching his son's little hand holding on to him, the touching words on the writing board, and his tilted head looking at him curiously for a response. Ning Xi was already tearing up. The improvement in the little bun's relationship with Lu Tingxiao was something she wanted to see more than anyone else. Lu Tingxiao, how about you just stay over at my place tonight? Accompany Little Treasure. Chapter 589. This is my reward for helping you today. Lu Jingli wanted to run around in joy. Oh, I'm so jealous. How nice was it to have a son? It was as though God had sent assistance himself. Lu Tingxiao actually took a while to react to Ning Xi's out-of-the-blue invitation. Even though Little Treasure had always been his trump card, this was the first time the little bun had genuinely taken the initiative to help him. Was it because of what had happened tonight? Then, this was a rare case of getting luck out of a misfortune. Finally, Lu Tingxiao stayed while Lu Jingli the bachelor went home tearfully. In the bedroom, Ning Xi accompanied Little Treasure to lie on the bed and sang him to sleep. Lu Tingxiao sat on the other side of the bed, his sleeve still being held on tightly by the little guy. After Little Treasure had been coaxed to sleep, Ning Xi asked, Why don't you sleep with Little Treasure tonight? I'll sleep in the guest room. We can sleep together, said Lu Tingxiao without a hitch. Ning Xi was shocked to hear his proposition and felt slightly awkward. She scratched her head and said, That would not be too appropriate, would it? Lu Tingxiao replied. No, I don't mind. Ning Xi was speechless. The devil was getting naughty. The big boss already said he didn't mind being taken advantage of, but could she say that she did? It was a good thing that the bed was huge, so even with the little bun in the middle, each of them had their own personal space. When Ning Xi entered the room after finishing her shower, Lu Tingxiao was already lying on the bed. His hair was wet and messy post-shower, while he wore pajamas and was looking at little treasure with a gentle gaze, like an ordinary father. Ning Xi felt her heart beat faster at the sight of them together. When he heard her footsteps, Lu Tingxiao looked up and ordered her, "Finish the milk before going to bed." Oh, why did it feel like Lu Tingxiao had two children to look after? After Ning Xi finished the milk, she lay on the other side of little treasure. Lu Tingxiao turned off the light and only left a dim night light on. He lay on his side and kissed his son's forehead. Seeing Ning Xi watch him, Lu Tingxiao raised his brows. You want a good night kiss too? Ning Xi widened her eyes and shook her head quickly. She was just thinking to herself that the way the devil took such gentle care of little treasure was so charming that she could not help but to continue looking a little longer. There was no way that she would have such inappropriate motives. Lu Tingxiao's eyes shone teasingly. Then he suddenly leaned over little treasure. With Ning Xi's eyes still in its bewildered state, he kissed her on the lips. Ning Xi was shocked. Damn it! Devil, what are you doing? Didn't we already say we were just accompanying little treasure to sleep? Lu Tingxiao squinted his eyes and told her, This is my reward for helping you take that bullet today. Ning Xi was speechless. She had nothing to reply to him. The next morning, Ning Xi woke up in a daze and felt like she had never slept that well before. She had no dreams the entire night, and her whole body felt warm, so warm that she did not want to wake up. No, she still had to wake up to make a healthy breakfast for the little Bon. Ning Xi finally opened up her eyes. The moment she did, what she saw was a bare chest. What? Damn it. What was going on? Why would she sleep so carelessly? She didn't know how it ended up on Lu Tingxiao's side. In fact, her entire body was sprawled on him until his pajamas had been messed up by her, revealing his peach-colored skin. As for her hand, it was casually lying on his naked belly and chest. Ning Xi quickly got up and initially wanted to move back to her own side, but in her panic, she accidentally touched Lu Tingxiao in a place she shouldn't have. Chapter 590. Are you sleepwalking? The man grunted, then slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glimmered and her panicked and stunned face was reflected. Ning Xi swallowed her saliva and quickly thought of how to explain the awkward situation. Damn it! How could she explain? What could she possibly say in such a situation? Even getting caught cheating with someone else in bed would not be this difficult to explain. Ning Xi's brain was about to be fried. However, in the next second, Lu Tingxiao used his beautiful dazed eyes to stare at her for a few seconds, before he suddenly turned around. Ning Xi felt like her world had turned upside down when she was pushed onto the bed before she could even figure out what was happening. The shadow above her inched closer. Then what came next was a wave of warmth as he delivered an intense kiss. Ning Xi was shocked by Lu Tingxiao's sudden actions. It felt as if the air in her chest was becoming increasingly thin and her brain was fogging up. The emotions and physical reactions that were happening were so overwhelming so much so that the feelings she had suppressed in her heart were almost lured out by the kiss. She felt as if the world was coming to an end and that her body wanted to respond involuntarily despite her mind telling her otherwise. What was worse was the strong reaction from his lower torso that she could feel hardening between them. Damn it, Ning Xi. Wake up, wake up. Baby little treasure was still sleeping beside them. Helplessly, she struggled to gather herself. Lu Tingxiao, on the other hand, did not. He felt like he wanted to devour her whole with that all-consuming kiss. Ning Xi had no choice but to bite down with force, her mouth instantly filled with the metallic taste of blood. Lu Tingxiao frowned and stopped. Ning Xi took advantage of this single second to push him away and said between gasps, Hey, Lu Tingxiao, are you sleepwalking? If he really was, this question would have no effect. Wait, that did not seem right either. Shouldn't sleepwalking happen only at night? The sun was already up. The confused man started to gain clarity and said in a hoarse voice, No. Ning Xi blinked as her heart skipped a beat. No. Lu Tingxiao's long fingers brushed through his hair as lust lingered in his eyes. Sorry, I wasn't clear-headed earlier. I thought that I was dreaming. Ning Xi was speechless. What could she say to answer him? Was it possible that in his dreams, the devil actually wanted to seduce her and kiss the life out of her? In fact, the Lu Tingxiao earlier was really different from the Lu Tingxiao she usually saw. That kiss earlier was far too overbearing. So overbearing that it made her worry a little. What were you doing just now? Lu Tingxiao suddenly asked before Ning Xi could say anything. In fact, with this one sentence, he changed his position from being the villain to being the victim. When she heard his question, Ning Xi actually felt guilty. She stammered. Well, would you believe me if I said, even I don't know? Lu Tingxiao looked deeply into her eyes, clearly full of disbelief. Ning Xi looked extremely sincere. Big boss, I swear to God. I really don't know how, but we were like this when I woke up. I usually sleep much more gracefully, whatever it is. This was an accident. Chapter 591, An Unexpected Development. Ning Xi mumbled quietly. You did something similar to me just now. So are we even now? Lu Tingxiao gave it some thought. Then he nodded. Fine, we're even. Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief. However, something still felt odd. This was not right. How was this even? She was the one who was at a disadvantage. Whatever. She was the one who rolled over. Had it not been for that, what Lu Tingxiao did after would not have happened. Well, boss, can you get up? I need to go and make breakfast. Ning Xi asked weakly, trying to make an escape. Lu Tingxiao did not act right away. He looked her into her eyes instead, staring intensely. Ning Xi had no idea how she looked like at that moment. The girl's cheek blushed attractively, her lips slightly swollen from the passionate kissing. Her pajamas were crumpled, and her long raven black hair billowed out on the feathered pillow like ink. Lu Tingxiao started to question how was it possible that he had been containing his wild intentions all this while. Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi asked uncertainly, feeling creeped out by his laser stare. Lu Tingxiao returned to his usual self and propped himself up. Ning Xi shot away like a rabbit. She quickly served a nutritious spread for breakfast, then proceeded to call both Lu Tingxiao and the little bun to the table. The little bun looked really overjoyed today. His face shone brighter than usual, and he ate a lot more than his usual portion. A moment ago, Ning Xi still regretted having Lu Tingxiao stay over last night after reflecting on how inappropriate it was, but she changed her mind upon seeing how happy little treasure was. The little bun was always top priority in her heart, and nothing mattered as long as he was happy. After breakfast, Lu Tingxiao read the newspaper on the sofa as the little bun sat beside him and communicated to him through his writing board while holding a book from Ning Xi despite not understanding its contents. They both painted a warm portrait together under the sun, emitting a calm aura that brought a sense of love and kinship to anyone who watched them. Suddenly, Ning Xi's phone rang. Ning Xi took a look at her phone and was surprised to see that it was her grandfather calling. Lu Tingxiao noticed that something was amiss, so he asked, What happened? Who's that calling? It's my grandfather. Ning Xi frowned. Did they not settle everything last night? Did grandfather change his mind? Ning Xi chewed on her lip and picked up the call nervously. Hello, grandfather. Xiao Shi. I've got something to ask you. Are you hiding anything from me? The elder asked her directly in an oddly grave tone. Ning Xi replied, What do you mean? Nothing out of the ordinary has happened. I'm talking about Shi Shiqing. Ning Xi had a bad feeling when she heard the name. Could Shi Shiqing have broken his promise and said something he shouldn't have? Impossible. He did not look like someone who would break a promise. Grandfather, what happened to Mr. Shi? I really don't know what you're talking about. The elder sounded fairly angry as he berated her. You don't? Then, can you explain to me why he decided to become a monk after meeting you yesterday? What? What did grandfather just say? Ning Xi was startled, and she almost dropped the phone. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Become a monk? Chapter 592, A Great Punch of Destructive Power. Shi Shiqing is going to become a monk? Grandfather, are you sure? Are you pulling my leg? Ning Xi probed, not believing what the elder just said. Lu Tingxiao frowned incredulously as he listened to Ning Xi's conversation with her grandfather. He thought that the matter with Shi Shiqing had been settled last night. How in the world did this happen? The elder fumed. Why would I kid you at a time like this? That young man from the Shi family is already at the temple. He's going to shave his hair off this afternoon. Which part of this sounds like a joke? Ning Xi was confused and she sputtered. This is impossible. Could there be some other reason? Why would you think that it was because of me? What else could it be? He was acting all fine before he left, but he suddenly told his family he wanted to become a monk after having dinner with you. You are the biggest suspect. The elder continued. Xiao Shi, please think about what happened last night. Being a monk is not a trivial matter. If it's related to you, how can I face Elder Shi at this rate? Ning Xi suddenly felt guilty. Actually, quite a lot happened last night. Did she try too hard to get her message clearly across to him? Regardless, it would not have reached the point that he would decide to become a monk immediately. Grandfather, where are you now? She queried, hearing chanting in the background. I'm at the Fahua temple right now. Shiqing's grandfather and parents are here as well. Xiao Shi, please come over as I can't explain everything to you over the phone clearly. All right, I'll be right there. After she hung up, Ning Xi gave Lu Tingxiao an alarmed look. The devil's attack sure packed a great punch of destructive power. Shiqing is going to become a monk. Ning Xi nodded and stood up to leave. Yes, and it seems like it was because of me. I need to go to Fahua Temple at once. I'll go with you. Forget it. What if he does something even more insane after he sees you? Ning Xi said bitterly. I'll send you to the entrance of the temple. But you'll be late for work. Nothing much is happening in the morning. Just a meeting which I can get Jingli to attend on behalf of me instead. Lu Tingxiao was already calling Lu Jingli as he said this. Lu Jingli's cheerful voice answered the phone. Hello, bro. What's up so early in the morning? Oh, did something happen? Haha. I can't attend the meeting later. Please attend it in my stead, Lu Tingxiao said calmly. Lu Jingli's happiness was suddenly deflated. Can't you go? What happened last night? Did you and Xiao Shi? Shiqing is going to become a monk now, and I need to go to Fahua Temple with Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao's reply stopped Lu Jingli's wild imagination in its tracks. What? Lu Jingli gasped in shock. Become a monk? Are you kidding me? Lu Jingli still could not believe what he had just heard. This latest development was a gossip's fantasy. Most importantly, how could he be left out in such an important moment? He quickly gave his manager a call and have him hold the meeting instead. Then he sped off to Fahua Temple. Chapter 593. He's fallen in love. At Fahua Temple, Lu Tingxiao waited in the car with little treasure while Ning Xi rushed to her grandfather. She avoided the morning crowd and walked directly to the backyard of the temple. Then she saw a familiar silhouette standing together with a middle-aged couple. They should be Shiqing's parents, she thought to herself. Grandfather, Xiao Shi, come over here. Ning Ziyuan quickly called out to her granddaughter. Grandfather Shi, Uncle, Auntie. Ning Xi greeted them, feeling apprehensive. The three Shi family members welcomed her warmly. Mother, she even held Ning Xi's hands as if she was their savior. She gushed, Are you Xiao Shi? You look like a really obedient and filial child. Shiqing has been telling us all about you after you got back. Ning Xi was surprised by the praises coming from his mother as she had expected a good scolding instead. Please don't be afraid, my dear. Your grandfather was overreacting over the phone just now. We all know that this matter is not related to you. Shiqing told us last night that he felt the both of you are better suited as friends. With a huge internal whoosh, Ning Xi felt relieved and guilty at the same time. She was suspecting that Shiqing had spilt the beans about their deal, but he had not said anything and even praised her instead. Damn it. She had hoped that he was just another rich playboy since she could handle them better, but... Mother, she continued to hold her hands as she said with tearful red eyes. We didn't really mean to trouble you here. It's just that we've thought of everything we could, but we still don't understand why he decided to become a monk. So we asked you to come here as our last hope. From his tone last night, I can see that he really bears a torch for you, so I think he might just listen to you. Would you please persuade Shiqing for me? Elder, she spoke up. Bears a torch? Uft. I bet that boy has fallen in love with Xiao Shi instead of just admiring her. He rejected me when I first told him that I have arranged a blind date for him, but his attitude took a 180-degree turn when he knew it was Xiao Shi I was setting him up with. Then, why did he say Xiao Shi wasn't his type and that they were better suited as friends? Mother, she asked in confusion. Father, she vocalized his thoughts. Our son is a passive chap. He'd never compete with anyone. Moreover, he's been learning about Buddhism since he was young, making him even less competitive. I bet he realized that Xiao Shi had no special feelings for him whatsoever, so he chose to hide his real feelings inside. The elders started making their own assumptions without waiting for Ning Xi's explanation. Mother Xi agreed with Father Xi's analysis. Tingxiao might really resort to this solution after all that. It does sound plausible. Father Xi said, his voice on edge, I've been worried that this would happen one day since he has been obsessed with studying Buddhism. I should have stopped him earlier while I could. Chapter 594. Changed totally. As elder Xi was going to lecture his son about his inappropriate words about Buddhism, he stopped when he thought of his grandson's current situation. Albeit being a religious Buddhist, he still could not accept his grandson becoming a monk. From the conversation between his parents and his grandfather, Ning Xi found out why Shi Shiqing was such a nice person. They were all kind people, comforting her instead of blaming her or scolding her right away, which was what she had expected. This made Ning Xi felt even guiltier. It would not sit well with her if she was the actual reason Shi Shiqing decided to become a monk. She was doubtful earlier, but from their conversation earlier and how they could not think of any other reason for his sudden decision, then it might just boil down to last night's incident. Well, since I'm already here, I don't have much confidence, but I'll try my best, all right? Ning Xi told them. Mother Xi was very grateful, and she squeezed Ning Xi's hands. That's great, Xiao Xi. Thank you. Father Xi's expression softened. You don't have to pressure yourself too much. His decision isn't related to you anyway, but just give it a try. They tried to conceal their intense worry when comforting Ning Xi since she was now their only hope left. Ning Xi took a deep breath and walked towards the room Shi Shiqing was in. Ning Xuan mumbled, let's hope that Xiao Xi can really persuade Shiqing. He was actually not confident at all. Shiqing looked really determined, and probably nothing could deter him even if his reason for becoming a monk was related to Ning Xi. Ning Xi finally reached the room. Following a path of mossy green pebbles, there was a quiet yard where flowers bloomed amongst lush bamboo plants, and Zen seemed to be gentle, dynamic energy flowing around. The door to the room was opened, and a curtain billowed in the wind. The air was silent, but not stifling still, as if it was a different world compared to the outside. Ning Xi went up to the entrance and hesitated a little. Then she lifted the curtain up. Through the window, Shi Shiqing sat quietly behind a screen full of Buddhist scriptures with a scripture in his hands. He was obviously very focused on going through it. Despite wearing a suit, he already imbued the character of a monk's. Ning Xi realized that she actually felt frightened of this version of Shi Shiqing. It had just been one night. How did he suddenly change into such a different person? He was a clean-cut man before, but a worldly one. The Shi Shiqing before Ning Xi now seemed as if he had lost all his earthly desires. Ning Xi had a splitting headache throbbing. Shi Shiqing's situation was much direr than she had thought. She could not back out now. She had to take responsibility for what she had done, and the people outside were waiting for her. Chapter 595. Dear Lord, can you speak like a normal person? Ning Xi took a deep breath, then walked towards him. Shi Shiqing closed the scripture he was holding and looked up when he heard some footsteps. Shi Shiqing's eyes were tranquil. He did not react much even after he saw who had come in. Benefactress Ning. Ning Xi felt immensely helpless against him. He was so determined, even using benefactress to address her now. Ning Xi pinched the space between her eyebrows, sitting right across Shi Shiqing as she released a long sigh. Bro, what are you doing? Why have you suddenly decided to become a monk? I made this decision after quite a long consideration. If you, benefactress Ning, are here to persuade me, you may leave now. Is it because of me? Ning Xi asked directly. It was all my decision. It is unrelated to anyone. Ning Xi took a deep breath and probed further. May I know why? Even if it was because of what happened last night, when you found out that there's someone else whom I like, you don't have to go so far. This is too illogical. Everything is just momentary. A moment of heaven, a moment of hell, a moment of life, a moment of death. Ning Xi was on the verge of crying. Dear Lord, can you please speak like a normal person? She was feeling genuinely terrified. Benefactress Ning, if you feel guilty, you don't have to because it truly is my own decision, Shi Shiqing replied. What about your parents and your grandfather? Don't you care about them anymore? They've been with you through the years, and now you just suddenly decided to become a monk and desert them? This is my fate. They still have Shixian. Ning Xi recalled him mentioning that he had a younger brother. He really had everything well thought out, and was fully resolved to become a monk. My lord, Mr. Shi Qingqing, Can you please give it some more thought? Becoming a monk is not a trivial matter. 3 days. Just wait 3 more days to think it over. It's not too late to make your decision by then. Ning Xi tried to persuade him. I've already finalized my decision. Please return now, and from now on, you may address me by my Buddhist name, Yuanqing. Shi Shiqing gestured for her to exit the room. Yuanqing, Shi Shiqing. Why are you being so stubborn? Ning Xi's eyes were burning with rage and frustration. He looked so soft and gentle, but he sure was stubborn like an ox. She almost wanted to knock him out and bring him back by force. Shi Shiqing still did not move an inch, sitting in his place like an old rock. Ning Xi was already tired from all the talking, but she was still not able to persuade him. Suddenly, she got another phone call from her grandfather. Ning Xi went out of the room to pick up the call. Hello, grandfather. Xiaoxi, what took you so long? How did it go? Ning Xi's heart sank with disappointment in herself. I'm sorry, grandfather. I've tried my best, but it's not working. The elder sighed. Well, I expected this to happen. Come back here, Xiaoxi. Ning Xi ground out between her teeth. Don't worry, grandfather. Please wait for a little while. Go and find someplace to rest and have a meal. I'll try again. Okay, don't overexert yourself. And wait, Uncle Xi wants to talk to you. Chapter 596, nearly point blank. Father Xi was on the line now saying, just come back here, Xiaoxi. You don't understand Shiqing. While he may look soft on the outside, he won't compromise once he has decided on something. He really is that adamant. He's right, Xiaoxi. Don't push yourself too hard. We're not blaming you. It really isn't your fault, Mother Xi echoed, afraid that Ning Xi was putting all the blame on herself. Uncle, Auntie, I understand, but I won't back off until I've tried everything I can. Let me give it one more shot. Ning Xi's expression changed swiftly after she ended the call. Knocking him out and taking him back by force would not be the best solution. If Shi Shiqing was not going to change his mind, he would just leave after he waking up anyway. What should she do? At the same time, a black car was parked under a big tree near the temple. Tingxiao frowned as he checked the time on his phone. What's taking her so long? Jingli had already arrived to meet his brother. Tingxiao got out of the car to light a cigarette, looking impatient. Jingli scratched his head and tailed his brother. We can't just sit here and wait. Should we go in and see what's happening? I can't. Ugh. Okay. You're not the best person to go. You might make him go crazy again. Jingli mumbled. He then said, I'll go then. I'll just go and check on what's happening. It'd be really terrible if the Xis pressured Ning Xi and she's forced to tell them what actually happened last night. They might even force her to try and get together with Shi Shiqing for a little while. This was what Tingxiao had been worrying about. With Ning Xi's personality, if people from the Ning family went soft on her, she would definitely try everything she could to bring Shi Shiqing back. Bro, I'll go now. I'll let you know immediately if anything happens. I'll stop sister-in-law if she's going to try something risky. Jingli went in as Tingxiao kept silent. Little Treasure poked his little head out from the car and held up his writing board. Father, is there anything that I can help with? The little guy was actually going to cooperate after what happened last night. Tingxiao looked at his son with a loving gaze. Thank you, but you can't help me this time. The little bun looked down disappointedly. Ning Xi went back into the room once again. After asking around, Jingli quickly went to the Zen room. Shi Shiqing saw Ning Xi return, but he remained expressionless as if his world only consisted of him and the scripture book he was holding. There was only the Buddha in his heart, and he was completely determined to ascend towards the true meaning of Buddhism. Ning Xi stepped right in front of him and snatched his book of scripture out of his hands. As expected, Shi Shiqing was not angry and stayed calm in his seated position. Ning Xi tossed the book away and closed in on Shi Shiqing swiftly, one of her knee positioned beside his torso, an arm crossing over him and her face. A millimeter close to his, nearly at point blank. Shi Shiqing's eyebrows twitched ever so slightly. As he was about to say something, Ning Xi stole his chance as she pressed on his shoulder and held him down, using her body to envelope his at the same time. Chapter 597. Damn it, he was toppled. Outside the room, Jingli was just peeking in from the window when he saw this earth-shattering scene. Sister-in-law had actually flopped onto Shi Shiqing and made him topple over. In that moment, Jingli was so intimidated that his heart almost leaped out of him. What to do? What to do? Should he go in to stop them? Oh, What a classic combination. The monk devoid of worldly desires and the wild and unruly but alluring woman. He suddenly felt that they made an oddly good match. Damn it. If his brother ever found out that he had such a thought, he would definitely be a corpse. Not only did Ning Xi topple Shi Shiqing over, she also dragged her warm and slim fingers across his brow all the way to his lips and even inched closer towards him in a deliciously slow, torturous way. At this moment, Shi Shiqing was akin to a lake of stagnant water that suddenly met a storm. His entire body was rigid like a bow pulled to its maximum tension. His long fingers were balled tightly into a fist, and even his breath was out of rhythm, bordering on raggedy inhalations. As he watched Ning Xi's lips about to plant on him, he shut his eyes tightly as if in denial and tried to turn his head away slightly as blood rushed to his ears. Just as his entire being was being shaken to the core, he heard a cold voice beside his ear saying, "The bonds of the world are still there. Your 6 roots of sensations aren't pure and clean. Shi Shiqing, how can you become a monk? What kind of religious life are you trying to take refuge in? What kind of monk will you be? Aren't you afraid of contaminating Buddhist sacred grounds?" Upon hearing her bold statement, Shi Shiqing's boiling blood instantly cooled down, his face as pale as a ghost. Outside the window, Lu Jingli watched, starstruck. Wow, my sister-in-law is way too cool. He would never have thought of such an ingenious trick. Thank goodness he had not rushed in on impulse, or else he would have ruined her plans. Shi Shiqing opened up his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he did not utter a single word. He just opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish. Even when he had debated with Master Xianjing about Buddhism teachings, he had never lost. Yet, at this very moment, he was utterly speechless. Because he could not control his own heart. He could not control his feelings and his desire. As she watched Shi Shiqing trying to come to terms with his failure, Ning Xi squinted and prodded at him. What is it? Still in denial? Do you want me to continue? No. There's no need. Panic flashed across Shi Shiqing's eyes, and he looked miserable. You're right. My 6 roots of sensations are impure and corrupted. Ning Xi then got up and walked towards Shi Shiqing to offer her hand to help him up. Even though she was aware that her trick was cruel in nature, she knew that she had to be harsh to defeat Shi Shiqing in such a stubborn situation. At that moment, all serenity vanished from Shi Shiqing's face. He did not know how to describe his current feelings at all. No one, including Ning Xi, could understand why he would make such a rash decision. He had waited for 5 whole years before such an opportunity was unexpectedly presented before him. However, before he could properly appreciate it, the window of opportunity turned into a slab of concrete. If he had never had hope in the first place, maybe he would not feel such a dark cloud of despair. Even now he could still reminisce the moment he watched them hug and kiss each other, the kind of ache that tore his heart apart bubbling from within again. Then, he remembered that the man was the CEO of the Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao. Even though he had only met him once at the ribbon-cutting ceremony at Jade Treasury for its inaugural opening, he definitely recognized him. Had it been someone else, he might still stand a chance to compete for Ning Xi's affections, but it was Lu Tingxiao. Of all people, it had to be him. Before he could even do anything, he had already lost the battle miserably. Chapter 598. The Master drew her a flower. Coming from a wealthy family, he had never faced any obstacles since he was young. He never had anything he particularly desired either, because as long as he mentioned it, it would be his. This led to him developing a personality that neither fought nor begged for anything. Life, to him, seemed to be something that he was indifferent to. His existence in this world felt like an identity of an outsider's. Until Ning Xi's appearance, and her appearance once again 5 years later. It had completely shattered that layer which dissociated him with the world. It made him long for something for the first time. Precisely because it was too precious, he felt intense despair when he lost it. He had thought that in this lifetime, there was nothing else he wanted anymore. When he came to look for Master Xianjing and asked him to accept him as a disciple, Master Xianjing had even agreed to help him with the tonsure of his hair because his state of mind at that period of time was absolutely void of worldly temptations. But now, because of her single action, she had completed pulling him back into this dreadful worldly realm. Perhaps she really was his fated inexorable doom. Shi Shiqing's expression revealed hints of his compromise to accept his fate. Seeing Shi Shiqing's resignation, Ning Xi secretly let out an exhalation of relief, knowing that she had succeeded. Going home, Ning Xi looked at him with a tilt of her head. I have to go to speak to Master Xianjing. When Ning Xi heard this, alarms rang in her head. She quickly offered, I'll accompany you. She had finally managed to pull him back after so much effort. His talking to Master Xianjing might undo her hard work. Shi Shiqing wanted to tell her that there was no need, but by looking at the determination in her pair of fiery eyes, he could empathize with her concern, so he just let her tag along. In the hall, Master Xianjing seemed unsurprised by Shi Shiqing's arrival. However, when he saw Ning Xi behind him, his gaze became broody. Abbot, my apologies. This disciple of yours is not done with the worldly realm yet. My state of mind has not calmed down to a steady flow. I feel I don't have the right to be part of the monastery at this point in time. In front of the master himself, Ning Xi actually felt slightly guilty. After all, this was because of her cunning tricks. Aside from the fact that Shi Shiqing was not yet a monk, he was still at an age where, as a high-spirited young man, his state of mind was still fleeting. There were not many who could actually withstand such temptations in the world, especially if they had yet to experience them. Thankfully, Xianjing did not ask further or make any attempts of convincing him. Everything has been predestined. You may go now. Ning Xi watched this wise old monk in front of her and felt a little curious. Was this the fabled Master Xianjing? The one who gave that jade bead bracelet which had an affinity with her? She finally met the person himself. Now, if he could help her check on her luck, whether blessed or ill, that would be great. Perhaps it was best to forget it. To let a master of his level investigate her luck was no different than asking a legendary godlike character to wipe out a small village and to get rid of minions. Just then, Xianjing unexpectedly initiated the conversation. Young benefactress, is there anything I can help you with? Me? Since Xianjing had asked first, Ning Xi decided to be thick-skinned and just ask anyway. At most, she would just be rejected. Master, you really are observant. Indeed. Well, it's like this. I keep feeling restless recently. I wonder if, Master, you could offer me some words of wisdom. When Xianjing heard this, his bright eyes evaluated her briefly. Then he whispered something to the monk beside him. Soon after, that monk brought over a pen and paper. Then, Xianjing started to write on the paper with the calligraphy pen. After he finished, Ning Xi held up the paper to look and was stunned. The master had not written any words. Instead, he had drawn a flower. What could that possibly mean? Chapter 599, Life Without Flirting with Girls. Ning Xi had meant to clarify, but at that moment, a little monk ran over and reminded Xianjing that the Dharma assembly was about to start. Xianjing did not seem like he had any intention of explaining the meaning of his cryptic message. He immediately bade farewell to Shi Shiqing and Ning Xi before leaving quickly. Ning Xi could only turn to Shi Shiqing, confused. Mr. Xi, you ought to understand the master better than I do. Look at this flower he drew me. What could it mean? Shi Shiqing held up the paper and analyzed it closely, but he had no clue either. I cannot guess Abbott's thought process either. After he said that, Shi Shiqing expressed his surprise to her. Every day, many people asked the master similar questions, and every time, his answer would run along the lines that everything has been destined. Very unexpected of him to actually draw something personally for you. Ning Xi's mouth twitched as she softly mumbled. Well, if you put it like that, even though I feel honored, this flower is a little too mysterious, isn't it? Forget it. I'll go home and sleep on it. Just before they were leaving the hall, Shi Shiqing turned around and stared at the Buddha statue for quite a while. Ning Xi put her hand over his shoulders and firmly steered him around, not letting him look any longer. Hey, don't look anymore. What's so good about being a monk? You recite the Buddhist scripture every day, you can't drink or eat meat, you can't even get married. Next time, I'll treat you to drinks and prepare a carnivorous feast for you. I guarantee that you won't want to become a monk ever again. What's the difference between a life where you can't pick up girls and being a salted fish? Ning Xi was using all her brain juice to come up with endless reasons not to become a monk. Shi Shiqing finally stopped looking at the statue and faced her instead, with clear eyes reflecting nothing but her. After half a day of hard work, Ning Xi did not disappoint and brought Shishirqing home after all. At this moment, Mother Xi was silently crying at the hut. She had already lost hope of her son ever changing his mind. Father Xi looked troubled. Even though Elder Xi did not say anything, he was the most pressured of all the Xi family members. After all, the reason his grandson had such a determination to learn Buddhist teachings could be attributed to his influence. Why is this taking so long? Elder Ning anxiously looked out for the duo for half a day. Elder Xi sighed. Old Ning, tell Ning Xi to come back. We'll think of something again. In such a short time frame, what can we come up with? Mother Xi looked at the time, exclaiming, there's still another half an hour before Qingqing is going to go bald. Her fat drops of tears fell even faster. If my Qingqing really becomes a monk, I'll shave and become a nun too. Father Xi panicked at the sound of his and he admonished. You! What nonsense are you spewing? Such rubbish. How am I being nonsensical now? Our son's already becoming a monk. What more is there for me? So, you'll just stop caring for our other son, Shixian, and forget about me? The entire family was still debating anxiously when they suddenly saw someone walking over from the end of the corridor. Ning Xi was back. Mother Xi was about to console Ning Xi so she wouldn't feel too bad, but in the next second, they saw a familiar shadow trailing after her. It was her precious son. Mother Xi was instantly astonished. Then she cried in elation, Qingqing! Shiqing! Mother Xi, Grandfather Xi, and Elder Ning were surprised and happy to see Shiqing. However, uncertainty loomed in their hearts. Could this be their final meeting before he took the plunge to go bald? Until Shiqing walked in front of them and called out one by one. Father, Mother, Grandfather, Grandfather Ning. Wait, he had actually stopped saying, benefactor this, benefactor that. Chapter 600. Where's your humanity? Did this mean that he changed his mind and is not becoming a monk anymore? Mother Xi's eyes welled up. She could not hold it in anymore and started to hug her son and cry. Qingqing, you frightened me. Father Xi rejoiced as well and took Ning Xi's hands to say, Xiaoxi, thank you, thank you. If it hadn't been for Ning Xi, he would have lost both his wife and son to the monastery. Xi, how did you manage to advise Shiqing? Elder Xi asked emotionally. Yeah, Xiaoxi, Auntie really doesn't know how to thank you. Obviously, Ning Xi could not tell them outright how she did it. So she quickly waved her hand and coughed. Uncle, Auntie, Grandfather Xi, I didn't actually do anything. When I went there, Mr. Xi had already been moved by your bits of advice. All of it was your doing, not mine. Sweet child, you're too humble. Mother. She looked at the girl in front of her with her bright eyes, pearly white teeth, and simple dressing. The more she looked at her, the more she liked what she saw. In fact, no one could move her son with any advice. Yet, this girl had done it. It only confirmed that her son's feelings towards this girl were definitely out of the ordinary. If she could matchmake the two of them, then she would not have to worry about her son having any thoughts of becoming a monk again. Xiaoxi, come to our house for dinner tonight. No matter what, this time I must thank you properly. Elder Xi nodded firmly. This is a must. Elder Ning observed the mannerisms of the Xi family, knowing what they were thinking, and he naturally was happy about it as well. At the same time, in the black car outside the Buddhist temple. Bro, I'm back. Don't worry, sister-in-law has settled everything in her majorly cool way. All unscathed, Lu Jingli intentionally put on a relaxed grin and spoke as if nothing odd had happened as he reported to his brother. However, when Lu Tingxiao's unpredictable eyes shot a look at him, Lu Jingli shuddered for no reason. What is it, bro? He really held on to sealing his steadfast lips and did not blurt anything. Lu Tingxiao's eyes squinted, his gaze piercing through one's soul. He asked quietly, all left unscathed? Oh yeah, what's wrong? Lu Jingli said innocently. Tell me the truth. The air around Lu Tingxiao suddenly stilled. Lu Jingli blinked his eyes and said in the sincerest tone, Bro, I'm telling the truth. Sister-in-law did not agree to any of Shiqing's unreasonable requests at all. The truth about last night didn't even come out. Isn't this deemed leaving unscathed? Haha. How could he tell the truth and dig his own grave? From an outsider's point of view, Ning Xi's trick was smart and cool, but to Lu Tingxiao, that would definitely be seen as a lightning strike that could level an entire city. The worst thing was that he had not stopped her in time because he was stunned by what he had seen. Just this one scene he witnessed could send him to death 100 times. Don't let me ask a second time. The moment Lu Tingxiao warned him, the air pressure dropped, and it felt like the instant before a tornado hits. Initially, he did not want to think too much about it, but he knew Lu Jingli too well. The calmer the man seemed, the higher the plausibility was that something had happened. In fact, it most likely was not something small. Lu Jingli had seen Lu Tingxiao in a similar current situation once, many years ago. That was when Lu Tingxiao had rearranged the entire family's internal structure and questioned everyone to find out who was the mole. Even the mole lost it on the spot when confronted with his quaking anger. Lu Jingli trembled as he thought to himself, "Damn it, I am your biological brother. Do you have to use that style of criminal interrogation with me? Where's your humanity?" Chapter 601. Exclusively for Ani Xiaoxi. Forget it. Ever since sister-in-law appeared, he was not in the mood to play anymore. Just as Lu Jingli was silently throwing daggered insults at him, Lu Tingxiao continued focusing his pressuring aura on his brother. Little Treasure was concentrating on his drawing, oblivious to all that was happening around him. Facing his brother's cool gaze, Lu Jingli felt his goosebumps rise as his entire body shivered. Damn it, he couldn't hold on anymore. Sister-in-law really didn't do anything. She just toppled Shi Shiqing over to tease him a little. Then, Shi Shiqing obviously couldn't control himself. He immediately blushed so hard. Sister-in-law grabbed the opportunity to trigger him by saying that his thoughts were not pure enough, that he would contaminate the sacredness of Buddhism, and that he was not suitable to become a monk. Lu Jingli spat everything out honestly. If the devil Lu really knew sorcery, the glass on these car windows would have shattered by then, and there would be a complete devastation of the land within a 100-meter radius. Lu Jingli was so frightened that his heart was about to stop. He silently hugged the only one outside of the storm, Little Treasure, for protection. Little Treasure was just focused on drawing and had not heard what Lu Jingli said. When he felt his second uncle suddenly hug him, his little face frowned. Then he looked down to scribble a line of words on his writing board. Exclusively for Ani Xiaoxi. He meant to say, "Yours truly is exclusive for Ani Xiaoxi only. You cannot simply hug me." Lu Jingli looked at the line of words in disbelief. Oh, why is the entire world hurting me? Because Lu Tingxiao and the rest were still waiting for her, Ning Xi politely declined the Xi family's invitation to dinner. Despite knowing that she might possibly be putting herself in a difficult situation, she promised that she would go over the next time. "I'm back. Everything is settled. Let's go." The moment Ning Xi tugged the car door open, Lu Jingli, who was threatened by his brother and despised by Little Treasure, immediately lamented. "Sister-in-law, the both of them are bullying me." "Haha, sister-in-law. It seems that if I don't beat you up, you would never regain your memory." Ning Xi started to evilly crack her knuckles. Lu Jingli instantly felt lambasted and he peered out of the window, mumbling, "This heartless world. I too want to become a monk and be done with everything." Ning Xi ignored him as she took out the flower Master Xianjing had drawn for her and started examining it. Lu Jingli was immediately attracted to the thing in Ning Xi's hand. He exclaimed, "Sis, bro Xi, what's this? A flower? Did Shi Shiqing give it to you? What nonsense. This is Master Xianjing's message to me." "Huh? This is obviously a flower." Lu Jingli indicated that his eyes were not blind. Ning Xi turned the flower around repeatedly, but still could not see anything. Sigh, Master is such a master. I don't understand what the meaning of this is at all. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She quickly popped her head over the shotgun seat and said, "Big boss, you're so knowledgeable. You must know something about this. Help me take a look." The girl's head randomly appeared beside his ear, her warm breath lingering and penetrating Lu Tingxiao's shield of cool aura. He took the piece of paper to look closely, and after a while, he frowned slightly. "Why did Abbott offer you a word?" Ning Xi scratched her head. "I just simply asked. I said that recently I felt restless, and if he could offer me some wisdom or something. Then, he drew this flower and gave it to me without saying what it meant. He couldn't possibly be complimenting me on my beauty, could he?" It was indeed difficult to guess the meaning within the strange flower. Even Lu Tingxiao could not immediately think of what it could mean. Chapter 602. Find someone to marry. That was when Lu Jingli looked over and said with a surprised expression, "Is this very hard to fathom? Master Xianjing's thoughts are so obvious." "Obvious? What's obvious?" Ning Xi was confused, although Lu Jingli's thought process was unlike the run-of-the-mill person. Lu Jingli blinked. Look for yourself. The question you asked was probably about good or ill luck, and what Master Xianjing drew was a peach blossom. Isn't this obvious that you recently have misfortune in romance? Ning Xi stuttered. Romanced misfortune. Lu Tingxiao was speechless. Lu Jingli looked innocently. Did I say something wrong? Ning Xi's face darkened. What you said makes a lot of sense. She stayed silent as she could not say anything more. It started to make more sense to her. She really did have signs of romance misfortunes recently. Even Lu Tingxiao thought it added up. Ning Xi looked miserable as she tore at her hair. Uft. Can it be? Then what should I do? Master didn't tell me a way how to resolve this. Should I go back and ask? Do you still need to ask the master about this? You should just ask me. The way to resolve this is obviously to find someone to get married to. Then, you wouldn't have romance anymore. Lu Jingli said this matter-of-factly as he stared at his brother's cool expression. He added on meaningfully. This is like the legendary adage of killing hundreds of flowers after they blossom. Ning Xi looked awful. Marriage? Hey, doesn't that mean there's no solution then? Uft. Lu Jingli, I actually believed your nonsense. Who said this was definitely romance misfortune? This is obviously a peach blossom. If it's not referring to calamity in romance, then what else could it be? Ning Xi shot him an annoyed look. Can it be luck in romance? Lu Jingli laughed and mumbled. If this meant you have luck in romance, then it would be my brother's misfortune. In fact, it's a life and death kind of misfortune. At that moment, Ning Xi's phone rang, indicating that she had a new message. Ning Xi was still thinking about what the flower meant as she absent-mindedly looked at her phone, and after a look, she almost dropped her phone. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? What just frightened you so much? Lu Jingli asked weakly. Ning Xi's face had turned pale as if she had just seen a ghost. Lu Tingxiao frowned and looked over too. Ning Xi held her head, feeling lightheaded from the message. She wanted to knock her head against Lu Jingli. This harbinger of doom. I'm afraid I really must be facing some misfortune in romance now. After a while, Ning Xi forced herself to breathe deeply. She turned to Lu Tingxiao to say, Big boss, I have an emergency I have to deal with. I might not be able to go home tonight. Can you take care of little treasure for tonight? When will you be back? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi did not know what to answer. I'm not sure. If I can be quick, tomorrow morning. If I'm late, it might be the day after tomorrow. Whatever it is, the moment I'm done, I will immediately call to let you know. Then, she hugged the little treasure tightly in her arms. Baby, Ani has some things to do, and I have to leave for a while. Be good and listen to your father, okay? Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl protectively. I'll send you. There's no need. I'll go myself. Ning Xi obviously did not want to say any more, so she rushed out of the car in a panicked frenzy. Lu Tingxiao watched Ning Xi's silhouette leave with a gaze that became increasingly heavy. Chapter 603. First Senior Brother and all that. What did that message say? I've never seen sister-in-law this afraid. Could it be something dangerous? Lu Jingli sighed. Too bad. I didn't sneak a peek just now. When he said that, the little bun on the side instantly perked up his ears, then wrote on his board. Danger? Lu Jingli quickly thought of something and asked the little bun, Little treasure, did you see what Ani Xiaoxi's message said? If you know, you must tell your father and second uncle, because it's very important. I'm worried your Ani Xiaoxi might really be in danger. Little treasure looked at Lu Tingxiao uncertainly. Lu Tingxiao nodded. This time, Lu Jingli had not said nonsense. Ning Xi did leave in an alarm. Once he knew Ani Xiaoxi might be in danger, Little Treasure immediately looked down and started to write. Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli looked over nervously. Little Treasure very quickly wrote the entire message content. Meet on the rooftop tonight. First Senior Brother. Whoa. First Senior Brother and all that. And even planning to meet up on the rooftop. Jesus, it can't really be some misfortune in romance, could it? That's not right. If that was the case, Ning Xi could just not go. Why did she rush over? Lu Jingli felt that something was amiss, but he had no idea what. Just as he was mumbling in suspicion, he looked up to see his brother's face in the rear view. Mirror.it was at the peak of scariness. It was 1,000 times scarier than when he heard Ning Xi use the seduction trick on Shi Shiqing. He was bottling his emotions in, but it looked like it was ready to explode. Bro, what is it? Is something wrong? Looking at Lu Tingxiao's expression, Lu Jingli felt a little guilty. Lu Tingxiao did not say anything and made a call instead. When Lu Jingli saw the name of the person he was calling, he was shocked. Wow, why did his brother contact Genie Wei for? Could Ning Xi really be in danger? Looks like there was only one possibility. First senior brother was a dangerous person. Could it be related to the person they had been investigating recently? After that, Lu Tingxiao made a second phone call, and very quickly, the butler rushed over and took Little Treasure away. As soon as Little Treasure was taken away, Lu Tingxiao immediately floored the accelerator and the car flew like an arrow. Lu Jingli, who was sitting at the back, almost vomited. Oh, bro, your biological brother is still in the car. At the same time, Ning Xi tore back to Regal Riveria. When she reached, she did not even swing by home, directly taking the elevator to the highest floor. Then, she climbed up the stairs, pushed open the door, and went up to the roof. Tang Ye's message only specified a vague timing of tonight, so she was not sure exactly what time either. Just to be safe, Ning Xi had rushed over as early as possible, then she sat on the ground alone with her thoughts. Worry started to build. First senior brother actually came to look for her. The senior who always remained in town with the organization and rarely left actually came to look for her personally in China. That itself was enough to frighten Ning Xi. What did the first senior brother come to China for the last time? Right. It was to execute an S-level mission. Then what about this time? He came a long way here. What was it for? Ning Xi waited from dusk till the moon came up. The roof was quiet. Not a single movement could be detected. Ning Xi was about to suspect that this was a prank. If this message was from second senior brother, it could be a prank. But this was first senior brother, so there was no way she was being fooled. He was really going to come. And so she waited. Chapter 604. Never thought of her as a girl. At the same time, below Ning Xi's building in a corner with an unobscured view. A black Maybach was parked quietly not too far away, and a small team of armed forces were on standby, ready to attack any time. As night fell, the air seemed to have frozen, everyone's hearts tensed. In the dark corner, Cheng Feng's phone suddenly rang. He was in the middle of an important mission and did not want to pick up, but once he saw who was calling, he picked it up. Hello, what's up? Bro phone, I heard you were on a mission. Why didn't you call me? Xiao asked. Xiongji's voice added. And me. Obviously, the two of them were together at the moment. Cheng Feng pinched the space between his brows. The mission this time is related to Miss Ning. Are you too sure you want to join? There was silence from the other end of the phone. Then, Xiao and Xiongji replied at the same time. Yes. Cheng Feng raised his brows slightly in pleasant surprise. It's good that the both of you have come to understand. However, because of your performance the last time, there is no way the boss would let you two join such missions again. Then what do we do? Zhao's constricted voice questioned. Damn it, protecting the lady boss. Was there a more important mission than this one? Much to their chagrin, they were being excluded. What was the difference from being thrown into the cold cellar? Cheng Feng sighed. He knew that he would definitely regret it one day. Bro Feng, help us beg the boss. Xiongji pleaded. Cheng Feng looked helplessly and budged a little. I don't have such capabilities, but I can direct you guys to a possible solution. If you want to beg someone, then you should ask for Miss Ning's help. Xiao hesitated. Would that work? There's no way she would help us. Xiongji is not too bad, but the last time, he had offended the lady boss horribly. Miss Ning is actually really kind. She's very soft-hearted. If the both of you speak nicely to her, she would agree. I still have something to do here, so I can't talk much. Let's leave. At that. Cheng Feng was afraid of getting distracted and affecting tonight's mission, so he quickly hung up. He did not want to follow after Xiao and Xiongji's footsteps. He had no idea what huge issue was happening tonight that made the big boss so nervous. At that moment, in Lu Tingxiao's car, the screen in the middle was a live footage of the situation on the rooftop. Because it was infrared surveillance, they had night vision to their advantage. Apart from the slightly dim light, he could still see Ning Xi's tensed expression as she lay on the terrace, waiting. Her hair billowed messily in the night wind, and a never-before-seen solemnness was etched all over her face. Another 2 hours went by, only another half an hour before it would be 12 midnight. The message content had said, tonight. So shouldn't the person they were waiting for make his appearance soon? If the other person actually came. On the rooftop, Ning Xi's impatience was running out to the point that she wanted to curse. God damn it. This was really asking for it. Couldn't he have given a more concrete time? Didn't he know that making a girl wait is not very gentlemanlike? Fine. These guys have never thought of her as a girl anyway. The worst thing was that even though First Senior Brother could have contacted her, she had no way of chasing him for time. It was always a one-way contact when it came to First Senior's brother. No phone could reach him, and messages sent would not be received by him. Chapter 605. Little Junior Sister, long time no see. Time passed by slowly in minutes and seconds. Ning Xi already lost count of the times she checked her watch. She looked down and saw 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds. My God, he didn't flake on her, did he? It was only 7 seconds away from the next day. Even if he rushed over here now, he definitely would not make it. Wasn't First Senior Brother the most punctual person? Tick-tock, tick-tock. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as the second hand was going to jump to midnight, a loud roar came from above her. At the same time, there was a tornado of dust eddying around her. Ning Xi's first reaction was, Jesus, what the hell? I wore a skirt today. Ning Xi used one hand to hold down her skirt, which was flapping wildly in the wind, as she looked up to the sky with squinted eyes. A helicopter landed from the sky and stopped 10 steps away from her. Ning Xi was speechless. Haha, this guy was deserving of being the First Senior Brother. He really was punctual to the dot. Below, in the black Maybach, Lu Jingli's eyes widened. Whoa, I kept looking on the road, but he actually came from the sky. Lu Tingxiao picked up the wireless walkie-talkie without a change in his expression and ordered everyone to be on standby. On the rooftop, the propeller circled several times before it finally came to a slow stop. The air regained its silence and the dust settled. Ning Xi released the edges of her skirt. Behind the helicopter was a huge lamp, which seemed to glare so much that she almost could not open her eyes. She could only vaguely see a clear shadow disembark from the helicopter, then walk towards her. Even though it was only 10 steps away, every step was like a thud on her heart, making her tremble with fear. She could not guess the First Senior Brother's motives at all, and that made her afraid. All she knew was that if Tang Yi was making a move by himself, then it must be an extremely serious and sticky matter. Ning Xi's gaze sharpened as she tried her best to prepare for anything that might occur, even expecting the worst. Finally, the man was only 5 steps away from her. Because he was so close now, Ning Xi could finally see his face clearly. He wore his signature gold-framed spectacles and looked proper and polite. However, just as one might be deceived by this facade, thinking he is a vulnerable scholar, one would pay the highest price. Just seeing that pair of spectacles made Ning Xi terrified, so much so that her calves and belly shuddered. This time it must be over. The First Senior Brother wasn't here to wipe her off the face of Earth, was he? For the past 1 year, she was busy with shooting films, so she did not have time to practice her skills at all. The last time she had only managed to execute Third Senior Sister's 100 moves. Even then, that was not accurate. Among all, her skills were already the worst. Even if she practiced, she would not be able to compare to First Senior Brother's single finger. Her combat capabilities and his were too different. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Ning Xi was already considering to immediately escape or just kneel to beg. That way, her chances of survival would be much higher. Finally, just as she was hesitating, Tang Yi was already standing in front of her. She had lost the chance to run away, leaving only the option to kneel down and beg now. Across her, the light danced across Tang Yi's spectacle. Little Junior Sister, long time no see. Chapter 606, S-Class Mission. The dropping of the pearls on the jade container made a clear, soothing sound. But to Ning Xi, they sounded as if they were voices straight from hell. Ning Xi took a deep breath and faced him face on, unable to keep herself calm, so she tried to play it cool. It's been a long time indeed. First Senior Brother, why are you here? For some reason, Tang Yi's face darkened upon hearing Ning Xi's question. Ning Xi was even more convicted of her prediction after she saw Tang Yi's expression change. After a short silence, Tang Yi said slowly, S-Class Mission. Ning Xi's face went pale. As she had expected, she probably would not live past that day. Had it been a year ago, it would not matter. Even if she was surrounded by a bunch of girls and she had to die in the next second, she would have regretted nothing. But now, she had her dreams, her career, her friends, little treasure, and also Tingxiao. Dying was definitely not on her to-do list. Not anytime soon. Particularly when she thought about little treasure who was waiting for her at home, her desire to live grew even stronger. First senior brother, are you really doing this to me? To someone of the same clan? Ning Xi tried to convince him. Tang Ye's eyebrows shot up as he remained silent and raised his hand. Just as Ning Xi was going through that nerve-wracking moment, two men came down from the helicopter upon Tang Ye's signal. Ning Xi frowned. What was happening? Did that beast overestimate her? Did he send not just first senior brother here, but even helpers to finish someone like her? Sweat broke out all over Ning Xi's forehead. She knew that it was useless to try convincing him anymore, so she started formulating a plan. At such a long distance, her chances of failing were high, but she still had to try. As Tang Yi turned around to look at the two men, Ning Xi swiftly bolted towards the exit. Before she could extend her legs into her third step, she felt something fall over her and then tighten around her waist. She looked down to see a noose tied around her, and before she knew it, she was yanked back to where she stood before. She rolled onto the floor, and they soon bound her up in rope. First senior brother was really getting better at tying people up. At the same time on the lower floor, Tingxiao saw a bound Ning Xi from the monitor screen, his finger anxiously hovering over the button of his communication device, preparing to issue the order anytime. Jingli ground his teeth in heightened nervousness. This guy on the rooftop was extremely bad news. Despite wearing a pair of glasses and looking so dapper, he had cruel intentions. Ning Xi looked at Tang Yi, who was holding the rope that bound her. First senior brother, aren't you overestimating me? Surely all of this is wasting too much resources to send you just to deal with someone like me. Tang Yi did not say anything and looked at her with a terrifying gaze. The two men beside him each held a long rectangular box and a palm-sized box. Tang Yi pushed up his sleeves and opened the boxes to check their contents. Chapter 607, Marry Me. The light was too glaring for Ning Xi to see the content of the boxes. She could only guess that there was some sort of weapon inside. After closely examining the contents, Tang Yi took the small box and retrieved something from the larger box, then walked towards her. Although Ning Xi was not good at combat, she was an expert in escaping, and she was already freeing herself as Tang Yi walked towards her. As she was about to break free, she suddenly froze. That was when she saw them. Neither a gun nor a knife. Not even any kind of weapon either. It was the largest bouquet of red roses she had ever seen. The roses still had water dew on them, as if they were freshly picked and put together, creating a perfectly round bunch of velvety red flowers. Ning Xi blinked and blinked again. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Was this his latest weapon? The master had said before that at the pinnacle, one would not require a weapon anymore. Even if it was just a branch, a leaf, or even a single petal, you could still use it to maim and kill. Within just a year, First Brother Senior was already at this level? Amazing. First Senior Brother, when did your assassination skills get this good? Ning Xi asked in despair, giving up on her plan to resist. Everything was futile in front of the true wielders of strength. All that was left waiting for her was death. Tang Yi started advancing nearer to her. He lowered himself and knelt down on one knee. Ning Xi felt awkward as she saw Tang Yi kneel down on one knee with a bouquet of roses in his hands. She did not know how to react. Question marks were written all over her face. First Senior Brother, is this your new stance? That's quite refreshing. First Senior Brother, let's calm down and talk. What do I need to do to have you spare my life? Master, Second Senior Brother, and Third Senior Sister cared about me so much, they would never forgive you. Ning Xi had no idea what she was talking about as she rattled on, trying to drag out what she thought were the last few minutes of her life. Tang Yi glanced at her and then opened the small box in the midst of her blabbering. A huge diamond ring was in the box, shimmering in all its glory from the reflection of the strong backlight. Ning Xi shut her eyes to shield them from the intense glare. She felt her heartbeat pick up even faster as she questioned, "Wow, is this some sort of new weapon? Marry me." Ning Xi was speechless. Everything, including the air, stopped moving. She swore that even her heart stopped beating that moment as her mind went blank. But she was not alone. Tingxiao had already pressed the button. Then he saw the man kneel in front of her, and he clearly lip-read what the man had said. Marry me. Both Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were shocked and speechless. Lu Jingli said with a stoic face, I feel like my knowledge and experience is being remodeled every day ever since I met sister-in-law. How exciting. Boss, your orders please. Boss, boss. Anxious voices called through the communication device. The boss was not sure what just happened as well. There was no reply. Chapter 608. Where's my knife? Ning Xi was dumbfounded by Tang Ye's shocker. First senior brother, are you too bored from honing your skills? She could not believe what was happening to her right now. But deep down, she knew that it was a fact. First senior brother was proposing to her, which was even more shocking than first senior brother trying to kill her. Tang Yi ignored Ning Xi's shocked expression and remained solemn. He then took a pink paper out and read it aloud in an emotionless, robotic tone. I'm willing to let you have my heart and my everything, but please spare me my eyes, for they enable me to see you. There is nothing in me that isn't conquered by you. You took the life of every part of me and brought along their death. If I still need to lose something else, please take it, but please spare my eyes, as they enabled me to see you. Ning Xi was confused. He sounded so odd. The tone of the poem sounded familiar. Could he have adopted the principle and culture of the company to write this? Could first senior brother have been pranked by someone? 1,000 possibilities flowed through Ning Xi's mind. First senior brother, may I know if this is the marriage proposal? Yes. Ning Xi frowned and looked lost. Tang Yi then quickly added, on behalf of Satan. Ning Xi was alarmed. She knew it. Ning Xi took a deep breath, her chest rising up and down. Don't tell me. Your so-called S-rank mission is to come here and propose to me in place of him. Yes. Damn it, where's my knife? Give me a knife. I'm going to kill him. Your reply, please. She had been scared to death, yet he still insisted for a reply. Ning Xi could not stand it anymore, anger starting to bubble from the pits of her stomach. First senior brother, are you sure you're proposing and not torturing me? And what makes you think that you can substitute someone for a proposal? Ridiculous. Your reply, please. Tang Yi repeated like a robot that was directed. I refuse. Ning Xi loosened herself from the rope at that moment. Reason, Tang Yi stated. Ning Xi exploded. Damn it. You made me wait a whole night and scared the soul out of me. Then you tie me up and propose? I've never seen such a special proposal before. Now, you dare to ask me for my reason of refusal? She saw Tang Yi click a pen after she finished her lecture. He had even brought a voice recording pen. Ning Xi's mouth twitched as she forcefully grabbed it from him and pressed on the recording button. She roared at it. No girl would ever like you and your stupidly low EQ. You can stay single forever. She felt slightly relieved after that. But then, she saw something that turned her blood cold. Tang Yi handed over the flowers and diamond rings to the two men. Then he raised his hands and slowly took off his gold-framed glasses. Ning Xi's heart leapt into her throat as she backed away in fear. First senior brother. We can talk. You don't need to take off your glasses. Chapter 609. Didn't second senior brother satisfy you? Everyone who was close to Tang Yi understood that once he took off his glasses and went into battle mode, he transformed into another persona. He would become an extremely dangerous being, pretty much a maniac. What's this? Are you trying to force me now? Listen to me. First senior brother, you can't force your way through. Ning Xi tried to persuade him. Tang Yi was like a walking weapon, but the Tang Yi sans his glasses was like an unsheathed sword. His eyes were full of bloodlust, and even the way he spoke was different. My dear junior sister, don't worry. I'm just going to test you. No, I refuse. Ning Xi yelled immediately as she shook her head vigorously. Trouble was coming one after another. Why did he suddenly want to fight her? Tang Yi ignored her and launched into his attack. Damn it. Are you for real? This was Tang Yi, not her third senior sister Feng Xiao. If she could take on 10 of his attacks or so, she would be considered doing well, but in her current state, having slacked off training for a year, she might only be able to just withstand 4 or 5 attacks. Ning Xi tried to defend herself while shouting at him. Calm down. First senior brother. Calm down. What's happening? Why are you so eager for a fight? Didn't second senior brother satisfy you? Tang Yi became even more violent after he heard her mention second senior brother. He snarled and aggressively came at her, as if he was a beast that was just released from his cage after a few hundred years of imprisonment. Ning Xi felt something was not right. First senior brother, what's going on? I can't take it anymore. Stop, I can't. Really, no more. Tang Ye's grip was already encasing her throat. She would be dead if he continued constricting her airways. Tang Yi was unstable at that moment. He was almost on the verge of going berserk and nearly failed to hold himself back. His sharp senses suddenly picked up some movement, and he glanced. Downstairs. He quickly let go of Ning Xi and put his glasses back on while Ning Xi was still petrified as she gasped to inhale the sweet air that she longed for. Ning Xi panted. First senior brother, what's the matter? Did anything happen to second senior brother? He's missing, Tang Yi replied curtly. The manic fire in his eyes extinguished after he put his glasses back on, and his stoic poker face returned, but there was an obvious depressive aura when he replied Ning Xi. What? Missing? Ning Xi was surprised. Second senior brother was talented and picked up everything very quickly. On the other hand, first senior brother was the exact opposite. He would train endlessly to the extreme to master certain skills. Only second senior brother could measure up to first senior brother. The combat warrior, first senior brother, always picked him to practice dueling with. With second senior brother's attitude and the way he learned so well without investing much effort, Tang Yi always chose to fight him again, and again. If there was a way to describe their relationship, it would be that they wanted to kill each other out of love. Naturally, if second senior brother was not around, the juniors would be picked to become first senior brother's practice partner. Like what just happened today. Chapter 610, Wild. How did he suddenly go missing? Ning Xi frowned. No wonder first senior brother was so desperate for a fight, even when she was clearly lacking training and would be no challenge to defeat at all. But knowing second senior brother, wasn't it normal for him to go missing for a few days? It's not unusual for him to not show up for a few weeks, Ning Xi told Tang Yi. In the organization, she was the closest person to second senior brother. He always brought her around to do crazy things like extreme sports. Him not behaving wildly would be odd. At that point, she felt that her master was indeed very wise. When he adopted second senior brother, he had christened him Tang Lang, fitting indeed. Half a year, Tang Yi replied her. What? Half a year? That long? Ning Xi was startled. That does seem a little too long. Was there no news about him in these past few months? Nope. Tang Yi was about to ask Ning Xi if she had been contacting Tang Lang, but from her reaction, he knew she had not. Could it be that something has happened to him? Ning, she mumbled worriedly. Tang Lang was an arrogant fellow and loved to cause trouble everywhere. He was not lacking in enemies and probably would bump into one even if he just left his house to dispose of his trash. Even a random dog on the sidewalk would have probably been victimized by him before. He had better stay dead outside, Tang Yi said coldly. Ning Xi glanced at Tang Yi, not believing his cruel facade for a second. You're the one who'll miss him the most. A while ago, in a black car on the ground floor, Tingxiao's face remained unchanged, all emotions sealed within him. Bro, are you alright? Jingli asked anxiously. He seriously thought about finding someone to help his brother fend off these romantic rivals. Tingxiao was looking at the bright screen and instructed, Jingli, please stand by outside. Why? I don't want to. You're hiding something from me. Jingli frowned, acting petulantly like a child. Tingxiao looked at his brother sharply. Be good. Jingli was intimidated by his brother's simple words and alighted from the car, but he looked back at his brother with unease the moment he left the car. Tingxiao made a phone call after Jingli left. A lazy voice drawled, hello. Do it now. No words were spoken for a while. Then a whine came through. Boss, it's already quite a rush if I were to follow the timing we decided on earlier, and you want me to do it now? It's really tough on me. You've been torturing me lately. Tang Yi isn't there, Tingxiao said. Another short silence ensued before he answered, this time in a confident tone. It's impossible for Tang Yi to leave. Tingxiao turned on the video call and showed the other person the screen. On the screen, Tang Yi was kneeling on one knee in front of Ning Xi with a bouquet of roses in his hands. Chapter 611. Meet you at our old meeting spot in Philadelphia. After he saw the screen, the man was stunned. What the F*** CK? What's wrong with Tang Yi? Has he gone mad? Damn him, he's flirting with girls behind my back. Based on my calculations, you have 6 hours for him to travel back, Tingxiao reminded him and was about to turn off the video, but the man quickly stopped him. Wait. This girl looks familiar. Why does she look like my little junior sister? She really does look like her. Little junior sister in a girl's outfit. Boss, please give me a high-definition version for better clarity. All of a sudden, Tingxiao ended the call without hesitation. Tingxiao continued staring at the screen. The shot was taken from a distance, so there was no audio. He did not know what their conversation was about, but from Ning Xi's expression, she seemed to have rejected him. The two of them had suddenly fought in combat with each other, and then came down to a discussion. In the end, Tang Yi told Ning Xi, "If he contacts you, let me know immediately." It really was true love between them. Okay. Ning Xi nodded, then asked, "But how do I contact you? I can't call or message your number." "I'll give you permission to, but only a message a day." Ning Xi was speechless. This guy was even harder to contact than the emperor. Tang Yi raised his hand, and the helicopter behind him started whirring to life. Ning Xi held her skirt down as the wind churned all around her. Tang Yi stood there and stared at her as if he was examining an exotic creature. Ning Xi was confused. "First senior brother, what's wrong? Little junior sister, are you really a woman?" Tang Yi looked at her like one of the world's wonders. Ning Xi's face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot and ground out between her clenched teeth. "Don't you think your sentence doesn't make sense? How can your little junior sister be a man?" The girl in front of him donned a pink dress, with silky long hair whipping in the air, looking extremely feminine and surprisingly attractive. If he had not seen her picture in a female outfit before, he could not have possibly recognized her as Tang. She finally announced, "I'm leaving." However, before he stepped away, he turned around. "Can't you think about it?" He felt he should do more since it was an S-class mission after all. Ning Xi was wondering what he was going to say and did not expect this attempt of his. "No. Thanks, I would like to stay alive longer." Tang Yi nodded, agreeing with her point. Ning Xi was relieved to see Tang Yi finally leaving, but Tang Yi spoke further. "Satan asked me to tell you something." Ning Xi raised an eyebrow coolly. "What?" "I'll meet you at our old meeting spot a month later in Philadelphia." Tang Yi then boarded the helicopter without waiting for Ning Xi's response. The helicopter rose slowly, and the wind picked up. Ning Xi looked glumly at the departing helicopter. Damn it. She thought she could get away with this. There was more to it. How long was she going to suffer from this? Chapter 612. My brother went on a rampage. After Tang Yi left, Ning Xi felt pressured for a whole month. As if she was just diagnosed with cancer by the doctor and was counting down the days till the Grim Reaper came for her. Meeting Tang Yi and meeting that person directly were two completely different matters altogether. There were many unpredictable events on this journey, and she had to go. Ning Xi passed the days by bringing little treasure to different places and having fun. She put all her effort into Spirit Studio and the promotion for the world. She also made sure to spend some time with her grandfather. The post-processing for the world was complete, and she now had to travel to various cities to promote the movie. Everyone with experience would know that promoting was much more exhausting than acting itself. Ning Xi and Zhao Xizhou were both busy, and they only went to a few main cities to promote it, but Ning Xi had to follow the crew and travel everywhere. In between promoting, she spent some of her precious time discussing with Gong Shangzi about the upcoming Golden Award competition. She was not keen on preparing herself for her new acting gig yet, as she was afraid that she might not be able to come back. She wished that she could have more time to spare, even skimping on her sleep to 4 to 5 hours every day. She simply had too much to do in this short 1 month. When Ning Xi just finished one of her road shows, she received a call from Lu Jingli. "Xiao Xi, why couldn't I reach you?" Lu Jingli asked urgently. "I was on the plane just now." "What's up?" "You have 10 seconds. Ning Xi said coldly. "Xiao Xi, are you possessed by my brother? Why are you talking like him?" Lu Jingli asked. "You have 7 more seconds." Lu Jingli was speechless. 5 more seconds. "Please help me, bro Xi. I know you've been really busy recently, but I wouldn't call you if it's not urgent." Lu Jingli quickly blurted out. "What happened?" Ning Xi asked. "My brother went on a rampage." Lu Jingli groaned. "What do you mean?" Ning Xi frowned. "Actually, this happened half a month ago. He has been acting weird ever since you went to Fahua Temple and convinced Shi Shiqing to turn away from monkhood." Fahua Temple. Ning Xi had been so overwhelmed with her last few weeks on Earth, and she almost forgot about the entire incident. In fact, she felt like it happened eons ago. "Yes, and I'm sorry, Bro Shi, there's been something I've hidden from you. Lu Jingli stuttered. What is it? Tell me quickly. I'm on my way to the studio to have some discussion with Gong Shangzi. It's the Golden Award competition tomorrow. Ning Xi pressed him. My brother found out about what you did to Shi Shiqing in the temple. Lu Jingli divulged swiftly. Ning Xi was speechless. Then, she roared into her phone. Why would your brother know about it? Lu Jingli. Did you rat me out? You told him, didn't you? Ning Xi would strangle him to death across the line if she could. Lu Jingli quickly explained. I was going to check on the situation, but he figured it out himself that you'd seduce Shi Shiqing, so I could only tell him the truth. In the end, tragedy broke out. My brother has been in hell mode since that day. Not only that, there's one more thing. Chapter 613. Go and get me a bottle of wine. Ning Xi put her hand to her forehead and clenched her teeth. Lu Jingli, you idiot. Couldn't you just have denied it? She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. What else? That midnight, at the top floor of the Regal Riviera Hotel, my brother saw someone proposing to you. Ning Xi clamped her lips tightly together, not wanting to say anything. Could there possibly be anyone unluckier than her? This was one of her worst moments ever in her life. Everything was falling out of place. Murphy sure was going all out on her with his stupid law. Bro Shi, only you can do this. I can only rely on you now. Lu Jingli begged. There's no use. What can I do? Ning Xi said exasperatedly, flailing her hand into the air. Please help, Bro Shi. My brother is acting really weird lately. I hope that you can at least talk to him. I really wanted to share his burden, but he's not telling me anything. Lu Jingli sounded disappointed. Although Lu Tingxiao always looked cold, he was a really kind and caring person beneath that steely exterior. As his only brother, he had always been protected safely under Lu Tingxiao. Despite being strict with him, he would never let him be involved in anything dangerous. Behind Lu Corporation's achievements lies the abyss, and Lu Tingxiao was the one who handled it, and what Lu Jingli faced was just the glory. At the airport, Ning Xi inhaled deeply and looked at the time on her phone. She asked while flagging down a taxi, Where's your brother now? Lu Jingli quickly replied, In the office. Little Treasure's here too. Got it. I'll be there in half an hour. Ning Xi sent Gong Shangzi a message to let him know that she would be late. Then she hopped into a taxi and went on her way to the Lu Corporation. It was about half a month since she last saw Lu Tingxiao. If she only had a month left to live, what she wanted most, of course, would be to spend those precious moments with the person she loved. But she had too much to be done, and she did not dare to face Lu Tingxiao because she was afraid that she might not be able to control herself. The share prices of the Lu Corporation had been rocketing and major achievements of the company were announced one after another, so she thought that Lu Tingxiao was doing well. At the office, Ning Xi looked at the employees and saw everyone had dark circles under their eyes, looking as if they had just crawled out from the grave. Those achievements that were strewn across the business news surely came at a high price. Lu Jingli quickly pulled her to a corner when he saw her. Bro Shi, have you got a plan? Ning Xi looked at him expressionlessly. No. Lu Jingli's face went pale and he mumbled, Void is the world is void. I should go and become a monk as well. Then, I can go to the heavens instead of to hell. Ning Xi glared at him and stomped on his shoe. Go and get me a bottle of wine. What a troublemaker. Lu Jingli's eyes shone. Have you got a solution now? Ning Xi massaged her arms, which were stiff from the long period of sitting on the plane. Quickly. All right, just a moment. Lu Jingli came back with a bottle of wine. Bro Shi, the wine is here. Ning Xi took it over from Lu Jingli, opened it, and to his horror, poured it all over herself. Then, she drank a little and handed the bottle to him. Chapter 614. Boss, can I bribe you? Bro Shi, what are you doing? Lu Jingli asked weakly. Ning Xi had a terrifying expression on her face. She only uttered, Your brother. She then walked towards the CEO's office. Lu Jingli was speechless by the situation that had just unfolded. Brother? What was happening? Lu Jingli could only watch as Ning Xi went into the CEO's office, and he waited outside anxiously. The moment she got in, Little Treasure went up to her. She had not seen Little Treasure for a few days, as she had been traveling for the past 1 week. She kissed him and did not want to let go, but she remembered what she had to do. So she told him gently, Baby, can you go to your second uncle for a while? Spare me 10 minutes here. Little Treasure nodded obediently and went out to look for Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli was, nervously wringing his hands and pacing up and down nervously outside. 10 minutes, she said. Would that be enough? After Little Treasure went out, Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl with his stormy eyes, his real emotions barely showing through. You're back. The girl looked slimmer, and her aura was slightly different as well. It seemed colder than before, conflict flashing momentarily in her eyes. What did not change was his impulse to hug her right away. During that period of time, he thought about flying over to her place to see her even for a single glance, but he did not dare not to. He could not face her with the knowledge of what he had done behind her back. He knew that she was the love of his life, but he had still done something that might hurt her. Ning Xi put down her luggage and handbag, then took off her coat and walked towards Lu Tingxiao. As Ning Xi came closer, Lu Tingxiao's eyebrows furrowed, and he interrogated in a slightly unhappy tone. Did you drink? Yeah. You promised Little Treasure you'd cut down on alcohol. With such a thick, cloying stench of alcohol on her, she seemed to have drunk a lot. Ning Xi rested her palms on his table and grinned at him. Are you going to tell on me? The notches between his eyebrows deepened even more as Ning Xi displayed her indifference. If you don't take care of yourself, I might consider putting your current work on a halt. Ning Xi felt bitter about this man's unique way of showing his concern. She was probably going to die soon. So what was the point of taking care of herself? What was there left to ponder so much about? She should just let herself go and not bother concealing anything anymore. Lu Tingxiao seemed very upset. He picked up the phone and was about to call Ning Xi. Hello. Before Lu Tingxiao could continue any further, Ning Xi pressed down on the hang-up button and cut off the line. Then, much to his shock, she suddenly closed in and pressed her lips against his. Lu Tingxiao's hand froze with the dead dial tone still beeping on the phone. His expression was indescribable, and he was rigid as a statue. Ning Xi slowly backed away after a few seconds. She looked at him seductively with a blush creeping to the apples of her cheeks, and in an innocent tone, she said, Boss, can I bribe you? Chapter 615, I can't sleep. You're drunk, Lu Tingxiao declared as he broke out of his stupor and kept his composure. Boss, you haven't answered my question. Ning Xi refused to give up so easily, and her smoldering gaze made her act even more realistic. She wore a short black dress today, fully exposing her delicious skin and her luscious collarbones. Lu Tingxiao gulped as he averted his gaze from her and ordered coldly, We'll talk about this after you're sober. Go and take a nap in the lounge. Ning Xi felt annoyed. She put in so much effort into this. And now he was acting like a saint? You devil. If you are going to continue acting this way, you will never ever get laid. Ning Xi clenched her teeth and decided to take the game to the next level. Lu Tingxiao, I can't move. Carry me there. She even changed her way of addressing him, drawing out his name pleadingly. Lu Tingxiao's hand slipped, and he accidentally made a mark on the paper with his pen. He refused to look at her and dismissed her. Go on your own. Damn it. Ning Xi was really impatient now. Her time was precious. He could at least be kinder towards her. They had not met for such a long time, and he was treating her this coldly. Ning Xi took out her phone and pouted. Fine. I'll get someone else to carry me. Lu Tingxiao finally looked up and glanced at the screen of her phone. He saw Shi Shiqing's name. Before Ning Xi could put the phone to her ear, she suddenly felt herself floating away from the floor. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Lu Tingxiao's neck to keep her balance, and with a cunning look in her eyes, she tried her best not to grin. Lu Tingxiao's expression became even colder as he carried her to the lounge. Although he looked really unhappy, he put her down on the bed very gently. He then helped her to remove her shoes and pulled the sheets up to her chin, exposing only her palm-sized face, and spoke to her in a warning tone. Sleep. Ning Xi blinked her eyes and nodded like an obedient little child, but what she was about to do was the complete opposite. The moment Lu Tingxiao stood up, Ning Xi yanked his hand so hard that Lu Tingxiao lost his balance and ended up on the bed right beside her. To avoid him escaping, she crawled onto him and pinned him down, whining, I can't sleep, stay here with me. Lu Tingxiao was annoyed and asked in a low voice, Who gave you the wine? He was going to kill that person. In the meeting room, Lu Jingli, who was with Little Treasure, suddenly sneezed multiple times. Ugh, who's cursing me behind my back? He glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had passed, and he had no idea what was happening in the room. In order to ensure his own survival, however, He did not dare to peek, no matter how curious he was. He just suppressed his curiosity, and imaginary situations flew around in his head. He had no idea what Ning Xi was going to do and what would happen if she failed. Chapter 616. I switched it off. Any complaints? Ning Xi looked at the man and gently caressed his face. She ran her slender fingers along his high nose, his cold eyes, his thin lips. She wanted to remember his face, every inch of it, every angular surface, every stubble. Okay. She wanted him to accompany her even for just a little while longer. Even though he knew that she was not sober, he could not refuse her request. Okay. Ning Xi gave him a satisfied smile and closed her eyes in peace. But after a while, she peeked at him and whispered, I still can't fall asleep. Can you pretty please kiss me? Sleep. With a piercing look, Tingxiao pulled the sheets higher, covering her. Oh. Ning Xi was disappointed. Tingxiao softened when he saw Ning Xi's mournful eyes, and he kissed her on the forehead. As he was preparing to leave, the girl threw her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips, molding her lithe body as close as she could to his. It was not his first time kissing her. He had tried many methods to get closer to her before, but this was the first time she kissed him on her own accord. Tingxiao felt her sweet, gentle lips undulating against his as an indescribable feeling rose in him. His emotions ushered him to indulge in this sweetness, while his rationale practically yelled at him. Who did she think was she kissing, and who did she take him for? His rationale was straying further and further away, drowned out by the lust. At last, he hugged her and was going to take the lead, but she fell on his chest. Tingxiao panicked and quickly helped her up. Then he saw her fast asleep. Tingxiao was speechless. This girl acted all drunk and crazy, turned him on, and now she was asleep? Ning Xi was exhausted after a long flight. Even on the plane, she had been busy settling matters related to her studio to the point that she could even fall asleep while seducing the devil. Even she did not expect this herself. While she was in her slumberland, she faintly felt a feather-like sensation on her forehead which brushed downwards to her lips. At first, it hurt slightly, then it became gentler. Ning Xi slept soundly, and by the time she woke up, the sky was already dark. Ning Xi quickly sat up and turned on the table lamp. She checked the clock on the table. She had been sleeping for 2 hours. What the heck did Lu Jingli give her? Just one gulp of that wine, and down she went. How did I sleep for so long? She thought she would just take 10 minutes. She had a lot of things to work on, and she wondered if the studio tried calling her. Ning Xi quickly looked at her phone. Then she realized it was switched off. Damn, who switched off my phone? She had charged her phone fully not too long ago. It was impossible for it to run out of battery so soon. I switched it off. Any complaints? A cold voice suddenly came from the sofa opposite her. Ning Xi trembled at the voice. She slowly turned her head towards the man. No, nothing as you wish. Are you sober now? Tingxiao looked at her while closing his file. Yes, very sober. She knew he was going to get back at her now. Then, let's talk about your issues at work. As expected, Ning Xi remembered the last few moments before she had fallen asleep just now. Was it too late to continue seducing the devil now? Chapter 617. No bribing the boss. Look, Tingxiao handed the document to her. What is this? Ning Xi took it suspiciously. Working policy? Number 1. No working more than 6 hours a day. Isn't that too little? According to the law, the maximum is 8 working hours. As she mumbled, Tingxiao gave her a cold stare, so Ning Xi shut up and continued. Number 2. No overdrinking. Number 3. Eat 3 meals a day. Number 4. Finally, Ning Xi came to the last one. Number 10. No bribing the boss. Memorize them. Oh, under Tingxiao's supervision. Only after she had memorized all 10 of his commandments did he let her leave. She was chased out as if he was afraid that she might jump him again. Was she that terrifying? What she did was not completely an act. The effects from Lu Jingli's wine was pretty strong. Was the devil not concerned about her seducing Shi Shiqing? She was trying to make it up to him and make him feel better, but things escalated so quickly and went way out of her hands, and in the end, Ning Xi felt better though, as if she had taken some magical potion. She felt relieved from all her fatigue and stress, and even her steps became lighter. Come to think about it, it seemed like Tingxiao had comforted her instead of the other way round. She had given herself too much pressure. Things were not as bad as she had thought. If the person wanted to do something against her, he had had many chances earlier. He could have even wiped her out during Tang Ye's last visit. From her 1 year of absence, she knew that she was just an unimportant character. She vowed to settle it this time at the meeting. However, it would remind her of her old pathetic self by going there alone. It was not that she could not face Tang Yi or that person, it was her old self that she did not want to face. On the way to the studio, Ning Xi was about to call Gong Shangza when a call came in. Lu Jingli's excited voice came through. Bro Shi, bro Shi, bro Shi, bro Shi. Are you a broken CD player? My brother has returned to normal. Did you guys do it? Lu Jingli sniggered. He could only think of that possibility. Ning Xi's nostrils flared as she scolded him. Stop imagining things. Do you think your brother would act that fast? Lu Jingli had no words to reply. He would not have thought about it since Ning Xi had said it would take just 10 minutes. But in the end, Ning Xi had stayed in there for over 2 hours. 2 hours was not short. However, it seemed like an eternity for his brother who had been holding in for so long. Speaking of which, what kind of wine did you give me? It was an expensive one. It's known as the one shot down. Lu Jingli told her excitedly. What are you trying to do by giving me a whole bottle of that? I thought you'd give it to my brother and seduce him. So of course, I got you the best. Who'd have known that you would only drink a little and pour the rest all over yourself? He was not wrong. She really did seduce him, but not with the wine, you idiot. Chapter 618. Sis Shi, your boyfriend skills are amazing. After talking to Lu Jingli on the phone, Ning Xi was chatting to Little Treasure when a phone call from the studio came. Hello, Momo. Sis Shi. Something's wrong. Something happened to Gong Shangza. Come over quickly, the studio assistant urged, her voice laced with worry. Something has happened to Gong Shangza? What is it? He suddenly fainted. Ning Xi gasped. Why did he suddenly faint? Don't worry, I'm already on my way. I'll be there soon. That naughty child. He must have overworked himself. At Spirit Studio. The moment Ning Xi pushed the door open, she saw Gong Shangza's ashen face in the midst of a large pile of crumpled-up draft papers. The assistant, Han Momo, lay beside him, sobbing her eyes out. Sis Shi, you're finally here. Han Momo looked up at her as though her savior had just arrived. She said between sobs, I've called for the ambulance, but the hospital says that they're too busy and can't arrange for a vehicle to come over, and I alone can't seem to carry him. Ning Xi passed her bag and hand phone to the assistant, then bent over and immediately lifted the unconscious Gong Shangza by the waist before putting him on the sofa bed in the lounge area. Han Momo watched as Gong Shangza was practically being carried like a bride over the threshold, and her mouth turned into an O. She exclaimed, Sis Shi, your boyfriend skills are amazing. No, it's just your director who's so light. Didn't I assign you to take care of him? Why does he look like he's gotten scrawnier in the last few days? Ning Xi scowled. The assistant immediately looked guilty when she heard Ning Xi's comment. Sis Shi, I can't seem to advise him. You are probably unaware that although Gong Shangza is generally a docile man, once he started working, his entire attitude changes, and it's frightening. He practically turns from a monkey into a gorilla. If I make so much of a sound, he would shout at me furiously. I don't even dare to make any sound when I walk across the room, much less remind him to have his meals and rest. Sis Shi, I think it's best if you talk to Director Gong yourself. He only listens to you. From a monkey to a gorilla? Ning Xi was confused by the assistant's description, but agreed to her. Fine, I'll talk to him later. Then, she touched Gong Shangza's forehead. Indeed, it was burning. He has a slight fever. Momo, go to the pharmacy downstairs to buy some medicine for his fever. Okay, I'll go now. The assistant quickly ran down to get the medicine. Ning Xi and the assistant took care of him for a good part of the night before Gong Shangza finally woke up and tried to sit up. Boss, lie down, don't move. Ning Xi pushed him back down and glared at him sternly. What did I tell you right from the start? Your body is your most important asset. If you don't have your life anymore, what use would that be? Those who didn't know better would think that I'm a cruel boss who mistreats her employees. This was karma. She finally understood how Lu Tingxiao felt. It really was difficult to be a boss. No, you don't. I am willing to. Gong Shangza quickly responded. Even if you're willing, you still can't. I'm the boss, and you have to listen to me. Or else, you should just get another job. Ning Xi emphasized harshly. Gong Shangza immediately panicked. Boss, I won't do it again. Please don't say that. Seeing the youth's haggard appearance, Ning Xi sighed. Look at you. Can you still attend the competition tomorrow? Since we have already discussed the flow many times, I'll go over with Momo. You stay at home and rest well. Boss, I have to go? It's already the finale. I'm fine. I won't have to do much then. I only need to watch the models on stage to make sure they don't make any mistakes. Chapter 619. The biggest competition was himself. Gong Shangza persisted. Even though I have tried my best, but the likelihood of us winning this time is quite low. The award is so important this time around. I am sure that David will definitely choose my favorite work. Ning Xi's face darkened. To Gong Shangza, this was an arduous battle. Because his competition was not anyone else, it was himself. Don't worry, as long as you've done your best, that's enough. Even if you don't make it this time, there will be a next time and another next time. One day, you will definitely defeat your demons from the past. You have unlimited possibilities, while the other rival only has a pile of design drafts that will run out one day. There is nothing to be afraid of, Gong Shangza. Gong Shangza looked at the girl's shining eyes and felt recharged with gusto. He nodded at her confidently. Okay, rest well then. There's still a hard battle to fight tomorrow. The next day at the Golden Award venue. As the highest honorary award of Chinese fashion design, the venue was decorated luxuriously and had a magical vibe to it. The seats were hung a meter above the ground and the lights were divided into 5 colorful strobes, glowing onto the T-shaped stage that was inspired by Noah's Ark. Passes to the competition were hard to get since everyone present was well known within the fashion circle. Even Ning Xi received an invitation only because she was the owner of the studio which submission was shortlisted and not because she was a celebrity. Ning Xi walked in with Gong Shangza and Han Momo, poised. Just a few steps into the venue, they found that the path ahead of them had been blocked. The competition had yet to start, but the photographers and reporters were already crazily surrounding the hot designer, highly anticipated to take home the award, David. The shutters of their cameras clicked away, and they were scrambling to ask him questions. David, are you confident to win the award this time around? Everyone's saying that this Golden Award will definitely be yours. We heard that the last Golden Award winner, Teacher Li Ming, also predicted that you would take home the award. Is that true? This time, there are many seniors from the entertainment circle present, and a number of them are your fans. They are even wearing your designs here to support you today. Do you have anything to say about that? David looked overbearing and confident in his straight posture. Facing the reporters surrounding him, he looked calm as he answered, Every design is my heartfelt work. Naturally, I am confident about them. However, it is, after all, a competition, so we still need to leave it to the judges' evaluations. As for Teacher Li Ming, he is also a senior that I respect very much, and I thank him for his compliments. And, of course, not forgetting all the love from the beautiful ladies. When they heard this, Ning Xi and Gong Shangza didn't react, but Han Momo exploded. This person is so shameless. What heartfelt work? Whose heartfelt work is it really? When she was first hired, Han Momo did not know who Gong Shangza was. It was only after she saw his designs that she thought they looked familiar. Due to the fact that plagiarizers were deemed the scum of all designers in the world of design, she could not help but harp on Gong Shangza copying David's style and other malicious things. She started to look down on Gong Shangza. Despite his assistant's negativity then, Gong Shangza did not rebut at all, and he continued to design from dawn till dusk. After interacting with him over some time, she slowly realized that something was not right. Gong Shangza was practically designing with his life at stake. That did not seem like what a plagiarizer would have done. It was only after she bugged Ning Xi for a long time that she knew the ugly truth. Chapter 620. The most perfect work. No thanks to David. The doorway was blocked for over 10 minutes before the reporters finally dispersed to interview the other participants. Gong Shangza was an unfamiliar face to the industry. Plus, he wore a mask since he was not feeling well that day. So naturally, no one paid him any attention. Nevertheless, the trio was happy to be left alone by the media vultures, and they immediately rushed backstage to get prepared. When Gong Shangza passed by, David eyed his back suspiciously. However, he kept his gaze short and continued to chit-chat to the surrounding designers who were brown-nosing him. Backstage, models were busy getting dolled up, and some even walked around in their underwear only. There were many male designers and assistants present, but everyone was already used to it. Because this was a new situation to Gong Shangzi, some distress rose in his eyes. However, when he started to turn his focus on the clothes the models paraded, his hawk eyes shone brightly. Wow, so many models with such amazing figures. Even a girl like myself is drooling. Han Momo swallowed, her head whipping about to catch everyone in their glory. At that moment, a bold model walked towards their direction in skyscraper heels and snapped, "Move it! Don't block the way." The model who was getting changed in front of Gong Shangzi was shoved by her, and her dress was about to be stepped on. It was a good thing that Ning Xi was quick with her hands and feet. She grabbed the model by the waist and stabilized her as she wobbled. Not only would she have tripped, even the dress would have been ruined otherwise. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You almost ruined our dress." Han Momo was high-strung as she immediately pulled the offending model to a halt. The snobbish model looked at their outfit. Just a single glance was obvious that their design was close to David's. She instantly looked condescendingly at them and sneered. "Just a piece of junk that was so obviously ripped off. You'd best believe that I can disqualify you from the competition at the snap of my fingers. Move it." Han Momo wanted to argue, but then recognized her as the world-famous model, Angie. She was a familiar face in the industry and was closely connected to the organizers of the award. On an occasion such as today, insulting her was the last thing to do, so she could only purse her lips and suppress her anger. "Angie, dearest, come over quickly. It's time to change," someone called for her from afar. Angie immediately broke into a smile and walked over. "Oh my, Director David, this dress is unbelievably gorgeous. Isn't it? I told you so. You'll definitely love it." David clapped his hands in delight. I love it, all right. Only you can surprise me every time. No wonder even Teacher Lee said that the Golden Award will definitely be yours this time." Angie purred, then she looked over at Gong Shangzi and continued, "But the standards of the Golden Award is really deteriorating over the years. After all, how can a piece of work look like so similar to this too? Just now, someone wanted to pick a fight with me, but their dress was obviously a copy of your style. Way too funny." David adopted the attitude of an experienced professional and laughed generously. "Ha! The industry is like that. You'd best get used to it." Angie played around with the material of the outfit in her hand and fell deeper in love with it the more she looked at it. "Teacher David, you're amazing. Every dress you create is so different. You were practically born to design. You deserve Teacher Lee's praises. You're always getting copied, but no one can ever surpass you." The moment he saw the outfit in David's hands, Gong Shangzi instantly turned pale. "What's wrong, Director Gong?" Seeing Gong Shangzi not looking quite right, Han Momo quickly peered at him worriedly. Ning Xi frowned. "This David is really ruthless. He actually chose the same one." Gong Shangzi had mentioned that outfit to her before. She even remembered how thrilled and proud he looked when he mentioned that design. Chapter 621. Even if bitten, I will report. Gong Shangzi quavered as his hands trembled slightly. "That was a design from the peak of my inspiration, and it was my most perfect work. The theme of it is life, and there are 6 outfits from that series. David had just enough of them to use for this competition." Ning Xi wanted to console him, but Gong Shangzi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He consoled Ning Xi instead. "Boss, the competition is about to start. You go out first, I'll come after." Seeing his calm confidence, Ning Xi patted his shoulders. "Okay, call me if there's anything. Momo, you look after him well. If he's feeling sick or uncomfortable anywhere, immediately inform me." "Understood, Sis Xi. Even if Director bites me, I will be determined to report him to you." "Good, report all you want. Sis Xi will support you." Listening to the two of them, Gong Shangzi looked helplessly at them, but in his cold-blooded bones, he felt a ripple of warmth. He carefully took out the outfit for the competition, and his radiance beamed from his face. The competition was about to begin, and the venue was bustling with anticipation. After the reporters had finished interviewing the participants, they clamored to interview the famous names from the industry. Recently, The World was heavily promoted to be showing in theaters soon. As the main female character, the probability of exposé and topics about Ning Xi was naturally very high. Plus, just as David was the predicted winner of the Golden Award, Ning Xi was the owner of history, so most of the reporters had surrounded her. "Miss Ning, How did you discover David? Could you share your story with us? The reporters quickly asked what they thought would be the largest scoop for the public to feast on. Ning Xi smiled demurely and said, "If you really want to talk about being a good judge of talent, it's actually not me. My boyfriend first discovered David. It was only later on when I looked and decided that he was not too shabby, so after some discussion with him, we decided to invest." That's actually such an interesting story. That means you and your boyfriend are really connected telepathically. Even both your judgments are spot on. The world has yet to be released, but there is already so much attention given to it. The box offices will definitely sell well then. In fact, we heard that The World will be nominated for quite a few prestigious awards. Wow, Shuiluo, you've got a fantastic harvest this year, one of the more familiar reporters complimented. Ha. Yeah, I've even thought in advance about the headline for when Shuo wins the title. The reporters only went back to their seats when the host announced that the competition was going to begin. Ning Xi was slightly further from the main sitting area, leaning in a corner. While the host started her opening script, she had closed her eyes to rest for a while when suddenly an annoying voice was heard. Isn't this Ning Xi, the big star Ning Xi? Are you here to watch the competition too? Didn't you know that you need an entrance ticket for today? Be careful not to get chased out for crashing. The person who spoke was Li Yueling, and she was holding on to Ning Xiueluo's arm. Vexation from being disturbed flashed across Ning Xi's lazy eyes, and she slowly raised her gaze to look at Li Yueling, exaggerating with a shocked expression. "Miss Li, have you switched jobs to become part of security now?" Li Yueling was stunned. Then she shouted angrily, "You're the one who's the security guard." Ning Xi nodded like realization just dawned on her. "Oh, sorry. Turns out I'm being a busybody. I misunderstood. You?" Li Yueling sputtered in indignation. Ning Xiueluo reminded kindly. "Ning Xi, Yueling is just being nice. All the seats are reserved. You can't simply sit anywhere you like." Chapter 622. Wait for the results. Ning Xi just shut her eyes, weary to waste another second on these people. Li Yueling pulled Ning Xiueluo away and walked towards the VIP seats. "Forget her, since she will be the one embarrassed and not us. I can't believe she would dare to come to a place like this. Does she even know what fashion is?" Ning Xiueluo hesitated. Maybe she really did receive an invite. Li Yueli immediately said with a convinced expression, "No way. Today's seats are hard to come by. Even my mother only got it after begging from so many people. I almost couldn't accompany you here." Her relationship with Lu Jingli seems pretty good, Ning Xiueluo said intentionally. Li Yueling's face stiffened. "I don't think so. Otherwise, with Lu Jingli's capabilities, he could have definitely arranged a front row VIP seat. Why would she sit in a nook like that? These kind of people are simply disgusting. She's everywhere." She scoffed. "Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. Xiueluo, when the award ceremony is over later, let's go straight to the Royal Jazz Hotel. I've already booked a room for you guys to celebrate." Ning Xiueluo shot her an angry look. "We still don't know if we'll win the award." "Why don't you know? I've already asked around. Among the shortlisted works this time around, your designs are the most talked about one. The highest award must be yours." Then, she closed in towards Ning Xiueluo's ear mysteriously and said softly, "I've gotten my mom to inquire for you. The golden award this time is David's. Don't worry." Ning Xiueluo's eyes gleamed when she heard this, but she was still humble. "Best to talk after the results are out." As she said this, David took his seat too. Li Yueling immediately teased him. "Hey, our talent is here. After winning the award this time, tons of people will try to hire you, won't they? Beauty Li, look at you. My boss is the reincarnation of my parents. Even if I had wings to fly to the sky, I would never leave the boss." David had always been an opportunist, and his brown-nosing skills were top-notch. On the other side, Gong Shangzi and the assistant sat beside Ning Xi. "Everything settled?" Gong Shangzi nodded. He had done all he could. Now, he could only wait for the results. Very soon, the host's opening speech had ended and the competition officially began. On the T-shaped stage, after a round of the dazzling lights twinkling, the first participants' designs were paraded on stage. The screen displayed a lengthy paragraph by way of introduction. Yagyu, the winner of the 17th Chinese Fashion Golden Awards, member of the Chinese Fashion Designer Association, member of the Art of Fashion Council, previously granted the titles of Outstanding Fashion Designer and Top 10 Best Fashion Designers. Yagyu's theme was the 12 Chinese zodiac's totem elements, catching the attention of everyone. However, after a short burst of admiration, everyone immediately sensed that they seemed very familiar. Uft, even Yagyu is out of talented designers? This is obviously David's style. Since David made the Chinese style trendy, everyone started to follow suit with Chinese elements. It's so overdone. The point is that those people were intentional with their designs. Look closely and you will notice that they are all not outstanding. They completely missed David's natural flow and spontaneity. As Han Momo listened to the criticisms around her, she felt herself breaking out in cold sweat. Just impersonations were already abused like that. Wait till Director Gong's designs came out. How harshly would they be criticized? Chapter 623. Do your designs have to be so good? The trio watched the other participating designs patiently, and soon, it was finally their turn to display their pride and joy on stage. However, to their utter confusion, the next girl that strutted on stage was not their model, but another participant's. What's happening? Ning Xi stared incredulously. Han Momo quickly said, getting to her feet, I'll go backstage to ask. Very soon, Han Momo returned with tears welling up and said between pants, the organizers said that we have been rearranged to be the last to go on. When I asked them why, they actually dared to tell me that going last will be even better since we can be the finale. But the second from the last to be on stage is David. Our design is already very similar to theirs, and now they have intentionally put us right after them. Forget about winning any award. We will definitely be criticized to ashes. They had no doubt that this move was probably executed by that model, Angie. That woman was notorious in the industry for being rude and unreasonable. One wrong move, and she would stir trouble up for you. At last, it was Gong Shanze who consoled them nonchalantly. No problem. If my designs are really considered to be the work of plagiarism, the arrangement doesn't really matter anyway. The competition was based on points system on the spot. The 6 judges would total up an average score assigned to the design. Thus far, out of all the designs that had been presented, 5 of them had already received scores above 9. The competition was very tight among all of them, and tension was high. Unfortunately for Yagyu, even though he had put in a lot of thought to his work, he only received 7 points. It was apparent that the judges did not really like his mere following of the trend. At that moment, the venue suddenly burst into a frenzy of whoops of admiration and the rapid clicking of cameras. It was David's turn to shine. Even Ning Xi, Han Momo, and Gong Shanze himself were very fascinated by the models on stage. Of course, the most dazzling piece was worn by Angie. The long dress was loaded with flowers like the coming of spring, instantly giving the onlookers an energetic vibe. The vintage embroidery combined with modern dimensional tailoring worked to fuse the old and the new as well as the East and the West, successfully showing off the perfect merging of traditional culture and modern fashion. It also fully corresponded with the theme of life. With such an internationally acclaimed model as Angie, high-quality brocade material, and one of the finest silks in the world, the star piece stood out and dulled everything else. Ning Corporation sponsored the jewelry worn by the models, and the bling on them only served to highlight how avant-garde the line was. David's entire line could only be described with one word: perfect. Every dress made the crowd have the urge to buy it on the spot. The female celebrities and socialites already started to get their connections to order the clothing from the series. Even though it was Gong Shanze's design, Ning Xi was aware that the more the designs were praised, the worse Gong Shanze felt. Just as she was about to console him, she saw a huge and frightening burn mark on his hand. She asked sternly, "What's wrong with your hand?" Gong Shanze instantly shrunk. "Nothing. I was just not careful. You were just checking the pieces. How could you carelessly burn your hand like this?" "Momo, what happened?" Ning Xi turned to ask Momo with a threatening glare. Momo looked lost. She rambled, I don't know either. Just now, Director Gong said he had a little more to wrap up, so I came over to look for you first. I don't know what happened either." "Boss, it's really nothing." As they were talking, David's score was revealed. Han Momo looked at the score and was instantly filled with hopelessness. 9.9. Director Gong, should I praise you? Do your designs have to be so good? There's been so many designs out already, but there has never been such a high score. The highest score was only 9.6. You're just too much. Chapter 624, The Last Participant. Ning Xi did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like being too talented was also a frustration. Gong Shanz's work not only had a solid theme, it even included the appreciation of culture, making it perfect for a huge award like this. With such the team's strength and the best resources, it was no wonder the judges loved it. The applause in the venue was becoming increasingly thunderous, and half of the people offered David and Ning Xi a standing ovation in between congratulations. All the reporters had also turned their cameras towards him, ready to shoot the scene of him going up the stage to accept the coveted award. David looked delighted as he stood up and thanked everyone, launching into humble courtesy words. You all have held me in too high of a regard. This is the outcome of the entire team's efforts. Especially my boss, Miss Ning Xi. If not for her, there would not be the David you see today. Ning Xi smiled. Don't be so humble. You are the soul and core of our studio. Now that David had snagged such a huge award, Ning Xi would naturally be kinder in order to make him stay and be loyal to her. Just as David rearranged his outfit and was ready to step out to receive his award, the host suddenly announced, Everyone, please don't rush. We still have one last participant. What? There's one more? What's happening? Just give out the award already. Isn't this a waste of time? There's no choice. That's how competitions are. We're too impatient. Let's just wait for the entire show to finish. The results are set after all, and I could use this time to prepare the content for the interview later. When he heard the host, David stopped mid-step to the stage, and he looked slightly awkward. Then, he suddenly remembered that Angie had secretly told him that she moved the copycat to be the last. When he recalled this, he regained his good-natured expression and sat down again. When that participant's work appeared on stage, not only would it be a good opportunity to make him look better, he could also use the opportunity to shut down the other crazies who kept copying his trends, thus killing two birds with one stone. Ning Xi also did not seem rushed at all. After all, the award was already in the bag. The few participants who could be deemed any competition had already finished earlier, so what was left would just be a sideshow to elevate their performance. All the female celebrities and socialites present were cozying up to Ning Xi, while the designers surrounded David, and the cameras were solely focused on David. Even the judges had already started packing up and were preparing to leave. When the final participant's work came on stage, almost nobody paid it any attention. Gong Shanza did not seem very well. His fever had worsened while his breath began to come in ragged pants. The burn mark on his hand had not been treated either, probably because he kept hiding his pain. Ning Xi held him up as he was shaking unstably. Hold on for a little while more. We can go home very soon. She had wanted Momo to bring him home immediately, but she knew very well that he would definitely want to see the final outcome. She had seen Gong Shanz's participating design and was blown away by it. If life had not been presented, he definitely would win the first place. But with life going up before them, not only would they not bag any awards, they would even fail horribly. With a loud zap, the bright lights that were meant to complement the theme of life previously suddenly dimmed down. The music also changed into a low and deep tune, which was almost depressing, making those who listened to it feel uncomfortable. Chapter 625, Full Score 10 points. Shortly after the prologue, the music suddenly turned into a high and the venue started to turn dark. The first model then stepped out. The classic red gown was elegant and bedazzling, as if what was worn on her was not a dress, but a blood-red sun setting on the horizon. The details were a result of Gong Shanz's expertise with Chinese elements, such as traditional embroidery and cloud motifs. Even though it was very attractive, when compared to David's luxurious design earlier, it was practically a wallflower, even making the crowd tired of evaluating the aesthetics. Everyone present just skimmed a look at it before scoffing. However, when the dress came into the brighter area and its entire look was revealed, everyone's gaze was fixed onto it. Even Ning Xi was shocked herself. How? Gong Shanz's designs that he had submitted were still his originals. They were sunset, aurora, cherry blossom, waves, snowy forest, and starry night sky. 6 types of dresses carrying elements of nature as the color palette, supplemented by Chinese traditional techniques. However, What was special was that every dress had different degrees of burns. The trace of burns did not look like flaws. In fact, it unexpectedly displayed an unusually special decadent elegance, instantly stealing everyone's attention. After a while, everyone finally regained their senses and started clapping. The odd photographers used their keen skills and quickly aimed their cameras towards the stage. Oh wow, burn marks. The ones on that red dress are so beautiful. It gives me the feeling of a princess who is lonely but remains elegant. That sea blue mermaid dress is so gorgeous too. The tail has been burnt to almost nothing, but it's tragically beautiful. Makes me think of the tale of the Little Mermaid princess. So unique. But how did they think of this? More and more people started looking towards the stage, every one of them astonished. After a while, the screen flickered with the theme of the participating work, Nirvana. Brilliant. Too brilliant. One of the judges immediately stood up emotionally, holding his hand to his chest and tears welling up in his eyes. It is indeed a wonderful idea. It's been so long since we've seen such spirited work. Haha, this newbie's got guts. But I like it. Because of the way it was presented, everyone's attention was focused on how brilliant the theme was, and no one noticed the Chinese elements. Ning Xi was moved beyond words. No wonder Gong Shang's hand was burnt. He had actually. How much determination did he need to personally burn his? Hard work of more than half a month? Giving it life after death was deserving of the meaning of the designs and its new theme, Nirvana reincarnated. The host of the award ceremony came from a fashion design background. He stared at the last design for a long time before regaining his senses and remembering he had a job to do. He lightly coughed and said, "Up next, let's see the scores from our judges." One after another, the judges raised their scoreboards. The first judge, 10 points. The second judge, 10 points. The third judge, 10 points. There were 5 10 points in a row. Finally, it came to the last judge, Chu Guanyang, who had the reputation of being a picky Chinese designer. Earlier for David's work, he had given the lowest score. He had been a judge for the past 8 events and was famous for being stringent. He had never once given a full score. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chu Guanyang's hand. After a torturous wait, he slowly revealed his scoreboard. 10 points. Chapter 626. My baby Zay is awesome. 10 points. Our final contestant's score is a full 10 points. Oh my god, it really is 10 points. This is amazing. Even our strictest judge, Teacher Chu, gave full marks. This is unexpected. A dark horse has appeared at the end of our competition. The host was really excited. Han Momo screamed from her seat and hugged Gong Shangza tightly. 10 points. It's 10 points. Wow. This is unbelievable. Director Gong, you're really amazing. I'm going to be a die-hard fan of yours from now on. Ning Xi gave Gong Shangza a pat on his shoulder, beaming impressed. My baby Zay is awesome. After numerous rounds of fierce competition, our Golden Award winner has emerged. Now, we'd like to invite our last contestant, Mr. X, to come up to the stage and receive the prize. That's right, this contestant used an anonymous name to enter, and I'm really curious who this mysterious contestant is. The host was very experienced at stirring up the crowd and already started creating a hot topic for everyone to gossip about. Everyone at the scene started to return to their senses. Wow, what's happening? Who's X? Where did he come from? Who knows? The screen only says the design director from Spirit Studio and nothing else. Not even his real name. Spirit Studio? Who's the owner? I've never heard of it before. The competition allowed anonymous entries, and many people used pseudonyms as well. Ning Xi did not really delve further into it when Gong Shangza mentioned that he wanted to use a pseudonym for his entry. She let him decide, thinking that he probably wanted to only announce himself after he became successful, which was understandable. X, Han Momo thought for a while. Then she realized in excitement. Wow, X, Sis Shi, it's your initial, isn't it? Huh? My initial? Ning Xi did not think about it at all. Gong Shangza nodded shyly. Oh dear, my little baby is such a sweetheart. Ning Xi was genuinely touched. The moment the score was up, David stood up with his mouth quirking in fury, his veins visibly bulging out on his forehead. He was staring straight at the 6 dresses, and as he zoomed into the tiny details on the dresses carefully, his eyes were filled with fear. These designs were so familiar. especially how the details were handled. X. Could it be? No. Impossible. Gong Shangzi knew nothing aside from design, so he could not have possibly survived by himself. He did not even have a penny on him when he left. He was probably chased out by the landlord and begging on the streets by now. So how could he be back here participating in the Golden Award? Plus, he was a design major and would never do something as shady as this. How could it be? David lost. Li Yueling exclaimed in shock. It was just some outlandish work. David clenched his teeth in irate anger. Ning Xi did not care about the designs at all. She was only concerned about the results. She was embarrassed and glared at David coldly. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any problems? How could you lose to a nobody? Chapter 627. By one's capabilities. David clenched his teeth and hid his panic. I'll handle this, Ms. Ning, don't worry. He then signaled to a few people in the crowd. The few designers who had been relying on David's resources understood what he meant, and they started to complain. Objection. So one can win an award by plagiarizing another's design and burning it? Isn't it too easy? That's right. Anyone here could burn some clothes. Shouldn't everyone get a prize then? That was just some outlandish design. After the string of complaints was released, the other designers could not keep it down anymore. They might still be alright if they were to lose to David, but it was harsh on their pride to lose to a newbie, and they started to suspect the competition's fairness. What are the judges doing? Were they bribed? I'm disappointed. I didn't think Chu Guanyang would stoop this low as well. We want a rematch. The host was at a loss. He tried to calm the audience down, but failed awkwardly. Following David's planting of the complaints, chaos ensued. A few judges panicked and looked at Chu Guanyang. Teacher Chu, what do you think we should do? Should we reassess the designs? We were really surprised just now, but now that I look at it, awarding a full 10 points doesn't really seem appropriate. That's right. David has a big influence in the industry, and it might affect this award's reputation if we handle this badly. Chu Guanyang sneered at them. Are you guys okay? Who are the judges, us or them? If all of them were experts, then why are we needed here? And why are you guys even sitting up here? Just a few words are enough to change your decision. What kind of judge are you? The few judges were embarrassed and stopped talking. Later, Chu Guanyang picked up the microphone. Well, it seems like someone's questioning my judgment. That's because you're being really unfair this time. This is obviously plagiarism. Some random burning isn't enough to cover it up. Someone from the crowd expressed, full of rage. Chu Guanyang looked at the crowd coldly and declared expressionlessly. Firstly, all of you have been talking about plagiarism. But what's the definition of plagiarism? Chinese trends, traditional elements. Anyone can come up with these. This is a publicly available theme, not an exclusive design. It's based on one's capabilities to make it look exceptional. Secondly, can all of you burn it too? Did any of you think about it? Who thought about it? What did you do? Why didn't you do it before if you have thought about it? Chu Guanyang's question rendered the designers speechless. They realized they were being unreasonable. While it was true that anyone could do it, it was difficult to come up with the idea and execute it, which was why it caught everyone by surprise. Even if you say so, based on overall abilities, that anonymous X is nowhere near David, someone yelled out, still not convinced. Chu Guanyang used an even harsher tone and stared coldly into the crowd. As designers, all of you don't understand what you are doing. What is the purpose of this award? Chapter 628. Who is it? Chu Guanyang had a powerful aura, and the crowd murmured quietly. Fashion design. That's right, it's an award for fashion design. The most important part of this award isn't about the model, the materials, or the skills. It comes down to ideas and creativity. The Golden Award selects the best designer, not the best model, the most expensive materials, or the most famous designer. If it were based on those criteria, anyone can become a designer. Why would all of you be needed? As decoration. Chu Guanyang was really sharp-tongued. He did not hold back at all. Everyone could not look at him straight in the eye. He then stared at David's direction and loudly stated, "The Golden Award has been organized for the 23rd year in a row. Our processes are transparent and will not be affected by any third parties. It was like this in the past, it is how it is now, and how it will be continued in the future. We detest those who try to manipulate the results. Anyone is welcome to oversee our judging process." His words were clearly meant to criticize David's behavior for attempting to change the results using his power and network. Anyone could easily imagine that a new designer from an unknown studio could not possibly bribe all 6 judges, while David was forcing the judges to change the result in his favor. Suddenly, the other contestants and photographers saw the sense in what Chu Guanyang was saying. They all looked at David critically. Chu Guanyang is right. The designers who were voicing out their opinions just now were trying to look for trouble. Even laymen like us were surprised. How could you say the design was bad? I've always felt that David was too arrogant. What's wrong with following the Chinese trend? Even if it was trending because of him, he was not the first one to create it. It's just as Teacher Chu said, anyone can do it. He made it sound like he invented it, and anyone who follows is plagiarizing him. The award he expected to fall into his lap just disappeared. Of course, he'd panic. Do you know how much this award can bring to him? It makes sense. Most of the awards are so superficial nowadays, but Golden Award is one of the more prestigious ones. After Chu Guanyang spoke up, the other judges who panicked from the uproar started to calm down. They then explained their reasoning behind the score they assigned, and a unanimous conclusion was made. With that, all of us decided that this Golden Award goes to Designer X from Spirit Studio. A thunderous round of applause roared throughout the venue. Some of the invited female celebrities were really excited. The fashion industry was used to quick changes. As soon as a fresh new design was presented, it instantly caught their attention and everyone would want to get their hands on a piece of it. The celebrities who were gathering around Ning Xi just now were now waiting to see who this mysterious designer was. The host cleared his throat and invited. Now, we'll have Designer X to come up onto the stage. The female host was smiling with the trophy in her hands, expecting the designer to be a tall, handsome man. At that moment, everyone was looking around, curious to see who this dark horse was. Especially David, who could not suppress his abhorrence towards the winner. Who was it? It was impossible that he did not know such a person within the industry. Chapter 629. Is she even legal yet? When everyone was expecting Designer X to go on stage, something happened. Gong Shangzi passed out. He was already suffering from a fever before, toughing it out. Then he could not take it anymore. The host was urging for the mysterious designer to go on stage. Han Momo panicked. What to do now, sis she? Ning Xi touched Gong Shangzi's burning forehead and helped him to lean on her shoulder. I'll bring him to the hospital. You take the prize for him. Huh? Me? Han Momo was shocked, her jaw left hanging. In the end, Han Momo hopped up the stage like a bunny, almost tripping from her nervousness and outdoing everyone's expectations. In her outfit today, she wore a Lolita-style dress and looked like a cute Japanese doll. What the heck? Nirvana Reincarnated's designer is a little girl? This doesn't make sense. Such a grand style. Even if it's not a man, might as well be a grown woman. Is she even legal yet? You're Nirvana Reincarnated's designer, X? The host asked in surprise. Chu Guanyang raised his eyebrows and touched his chin to ask, are you here in someone else's stead? His instinct from his experience in the industry told him that. She was not the designer for Nirvana Reincarnated. Han Momo nodded and bowed to the audience politely. Everyone, I'm sorry, X isn't able to come today because he is not feeling well. I'm his assistant, and I'm here to receive the prize in his stead. Now that made sense. As everyone let out a sigh of relief, the mystery shrouding X intensified. The competition evening finally came to an end. Han Momo carefully held the trophy and sneaked out even before the journalists could come to her. All the attention was shifted to David and Ning Xi. Ms. Ning, history lost this time. Do you have anything to say? Was Chu Guanyang implying that you're trying to manipulate the competition's result? Director David, you've lost to someone even with your best design. How do you feel? David looked really unwell, and he did not know what to answer. Ning Xi's phone had been ringing nonstop after the competition results were out. They had lost a few $1 million in just a few minutes after some big customers canceled their reservations. The worst thing was that the unknown Spirit Studio could end up as their biggest competitor. David knew that things were bad just by looking at Ning Xi's expression. Miss, it's just a local award. It's nothing. Nothing. In just a few minutes, we've lost $5 million. Most importantly, how could she face everyone? People said she had good taste and had a treasure in her hands. Now, she did not win the prize and was even accused of controlling the competition results. David cursed internally. $5 million, so what? Remember how much we earned before. But he still spoke carefully. Ms. Ning, please believe me. The effect is just temporary. That designer has a similar style to mine, but we've already dominated the market. He can never take away our customers. He'd better not. Chapter 630. Woman, you're playing with fire. The next day, all the headlines in fashion news were about the dark horse that won the Golden Award. They brutally described David's awkward walk of shame and featured a picture of him getting up from his seat preparing to go up on stage for the prize. As always, the news was much more dramatic than your average gossip. New designer X storms Golden Award, a young girl. David defeated, the end of his era. Dark horse in the Golden Award, snatching the limelight. Who's behind the Spirit Studio? At Platinum Palace. It was the weekend, and Tingxiao was taking a day off. Ning Xi had promised to bring Little Treasure to the theme park, and he was up early, packing. Lu Jingli was still in his pajamas, but he was already waving the newspaper in front of his brother. Bro, look, Gong Shangza actually won the Golden Award. And with full marks. He totally dominated David. Sister-in-law is too powerful. She picked up a genius. Lu Tingxiao sipped his tea calmly, looking like he already knew. But what does the pseudonym X mean? Is it anything special? Gong Shangze? None of his initials is an X. Lu Jingli thought about it, and then it dawned on him. Ning Xi. Lu Jingli carefully glanced at his brother, quickly commenting, "This guy is really loyal," using his boss initial as the name. As they were talking, Butler Yuan escorted Ning Xi in. Lu Jingli stared at Ning Xi. "Xiao Xi, you're here? You're really dirty-minded." Ning Xi scowled at him. "What's wrong with you? How am I dirty-minded?" Lu Jingli pointed his fingers at the 6 dresses on the newspaper. "Your design theme." Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. "What are you talking about?" "Rebirth from the fire. It's such a positive theme." Lu Jingli gave her a suggestive look and said, "But I can only think of one thing." "What did you think of?" Ning Xi was not expecting anything good to come out of his mouth. Lu Jingli replied seriously, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Ning Xi was annoyed. She could not stand him anymore. "You're the dirty-minded one." She ignored him and went to Lu Tingxiao. "Boss, where's Little Treasure?" Little Treasure ran out as soon as he heard Ning Xi's voice. Ning Xi lifted him up. "Are you ready?" Little Treasure patted his bag, signaling that he was more than ready to go. "All right, then we'll go now." Ning Xi was traveling out of the country for a roadshow tomorrow. One of the areas she would be going to was America, and she planned to go Philadelphia, then to meet YS. Before she left, she wanted to have fun with Little Treasure. It's a weekend, and there'll be a lot of people. "Be careful," Lu Tingxiao reminded them from the sofa. Ning Xi held Little Treasure up and blinked. "Boss, aren't you not coming with us?" Lu Tingxiao was surprised, and he looked up from his documents. "You want me to go?" Usually, he would not disturb them when Ning Xi brought Little Treasure out since he thought that they might not have as much fun if they were with him, so he did not expect Ning Xi to ask him. Chapter 631. Lu Tingxiao, I like you. Ning Xi nodded honestly. "Yeah." But then, she remembered something. "Oh, there'll be quite a lot of people, and it's pretty childish." "Boss, if you don't like it then, I like it." Lu Tingxiao put down his documents instantly, standing up to take his coat from the hanger. Ning Xi's eyes shone. She had been afraid that Lu Tingxiao might not go and did not expect him to agree so easily. Little Treasure was a little closer to Lu Tingxiao now, so he was quite pleased to know that his father was going together. His eyes were gleaming with excitement. This was the first time he was going out with both Ani Xiaoxi and father together. Looking at the happy family, a dead fish lay on the sofa in despair. "Leaving me all alone again." Ning Xi patted Lu Jingli's head. "Be good and stay at home. I'll bring you back some candy." "Umph. Do you think I'm some kid? I don't want candy." Lu Jingli looked upset. "I want cotton candy. The rainbow-colored one." Ning Xi was speechless. The 3 of them reached the theme park by car. Because there would be a grand firework display happening at night, there were a lot of people today, mostly families and couples. "I'll hold Little Treasure," Lu Tingxiao said. Ning Xi was worried that Little Treasure might get squished in her arms, so she handed him over. "Okay." Lu Tingxiao held Little Treasure in one hand and guided Ning Xi's shoulder with another as they walked towards one of the attractions together. Lu Tingxiao liked the quiet. He hated this kind of environment with crowds, but he was not showing his discomfort at all. He accompanied Ning Xi and Little Treasure patiently the whole day. even cooperating and taking a lot of selfies with them. To Ning Xi's delight, he set one of it as his phone wallpaper. As the night fell, Tingxiao had little treasures bag on his back with a few zodiac masks hanging on his neck. In one hand were a few packets of snacks, while the other was holding the cotton candy Jingli asked for. He followed them around without any complaints at all. Quick, Tingxiao, let's go there. The firework display is going to start soon. Ning Xi held little treasure's hand and ran in front, but she came back after a while and clung onto Tingxiao's arm. Tingxiao looked at her in surprise. It was as if they were really a family. Finally, the fireworks show started. A bright light rose up from the horizon and exploded in the air with a boom, and the sky was beautifully lit up. Numerous fireworks started popping. During the fireworks show, Ning Xi turned her head towards the man standing beside her, looking at his side profile, which was illuminated by the fireworks. Tingxiao noticed her gaze and turned to her. Ning Xi opened her mouth and said something, but the sound of the fireworks was too loud for him to hear anything, so he gave her a confused look. Under the sky full of fireworks, she closed in and said it again. She repeated her words, although she knew he would not be able to hear it. Tingxiao, I like you. Chapter 632, Providing for Tingxiao. At night, after he had sent Ning Xi and Little Treasure back to the Regal Riviera Hotel, Tingxiao did not go home right away. He called Jingli and asked him to meet at a bar instead. Bro, you asked me out to a bar. I thought I was hallucinating. Under the dim light, Tingxiao's face was hidden in the shadows. There was a long silence before he spoke up. Is it possible? Possible? For Jingli was confused. Ning Xi might have fallen for someone else, Tingxiao said. Jingli opened his eyes wide. Huh? Who? Me? Jingli almost spat out the drink he just gulped. Why do you think so? Feels like it. Jingli scratched his head. Bro, did something happen today? There was a thick knot in between Tingxiao's brows. It seems like she said she likes me. What? Xiaoxi she said she likes you. Jingli recovered from his excitement after a while. Wait, why did you say seems like? During the fireworks show in the theme park, she said something to me, but it was too loud and I couldn't hear anything. Tingxiao frowned, as if trying very hard to remember. Jingli returned to his excited mode again. But you know how to read lips. So you understood. Reading lips isn't always 100% accurate, and the environment made it hard to focus. Most importantly, it just did not seem possible. He did not even notice the first time. When she said it the second time as she closed in on him, he did not really read her lips properly as well. He had just glanced a little, not daring to jump to conclusions. What made him suspicious was not what she said, but her eyes when she said it. Her eyes at that moment were so beautiful, as if they were speaking directly to his heart. From her eyes, he saw something he had never thought about before. Bro, why don't you test Xiaoxi after she returns? It was a rare occasion that Tingxiao agreed with Jingli's suggestion. He himself wanted to know the answer as well. The next day after they returned from the theme park, Ning Xi took an early morning flight out of the country. After several days of promoting the movie, she and the crew finally reached their last stop, Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. Because it was not one of the featured cities, most of the crew did not want to go as they were tired from the previous venues. The only actress with slightly more scenes in the movie who was willing to go was Ning Xi, and Guo Qixing was genuinely touched. She worked diligently without any complaints and was never one to snatch the limelight. He even had Ning Xi in mind for a new movie the following year and would like to have her as the main protagonist. For some reason, Jiang Mai decided to attend this last day of promotion since he only appeared at 1 or 2 events for the past few days. He slept through the whole flight. As he took off his sleeping mask, he saw Ning Xi was reading a script under a dim light and was speechless. Ning Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? Why are you working so hard? Ning Xi realized that they were going to take off soon, so she put her script away and glanced at Jiang Mai. How will I support Tingxiao if I don't work hard now? Jiang Mai was once again speechless. She wanted to provide for Tingxiao? Was that not too difficult a goal? Chapter 633. That woman has reached Philadelphia. Jiang Mai ignored his thoughts and mumbled. Then wouldn't my uncle have to wait until the day he dies? Shut up. Stop jinxing me. I'm telling the truth. It might still be possible to provide for me, though. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I like to challenge the impossible. Jiang Mai felt his heart ache when he looked at the girl as he knew she was being serious this time. He thought that she had already given up, but he had underestimated her. From the cowardly little girl she was, she now chose to be by his side. He had always thought that this girl was heartless. Now, he understood that she was not heartless. It was just not meant for him. Jiang Mai suppressed his feelings, and he gave her a pat on the shoulder. Do you want to go for a drink tonight? The best nightclubs in the world are in D.C. The United States had a wide social divide. There were extremely rich places like D.C., but there were ghost towns like Philadelphia too. I know you'll have other intentions. Ning Xi stared at him despicably. No, I want to sleep. Tomorrow was the promised day to meet YS, and she needed to prepare herself. The crew was leaving tomorrow afternoon. After some rest tonight, she would go to Philadelphia to meet YS early in the morning. Then she would be back by the time the crew had to leave. Ning Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? You're not even with him yet, and you're avoiding nightclubs already. Ning Xi shook her head. Those who don't have someone they like would never understand. How do you know that I don't have someone I like? Ah, there is someone. Who? A bastard. Perfect. A brat like you would need a bastard to hold you down. You? After the roadshow ended for the day, the whole crew went out to have fun. Ning Xi declined their invitation and went back to the hotel to sleep. At 5 a.m. in the morning, the alarm rang. Ning Xi opened her eyes, picked up her bag, and went on her way to Philadelphia. On the outskirts of Philadelphia, she went to a restaurant for breakfast, then changed her outfit in the washroom. By the time she came out, she was dressed in a male outfit. First Brother Senior had told her that their meeting point was one of their spots, an underground casino in the center of Philadelphia. She was familiar with Philadelphia because she had stayed here for a year before, but riots happened frequently here, and most of the buildings were rebuilt, causing her to lose her bearings. After a long while, she finally recognized some of the landmarks. Due to the government's effort, there were a lot of patrolling police cars on the street. The city looked much better than before without fights breaking out in the daytime. What Ning Xi did not know was that she was being watched the moment she had stepped into the States. Boss, that woman has reached Philadelphia. Really? On a leather sofa. A blond man with blue eyes seemed to be tucking his long hair under his ear, but there was nothing there. Both his ears were sliced off. It's true. I was worried that we might not be able to do anything in D.C., but some of our men saw her exit the hotel and come to Philadelphia. She's even changed into a male outfit, and we almost couldn't recognize her. But this proves one thing. Chapter 634. I'm a decent person now. As he spoke, he put down 2 pictures on the table. Ning Xi, Tang Xi. Both of them are the same person. But why isn't she with Satan? She also used another identity and stayed beside Lu Tingxiao. Interesting. Augustine touched his chin. Do you want me to check it out? His henchman asked. Augustine waved his hand impatiently. Nope, it doesn't matter. She's going to die here, today. The henchman was shocked. Boss, you want as she has ties with Satan. Because of her, Satan even had Tang Yi. Shut up. Augustine felt a burning pain at the spot his ears were sliced off as he felt humiliated and ordered them angrily. You dare defy my orders? No, sir. Get her alive. I'll let them see how I'll torture this woman to death. The man's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Had it not been for this woman, his plan would not have failed, and he would not have gotten himself into this situation without any alliance and any weapons. They cared a lot about this woman, and they would now taste the price of humiliating him. The henchman was really bothered, and he reminded Augustine again. If Satan finds out about this. Augustine sneered. That piece of crap is now hiding in the Straits of Malacca. By the time he finds out, the woman's body would already be rotting. Moreover, there will be people here to get us out tomorrow, so what are you afraid of? Don't you want to get revenge for Phiro and Alice? The henchman clenched his teeth. Okay, I'll bring more men over. That woman seems like a big trouble to deal with. Augustine pushed the scantily clad girl out of his arms. Wait, I'll go myself. After Ning Xi was clear of her direction, she did not go to the casino immediately, dodging into a small discreet shop instead. Sir, get me a Glock 17. She was not able to get the P226 Lu Tingxiao had given her through the customs, so she could only buy one here to defend herself. She did not feel secure enough to walk around here without a gun. In the shop, a fat man was cleaning a pile of bullets, and he did not even bother to raise his head. We don't deal with fresh customers. Sir, are you sure that I'm fresh? Ning Xi looked at him with a grin. The owner raised his head impatiently. After he realized who it was, his jowls trembling and the bullets in his hands fell onto the floor. He then crawled under the table and asked, Didn't you leave? Why are you back? He quickly looked behind her to see if there was anyone else. Ning Xi knew what he was looking at. This small little shop was one of the largest underground trading grounds. There were a lot of interesting items here, not just weapons, but also ancient medicine. She used to come here with second senior brother just to take items away from here. The owner would always get a headache whenever he saw them. Take whatever you want. The owner urged her quickly, not wanting her to stay any longer. Ning Xi walked around and picked up a gun herself. How much is it? No, I don't want your money. Just go. Ning Xi said unhappily, I can't do that. I'm a decent person now. Chapter 635, My lord, what do you want? The owner was on the verge of crying. My lord, what do you want? Ning Xi looked innocently at him. I want to pay. The owner did not dare to take her money and wrung his hands. I don't want it. I really don't want it. Ning Xi's temper flared. Damn it. I said I want to pay. I'll punch you. He was breaking her life principles. After a long while, the owner gave her a price and she paid the money, leaving satisfied. The owner looked at the money on the table and trembled. He did not expect that she would really pay. Fortunately, Ning Xi saw a taxi after she came out of the shop and flagged it down to take a ride straight to her destination. She closed her eyes and rested for a little. Then she heard a loud bang from the back of the car. Something had hit the car from the back very hard. People living in Philadelphia mostly had great instincts for trouble. The driver reacted quickly and ran away, abandoning his taxi after realizing something was not right. Ning Xi quickly followed and went out of the car. She thought that it was some riot or robbery happening, but she knew it was something more when 4 men came out from the car which had hit the taxi and surrounded her, all pointing their guns at her. It was a life-threatening situation. Ning Xi instinctively reached her hand to the gun on her hips. What happened? They were here for her. She had never seen these fair-skinned men before, and she did not remember causing any trouble on her way here. There was no way they could be her old enemies since none of them would dare to attack her in the day. Put down your gun. The leader wearing a black sleeveless shirt looked at her with scorn and snapped, quickly. The man seemed to know that she had a good aim, and he was being wary of her gun. He then released a shot near her foot as a warning. The other 3 men stared at her carefully, watching for any sudden movements. Bang! Dust rose from the ground beside Ning Xi's foot. Ning Xi understood that she was at a total disadvantage and she had no means to counter, so she clenched her teeth and tossed her gun away. The leader let out a short sigh of relief. Then he put up a ferocious expression. You witch, you killed my brothers. I'm going to take revenge for them today. I killed your brothers? Who are they? Are you mistaken? Ning Xi was confused and tried to get them to talk more, so she could assess the environment nearby. The man flew into a rage. Stop talking. Raise your hands and come over slowly. Suddenly, Ning Xi saw a police car pass by, and she felt really glad. No matter how fearsome these people were, they would not dare to oppose the police. As she was about to call for help, the police car came straight to them. The police in uniform walked over with a smile and acted really pally with the leader. What's going on, man? Not much, just some personal matter. Please help me to look out and not let anyone come near here. We don't want to hurt anyone innocent. Sure, no problem. Ning Xi looked at the police car in dismay as it went away. Not only was she not saved, but her escape route was also sealed off. Damn it, it seemed like these people were pretty influential. Chapter 636, You're Satan's Woman? The leader was impatient. Since he thought she had no means of attacking now, he signaled for his men to grab her. As they moved, 3 gunshots were fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 men went down in just a second. The leader looked at his men, his expression turning pale. He saw Ning Xi was holding a gun with smoke coming out of it, and she was now aiming at his head. Didn't you throw your gun away? The man looked at the gun on the floor in disbelief. It was still lying there. Ning Xi rolled her eyes like she was looking at an idiot. Who told you I only had 1 gun? She had bought 2. The leader was infuriated and cursed. F***CK. You cunning Asian. You're just too stupid. Ning Xi sneered at him. Who do you think is faster, you or I? The man's hand was trembling and sweat started to fall from his brow. He would not have been afraid if she was an average woman, but now he knew that this was Tingxiao. Rumor had it that she had the best gunmanship among the people around Satan. She took advantage of the stress the man was going through and fired a shot when she had the chance. Bang! The man reacted swiftly. He avoided his vitals being shot at and was hit on his shoulder instead, his gun clattering onto the floor. That was good enough for her to escape. She did not want to stay there any longer and just wanted to leave. Suddenly, there was the sound of many footsteps pattering. Dozens and dozens of armed men surrounded her. The leader who was shot was smugly grinning at ease now as he respectfully walked towards a blond man with blue eyes and addressed, "Boss." The blue-eyed man looked like the leader of everyone here. He expressionlessly glanced at the three bodies and his injured henchmen. The man had fair skin and a tall nose, blue eyes and long blonde hair, but his ears looked a little weird. A breeze blew and Ning Xi saw it clearly. The man had no ears. The man then looked at the helpless Ning Xi, giving her a creepy look. He used a tone matching his twisted expression and taunted, "Run. Why don't you continue running? Don't you Chinese have a saying? You don't follow the path to the heavens, yet you barge into the doorless hell." Ning Xi cursed at herself while looking at all the men around her. What was wrong with them? Did they prepare these many men just to catch her? Did they think that they were fighting a mob boss or something? Philadelphia was their old spot, but their main forces were moved to some other city. It seemed like this place was now controlled by this blonde man with blue eyes. She was now like a rat in a trap with no means to escape. What could she do? As she was thinking, the blonde man advanced towards her slowly and looked at her suggestively. "So, you're Satan's woman?" Chapter 637. Have a taste. When she heard what he said, only one word appeared in her mind. *T. She was just a nobody. How could she attract all these people on her own? Now, the culprit was clear. "No." Ning Xi replied instantly. The man gave her a cold smile and pinched her chin. "No? He broke off our alliance all because of you. My ears are gone because of his man Tang Yi as well." This man's ears were sliced by first senior brother? After hearing the man's bitter words, Ning Xi got an idea of what was happening. She remembered the last time she was here when she encountered the people in the abandoned arsenal when she was looking for Tingxiao. From Annie's message, she knew that these people were in an alliance with the organization, but the relationship had been destroyed because of this incident. After Ning Xi realized what had happened, she had a more serious expression on her face. If what she thought was true, she was going to end up dead here. It was no use denying her relationship with Satan here. She had killed this man's underling, and he would never let her go. That guy's woman, huh? I'd like to have a taste. The earless man dragged his finger down her neck and rubbed her skin suggestively, making Ning Xi disgusted. With a flash of reflected light, the man used a dagger and sliced through Ning Xi's shirt from the top of her collar. Ning Xi's coat and inner shirt were cut through and her fair skin was exposed. This looming view was even more seductive than her being nude, and all the men stared at her passionately. Ning Xi knew what they were thinking just by looking at them. She was surrounded. Her only gun had been taken away from her, and she had no means of protecting herself. She would end up dead anyway, so she might as well try. As the men were staring at her distractedly, she kicked the man's groin. Bang! A bullet went straight into her thigh, and she cried out in pain. She had reacted quickly enough and avoided it from entering her vitals. The man covered his attacked groin, embarrassed. "You really have a death wish." All the guns were aimed at her right now. She would be dead the moment the man gave his signal. Ning Xi looked at them coldly. Yes, she would rather die. The man realized what she was thinking, and he grabbed her by her hair, snarling, "You're not going to die so easily." The whole of Philadelphia was already under his control. He was king here. While Satan might not be able to get here because of the trouble he was having right now, even if he did come, he would end up dead here as well. No one could ever hope to help this woman escape. The man's gaze made Ning Xi uneasy, on top of the disgust and contempt she felt from his suggestive looks. Some cars passed by, and the drivers looked to see what was happening, as the road had been blocked, but their faces all went pale after realizing what was happening. Out of fear, they ignored Ning Xi's signal for help and zoomed off as quickly as they could. After her signals for help failed several times, Ning Xi gave up on expecting any passerby to save her. Chapter 638. How is this a romantic misfortune? Are you still expecting someone to come and save you? Mocked the man, looking at Ning Xi like his prey with a sardonic smile. The whole of Philadelphia is now under our control, so you'd better give up now. Any hope you have now will just add to your despair later on. The man told Ning Xi with a smirk on his face. Since her wish to live was being snuffed out, it was easy for her to seek death. Tens of guns aimed at Ning Xi, and she morbidly imagined the numerous holes which would riddle her body the moment the man gave his signal. The man was relaxed like a cat that caught the mouse. Ning Xi was an easy prey in his hands, one he would only eat after getting bored of playing with. Little girl, rest assured that we won't kill you soon. We will only torture you to death after we're done having fun with you. For now, our game has just begun. Ning Xi did not express any fear and acted exceptionally calm, making the man unhappy. He wanted to see Ning Xi beg him for forgiveness. Suddenly, Ning Xi mustered up her strength and struggled to break free of the man's grip. She shoved him and then ran away, limping. Ning Xi's thigh had been shot, so she ran slower than she wished she could, and blood was oozing out of her wound. Bang! Another gunshot was fired from behind her, the bullet ricocheting off the ground in front of Ning Xi, creating a powder storm of rocks and sand. Ning Xi clenched her teeth and powered through as if she was not afraid of death. The man used his right hand to hold the gun, which was still emitting smoke, as he said sourly, "Who gave you permission to shoot? There's no fun playing with a dead mouse. Plus, I have a lot of time today." "Boss, I understand. My bad." The henchman who fired the shot just now nodded fearfully. As they watched the woman's stumbling silhouette get away, the man patiently called after her, "Little girl, run. It's more fun that way. How exciting." Ha ha ha. The man's ear-piercing maniacal cackle haunted Ning Xi, echoing in the air. Sometime later, Ning Xi's right leg was becoming numb, and she slowed down even more. She turned to look over her shoulder and could not see any of them anymore. Night soon fell. Stars blanketed the sky, and the moon shone brightly. Ning Xi simply bandaged her leg with a strip of her shirt, and she had painstakingly removed the bullet by herself, but the pain remained. It was much more bearable now, though, compared to before. At least, her leg would still be functional after this. Ning Xi laughed bitterly at herself. Here she was, still worrying if her leg would be functional when she did not even know if she could get out of Philadelphia alive. She actually knew what was going to happen to her, but did not want to admit it. She already felt in her bones that something bad was going to happen, but this was 100 times worse than what she expected. How did her romantic misfortune turn into a death trap? Only people who gave up on worldly desires had no fear of death, but now she was afraid. Afraid that she would die. Chapter 639. Come to us on your own. She missed Little Treasure and Boss as well. Ning Xi took a deep breath and hugged herself. It was a chilly winter night in Philadelphia. Ning Xi looked helpless and lonely, but she still had a determined expression on her face. That man acted as the ruler of Philadelphia, thinking that nothing could escape him. He viewed her as a scared rat while he was the cat, even letting her go on purpose. She knew that even though she had escaped for now, her life was still on the line. She could not stop and rest on her laurels just yet. Ning Xi endured her fatigue and gnawing hunger and forced herself to keep moving forward. She thought about reporting the incident to the police, but that man apparently had ties with the Philadelphia Police Department, so she had to act carefully. No matter whether she was a rat or not, she had to hang on as long as she could. After all, no one would ever know if a miracle would happen at any moment. The night was quiet, and there was no one on the streets. Only some cars passed by. Occasionally, it might be a coincidence, but every time Ning Xi tried to go up to them for help, the cars would speed up and then vanish quickly. Ning Xi walked around aimlessly. Then suddenly she saw a light in the distance. She intuitively walked towards the brighter area. She found herself in a vast square. Ning Xi stopped. In the middle of the square were that man and his people. The man was surprised to see Ning Xi as well. He chuckled. "Little girl, I was thinking of letting you experience more despair, but you couldn't wait anymore and came to us on your own. I was just about to send my people to look for you." This man would never let Ning Xi escape. He had already set up armed men around the area to find her eventually, but here she was now. Ning Xi was calm at the moment, as if she was surrendering herself to them. The earless man walked up to her and grabbed her hair to lead her outside of the square. It was dead silent in the Philadelphian midnight. There was no one else aside from this man and his people. "Little girl, don't be impatient. I'll have sex with you right here and now, in front of them." "Isn't that exciting?" The man stressed, his eyes judging her like an evil serpent's. His men all shot her dirty looks, and they snickered cruelly together. Baby, I'll give you a chance. If you actually make me feel good, maybe, just maybe, I'll let you live. What do you think? The man licked his dry lips and started to close into Ning Xi. Before Ning Xi could say anything, the sounds of roaring motors came closer. A row of black cars appeared in front of them, revving loudly. Boss, those are not our people, warned one of the armed men. The man nodded indifferently, as he did not really deem a few cars as a threat to him. Chapter 640. Stay here forever. The car doors were flung open and several dozen men in black suits came out. Their leader was a middle-aged man who glanced over everyone, and his gaze rested on Augustine. Mr. Augustine, I think you've caught someone you shouldn't have, and done something you shouldn't have, the middle-aged man said, nodding at Augustine. Boss, they're Satan's men, whispered a man to Augustine in a nervous tone. Augustine did not need the reminder. He recognized this man as someone he had seen near Satan before. To his memory, this man was a tactician responsible for negotiations. Oh, I remember you. You're Feng Jin. Augustine looked at the middle-aged man and smiled coldly. You're right, Mr. Augustine. Feng Jin answered, remaining solemn. Ha ha. Interesting. So Satan didn't dare to come here himself, sending a dog to chat with me instead? He tried to provoke the man while pulling on Ning Xi's hair harder. Mr. Augustine, I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to talk to you. I'm just reminding you that if you don't let Tingxiao go now, the consequences would be dire. Augustine laughed at Feng Jin's words. The whole of Philadelphia was his turf now, and he could even utilize the entire police force in Philadelphia, not just these dozen men. Even if Satan was here himself, he would be dead. Suddenly, Augustine's expression darkened. You are in no position to talk to me, but since you're here, I'll do my best to welcome you. You can stay here, forever. As Augustine finished his sentence, hundreds of guns aimed in onto Feng Jin. Feng Jin was unfazed as he calmly said, Since you aren't going to take my advice, Mr. Augustine, then please accept the consequences. After he finished, he walked away from them, ignoring all the guns. In the next second, a dozen of black cars appeared everywhere, blocking all the escape routes. Augustine was caught off guard and he frowned a little, but he was calm soon after. He chortled. Is this what Satan is capable of? You want to face me with just these few people and the whole of Philadelphia? Augustine made a phone call and briefly instructed, Do it. Police sirens wailed nearby. The sirens broke the silence in the night, the number of police cars almost doubling the number of cars Feng Jin had brought. Ha ha ha. You guys make fine prey. The police department of Philadelphia was interested to check you guys out. I've already said that even if Satan came here personally, he'd have to die here. Hundreds of armed police officers surrounded them, all looking ferocious. The police force had tightly surrounded Feng Jin and his people. Looking at the number of uniformed officers, this was probably the whole of the Philadelphia's police force. Chapter 641. Even Satan has to follow orders obediently. A flash of insanity crossed Augustine's face. He had already said that at that very moment, he was the king of Philadelphia. Forget about Satan's dog. Even if Satan himself appeared here, he would have to die in Philadelphia. Feng Jin looked at the police cars that had them surrounded. The car doors were opened, and the police guns were pointed at his group through the wound-down car windows. The rest of the police force held up riot shields and blocked all the escape routes, executing the perfect plan to wipe out Feng Jin and his gang. Ha ha, these are all Satan's people. They won't surrender, so why don't you just kill them all? Augustine hinted to the brawny man behind him. That man understood and immediately looked at Feng Jin, who was among the surrounded crowd, and pulled the trigger. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound rang across the square. What shocked everyone was that Feng Jin, who was initially meant to be shot, was not harmed at all. Instead, it was the muscular man behind Augustine who was shot in the head, blood spurting out of the hole in his head. Just like that, that man's stiff body fell to the ground. A sniper. Augustine and the head of police beside him had an incredulous expression on their faces. They actually have snipers. Augustine's nostrils flared in anger. Snipers were very hard to avoid. Who'd have known that Feng Jin had planned for an ambush with snipers in the dark corners? No wonder they were so fearless. The head of the police opened his mouth like he wanted to say something. However, at that moment, a thunderous boom was heard, making everyone's eardrums ring with piercing silence in the aftermath. What's happening? Several police cars were crumpled by a strong force. When Augustine and the rest looked behind them, they saw a military tank. Wah! A military tank. The head of the police had his mouth opened in disbelief. On top of that tank were several machine guns, and behind it were armed men with various artillery. In just one glance, they really did look like a regular army. God damn it, it must be Satan. Destroy that tank. Augustine shouted angrily, certain that Satan was definitely in that armed tank. Boom, boom, boom. Following Augustine's orders, one roar after another was heard. Under everyone's horrified gazes, each of the militant tanks made their way over slowly and very soon. They were stacked up akin to a mountain. On top of every tank were terrifying machine guns armed by two fully equipped men. Mr. Augustine, earlier a certain someone said that you would take all the consequences upon yourself. Feng Jin looked at Augustine and said very courteously, "You're asking for it." Augustine bellowed furiously. Then, under Augustine's orders, a man behind him started shooting at Feng Jin. However, before he could even pull the trigger, a sniper took out the man. "Mr. Augustine, I understand your reluctance and anger, but forgive me for being straightforward. You're not very different from an ant. You won't be able to kill anyone here." Feng Jin shrugged nonchalantly. "Fight to your death. Don't worry. With this switch in my hands, even Satan will follow my orders obediently," Augustine said cruelly despite not really having a plan. Suddenly, the sky above them started to ring with the rotor sounds of a grass cutter. Augustine and the head of the police looked up to find themselves gasping at the unbelievable sight. Chapter 642. Miss me, my dear? Several helicopters circled above their heads, and in less than a second, Tang Yi swiftly swooped down, dressed in black. God damn it, Tang Yi. Augustine could not help but curse out loud. He never would have thought that Tang Yi would personally come. Before Augustine could complete his cursing, the person who trailed behind Tang Yi was actually Feng Xiao. Both Augustine and the head of the police beside him started to tremble. The latter already knew that Satan was not one to mess with, and indeed, tonight would confirm the rumors. Military tanks, helicopters, he practically had a completely organized army. What sort of force was this? Throw Tang Yi and Feng Xiao into the equation. Which one of them weren't intimidating figures? And now, all these people had unexpectedly appeared together. The person Augustine had caught, who was she? Really? Very quickly, the military tanks moved aside and an unmarked silver car drove over. This little car looked vintage and seemed to be of the classic make. The car also had layers of dust on it, and it looked very dirty. For it to drive into such a battleground, it looked very odd. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Tang Yi walked to the gray car and personally opened the door while Feng Jin, Feng Xiao, and everyone else waited respectfully beside the car. Just as everyone was confused by the odd appearance of the car, a man emerged out of the rundown car. They could see a man with silver-colored hair that seemed to float with a life of its own in the night air. He had a slightly long fringe that covered one of his eyes, while the other eye was a light brown pool which revealed strands of hostility. Ning Xi seemed to involuntarily cringe when she saw the silver-colored hair man not too far away from her. She looked absent-minded, thinking she was experiencing hallucinations. Unexpectedly, it was, how could it be? Satan. The moment he saw the man, Augustine's face had turned sallow as if he had seen a ghost. Very few people had personally seen Satan, but they recognized his signature silver hair. Augustine thought to himself, insanity. They are all insane. Blowing everyone's expectations out of the water, Satan had dared to leave the straits for Philadelphia and even mobilized such a huge force and created such a ruckus just for a woman. Even if this man held the title as the king of the night, he was being a little too arrogant, digging his own grave. Satan, what are you trying to do? Don't you forget who I am. Augustine looked terrified as if Lucifer himself had appeared in front of him. As the man slowly walked towards him, cold sweat ran down his forehead like a waterfall, and he shouted at his men furiously. Shoot! Shoot! Shoot him to death. Nevertheless, facing the dark crowd, the silver-haired man acted as if he had entered no man's land. His dull eyes were empty. There was nothing in them and nothing he cared for. As for Augustine, The instant the silver-haired man had appeared, his men had already started to retreat. Even though they held heavy artillery in their hands, the guns did not have any detrimental effect on them because they did not even dare to let their gaze linger on him, much less shoot him. Suddenly, the entire place turned defensive. They had no doubt that in the next second, this man would destroy Augustine to ashes. However, what everyone did not expect was for the silver-haired man to walk past him with a poker face as if he did not see Augustine. He walked straight to the girl behind him. He stood still, then slowly put his chin on the girl's shoulder while putting his arms around her waist from behind. He spoke in the most flighty manner. "Miss me, my dear?" Chapter 643. Serves him right, that little sister ran off. Augustine, Tang Yi, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Feng Jin were speechless. In fact, everyone else who was initially tensed and prepared to fight was rendered speechless. "Bro, the place is practically filled to the brim with gunpowder. Can you please review the occasion before displaying your affections?" Ning Xi could only feel a tall shadow behind her. Then a familiar voice breathed into her ear. From the side of her vision, she could vaguely see a strand of silver hair lightly whirling in the night breeze. However, Ning Xi was not confused for too long because the guy was like a huge dog and had suddenly put his entire weight on her, causing her injured thigh to sting slightly. Instantly, the piercing ache awoke her. Then she said through gritted teeth, "I miss you, uncle." The man raised his eyebrows and he said in a low voice, My dear, did you say something extra?" She should be missing him, shouldn't she? Did she address him as her uncle? "Yes, I called you uncle." "Baby, you're so smart. You really did call me uncle wrongly." Ning Xi did not have time to teach him the depths of the Chinese language. She could not hold it in anymore and exclaimed, "Move away. My leg has been shot." When the man heard her, he finally straightened his body slowly and distanced himself slightly. His cold gaze skimmed the horrific-looking wound on her thigh and said simply, "How useless." Ning Xi's body was already reaching her pain threshold, combined with the loss of blood and this dude testing her patience. Her body wavered, and she almost passed out. The man held the girl's limp body steadily, then supported her by the waist. His light brown eyes turned to Tang Yi and said, "Have some fun with them." Then, he carried Ning Xi towards the shabby car, and Feng Xiaoxiao followed him to remind, Junior sister is wounded. This car is too run down. Just take the helicopter." "She's not that weak," the man replied curtly before he just put the girl into the car. Behind him, Feng Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched and insulted. "Puffed. This EQ of his serves him right, that little sister ran off with someone else." When Tang Yi heard this, he turned to shoot Feng Xiaoxiao a look. Feng Xiaoxiao felt her goosebumps rise. "What? Did I say anything wrong?" Tang Yi replied, "You're not wrong. In fact, you are very accurate indeed." Feng Xiaoxiao was speechless. She looked Augustine and the rest. "What should we do with these people here? What does have fun mean? Does fun include killing them?" Feng Jin looked gravely at her. "They are the other side's men after all. It won't be easy to explain if they're dead. Have mercy on their lives." Tang Yi nodded, indicating that he had no opinions. In fact, today they had already caused too much of a ruckus. If they alarmed the American government, the consequences would be unimaginable. They had to resolve this as soon as possible. Inside the silver little car, Ning Xi leaned weakly on the car seat. She felt like she could black out and die any time, but she did not dare to. So she used her last bit of strength to hold onto her consciousness. Beside her, the man was speaking into the walkie-talkie in English. In Ning Xi's dazed state, she could vaguely pick up several words. She was suddenly very awake and she demanded, "You guys want to migrate everything?" She thought that she heard the guy saying that the organization's location had been secretly exposed, so now they had to all retreat to Country Y. The man put the walkie-talkie down and watched her with his cold hazel eyes. Then, with his long fingers, he lightly pulled off the wig that was already lopsided and said gently, "My dear, it's not you guys. It's us." Chapter 644. Cheat on me. The instant her wig was taken off, Ning Xi's jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and paired with her pale face the size of a palm, it was clear that she had the type of beauty that moved one's heart and soul. Us? When Ning Xi heard this, there was a flash of panic in her eyes. She could not help feeling like she had fallen into a trap, her voice raised by an octave. "What does this have to do with me? I'm not going. I came over to explain to you that we are over. From now onwards, you can walk your sunshine path while I cross my lonely bridge. Please stop interfering in my personal matters. The man looked at her endearingly like he wanted to guffaw. Huh, over? My dear, you're mine. How can we possibly be over? Ning Xi could feel her adrenaline spike in the midst of her anger. Your head. Yours. Oh, if you're not mine, then whose are you? Tingxiao's. The air around the man instantly turned heavy with a looming threat. I'm no one's. Can't I be my own person? The man was obviously not persuaded by these words. Instead, he twirled her hair and said in a dangerous tone, My dear, I can let you out to play, but such freedom does not include you cheating on me. So now, I'm taking your freedom back. Cheat? The both of us aren't in a relationship. Do you even know what it's like to be in love? As a matter of fact, I don't. Will you teach me? I'll teach your sister. I don't have a sister. Ning Xi was speechless. She decided to shut up and conserve her energy instead. She leaned against the car window and looked out into the dark night. Hopelessness abounded in her eyes. If she left with him now, it was possible that she would never be able to return again. In Washington, D.C., at the hotel. Last night, the drama crew had partied throughout the night. All of them had slept till noon before even stirring. When the crew was having lunch together, they suddenly realized someone was missing. Why didn't Ning Xi come? Has she eaten? I don't know. Call her to ask. Jiang Mai took out his phone to call Ning Xi, but he could not get through. He frowned. Her phone is switched off. She didn't follow us out to the bar last night, did she? There's no way she hasn't woken up by now. The scriptwriter, Yiling Long, thought out loud. Jiang Mai got up and declared, I'll go upstairs to take a look. When Jiang Mai reached Ning Xi's room upstairs, he rang the doorbell for a long time, but there was no response. What's her deal? She didn't go out with us. Could she have gone out to party by herself? Where's the loyalty? Jiang Mai was upset by his deduction, so he just shrugged and went down to continue eating. After lunch, seeing that the time for their return flight was increasingly near and Ning Xi was still nowhere to be found, Jiang Mai, who was initially upset, started to feel that something was not right. Even though Ning Xi could be quite a hardcore when it came to partying, she would definitely not hold up official matters, and especially not when it came to work. How possible was it for her to have partied so hard and not return? What's wrong? Still can't reach Ning Xi. Guo Qixing walked over to ask. No, she's uncontactable. Jiang Mai looked at his phone absent-mindedly. Guo Qixing looked at the time on his watch and said, If we don't go to the airport now, we won't make it. Jiang Mai was not planning to move. He said, You guys go first, I'll wait for her here. Guo Qixing frowned. I'll wait too. Let the others go first. After all, he was the one leading the team this time, and he had to be responsible for all the members of the group. With that, the other drama crew members flew back home first, while Guo Qixing and Jiang Mai both stayed to wait for Ning Xi. Chapter 645. What the hell? My eyes. All the time while waiting for Ning Xi to show up, Guo Qixing and Jiang Mai both tried calling her multiple times, but Ning Xi's phone remained switched off. This was when they started to be anxious and asked the hotel receptionists if they had seen Ning Xi. When they realized no one had noticed anything, they requested for the surveillance recordings. The process of getting the surveillance tapes from the hotel was rather complicated, and by the time they looked at the recordings, it was already night. The surveillance showed that Ning Xi did indeed return to her room as soon as she reached the hotel, and she did not go out within the night as well. She had only left in the morning the following day. Since then, she had not been back till now. What's going on? Where did she go to that she has not returned yet? Jiang Mai's brows furrowed. Based on the way she dressed from the surveillance, it did not seem like she had gone out for fun. Besides, it was still very early in the morning when she left. Guo Qixing paced back and forth while looking worried. It's not very safe here in America. Even though D.C. isn't too bad, but the suburbs aren't known for being peaceful. Could Ning Xi have left D.C.? Did she tell you where she was going today? Jiang Mai shook his head. She did not say anything. I didn't manage to drag her to the bar since she said she wanted to catch up on sleep. The both of them started to look for her since noon. However, there was no news of Ning Xi at all until later that night. At the same time, at a certain business reception in Imperial, Tingxiao wore a black tuxedo and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked deep in thought. Behind him, Mo Lingtian walked over and put his hand on his shoulders. unable to bear seeing this go on any longer. Hey, what are you thinking of again? Why do you seem so absent-minded recently? It's fine if you're not going to drink at the reception, but now you won't even bring your spirit with you. Then, Mo Lingtian saw Lu Tingxiao's phone screen light up. He clawed at his eyes, feigning blindness. What the hell? My eyes. They burn. What's this? Lu Tingxiao, are you okay? Lu Tingxiao shot a look at his best friend coldly, as if his words had insulted the screensaver on his phone. Lu Tingxiao's phone screensaver was a selfie of Ning Xi, Little Treasure, and him. It was their family portrait of three. In the picture, the three of them had all posed cutely, holding their cheeks like buns. Little Treasure looked madly adorable, while Ning Xi smiled extremely brightly. Despite Lu Tingxiao's poker face standing out oddly, the tenderness and love in his eyes could not be concealed. The three of their faces had lots of little fun stickers pasted on them, and above everyone's head was a pair of pink-colored cat ears. Had it been just Little Treasure and Ning Xi, the picture would have been quite cute, but once the awkward and stone-faced Lu Tingxiao was included, the entire picture looked extremely queer. It was no wonder that Mo Lingtian acted like he was going blind. My goodness, you actually took pictures like this. I'm amazed. Anyone who came across this would think you've been possessed. Lu Tingxiao totally understood his best friend's insults. He clicked on Ning Xi's name to send her a message. Have you landed? If the flight had not been delayed, Ning Xi's flight should be landing right about that time. Because he had the function to attend, he did not personally fetch her. Lu Tingxiao did not receive any reply for a long time. A while later, his phone suddenly rang. He thought it was Ning Xi, but on the phone screen was Jiang Mai. Chapter 646. My wife is in their hands. Hello, uncle. Jiang Mai greeted in an unusually agitated voice. Did something happen? The man's deep voice responded with some murmuring in the background, as though he was at some business function. Jiang Mai did not dare to keep what had happened a secret. After all, he was in a foreign country and had no resources of his own. If Lu Tingxiao took action, it would definitely be much more convenient and efficient given his connections. So he just blurted out, Uncle, Ning Xi is missing. She has already gone missing for an entire day. I've made a police report, and according to their surveillance, they managed to track that she entered Philadelphia. We don't know what happened in Philadelphia, but all the surveillance there has malfunctioned, and they cannot investigate anything further. I was prepared to rush over, but I was told that it's a dangerous area. I'm worried about Ning Xi. In the luxurious banquet hall under a crystal chandelier, the man in a black tuxedo gripped the phone in his hand tighter, and the temperature around him fell. What did you say? Philadelphia? Didn't Ning Xi go to D.C. to promote the movie? Why would she go to Philadelphia? Mo Lingtian, who was beside him, shuddered and rubbed his arms. Lu Tingxiao, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Before tomorrow, I must know who that person is, Lu Tingxiao simply said. Then he left the banquet hall without turning back. My God, tomorrow. Even if I investigate with my life, there won't be enough time. Mo Lingtian cursed after him. However, observing Lu Tingxiao's attitude earlier, it seemed like some huge issue had happened, so he did not dare to delay and instantly left to follow orders to get the work done. 10 minutes later, in the night sky, on a helicopter, Lu Tingxiao put a black laptop on his knees, his face determined to go right into a storm that was brewing. The entire network in Philadelphia was paralyzed as if someone had intentionally sabotaged it to hide something. After half an hour, he finally managed to get some choppy footages. Even though it was only a short clip, his heart leapt into his throat. He saw Ning Xi being chased by a group of people wanting to kill her. The footage of the final second was the one of Ning Xi getting shot. Lu Tingxiao's voice started to shake as he ordered, Go to Philadelphia. Cheng Feng, who watched the surveillance footage on the laptop beside him, looked horrified too. He only regained his senses when Lu Tingxiao gave his order. Then he quickly said, Boss, the entire Philadelphia is in chaos right now. It will be too dangerous to go there right now. Lu Tingxiao shot him a terrifying look, and Cheng Feng could only shut up. Dead, they were dead. Please don't let anything happen to the lady boss. Or else. Lu Tingxiao did not know how he managed to sit through the last few seconds of footage. It was like walking through hell and back for him. He shut his eyes, then opened it again 3 seconds later. His eyes were like a deep pool, with no ripples in them at all. He took out his phone and made a call. Minister Naka, I'm sorry for disturbing you at this hour. Ah, Mr. Liu, my honorable guest, you're calling this late at night. Is there an emergency? The man on the other end of the phone had a friendly tone. Indeed. I need your help. Oh, Mr. Liu, feel free to ask. I would like to borrow a troop of your best army from you, Minister. What? This. He did not expect Lu Tingxiao to ask for such an outrageous request so suddenly. His sleepiness instantly disappeared. Mr. Liu, what's happened? I need to make a trip to Philadelphia. My lord, please don't. Philadelphia has been controlled by a group of Italian gangsters recently. Even if you have a dire emergency, please wait until the situation is more stable before. My wife is in their hands. Chapter 647. No ordinary businessman. My wife is in their hands. When he heard Lu Tingxiao's words, the minister exclaimed, What? The audacity of these people. Lu Tingxiao was one of America's most important investors, and he had a close relationship with the American government. Now that his wife was actually kidnapped within the borders of America, if anything happened, the consequences would be. However, the situation in Philadelphia was complicated. A single tiny move would cause a great ripple. It was only half a year away to the next elections, and he had only wanted to focus on being a politician for the next 6 months without wanting to take credit for anything else. Who'd have expected something like this to happen? Lu Tingxiao naturally understood his concerns and assured, Don't worry, Minister. I will do my best to resolve the issue in a peaceful way. Try his best. So, would that exclude the possibility of using violence to resolve the issue? The minister broke out in cold sweat. However, this person still had to be saved. At the American border, the night was lit up brightly, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. A helicopter slowly descended from the sky. The door opened and Lu Tingxiao walked out, clad in his tuxedo. Cheng Feng followed behind him. Because the news was too sudden, he had got onto the helicopter as soon as he received the call, not bringing anyone else with him. In the rural area, the white-haired elder had waited for a long while. When he saw Lu Tingxiao appear, the elder smiled and walked up to shake his hand. Mr. Liu, who would have known that something like this would happen? Please do accept my apologies. Lu Tingxiao courteously replied. Minister Naka, my apologies for disturbing you so late at night. Usually, he would not trouble the minister because getting too involved with the government was not necessarily a good thing. But now, he was not sure whether Ning Xi was dead or alive. For such an emergency, he did not care much about politics at the moment. Minister Naka sighed. Recently, Philadelphia has been taken over by a group of Italian gangsters. Even though my department has intentions to take them down, the current situation in America is very tense, and I have not found the time to deal with it yet. We would never have expected Mr. Liu's wife to suddenly appear in Philadelphia, or that something like this would happen. Lu Tingxiao was a huge figure in the Chinese business, and he had a powerful influence in the economy. At the same time, he was also America's important investor in several aspects. He had a close relationship with the government, and they really valued Lu Tingxiao too. Rumor had it that Lu Tingxiao also had huge investments in several other countries. His capabilities were extraordinary. He was no ordinary businessman. Or else, he would not be this anxious in the middle of the night to have a minister personally receive him. If anything happened to Lu Tingxiao's beloved wife in Philadelphia, his reputation as a minister would be at stake, because if this issue caused Lu Tingxiao to hate America and stop his investments, it might even cause other disputes to follow. This was a very difficult issue to handle. Cheng Feng silently followed Lu Tingxiao. All the while, his hand had not stopped working on his phone as he continued to track Ning Xi down. Even though America was relatively poorer compared to other second-world countries, they had a decently sized military. The power of their military forces came to light especially recently when a war was incited between America and another small country. It was then that many potential investors saw America's true capabilities. However, even though America's military force was not considered small, the economic aspect of it was a headache. After all, especially following a war, they would need even more money to support the troops. America's economic infrastructure was severely lacking, so they valued big tycoon investors such as Lu Tingxiao. Chapter 648. Holding Back a Curse. Minister Naka, we can skip the small talk. My wife's survival is uncertain right now. I urgently need to borrow a unit from your army troop. Lu Tingxiao looked stony as always, but upon closer inspection, you would notice a terrifying undercurrent in his eyes. Well, Mr. Liu, I think you are all well too aware that the current war situation in America is tense. If you want a troop, Minister Naka looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. What do you mean, Minister Naka? Lu Tingxiao looked meaningfully towards the elder. Mr. Liu, America currently has a few more important investments at hand, and these investments are related to the military. So, Mr. Liu, if you are willing to invest, I think it won't be too much of a problem to immediately organize a troop for you. I'm just wondering what you think about it. Minister Naka said this as he evaluated Lu Tingxiao's attitude evenly. Cheng Feng's eyebrows flew up. Minister Naka was obviously taking advantage of the situation. Lu Tingxiao looked at Minister Naka and said sharply, Minister Naka, I don't have the mood to discuss business with you right now. Well, then it won't be easy to settle this. It might take some time to mobilize a troop, Minister Naka said, intentionally looking troubled. Okay. Lu Tingxiao nodded. When he heard this, Minister Naka was instantly overjoyed, immediately concluding that he would get a fresh flow of funds. However, what Lu Tingxiao said next changed Minister Naka's entire expression. If that's the case, then we'll remove all investments of Lu Corporation in America, then perhaps we'll look for other investments in country M. Lu Tingxiao finished without giving Minister Naka another look. He nodded at Cheng Feng and walked towards the helicopter. My lord, please hold on. Minister Naka immediately ran to chase after him and stopped Lu Tingxiao. He thought that because Lu Tingxiao was in such a desperate situation, he would agree to further investments, but the man did not take the bait. If Lu Tingxiao really removed all his investments, the authorities would blame him, and whatever benefits he had dreamt of would evaporate instantly. Mr. Liu, what I said was just what we can discuss later. We have an emergency at hand, and we'll still need to save your wife from Philadelphia first, don't we? Minister Naka quickly said after he stopped Lu Tingxiao. What about the troops? Lu Tingxiao looked at Minister Naka coldly. Well, then, how about we prepare a troop of 300 people for you, Mr. Liu? Minister Naka seemed to be asking for Lu Tingxiao's opinion. 300 people, Lu Tingxiao squinted. He was not even clear about the current situation in Philadelphia. That place was chaotic. Even without the Italian gangsters, there were still strong forces there, and all of these were uncertainties. 300 people would not be enough. If 300 people could solve the issue, why would he go through so much work when he only needed to mobilize his people? Why would he need to look for this minister? How about 400 men? Minister Naka tested again when he saw Lu Tingxiao hesitate. Lu Tingxiao continued to stare at him without saying anything. Naka was rather anxious by now, so he rubbed his hands together and asked, Mr. Liu, what do you want? 20 tanks, 5 fighter jets, and 500 men equipped with firearms, Lu Tingxiao said plainly. Minister Naka looked stiffly at the tuxedo-clad man, holding back a curse. 20 tanks plus 5 fighter jets and 500 armed men. Lu Tingxiao was being too demanding. Why didn't he just rob someone? With the recent battlefield requirements, there was no way they had that many tanks and fighter jets to spare. Even if they did, he could not just casually mobilize them. No way. Definitely no way. This definitely can't be done. Minister Naka cried out emotionally. Since there is no way, then Lu Corporation can't continue either. Farewell, Minister. Lu Tingxiao shook his head. Mr. Liu, Minister Naka said, practically weeping. Mr. Liu, your requests are too demanding. With the recent tense battles, we only have 5 tanks and 2 fighter jets to spare. Even if you wanted more, you can only mobilize these. Deal. Lu Tingxiao nodded. What? Minister Naka was stunned. Had he just been tricked by Lu Tingxiao? He was Minister Naka after all, and had dealt with diplomatic situations for half his life. Yet here he was, being tricked by a businessman. Chapter 649, A Dumbfounding Situation. Obviously, Lu Tingxiao was well versed in psychology. First, he requested for a demand that the opposite party would never agree to. Then he revealed what he really wanted, which made things sound much easier. Minister Naka was helpless at the moment. 5 tanks, plus 2 fighter jets with a 300-strong armed troop. This force should be enough to wipe out Philadelphia. No problems, right, Mr. Liu? Sure, Lu Tingxiao answered. Looking at Minister Naka's forlorn expression, Lu Tingxiao assured, Don't worry, Minister Naka, I will bear whatever compensation if any loss happens. In fact, Just as I said before, I would try my best to resolve the issue peacefully. With your promise, Mr. Liu, I feel assured. Please do try. Minister Naka let his men open the door before he got into the helicopter with Liu Tingxiao and flew towards the nearest military fortress. In Philadelphia, at that moment, Augustine was carried by several brawny men as they ran towards the outskirts of Philadelphia. Their band of more than 100 men had dwindled down to 20-odd people, and the clothes on them had been shredded clean. Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Yi still had some doubts, so they captured about 70 to 80 of his men, stripped them of their weapons, then let Augustine bring enough money for their ransom. Feng Xiaoxiao actually got her people to remove all of their clothes. Augustine's pants were colored in carmine red blood, while the lower region of his body had been destroyed by Tang Yi. Satan, Tang Yi, I will have you guys die horribly. Augustine snarled, violence blazing in his eyes. If looks could kill, Satan, Tang Yi and everyone else would have died much earlier and multiple times too. Sadly, glaring intently could not maim, much less kill them. Boss, what do we do now? Philadelphia's police force is a bunch of useless kittens. They looked at Satan like they had seen a ghost and ran away faster than anyone. They have really screwed us over, asked one of the brawny men who carried Augustine carefully. Actually, everyone knew very well that the person who had screwed them over was none other than Augustine himself. If it had not been because of his insistence to mess with Satan's woman, everyone would not have ended up like this. Augustine's nether regions were ruined by Tang Yi. In order to let Augustine live, Tang Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao actually brought a doctor over to conduct surgery on Augustine, sewing up the wound, and even injected painkillers. Compared to his ears, which were sliced off, his nether regions were much more important. I will have them pay 1,000,000 times worse. I want to let Satan, Tang Yi, and the rest of them die horribly. Do you hear me? They will die horribly. Augustine roared. When they heard this, his men shook their heads. Satan was a reputable figure and was nicknamed King of the Night. Even his man, Tang Yi alone, could easily kill Augustine. What could Augustine seek revenge with? His mouth. A plan was already hatching in Augustine's mind. He would first inform the seniors about this. They definitely would not leave him to die. Until then, suddenly, deep rumbles were heard across the sky and the night was lit up. 2 fighter jets were actually circling the Philadelphia sky, while a huge beam shone in every corner hunting for something. Where's that helicopter from? Helicopter? That's a weird sound it's making. Damn it, that's a militant fighter jet. It was not sure who in particular shouted this, but everyone else inspected closely and turned pale. Those were indeed fighter jets. In fact, those were American fighter jets. What's going on? Why would these American fighter jets appear in Philadelphia? One of the men asked, breaking out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, could the American government want to wipe out the gangsters in Philadelphia? However, based on their group activities, there was no way they would have attracted the attention of the American government. Besides, America was currently engaged in war. So how could they be wasting militant resources on little Philadelphia? That was definitely American fighter jets though, no mistake about that. Militant tanks. Within a few breaths, several large tanks slowly lumbered into sight. The huge cannons had muzzle brakes on them, and they could only imagine what it would be like if the cannon was fired. There were 2 fighter jets in the air and 5 American tanks on the ground. Augustine and the rest were thoroughly dumbfounded on the spot. They were itching to know what exactly was happening. Chapter 650. Who's your wife? 2 American military fighter jets and 5 American war tanks suddenly appeared in Philadelphia, leaving Augustine and his men in shock. At that moment, Augustine's hatred towards Satan and Tang Yi was forgotten instantly. A few dozen trucks soon appeared with fierce-looking armed squads. Soon, a white military truck stopped in front of Augustine. The door opened, and a man in camo gear alighted, his stripes indicating that he was a captain. Stay right there. The captain roared at Augustine and his men. The next second, hundreds of armed soldiers aimed their gun at Augustine. Augustine was sweating profusely. This was the official military of America. Augustine was still hoping that Satan would be their target, as his gang might not be as influential as Satan. Right, it must be Satan they are after. Augustine reaffirmed his own thoughts, confident that the official military to counter him could have only summoned someone at Satan's level. What's your name? A soldier closed in on Augustine and shouted at him while pointing a rifle dangerously. Augustine Cavendish. Augustine's forehead was slick with sweat as he reported his full name nervously. Bastard! The soldier yelled and smashed his rifle into Augustine's face. Augustine fell hard onto the floor from the impact, and his men did not dare to do anything. All 20 of them did not move an inch even upon seeing Augustine attacked. Hand me the people. There was the sound of a bullet being loaded and a gun was aimed at Augustine's face, ready to be fired any moment. What who? What people? Augustine stammered in confusion from the rifle, and was even more confused when he was asked to hand over some people. He did not know what they were talking about. You bastard, I'll kill you right here. The soldier raised his foot and stomped on Augustine's torso, causing Augustine to almost pass out from the heavy impact. Mr. Liu, is this him? A car door opened, and Lu Tingxiao came out. Lu Tingxiao nodded. He had looked at the CCTV and confirmed that this man was Augustine. However, seeing Augustine and his men but naked in Philadelphia, with the dark congealed blood stains smeared on the bottom half of Augustine's body, something must have happened, and Ning Xi was clearly not with him right now. Where's my wife? Lu Tingxiao stopped the soldier's barrage with a hand as he squatted down and looked at him coldly. Your wife? Who's your wife? Augustine backed off, scuttling on his backside and hands. The terrifying aura from the man was scaring him. Ning Xi, the woman you took in the morning. You even shot her in the leg. Although Lu Tingxiao tried to sound calm, his cold gaze made Augustine shiver. Ning Xi, I don't know her. Did you get the wrong person? Augustine was petrified. Who exactly was this woman? First, there was Satan, and now the American military was here. Furthermore, seeing how the captain was treating this man respectfully, could he possibly be a major or maybe a colonel? Chapter 651. Taken away. Augustine thought that the American military was here for Satan, but it was all because of Ning Xi. This man had mentioned that Ning Xi was his wife. Then what about Satan? Was Ning Xi not Satan's woman? Augustine had no time for doubts. He knew that he could never admit shooting Ning Xi. Instead, he insisted that he did not know Ning Xi and had never abducted this man's wife. Don't want to talk? Lu Tingxiao stood up and looked at him casually. There are a lot of ways to make you talk if you'd like to try. Perspiration dripped off Augustine's forehead as he looked at this stranger and thought to himself, if this man is so sure about what I have done, he probably has enough evidence to believe so, and it is meaningless to deny the truth anymore. That woman, she, was taken away just now. After a while, Augustine decided to blurt out the truth. Bastard, why did you abduct Madame Liu? Spill it. A soldier smashed Augustine in the shoulder with his gun again. These military soldiers were not very patient. With his wail like a dying pig, a fresh wound split open on Augustine's face. Tell us who took Madame Liu away, or I'll kill you right now. The soldier glowered at him fiercely. Without waiting for Augustine to speak, the captain went up to Lu Tingxiao and whispered to him, Mr. Liu, from the CCTV videos just now, your wife has been taken away by another group of people who are still in Philadelphia at the moment. Another group of people, Lu Tingxiao frowned. What trouble did Ning Xi get herself into this time? But, Mr. Liu, these people, they aren't your common thugs, the captain explained anxiously as he looked at the military-grade armored car and the heavy machine gun. After hearing the captain's description, Lu Tingxiao replied instantly, I'm going to save my wife. What about these people? The captain looked at Augustine and his men. Should we just kill them right here? Lu Tingxiao shook his head. He was reminded of how they insulted Ning Xi and tore off her clothes, so he said coldly, I remember the American military has a unique interrogation system. The captain understood immediately. Haha, I got you, Mr. Liu. Let me handle them. I'll not let you down. Thank you. Lu Tingxiao nodded his head slightly. Get these people on the truck and take them away. A corporal beside the captain ordered. Augustine and his men were being taken away by force, without any means to resist. Augustine hung his head gloomily, as if he was a corpse. He thought what Tang Yi had done to him was his greatest despair, but he had yet to know what was going to happen to him next. The interrogation system of the American military would be a real hell on earth. Half an hour later, somewhere in Philadelphia, 2 military fighter jets soared through the city skyline and multiple war tanks closed in, forcing the armored cars to come to a halt. Although there were heavy defenses on the armored cars, they dared not act rashly when facing a war tank. After all, those were American war tanks and not toy cars. One shot from that thing would totally destroy the armored car. American military? Feng Jin was surprised by the situation. Could their activity tonight have exposed them to the American military? Chapter 652. Me. I'm his wife. Both parties came to a standstill. The air was tense, and no one made a move yet. What happened? The man in the silver car asked as the group stopped advancing forward. In the car, Ning Xi looked pale due to the excessive blood loss. She did not have the strength to care about what was happening outside, but she just opened her eyes halfway after hearing some commotion. Tang Yi came over from another armored car and reported, "It's the military." The man in the silver car coolly reacted, "Oh." Philadelphia had always been a lawless area, yet the military was meddling this time. It seemed like they had allocated every resource they had available to this area. Interesting. The man got down from the car with a grin on his face. In one of the war tanks, the captain felt that something was amiss when he saw the silver-haired man get down from the car. He had not expected for him to be back. The captain did not really care what he did in the dark, but he had left the military in an awkward position this time by meddling with trouble. "Captain Wayman, good day. What brings you here today?" greeted the man arrogantly, acting like Philadelphia was his own base. Feng Jin was concerned about the man's ego. He never knew how to restrain himself. They were already in a bad enough situation, and provoking the military was not the best idea to get them out of there. The captain simmered with anger, but he put on a calmly stern facade. "Hand over the person you abducted. Let's save each other's time." He strictly followed the orders he had received and tried to solve the issue peacefully. Things were easy if it had just been Augustine to deal with, but for him, if both parties ended up in a fight, the cost would be too great. The silver-haired man raised his brows. "The person he abducted? Who exactly did I abduct?" the man asked in heightened interest. As the captain was about to continue persuading him, a person alighted from a car at the back. The man was still wearing the black suit from the cocktail party, and he had an icy cold aura around him. In a steely tone that matched his fierce eyes, he enunciated, "My wife." The moment the man appeared, the silver-haired man suddenly became sharp and aggressive rather than indifferent. He clenched his teeth and said, "Tingxiao." The two men were a dozen steps apart, one evil, one ice-cold. The air had invisible sparks lighting up. In the silver car, Ning Xi suddenly woke up. What happened? She thought she just heard Tingxiao's voice. No, impossible. Why would Tingxiao be here? It must be a hallucination. The light in Ning Xi's eyes faded quickly, but the small, tiny spark of hope in her heart urged her to look outside the window. She was astonished when she finally saw what was happening. In front of that intimidating black fighter jet and war tank stood a familiar, mountainous figure. He emitted an aura of winter, but he warmed her heart. Tingxiao. It was really him. After a long, suffocating silence, the silver-haired man spoke up. "Huh, funny. Who's your wife?" Before Tingxiao could say anything, a head popped out of the silver car. Ning Xi waved while yelling, Me, it's me. Save me, boss." Chapter 653, My Baby versus My Wife. The moment he saw the girl, Tingxiao's frozen demeanor instantly cracked. Ning Xi. It had only been a few hours from when he had received Jiang Mai's phone call till now, but it felt like a few lifetimes long. He had finally found her. When he heard Ning Xi's words, the silver-haired man could not remain cool any longer. In frustration, he immediately turned around to berate her. "Me, your backside? Get back in. Tang Yi, take her away." He was immediately annoyed by her. How dare she cheat on him right in his face? She was really going against him now. Feng Jin coughed slightly, and Feng Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose speechlessly and looked at the sky innocently. Tang Yi looked like he had predicted all of this as he followed Satan's orders and walked over to start the engine. Watching the scenery rolling backwards quickly through the window and her distance from Tingxiao increasing, Ning Xi instantly anxiously leaned out of the car window and cried very sadly, "I don't want to go. I don't want to. Boss, save me, save me." Looking at the girl's miserable little face, Tingxiao felt his heart tighten, and he felt an even more indescribable feeling of joy. Wasn't this silver-haired man the one she liked? Why did she actually admit that she was his wife? Could it be that they were quarreling? Or The silver-haired guy was struggling to swallow his anger that was about to lose control of, and said with his best nonchalant tone, "Huh, when my baby was in danger, where were you? I saved her, and now you're here to take all the credit." My baby. When Tingxiao heard this, he immediately sealed off all the warmth he felt and said with a poker face, "Who should my wife thank for the danger? You." The man was speechless. It was true that Augustine only picked on Ning Xi because of him, and that if he had not arranged to meet Ning Xi here, she would not have met with danger. After that, it was not sure what the man had thought, but he started to be suspicious and looked at Feng Xiaoxiao. When did the brat change her name to Nei Run? Feng Xiaoxiao felt a trickle of cold sweat run down her forehead as she replied, Boss, Yun is not a name. It's a form of address for your wife. Basically it means my wife." The silver-haired man immediately roared, "What the? Your backside. Is it official now? You're Nei Rin." When he saw that Madame Lu was safe, the captain could finally be temporarily relieved as he continued to advise Satan, "Let Madame Lu go. Everything can be negotiated, that's all I can say. If you continue to not take heed, don't blame us for using violence." It is my utmost wish." Not only did the silver-haired guy not back down, he actually seemed to look even more excited. His light brown eyes were fixated on Tingxiao like an animal. Feng Shi frowned and said, "Satan, you can't. The boat is arriving soon. We can leave immediately. There's no need for conflict with them at such a time." He was obviously very against the idea of ruining any plans for the woman. He had already disagreed with the previous plan of going against Augustine with such a huge force, as he was afraid that something might go wrong. Alas, the situation had been worse than he foresaw. "Satan, yield for a moment, and the wind shall calm while the wave subsides. Just let them have her first. We can always—" "Shut up." Helplessly, Feng Jin looked towards Feng Xiaoxiao to ask for help. Feng Xiaoxiao shrugged and looked willing but unable to help. She did not know why every time that guy met something related to Tingxiao, he would itch for a bloody fight. Plus, this time it was related to the little junior sister, so it was a lost cause no matter who advised him. Chapter 654. I will take you away. On the other side, the captain solemnly advised Tingxiao, "Mr. Lu, the situation doesn't look positive. I can threaten them here and there, but if we really were to mobilize firearms, this won't do." "Why not?" Tingxiao's eyes blazed murderously. He was already prepared to give it his all. Big deal. He would just agree to Minister Naka's disadvantageous conditions. So what if this war was incited? Initially, he had some hesitations when he saw the silver-haired man because he recognized that this was who Ning Xi had mentioned, the person she really liked. However, it turned out that she had taken such a huge risk and gone through such danger to travel to Philadelphia secretly just to see him. She had followed him willingly. Such a fact pierced his heart like an arrow, saddening him deeply. Though, the moment he felt hopeless, Ning Xi had suddenly appeared and actually admitted herself as his wife. She obviously did not want to leave with this person. She begged him for help. He had experienced death in a moment and was revived in the next. Tingxiao had instantly returned to the human realm from hell. Regardless of what and how, he had to bring her home with him today. And at that moment, the silver-haired guy's thoughts were barely in sync with Tingxiao's. "Brat, don't want to leave with me? Then, I will take you away with me. Big senior brother, just let me go, okay? Please, I'm begging you. Big senior brother, if you let me go today, I will be your slave to return my gratitude in the next lifetime. Big senior brother, do you really not care about brotherhood anymore? Am I not still the little junior sister you love the most?" In the car, no matter how Ning Xi begged, Tang Yi was not moved at all. Finally, Ning Xi gave up and hopelessly slumped on the car seat. Recalling the heady moment, she saw Tingxiao. The more she thought about it, the more she felt miserable. It would be better if there was no hope at all. In such a moment, she had unexpectedly seen him. Even though this little car looked shabby, it was still functioning well, and Tang Yi could drive it away pretty quickly. When they were about to reach the jetty, a person suddenly appeared on the road in front of them. She and Tang Yi would never have thought that someone would appear here at that moment. Tang Yi halted the car with the emergency brake and stopped half a meter from the man. They saw that the person who blocked their way was someone with curly brown hair, tan skin, and a nonchalant expression. It was Ning Xi was so shocked that she stuttered, Second what? The man's brows raised, and in that moment, to Ning Xi, it was like millions of cherry blossom trees had flowered. Second senior brother. 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 Ning Xi's expression was so emotional, as if she was a crazy fan who had just seen her favorite idol, and she started to cheer with sheer joy. She even forgot that the wound on her thigh hurt, jumping out the car and running over. Second senior brother. It really is you. The man laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Little senior sister, miss me? I miss you. Oh, second senior brother. I missed you so much. Ning Xi's eyes teared up. She had not seen him for so long, and she really did miss him a lot. She had been afraid of many people back then, but Tang Lang was the one person she had always wanted to see the most and liked being close to. The guy rubbed her messy long hair and said, Good girl. Good girl. I missed you too. Aya, little junior sister, your hair is so long already. You look nice with long hair. Turns out that you're a really pretty little girl. Chapter 655. Io, I can't look anymore. Obviously, I look even prettier in female clothes. Second senior brother, where did you disappear to? Big senior brother said he hasn't seen you for over half a year. And you haven't contacted me either. Ning Xi lamented. Tang Lang looked at her with his eyebrows raised and said, Touché. The both of them reminisced for a long while until Tang Yi interrupted. Tang Lang. Tang Yi called out for the man's name without any expression on his face, only his eyes questioning silently. Uh-huh. Senior brother, long time no see. Did you miss me? Tang Lang flung his arm over Tang Yi's shoulders and leaned against him carelessly. Tang Yi pushed him away with one hand roughly and said, Master has been looking for you. Tang Lang insistently leaned on him again. Only master? What about you? On the side, Ning Xi covered her eyes and said, Io, I can't look anymore. There are children here. Our nation's flowers are about to be terribly influenced by you two. Tang Lang hit her lightly on the head and said, You're the flower? The flower overlord? I'm a little white flower. She was already in such misery. Wasn't she a tragic little white flower now? When Tang Lang heard that, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world as he held his tummy and burst into laughter. You little white flower. Ha ha. Ning Xi was angry now. Hey, why can't I be a little white flower? Do you have to laugh this hard? Ha ha. Tang Lang held onto his tummy and laughed so hard he could not say anything. Ning Xi did not notice how, but all she saw was that while Tang Lang was still laughing hard, his arm suddenly moved to the back of Tang Yi's neck and injected a clear liquid into the man. Tang Yi did not even have the time to react before he fell over. Oh my God. Second senior brother. What are you doing? Why did you attack big senior brother? Ning Xi was shocked. You lil dummy. Obviously to save you. Tang Lang exclaimed as he carried Tang Yi's limp body and carefully put him by the roadside. Ning Xi was still stunned. Save me. No. Time for explanations. Just come with me quickly. Tang Lang rushed as he quickly helped Ning Xi to the car, then got into the driver's seat. The moment Tang Lang got in, he was bewildered. My God, why did Satan get this outdated vintage car? How do I drive this junk? I know how to, but my leg is hurt. I can't move it. Quickly teach me. Okay, let me teach you. While the two were still getting the hang of driving the car, an arm suddenly slotted in from the car window and gripped onto Tang Lang, who was in the driver's seat, hauling him out of the car through the window. Tang Yi, who had been unconscious, was standing by the car shakily and holding onto Tang Lang's shirt while looking scary. Tang Lang escaped by turning around and out of his coat before he looked at the man in disbelief. Jesus! Tang Yi, you psycho. I've already used double the amount. How are you awake so soon? Tang Yi looked at him like a statue, his jet-black eyes as sharp as daggers. Explain. Tang Lang frowned, his tone slightly annoyed. I have nothing to explain. The truth is as what you see. Tang Yi gritted his teeth. You betrayed the organization. Tang Lang scoffed and looked around, his mouth curved into a smile. Yeah, I did. What about it? Do you want to wipe me out? Chapter 656. Don't ask a man if he can do it. Looking at his opponent's indifferent attitude, Tang Yi held his fist tight, to the point his finger joints cracked. Hidden behind his glasses were his rage and pain. You. Looking at Tang Yi's hurtful eyes, Tang Lang avoided eye contact and closed his eyes. Senior brother, Let's have a match. The one who wins will take little junior sister away. How does that sound? After a short moment of silence, Tang Yi replied coolly, sure. Ning Xi was totally confused about the current situation. What was happening? Did second senior brother betray the organization? Who was he working for now? It seemed like he was trying to knock out first senior brother to save her. Could he possibly be working for the devil now? Impossible. This did not make sense. How could second senior brother be related to the devil? But currently, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, second senior brother would not have appeared here and dared to oppose Satan to try to rescue her. While Ning Xi was still figuring things out, both of them were at each other's throats. Unfortunately, Tang Lang could not go on the offensive. There was no opening. The small ray of hope in Ning Xi's heart suddenly diminished, and she yelled at him. Second senior brother, can you or can't you do it? Tang Lang clenched his teeth while trying to fend off Tang Yi's crazy attacks. Never ask a man if he can do it. The situation changed after his reply. Ning Xi's eyes shone brightly again. Tang Lang had gotten serious and his ferocity intensified. He began his counter, but he was still relaxed enough to keep on talking. Yo? The old man was really biased. He sure taught you a lot of new stuff. Ning Xi was annoyed. He had been missing for half a year. Of course, the master only had first senior brother to teach. There was something even worse. Tang Lang's talent was out of the world. He could actually observe and learn Tang Yi's new skills on the spot, and he rebounded the attack back at him. Ning Xi was impressed. Too bad, there was no popcorn for her to enjoy the show. Upon seeing his skills being easily copied on the spot, something went off within Tang Yi. He suddenly stepped back and took on a resting stance. He stared at Tang Lang. Then he raised his hand to take off his glasses. Ning Xi's heart sank to the pits of her stomach. This was bad. She did not realize that first senior brother had not taken off his glasses for the whole fight, meaning that he had not utilized his full power yet. Even Tang Lang was being wary and anxious at that moment. Ning Xi's worry had materialized. Tang Yi, without his glasses, was like an unrestrained beast. His attack powers rose sharply when that happened. Ning Xi could tell that second senior brother had no other choice but to use his full power this time. It was a tough fight between the both of them. Tang Lang cursed to himself countless times. He had thought that Tang Yi had reached the bottleneck and could not possibly reach new heights in a mere half a year. He thought he could win, but apparently, he had underestimated Tang Yi. Chapter 657. They kissed. This guy had crazily outstanding talent. It was truly inhuman for him to improve this tremendously in such a short time. There was no more meaning in continuing to fight. It would have ended up in a draw. Regardless, time would not wait for no man. He could not wait any further, and he needed to get Ning Xi away soon as Satan's men would be here anytime. He had to think of something fail-safe. Damn it, it was simply too hard. Tang Yi was too careful, and there was no opening at all. He was just distracted ever so slightly by trying to think of an escape plan, and a solid punch landed on his face. Pain exploded on his cheek. You bastard, Tang Yi. Are you really trying to kill me? What a heavy blow. I'll not give you another chance if you get distracted again. Tang Yi gave him a cold side-eye. Tang Lang's nostrils flared. Damn it. He was going to wait patiently until Tang Yi was distracted. Their fight continued. Tang Lang tried to aim for his fatal points, but Tang Yi moved forward instead of avoiding him, showing no signs of fear at all. Tang Lang would not be able to attack at such a close range. Instead, he was paving a path to his own grave. As Tang Lang got closer, he had a weird grin on his face. It was too late when Tang Yi realized that something fishy was up. Tang Lang directly kissed him. They kissed. Tang Lang quickly held Tang Yi by his throat and pushed him onto the car as he was distracted by the shocking kiss. He murmured, Senior brother, you lose. Ning Xi was startled. Deawamam. My eyes. Second senior brother. That was so wrong. As long as it worked. Tang Lang was proud of his tactic, and he smilingly turned to Tang Yi. Senior brother, you'd admit defeat, right? Tang Yi suppressed his urge to smash him into pieces and took a deep breath. He had fulfilled his promise. Get lost. As you wish. As if afraid that Tang Yi would regret his decision, Tang Lang quickly slung Ning Xi over his shoulder and ran away swiftly, while quickly sending a text on his phone at the same time. Retreat. On the other battleground, both parties came to a standstill. The air was tense. The captain was trying his best to persuade Satan, but to no effect. Time passed, and dawn broke slowly. Yet both parties did not show any signs of retreating. The silver-haired man yawned and looked impatient. Such troublesome creatures. Are we fighting or not? As Tingxiao was about to reply him, he received a text message, which caught him by surprise, but he masked his reaction to the content well, and no one noticed. He then looked at the man and grandly said, "As you wish." The silver-haired man felt a strong bloodlust rise within himself. Feng Jin did not plan to rely on his employer's sanity since their opponent was Tingxiao, and he expected the latter to make a rational choice. However, seeing that Tingxiao was just as unreliable, he was deeply troubled. The captain was even more afraid. "Mr. Liu, we can't fight them." He was not worried about the outcome of this fight. America was barely standing its ground in the war now, and if one of their main forces were to be defeated here, other countries might seize the chance and infiltrate the motherland. Chapter 658. Sorry, I'm late. A military-grade SUV closed in quickly. The door opened, and Minister Naka got down with a few of his subordinates in tow. The captain had to inform his superior of the uncontrollable situation. Minister Naka went up to Tingxiao nervously and urged, "Mr. Liu, you promised to solve this peacefully." "I said I'll try," Tingxiao replied. "Mr. Liu, I know you're deeply concerned about your wife, but there are many other ways to rescue her. It isn't too late to take action after they set sail. There's no point to clash here, is there?" Minister Naka tried his best to convince him. Tingxiao's expression appeared to waver. The minister continued with his persuasion. After a long while, Tingxiao decided with a darkened expression, "Retreat." The silver-haired man sneered at him. "Ah, retreating already? Did I even allow such a thing?" He already guessed based on Tingxiao's personality that he would never do something so irrational just for a woman, and hence, the fight would not happen. But Feng Jin was clueless, so he had quickly gone up to ask him to stop provoking them and ordered his people to retreat at the same time. The man yawned and went back to his armored car cheerfully. The girl was already with him, and he wanted to get her back. In his dreams, the sea was his turf. Watching the crowd disperse, Minister Naka was relieved, but some new worries loomed on the horizon. Tingxiao would never let them get away for abducting his beloved wife. The worst part was that he had no idea what plans to propose to rescue Madame Liu. He had just been trying to calm Tingxiao down and lied. If Satan took to the seas, it would be even more impossible to save anyone from him. Minister Naka's plan was to send as many people as he could, but he still would not know if the rescue mission would end up successful or otherwise. "Mr. Liu, let's go back to DC and devise an elaborate plan." Minister Naka was trying to comfort Tingxiao, but the man suddenly urgently ordered, "Go back to the outskirts of Philadelphia." Minister Naka was confused and had no idea why he wanted to go there, but he felt guilty, so he ordered his men to follow Tingxiao's orders. A few hundred meters away from the meeting point, Tingxiao jumped off the tank and hurried by foot. "Hey, boss, we're here." Somewhere not too far away, someone was yelling. A brown-haired man was holding a slender girl with long hair. That girl seemed like. Tingxiao ran towards them. Beside the brown-haired man was the profusely injured girl. With so much that happened to her, she was barely conscious now. She only saw a familiar shadow block out the light, and she mumbled, "Tingxiao." Before she lost consciousness, she felt a warm embrace and heard a whisper by her ear, "It's me. Sorry I'm late." Chapter 659. We will meet again very soon. At Philadelphia Jetty. Above the surface of the sea, the mist slowly subsided and the sun rose. Golden light reflected upon the buoyant waves of the sea, but gloom was apparent on his face. "Where's she?" The man rushed over with everyone only to find an empty rundown car. It was rare to see Tang Yi with his glasses on, as he stood there with his back facing the sea. He looked pensive as if he was thinking about something, and when he saw people approaching, he lowered his gaze and said, "She was taken away by Tingxiao's man." "Someone actually managed to take someone away from you." The man glared at him, eyes ablaze. It was Tang Lang. The man's eyes immediately squinted maliciously. Tang Lang. No wonder Tingxiao had unexpectedly compromised earlier. What a great actor. He had intentionally negotiated with him on the other end and said so much crap to delay time. All that just to let Tang Lang have enough time to secretly save her. Damn it, he had actually fallen for it. He had especially designated for Tang Yi to take Ning Xi away. Who would have thought that Tang Lang would come along and mess things up? When they heard this, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Jin were stunned. Who would have thought that Tang Lang, who had disappeared for more than half a year, would turn out to be Tingxiao's man? No way. This is impossible. Feng Xiaoxiao gasped in disbelief. There's no way second senior brother would betray us. She, Tang Yi and Tang Lang had been adopted by the master since they were very young. The three of them grew up with each other and were even closer than biological siblings. Naturally, it was hard for her to accept this. However, the truth was right before them. There was no way Tang Yi would lie. In fact, it was very obvious that after Tang Yi had gone against Tang Lang, he was feeling turmoiled and betrayed. Feng Xiaoxiao was afraid that he would be miserable, so she did not even dare to ask for more details. She knew that even though the two of them usually fought with one another and Tang Yi seemed to not like Tang Lang, they were actually very close and had fought for their lives together throughout their dysfunctional friendship. They always had the best chemistry when they were out on missions. Now, the person who must be the most heartbroken was Tang Yi. Based on your amazing capabilities, how could you have lost to him so easily? The man shot him a suspicious look, clearly not quite believing him. Even if Tang Yi could not win, there was no way he could lose, and not so quickly too. Whenever the two fought, it would always take them at least half a day. They had even fought for 3 days and 3 nights without being able to decide who won or lost. Feng Xiaoxiao actually had her doubts as well, but she kept quiet. Actually, she had secretly suspected first senior brother going easy on him. Of course, she did not dare proclaim such a thing aloud. Tang Yi's expression stiffened. He did not bother explaining. I lost, and that's that. At that moment, Feng Jin looked at the time and urged anxiously. Get onto the boat. We should depart now. The man turned around and stared at the city in slumber behind him. His long fingers lightly moved his silver hair that was dancing in the wind to reveal the eye that had been hidden by his fringe and never before seen by anyone. His eyes were prettier than a woman's, but the hidden one was freakishly imprinted with a scar across it. Even though the impression of the scar was already very shallow, it still ruined the perfection of his eyes. However, this added an aura of wild danger to the man instead. Tingxiao, we will meet again very soon. And when that happens, I will take back everything that is mine. Chapter 660. Little junior sister had become the lady boss. What? How is Madame Lu here? The old minister and the captain were shocked to see the woman appear so unexpectedly. Tingxiao just wordlessly took off his coat and wrapped the girl in it. Then he carefully carried her. How could the old minister not understand at that point? Tingxiao had not trusted them at all, and he long had other tricks up his sleeves. He had decided to cause a distraction while someone was ordered to go save her. Naka was evidently embarrassed since he had not settled the issue well after all. He had meant to play mind games with them, when in fact, they had better clarity of the bigger picture all along. Thus, he quickly went up to Tingxiao and tried to make amends for his inadequacy. Mr. Lu, please come this way. With Madame Lu's current situation, I'm afraid she needs to be immediately treated. We have already prepared the best medical team for her. The hospital can be quite noisy, so you can bring Madame straight to my humble home to recuperate. What Tingxiao wanted to do the most at that moment was to bring Ning Xi home. However, when he looked at the bloody gunshot wound on Ning Xi's thigh, he thought about how she might be suffering from other unseen injuries. In her current state, she probably could not withstand the stress of a long-distance journey. What she needed was immediate medical treatment. At last, Tingxiao decided to stay temporarily and at the same time, give some face to the old minister. Please do, minister. When the minister heard this, he was finally less stressed and got the medical team to rush over. The medical team had been behind the bigger team right from the start, so they went over fairly quickly. Immediately, a stretcher was carried over and experienced medical staff attended to Ning Xi. Mr. Lu, please lay Madam carefully on the stretcher. Tingxiao nodded slightly before he lightly put Ning Xi down. Just as she was laid down, the girl who had been unconscious suddenly jolted and subconsciously clung onto Tingxiao's neck. She frowned in agony, pleading, "No, don't." Her throat was dry and her voice was soft as a kitten with a coarse mew, sounding extremely pitiful. Tingxiao's heart instantly melted into a mess. He immediately picked the girl up again and patted her lightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm right here." Tang Lang watched speechlessly with wide eyes. In shock, he coughed profusely. This was his first time seeing the vulnerable side of little junior sister akin to a white little flower, and even more unbelievably, such a gentle Lu Tingxiao. Mr. Lu, your relationship with your wife is so beautiful. Well then, Mr. Lu, carry her first. As long as you don't touch her wound, it should be fine, advised the medical staff with touched smiles. Lu Tingxiao had not intended to lay her down anyway. Seeing her like that, how could he bear to? Tang Lang suddenly thought of something important and quickly said, Boss, do you remember that you promised to give me what I wanted 3 days later? Lu Tingxiao did not remove his gaze from the girl at all when he responded with a grunt. Mission succeeded. I will now disappear. Tang Lang bade farewell. Is there water? Lu Tingxiao asked the doctor. Tang Lang was speechless at being ignored. Forget it. He should just disappear quickly. The boss only cared about little junior sister now, and anyone else was practically invisible to him. Hey, who knew? Perhaps it was fated. After so long, little junior sister had actually became his lady boss. Nice one, my little junior sister. Chapter 661, My Dear. At the old minister's house, Lu Tingxiao sat on the bedside as he held Ning Xi's hand. A group of doctors was busily extracting blood from Ning Xi to check her body thoroughly just in case she had any other sickness, wounds, or had been injected with any drugs. The frown on Lu Tingxiao's forehead remained the entire time. Mr. Lu, please wait. We will only know the results in 2 hours, at most. She's having a very high fever. It's because her wound is infected. It's a good thing Madam had done some cleaning up herself, or else she would have lost her leg if the bullet had been left for too long inside her body. Lu Tingxiao's heart ached. The treasure he had so carefully protected within his palm had only left for a short while, and within that time frame, she had become like this. How could his heart not ache? 2 hours later, the report finally came out. Mr. Lu, the results are out. Madame Lu's body is all normal. Except for the gunshot wound on her leg, there aren't any other problems. When he heard this, both Lu Tingxiao and the old minister breathed a sigh of relief. The latter immediately ordered everyone to watch the girl carefully, and he arranged the best room in the house for them. Because he thought Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi were husband and wife, he naturally arranged for one room only. Because Ning Xi was quite injured this time, she had slept for one entire day and night. Her fever soon subsided. To please Lu Tingxiao, the old minister had organized a dinner at the lobby with many high-ranking officials and business moguls invited as guests. At the dinner, they all had a multitude of words of admiration and concern for Lu Tingxiao. It's a good thing Madame Lu is safe this time, or else it would be hard for us to escape the blame. Exactly. God bless the good ones like Madame Lu. Lu Tingxiao did not correct anyone who called Ning Xi his wife. In that case, the distinction between a wife and a lover was very different. To have America mobilize their military resources for any woman would obviously be a little hard to explain, so he had just called Ning Xi his wife right from the beginning. It was impossible that these people would investigate if he really was married either. Even though Lu Tingxiao was already used to such occasions, he was obviously distracted this time around. His heart was still hung up on the person who had not woken up yet. He constantly wondered if she would feel afraid or suddenly fall ill again after she woke up and found herself in a foreign place. The dinner table was still filled with drinks and lively conversations. Lu Tingxiao leaned his head on one hand while his other hand held the stem of a wine glass. His fingers were rhythmically knocking on the glass. He was obviously getting impatient. He looked at the time and was prepared to excuse himself. Just as he was prepared to stand up, someone suddenly appeared in the banquet hall. Well, strictly speaking, someone hopped in. Ning Xi stood there on one leg, wearing a loose and warm cream silk sleeping gown. Her long hair tumbled messily on her shoulders, while her forehead was covered in a light sheen of perspiration. She looked terrified as if she had experienced something incredibly traumatic. It was not until she looked across the long dinner table and saw the man who held a glass in his hand on the other end that she finally calmed down. She had a dream, a horrible one. A nightmare that Lu Tingxiao had died under cannon fire to save her. When she saw Lu Tingxiao sitting there looking well, Ning Xi felt reassured. At the same time, the other people entered her line of vision. The table was full of well-dressed people. Obviously, They were some kind of honorary guests. From Ning Xi's days, a clarity suddenly emerged, a clarity. Just as she had almost blurted out to call boss, she instantly changed it to my dear. Chapter 662. My dear, what kind of wife do you like? A dead silence hung across the banquet hall. However, the phrase my dear was deafening enough to Lu Tingxiao. This is Madame Lu? Someone finally asked after a while. Lu Tingxiao stood up and walked towards the girl, his cold eyes staring right at the girl's injured legs. Why? Aren't you wearing any shoes? Ning Xi avoided his sharp gaze. I did, but it broke. Lu Tingxiao held her in his arms quietly. Ning Xi put her hands around his neck naturally. Then she glanced at the people in the banquet hall and asked softly, Did I do something wrong? My dear, why aren't you saying anything? She was scared. She had just woken up from her sleep and had not done this on purpose. Ning Xi's adaptation to the situation was so quick that she was already comfortable addressing Lu Tingxiao as my dear. She didn't know how much of an impact her casual words brought to Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao straightened his back and turned to everyone. I'm sorry, my wife isn't feeling well. Please excuse us. Everyone smiled. It's all right, CEO Lu. Don't mind us. Of course, your wife is certainly more important. I see now it's true that men who love and care for their wife are the most reliable ones. Everyone broke into excited chatter after Lu Tingxiao went away with Ning Xi in his arms. I would never expect Lu Tingxiao to make such a big deal just for a woman, but it seems that he really loves her. Thank God that nothing happened to her. Otherwise, that's weird. Isn't Lu Tingxiao single? Where did his wife come from? I've been wanting to ask since just now. It's not unusual for people to get married in secret. It's even more common for people like Lu Tingxiao. My daughter has been missing Mr. Lu since the last time she saw him. I didn't expect him to be married already. There probably wasn't any chance for your daughter anyway. In the bedroom. Madame Lu, where did you go? I was so scared. The nurse had just gone out for a while, and Ning Xi was already gone when she returned to the room, so she panicked. It's all right, let me do it, assured Lu Tingxiao. Oh, all right. The nurse glanced at Lu Tingxiao shyly and left the room. Lu Tingxiao lifted the sheets and lay Ning Xi on the bed gently. Ning Xi asked, Boss, was I smart enough just now to catch on to you? Lu Tingxiao squinted his eyes at her. Not smart enough to cover your mistake. Ning Xi looked down at the sheets. I really barge in on purpose. Why did you get up when you're still feeling unwell? Lu Tingxiao vented. How could she still run around with injuries on her legs? Ugh, I had a nightmare. Lu Tingxiao sighed. Then he explained, to be able to rescue you this time, I had to lie and say that you're my wife. So, during our stay here, you might have to act as one. But it won't last long. We'll go back as soon as you feel better. No problem. Acting is my profession after all. Ning Xi reassured him. I can act as any kind of wife you like. Chapter 663. Teach me how to confess my feelings to a man. Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao, full of curiosity. Boss, what kind of wife do you like? The gentle type? The unreasonable type? The funny type? Cute? Silly? Lu Tingxiao glanced at her. I like all of them. Ning Xi smirked. Boss, you're terribly greedy. Because that's all you. Because she embodied those characteristics, he liked all of them. Ning Xi remained silent. Since she was still feeling weak, she was afraid that her heart could not withstand his flirtatious advances. At a 5-star hotel in D.C., there was still no news of Ning Xi after 3 days, and Guo Qixing was extremely worried. Who did you ask help from last night? Is he actually reliable? Jiang Mai brooded and did not say a word. Unreliable? If he was unreliable, then there would not be anyone else that could be counted on. Jiang Mai had actually struggled to call Lu Tingxiao. He hated himself for being so helpless and useless. He could not stand that he was unable to protect the woman he loved and had to rely on someone else's help. He believed in karma now. He was so used to breaking girls' hearts, and now he was paying the price. He had called Chung Feng for an update earlier on and realized that the problem was much bigger than he thought, so he did not want to keep disturbing him. But considering that some time had already passed, could there be some latest news? He decided to make a phone call. If God gave him another chance, he might never have made this torturous call. Hello, uncle, did you find her? How's Ning Xi? Is she all right? Can I speak to her? Lu Tingxiao frowned, not wanting Ning Xi to be bothered at the moment. Well, okay, Fine, he simply did not want his wife to talk to any man, especially when this particular man was obviously still missing his wife. He cared so much for her that he was feeling defensive. Ning Xi was measuring her temperature when her sharp hearing senses picked up Jiang Mai's voice, and she panicked. I've gone missing. The crew must be worried sick. Dear, let me talk to him. From various aspects, Ning Xi really was an exceptional actress. The speed of putting herself into the role and her professionalism, no one could ever know. Tingxiao nodded curtly and handed her the phone. Ning Xi quickly greeted, "Hello, Jiang Mai." "Ning Xi, what have you done? You've just given me the worst scare of my life. Why did you go to Philadelphia all of a sudden? And did I just hear you call someone dear? Who are you calling?" Jiang Mai asked like a bullet train. "It must have been your imagination." Ning Xi blushed and made up a lie on the spot. "Well, you know, laws pretty much don't exist here. I was kidnapped, but thankfully your uncle was here in time. Everything is all right now. How about you? Are you okay? Are you injured?" Jiang Mai asked in concern. "Just some minor injuries. It's no big deal." "Oh, right. I actually have something important to discuss with you now," Ning Xi informed seriously. Ning Xi glanced around and saw Tingxiao go to speak to the doctor. So she quickly said, "Teach me how to confess my feelings to a man." Chapter 664. Offering myself out of gratitude. Hey, good 10 seconds of silence went by. Ning Xi could not wait any longer. Hello, Jiang Mai. Blondie, are you there? What's with this signal? Failing on me at such a critical moment. Hello. Ning Xi was about to hang up and redial, but Jiang Mai suddenly replied, "I'm here." You're still on the line. Quickly teach me. Ning Xi urged. How, what even? I've never confessed my feelings to a man before. How could I teach you? Jiang Mai was clearly annoyed. Liar. When I was in school, I heard you confess to a handsome underclassman, and he even accepted you. Ning Xi, can you not? I was just joking. He could not do this anymore. He felt that Ning Xi was driving him mad. Jiang Mai took a deep breath. Why would you ask me about confessing to a man? Ask yourself. Aren't you the most experienced? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Well, the scums from before were too easy, and I didn't get to confess on my own. Even Su Yan, he was the one who took the initiative. This is my first time. I really don't know how to. Jiang Mai was surprised when he also realized that indeed, she really had never confessed to a man before. Damn it. After being together for a while, he had been totally fooled, even up until now. Wait, I haven't asked you yet. Who's the man? Who are you trying to fool again? Jiang Mai asked cautiously. Your uncle. Again, another awkward moment of silence. Jiang Mai felt that they were communicating on different channels. Why did you change your mind? What's so odd about it? Your uncle saved me, so I want to offer myself out of gratitude for rescuing me. Ning Xi replied as a matter of factly. Jiang Mai had no idea what he was feeling right now. His feelings were all over the place. So it's just because of this. What if the one who rescued her had been himself and not Tingxiao? Then, would she? He had just given his chance away. To Tingxiao. What else could it be? Ning Xi replied. The thought lingered in Jiang Mai's mind, and he could not help but ask her, if it was I who came to your rescue, would you have offered yourself to me as well? Ning Xi replied almost instantly, impossible. I'm not a fool. Jiang Mai felt his heart sink to the ground. Go to hell, Ning Xi. Ask someone else. I don't know anything. What's wrong? Are you on your period? Why are you so grumpy? Get lost. Please help me. I can only talk to you about this. Do you know how difficult it is for me to be this determined? Ning Xi sighed. Jiang Mai clenched his teeth. Would you tell this to your exes? Aren't you one? Jiang Mai just wanted to stop talking to her already. Are you an idiot? My uncle has always loved you. Why would you need to confess? Just tell him how you feel directly. You're not being sensitive at all. Of course, I'd like to give the person I love an unforgettable experience. I will never skip the phase of confession. Bye. Jiang Mai ended the call. Your good friend Blondie has just received a heavy blow. Chapter 665. Xiao Shi. Who do you want to confess to? When he saw Ning Xi chatting with Jiang Mai for so long, Tingxiao's expression stiffened. Time to have your medicine. Oh, right away. Ning Xi hung up. Just as she was prepared to return the phone to Tingxiao, her eyes flew wide open. On the screensaver of the phone was their selfie from the theme park. It was such a playful photo. She thought that Tingxiao was only accommodating them and did not like it himself, but who knew? Sigh. How could the devil be so hot yet so adorable? She really wanted to make that picture her screensaver on her phone too. Sadly, her occupation did not allow such a thing, which would definitely cause unnecessary scandal. However, she did quite like her current screensaver, and it was very meaningful. It was the first portrait that little treasure had drawn for her. On numerous occasions since she made it her screensaver, many people had asked her which artist had drawn her portrait, and they wanted her to introduce them. However, she obviously could not announce Master Little Treasure to the world. Tingxiao watched her look at his own phone screensaver with a strange look on her face, and he quickly took away the phone, passing her pills. Ning Xi looked at the myriad of pills with various sizes and felt her head spin. Why are there so many pills? Do I have to eat them all? The nurse holding the plate by the side quickly explained, Madam Lu. Yes, you have to eat them all. You still have a slight fever, and your wound was seriously infected. Apart from that, The nurse continued to ramble on with reasons to make sure that she did not miss even a single pill. Ning Xi could only look to Tingxiao for mercy. However, Tingxiao just gave her a stern look, indicating that there was no space for negotiation at all. If you don't want to swallow the pills, don't cause a ruckus next time. Ning Xi blinked and said, My dear. Tingxiao then responded, When you finish them, I'll take you out to play. There's a sick deer in the garden. Ning Xi's eyes shone, then she immediately finished the medicine obediently. Even though she had a fear of taking medicine, she would still obey. She was greedy for the warmth of Tingxiao. Only in front of him would she entirely let go of any restraint on her vulnerability and temperament. When the nurse watched the two of them interacting, she was so jealous that she started to tear up. He spoiled her so wonderfully. He was practically coaxing her like a little girl. Mr. Lu was usually so cool. This was unbelievable. After that phone call, Ning Xi had started to plan how she should confess her feelings. She actually called herself the queen of picking up girls, but who'd expect that something as menial as confessing would trouble her? Actually, the task was not difficult. The main thing was that she wanted to do it for the devil, and he had done so much for her. She thought that her confession had to impress him, so she had to be careful about it. Thus, that night, out of desperation, Ning Xi started to seek for help again. This time, the level of help was significantly higher than Jiang Mai. Hello, who's this? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have been woken up from their sleep. Hello, second master, it's me. Xiao Shi. Are you all right now? I heard my brother said you were kidnapped, and you were even shot. Why are you calling me so late at night? Did something happen? Yes, it's an utmost emergency. Second master, I need immediate backup. How do I confess so that the other person has a strong impression of me that will last for the rest of their lives till they die? Ning Xi asked in one breath. Lu Jingli, who was on the other end of the phone, kept silent for a long while before he stuttered. Confess? Xiao Shi. You want to confess to someone? Chapter 666. Loosen up or start a fire. Ning Xi quickly thought of something and replied. Not for me. It's for a friend. If she had admitted that it was her, he would definitely not teach her. However, Lu Jingli was pretty sharp and was instantly filled with righteous indignation. You're lying. It's definitely for yourself. Which punk do you want to confess to? I'm going to kill him. Ning Xi raised her brows and asked, Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. My knives are sharpened and raring too. Go. Ning Xi laughed. This guy was indeed very loyal to his brother. Since Lu Jingli already knew, he definitely would not help her, so she could only resort to her last attempt. Ning Xi intentionally said in a threatening tone, You don't have to care who it is. You will know sooner or later. So what's it going to be? Are you going to teach me or not? If you don't, I'll go ask your brother instead. Ning Xi was prepared to give Tingxiao a surprise. Obviously, she could not directly tell Lu Jingli who it was. Or else, this blabbermouth would definitely not be able to keep it a secret and blurt it out to Tingxiao. Then, there would be no need for her to prepare a surprise. Xiao Shi, how can you be like this? If you ask my brother to teach you, wouldn't he die of anguish? Xiao Shi, from today onwards, I've decided not to like you anymore. You've really disappointed me. Lu Jingli exploded. Ning Xi held back her laughter and said in a villainous tone, Ha. So, little goldfish, are you going to teach me or not? If you don't, I'll really have to go ask your brother. You Lu Jingli said in an exasperated tone. Okay, fine, I will. Also, I'm not a goldfish. I'm a koi fish. He had not overlooked this despite his extreme disappointment. I am a koi fish. How could I be this sad? I'm so down. Then, quickly tell me. Ning Xi urged as she lowered her voice, carefully eyeing the direction of the bathroom where Lu Tingxiao was showering. He should be done. Anytime now, Lu Jingli said absent-mindedly. You should cover your face with some mud, draw a clown, ride a unicycle, hold a donkey in your hand. Ning Xi quickly stopped him angrily. Lu Jingli, if you don't be more serious, I'll really go ask your brother. Lu Jingli gasped and said tearfully. If he is new to love, help him loosen up and rid of his clothes. If he has much experience with people, then you may start a fire by the stove. This is all I can teach you. This is the essence of what I've learned in life. You have to understand it concretely for yourself. You can choose to believe me or not. I'm hanging up now, bye-bye. Your good friend, the Lu Koi fish, is deeply hurt. Lu Jingli thought about it and looked at the situation from the perspective of not knowing much. At least, he could confirm that the dude Ning Xi liked had to be an old, cunning person who had met many walks of life. So he would just let Ning Xi cook him a meal before confessing. This is the one way he thought was the safest, and a way that would not have Ning Xi trouble him. Ning Xi looked at the hung-up phone speechlessly. However, after thinking about Lu Jingli's words, she thought that it did make sense. This logic of his was something she understood. However, she was momentarily limited by her thought process. She still wanted to cause a ruckus. But changing her modus operandi wasn't a bad idea either. Someone new to love would use the seduction method. Someone who had met. Many people would need the culinary tricks. Lu Tingxiao had never been in love for the past, so he definitely counted as being new to love. Uffed, Lu Jingli, what nonsense. The fact that you could offer such grand advice without knowing anything about the situation is spectacular. Chapter 667. Success rate was too high. Not sleeping yet. When Lu Tingxiao got out of the shower, he saw that Ning Xi was still on the phone talking and jotting something down in her book. She looked very excited, making him frown out of curiosity. I shall go now. Ning Xi quickly shoved the notebook like her treasure under the pillow. Then, she started to plan her big confession. Lu Tingxiao looked at the pillow and was slightly suspicious, but he did not take her actions too much to heart. Have you taken your medicine? Ning Xi nodded, her gaze falling on Lu Tingxiao's chest muscles that moved fluidly under his pajamas and started evaluating them appreciatively. I have. I've drunk the milk too. Ugh, this kind of confession, would it really be memorable enough for him to take to his deathbed? Did she really not need to do it on some mountain 8,000 meters above sea level, then shout it out to the whole world? Did she not have to do something outrageous, or in public? She felt like doing so would be fitting of the devil's level. Okay, never mind. She did not have that sort of capability anyway. Lu Tingxiao used his towel to dry his wet hair, then walked closer to her to touch her forehead with his warm and damp hand. Good, your fever is gone. Ning Xi was already prepared to carry out her plan when the phone rang, causing her frustration and annoyance to peak. Who was it? Lu Tingxiao walked to the table and glanced at his phone before picking it up. Hello? Hello? Bro? Lu Jingli's voice sounded teary and low, as if he was trying to tell him something privately. What is it? Lu Tingxiao had never heard Lu Jingli that sad before. He frowned and wondered if something had happened back home. Bro, is Xiao Shishi beside you? Lu Jingli asked. Yes. Then, walk away further to speak to me. Don't let her hear our conversation. I want to report something to you. Lu Jingli said in a hushed tone. Lu Tingxiao was confused, but he still obeyed and walked to the balcony. Speak. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingli seemed to have struggled with himself before he said, Bro, I didn't want to tell you at first, but I think I have to tell you now. It's better as compared to you finding out without being mentally prepared at all. So, I still think that telling you now would be better. You could save yourself from being sad when you find out later. What is it? Lu Tingxiao frowned, sensing something bad. Lu Jingli took a deep breath and said word by word. Xiao Shishi wants to confess to that person. Lu Tingxiao's face instantly went blank. What did you say? Lu Jingli glumly said. Xiao Shishi wants to confess her feelings to the men she likes. Just now, she called me to tell me personally. She even made me help her come up with a plan. There was a dead silence over the phone. It was not sure how long had passed, but Lu Jingli's anxious heart was about to explode when finally Lu Tingxiao spoke. Is it? Bro, are you okay? Lu Jingli asked, his stomach uneasy with worry. I'm fine. There was no oddity detected in Lu Tingxiao's tone. Nevertheless, Lu Jingli was even more worried now, and he could only helplessly console. But, bro, you don't have to be too worried. Xiao Shishi had only said she would confess, but she might not necessarily be successful. Truthfully, when he was consoling his brother, he did not quite believe himself. When he thought about Xiao Shishi's capabilities, added with her sincerity and a serious approach, her success rate was quite high. So much so that there was close to no possibilities of her failing. Chapter 668. Lu Tingxiao, I like you, I really, really do. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Not too long before this, he had suspected Xiao Shishi of being slightly interested in his brother, and he was prepared to test her. Who would have thought that when they finally found her, and before he could test her, he would receive such a shockingly horrible news? Lu Jingli told his brother earnestly, because she threatened me, she would ask you instead, so I had to simply teach her a little. I told her that if the other person has met many people, she should cook for him. And if he is new to love, she should use the seduction method. I'm guessing she's definitely prepared to cook. Wait, what if she combines my methods and cooks before seducing? Oh bro, I've let you down. While Lu Jingli was still rambling on, Lu Tingxiao felt his brother's voice fading away, and even the world around him seemed to be dissolving into the background. The instant he heard Lu Jingli say that Ning Xi wanted to confess to that man, he felt like he was being smashed by planets into ashes beneath his calm surface. All his bloodthirsty, negative emotions were running through his veins, colliding against the rationale of not wanting to hurt her. These thoughts kept clashing within him, and it felt as if it was going to tear him apart. His heart, it ached so much, it was about to explode. Ning Xi tossed and turned on the bed for quite a while before Lu Tingxiao finally finished his phone call and entered the room. She noticed that he seemed slightly out of place. It was like the phenomena of an eclipse, whereby all light had instantly vanished, taking away with it all emotions and liveliness. Ning Xi suddenly thought of something based on her observations. She instantly started cursing in her heart. God damn it. That call earlier wouldn't have been from that Lu Jingli, would it? Did he tell Lu Tingxiao everything? No need to wonder further. He definitely did. Or else, Lu Tingxiao wouldn't look like this. She initially thought that in order to avoid hurting Lu Tingxiao, Lu Jingli definitely wouldn't tell him. But he still went ahead anyway. Damn it. She had initially wanted to prepare for a little while more, arg. But from the looks of the devil's expression now, obviously, he was not preparing to explode with his silence, but preparing to self-destruct with it. She could not bear to delay it for another second. She had to speed up her plan now. Ning Xi sighed, pinched the space between her eyebrows and curled up under the blanket. Several seconds later, she peeked her head out and looked at the man. Big boss. Lu Tingxiao looked up at her with empty eyes. Could you come over for a while? Ning Xi asked, her voice oddly gentle as if afraid she would disturb him. Lu Tingxiao lean body stiffened straight. He walked to the bedside robotically like he a conditioned reflex. Ning Xi stared straight at the man in front of her bed and said, Big boss. Let me just tell you beforehand, wait. I might need to do something that offends you as a superior. Before the man could react to the implied meaning of her words, the girl turned the lights off. She then suddenly sat up in the bed to kneel and put her arms around his neck, pulling him down to kiss him without hesitation. At the same, because she was in a kneeling position, the blanket that had initially covered her entire body slid down. Ning Xi felt around in the dark and pulled up the man's stiff and icy cold palm on her own bare-naked waist. The man was still stunned by the sudden kiss, so when he felt the girl's warm and smooth skin, he jolted. This was when the girl's soft and clear voice said right into his ear, Lu Tingxiao, I like you, I really, really like you. Chapter 669. Worried it would not be exciting enough. Night fell, and there was no sight of the moon outside. Only several stars loomed in the dark sky above. Inside, where there was no trace of any light, only a blurred silhouette could be seen. The man leaned his stiff body forward slightly, with one palm on the girl's waist. The girl kneeled on the bed with her arms around his neck, the slender shape of her neck against the dim light appealing to him greatly. Tingxiao's brain had blanked out earlier from his inner struggle after his world was blasted by Lu Jingli's horrible news. However, at that moment, he did not know who he was anymore. It was too quiet. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He did not move at all. At last, after holding her breath for so long, Ning Xi's heart started to thump wildly. What was going on? No matter if it was good or bad, at least he should give some reaction. She had prepared for so long after all, and killed so many brain cells, even giving it her all. Ning Xi could not help but whine slightly. Hey, Tingxiao, I'm confessing my feelings to you here. Could you at least react a little? Even if you want to reject me. Tingxiao finally responded, but his body was still as stiff as a statue. Only a warm whisper indicated he was speaking. What did you just say? I said I'm confessing my feelings to you. To me? Duh, who did you think it was? After the short exchange, the dead silence returned. Until the air rang with a soft sneeze did the frozen atmosphere thaw. It was already deep into winter, and even though the room had a heater turned on, it was still chilly if one did not wear anything. In the next second, Tingxiao instinctively picked up the blanket and wrapped the girl tightly like a silkworm cocoon. Foolishness. Do you want to be even sicker than you are right now? Ning Xi was so mad until she scrunched up her shoulders and sniffed while mumbling. Lame. I thought so hard about how to confess that my head was about to explode, and I even put down my ego to ask around for help before I thought of this idea. I wanted to give you a memorable confession experience. Achu, put on your clothes. Where are your clothes? Tingxiao felt like he was about to go insane from a mix of frustration and lust. I'm not wearing them. You haven't replied me yet. Ning Xi muttered without complying. Her clothes were still under the blanket. In her rush earlier, she could only curl under it to strip. When Tingxiao heard her refusal, he had an indescribable expression. Do you still need me to respond? Ning Xi's eyes shone. Then she asked. Then, are you very surprised? Is this memorable enough? I still think this way of confessing my feelings is too common and not exciting enough. It's all Lu Jingli's fault, his big mouth. I wanted more time to prepare myself for it to be perfect and wait till at least tomorrow. Just now, I saw that you had probably misunderstood what Lu Jingli blabbered to you about, and I was worried that you would think nonsensically. So I had to do it now, at the last minute, and that caused me to be so rushed. Listening to the girl ramble on with her incessant complaints, Tingxiao did not know what to say. His long fingers covered his forehead helplessly. Then he held up her hand and brought the other hand to cover his left chest. His tone sounded awkward and hoarse as if he had just returned from hell. Not exciting enough? My heart. It was about to stop beating from that fright you gave me. What more do you want? Was it that serious? Ning Xi blinked. She was only afraid that it would not be exciting and special enough. She didn't think that she would have possibly overdone it. Chapter 670. Because I realize I prefer cabbage. Yet, the truth was right before her. Underneath her palm, the frequency of Tingxiao's heartbeat was messed up as if he had been poisoned, and she even detected that it skipped half a beat. Ning Xi had to believe it now. She had really overdone it. Thus, she started to find excuses. You can't blame me for this. If you really want to blame someone, it would be your brother. He taught me this idea. It's all his fault for being too corrupted. Actually, she really could not blame Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli had completely directed her towards the pure and safe way. Who would have known that it would be misunderstood? At that moment, at Lu Jingli's bungalow in China, a certain koi fish was hugging his pillow and sobbing in silence. The good days had come to an end, and he was not sure how he could survive the upcoming seasons of misery. How about he just run away from home? No, he should just become a monk and take baby little treasure with him. He would not have thought that the initial ideas he had given Ning Xi about firing up a stove for her love interest would turn into an act of removing his brother's clothes. At that second, Tingxiao was staring at the woman in front of him like a burning torch, his gaze like an X-ray, seeing through the most secretive nooks of her body. Ning Xi felt goosebumps rise across her skin. What is it? Tingxiao extended his hand out to feel her forehead. After a while, he felt it again. A few seconds later, he repeated his action. The fourth time Tingxiao felt her forehead, Ning Xi could not stand it anymore and grabbed his hand. Stop it. My forehead is about to be filed down by the calluses on your hand. I don't have a fever. I am not drunk. I am not sleepwalking, and I am very clear-headed. Tingxiao looked at her and said with an oddly serious expression, "You're sure it's me you were trying to tell this to?" Ning Xi replied, "Sure, definitely, and most definitely." Tingxiao then asked, "Why?" One could not blame Tingxiao for having such a reaction and doubts. Even right now, he felt like he was still dreaming. The truth was that what had just happened tonight was definitely the biggest plot twist and the most unexpected surprise of his life. His entire logic, knowledge, and judgment had been entirely flipped upside down. Ning Xi had confessed to him. She had actually said that she liked him. The person she confessed to was no one else but him. Such an impossible thing, but it had actually happened. Why? When she heard this question, Ning Xi was stunned for a while. Tingxiao had asked why she had chosen him. She was stopped in her thoughts, and she started asking herself why had she said it in the end. Why had she still told him? Even she herself had not thought of her reason why. At first, she had thought about burying her feelings for him forever. Then, she wanted to wait for the right time, for the day she could finally build an empire with him. As the universe would have it no other way, her plans kept changing again and again. All she could only say was that when it came to love, sometimes one had no control over themselves. From the moment first senior brother had told her that Satan wanted to meet her in Philadelphia, her thoughts had changed drastically when being on the verge of life and death the day before. Just when she thought she would definitely be dead, her biggest regret was him not hearing what she had said to him during the fireworks show at the theme park that day. Future or misfortune, no one would ever know which came first. One should never wait till tomorrow or for the future. The moment the opportunity rose, at the current moment, she had to say it, had to do it. That was her reason. So, even though this whole confessing to Tingxiao was a little impulsive in the end, she bore no regrets at all. When she lifted her head again, Ning Xi's eyes sparkled. She looked at the man who was obviously tensed and she kissed him, answering, "Because I realized that I prefer cabbage." Chapter 671. Do you not want to be responsible for me? Because I realize I prefer cabbage. Before her lips could leave, Tingxiao's icy eyes were set ablaze. He instantly held the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Unlike the girl's light caress, his touch immediately opened up her mouth for the onslaught of his affections. In the quiet room, they could barely hear the indistinct sounds of sloppy kisses and the friction between their clothes as their passion lit up the air in that silent night. Tingxiao had enveloped the girl and her blanket together in his embrace as he kissed her. His hand involuntarily dived into the blanket, tracing her neck and following her spine all the way down to the tailbone, until he touched the only clothing item left on her. This brat had actually thoroughly stripped everything off, except for her thin little panties. She was not wearing anything. Damn it. There were signs of Tingxiao giving in to his hunger as he held her jaw and kissed even more aggressively. Ning Xi felt lightheaded as her lips were sucked numb, and she felt coarse fingers rippling across her skin, evoking waves of trembles. She was not very used to this foreign feeling. Yet, she did not feel any rejection and disgust like she had in the past. Even though she was clear that he was on the dangerous verge of losing control, she still felt assured. Simply because this person was him. In the next second, her body had been gently laid on the bed. In the dark of the night, the man's eyes looked like a beast that had starved for 1,000,000 years. With both arms on either side of her, he locked her down and growled, "Put on your clothes." Ning Xi's breath was a mess as her chest rose and fell furiously. She was stunned when she heard him. Huh. When she was slightly clearer-headed, Ning Xi blinked and asked, "You sure you want me to put them on? Why do I feel like this doesn't seem like it's progressing right? Like you're not following the script." "What script?" the man asked in a hoarse voice. Ning Xi thought about it quite seriously. Well, the point is the male lead would definitely not allow the female lead to put on her clothes. Shouldn't we pour our hearts out to each other, then melt into one another fierily and spend the night together? Tingxiao gritted his teeth and leaned forward, nipping on her lips. "You sure your body can handle that now?" This dangerous tone made Ning Xi shiver. She shook her head like a wave had just hit her. Even if she did not have any wounds on her and could still jump around, she felt suffocated. Wait, does this mean you really did consider following the script? You only stopped because of my wound. Ning Xi thought about it, then said, "I remember. When I first met you, you told me that you'd only sleep with someone if marriage was at the forefront. Lu Tingxiao's eyes squinted coolly. Do you not want to be responsible for me? Ning Xi was stunned again and propped herself up on her elbows. Something's not right. This script still isn't right. Shouldn't the man be responsible for the woman? Lu Tingxiao nodded slowly. That's fine with me too. Ning Xi did not know what to say. She had fallen for the trap. She really could not be distracted at all when talking to the devil. Thus, tonight, Ning Xi had to start considering another problem. Her confession was done out of passion in the heat of the moment. Then, what about after the confession? How could she settle this? And now she and Lu Tingxiao, what was their relationship with each other now? Chapter 672. You're too easily seduced. Lu Tingxiao looked down and saw some red marks on his shoulder as a result of being accidentally scratched by Ning Xi. When am I going to attend your wedding? Tang Lang teased. The ice in Lu Tingxiao's eyes melted slightly. I'll leave that up to her. When he noticed that Lu Tingxiao had obviously become gentler and had a loving look whenever he mentioned Ning Xi, Tang Lang, who was smiling outwardly, could not help but worry. Up to her. If it was up to little junior's sister, he would never be able to attend their wedding in this lifetime. Based on what he knew, little junior's sister was a strong believer against marriage. He really did not believe that anyone had the capabilities to convince her to enter the graveyard called marriage, even if it was Lu Tingxiao himself. He was not sure what Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao's current relationship status was. Sugar daddy? Lover? Or partner? No matter which one it was, he did not think too confidently of the outcome of their relationship because their personalities, occupations, lives, backgrounds, and even principles were much too different. Little junior's sister's wild and untamed personality against Lu Tingxiao's cool and arrogant stature were simply too clashing. He could not imagine how it was like when the both of them were together, including their positions in bed. When dawn broke, Ning Xi opened her eyes in a phase. She subconsciously looked around and saw that Lu Tingxiao was already awake, sitting on the sofa opposite her. He had a laptop on his lap as he looked at the graphs and numbers on his screen with full focus. The light streamed through the windows and highlighted his hair, layering it with a golden beam, making him an unbelievably beautiful sight. She thought to herself, the most beautiful thing in this world must be waking up early in the morning with sunlight and you by my side. As if noticing he was being stared at, Lu Tingxiao looked up from the screen and met the girl's eyes. You're awake. Ning Xi nodded and yawned. Lu Tingxiao put his laptop down, standing up and walking towards the bed. He then bent down and caught her lips in his. At first, it was just a light graze. Then it went deeper and became more passionate. The wet trail of kisses continued all the way to her neck and left a red mark. Ning Xi subconsciously arched her back and her fingers found the bed sheet beneath her to clench it tightly, using it as her tool to control her desires. She had just woken up and was overwhelmed by such a dizzying kiss. Even though her conscience was not entirely clear, her body had definitely woken up. When the man's head went further south, Ning Xi started to panic and pushed him away. Hey, it's too early. You seduced me first. The man's voice was husky and full of heat. Ning Xi was confused. I seduced you? When did I seduce you? I just woke up. I didn't do anything apart from open my eyes. You gave me that look, said Lu Tingxiao, his eyes locked onto her. What look? Ning Xi blinked and tried to recall. It seemed like Lu Tingxiao had an issue with the way she looked at him earlier. Since confessing to Lu Tingxiao last night, she had let her guard down and shed all disguise, inevitably revealing her true feelings. Ning Xi held the man's face in her tiny hands and could not help but laugh. Big boss, you're too easily seduced, aren't you? What happened to being a male god who can resist all earthly temptations? Chapter 673. Not beneficial for the body to hold it in. The man's response was to kiss her again. Ning Xi. Let's go home. The doctor said your injury is stable, so you can move about now. Okay, I've meaning to go home. The two clung on to each other in bed for a while before they finally got up. When Ning Xi was putting on her clothes, she was upset to find that her entire body, even all the way down, was covered in hickeys. It was a good thing that it was winter now, so she could wear something with a high collar to cover up. When she asked the nurse for a turtleneck sweater, she still felt a little awkward. The nurse did not look very old, but she was married. When she heard what Ning Xi asked for, she immediately could guess why. and said, This Mr. Liu, madam, you're still injured. Why couldn't he control himself a little? The wound must have opened up. That kind of injury can very easily be affected. I even especially reminded him that it's best that the two of you not be in the same room for this period of time. Ning Xi's wound was on her inner thigh. If they wanted to do a certain act, the wound would indeed stand reopening. Easily. The nurse was very worried and she kept mumbling to herself. Ning Xi held her forehead and had to just say straightforwardly, "Nurse, don't worry, we didn't do anything." How awkward. Who would have known that the nurse would even remind Lu Tingxiao of something like that? She was really professional. Well, if you didn't, that's good. Mr. Liu really loves you. Although, the nurse was not very reassured. In fact, she was even more worried. But, to hold it in like that is not beneficial for Mr. Liu's body. How about I teach you some other ways? If you don't do it, you can still deal with the tension. You don't have to be shy. Ning Xi felt uncomfortable. Nurse, why are you suddenly teaching me bed tricks? What are you talking about? This was when Lu Tingxiao walked in and asked out of curiosity. Ning Xi quickly looked innocent and said, "Nothing. Let's go, the flight's been booked." Okay. Ning Xi naturally hurled out both hands towards him. Lu Tingxiao walked over, bent down, and carried her like a damsel in distress. When the both of them were leaving, the old minister led a huge group of people to send them off. In fact, the send-off was oddly grand. Even Ning Xi felt a little guilty for her superb acting skills. Lu Tingxiao had booked an international airline and not a helicopter since the flight in the former would be stabler. The first-class cabin was very spacious and comfortable. Lu Tingxiao helped her adjust her seat to lean back and covered her with a cashmere blanket. "Get some sleep." "I can't fall asleep." Ning Xi shook her head, a little worried. Lu Tingxiao, tell me, what if Minister Naka and the rest realized that you lied to them? What would you do? It wouldn't cause some international conflict, would it? Lu Tingxiao laughed lightly. Then, I guess I'll have to trouble this madam here to save me. Ning Xi was instantly stunned. Was Lu Tingxiao implying that they should make their act real? So as not to trouble her, Lu Tingxiao immediately stopped and patted her head. "I'm just kidding, don't worry. They already got what they wanted, so even if they know, it's nothing." Ning Xi nodded in relief. Then, Lu Tingxiao suddenly looked right at her and said, "Ning Xi, may I ask you a question?" "Yes." "Why was your choice in the end me?" Let me think." Ning Xi thought for a while then answered, 1% of the reason is obviously because you're very mature, stable, reliable, handsome, and so nice to me." Lu Tingxiao's eyebrows went up. "Then, what about the other 90%? Ning Xi blinked. "The other 90% is, of course, because of Little Treasure." Chapter 674. "You were looking very cute. I could not help it." Ning Xi said, "The other 90% is, of course, because of Little Treasure." Lu Tingxiao was speechless. Little Treasure was such a huge bonus. Wasn't it a little too much? He instantly added 99 points. He really did not know whether to be happy or feel unhappy. When she saw the girl's cunning smile, Lu Tingxiao narrowed his eyes. When Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao landed, it was already evening. Only the chauffeur came to pick them up. "Where's Jingli?" Lu Tingxiao casually asked when they got into the car. The chauffeur looked slightly awkward as he answered, "Second master is busy, so he could not personally come." When she heard this, Ning Xi raised her brows and said, "Busy? I think he just doesn't want to see me." The chauffeur was speechless. Without revealing anything, Miss Ning, she could guess so accurately. Second master's words verbatim were, "I'm not going. I never want to see that woman again. From now on, where I am, she won't be near me. And where she is, I won't be there." Lu Tingxiao naturally guessed the reason Lu Jingli had not come too. "Should we explain to him?" Ning Xi shook her head and scoffed. "No. Wait till he sees me for himself. I want to shock him. He serves him right for being such a blabbermouth." The chauffeur watched the two of them in the back seat and thought that it was odd. Master and Miss Xiao, she seemed to be getting along so well. What was wrong? He subconsciously looked at Assistant Chung beside him suspiciously and shot him a look to say, "What's going on?" Chung Feng looked back at him and did not say anything. He just replied with a look that said, "Who can I ask?" The point was that since Miss Ning she had been rescued, the atmosphere had been different. He suspected that they had seen real love in times of need. However, whether this was true or not, he still had to observe for a while more. After all, in D.C., the two of them were pretending to be husband and wife. He could not tell whether those loving ways and displays of affection were real or fake. As Cheng Feng thought about this, in the back seat, Tingxiao suddenly leaned over and kissed Ning Xi. The chauffeur, who watched this scene play out through the rearview mirror, had a slip of his hand and almost lost control of the steering wheel. "Boss, I'm driving here. Can you not suddenly shock me?" Cheng Feng was just stunned, and in his head only one thought remained. Very good. No need for further observations. This was clearly hitting the nail on the board. Based on boss' mature attitude, if the other person did not return his affections, he would definitely not make such a random move. My God, did he just see what happened? Was he dreaming? The boss had been waiting for this day to come. Why did he feel even happier than falling in love himself? Behind, Ning Xi was no less shocked than Cheng Feng and the chauffeur up front. She quickly pushed Tingxiao away. She could not help but blush as much as she tried to be calm. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't do such nonsense in broad daylight." Most importantly, there were other people up front. Tingxiao looked at her and said nonchalantly, "You were looking very cute earlier. I could not help it." Ning Xi was speechless. What the hell? Was it her fault again? Didn't she just say she wanted to shock Lu Jingli? What was cute and irresistible about that? Was he even seduced by that too? Seriously, she really did not get the devil sometimes. Chapter 675. What? My brother wants to jump into the river? Up front, for the safety of driving the car, the chauffeur very consciously pressed the button that wound up the divider for their privacy. Ning Xi puffed up her cheeks and looked angry. She definitely had a reason to believe that Tingxiao was intentionally taking revenge because she said that the 90% was for little treasure. Looking at the girl's lively expression, Tingxiao's gaze turned into a deep, bottomless swirl, capturing one's soul. He always could not help but stare at her and want to get close to her, all because he did not feel secure. When they got down from the car, Tingxiao walked her to the door of her apartment. "Stay at home to rest well for the next few days. Don't run around," reminded Tingxiao seriously. Ning Xi nodded obediently. "Definitely, with this leg of mine. Even if I wanted to run, I couldn't." Tingxiao looked suspiciously at her. He bet that even if both her legs were shot, it would not stop her from actively moving around. Ning Xi knew that she had many bad past records, so she coughed lightly and reassured. "It's true. I guarantee that I won't run around. Take my word for it." After she repeated this over and over again, Tingxiao had no choice but to believe her. "Then, I'll leave now." Leaving so soon? It's still quite early. Why don't you come in for some tea before you leave?" Ning Xi asked. In a flash, the man's expression instantly became dangerous again. "Do you know what those words of yours imply to a man?" Ning Xi was instantly confused, and her mouth twitched. "Hey, what are you thinking? I'm just inviting you to come in for a cup of tea. I'm implying what the words say on the surface. I'm not inviting you in to do whatnot." Tingxiao, are you that corrupted now?" Tingxiao held her by the waist and kissed her roughly as if he wanted to deliver all his buried emotions through the kiss. "Infected by you." Ning Xi was speechless. Her fault again. Also, why was it that now, whenever she and the devil were not on the same page, they would start kissing? After he left the regal Riviera, Tingxiao did not go home immediately. He went to the riverside instead. "Boss, you're not going home?" Cheng Feng hesitated to ask. He had already gotten what he wanted. Why did it feel like the boss still had things weighing on his mind? Under the cold breeze across the river, Tingxiao lit up a cigarette and did not say anything. Cheng Feng did not want to ask too much either, so he just left. Tingxiao obviously wanted to be alone for a while. That much Cheng Feng could tell. Thus, Cheng Feng and the chauffeur got into the car and left first. Halfway through, the chauffeur's phone rang. It was Lu Jingli. "Hello, second master. Where's my brother? Did you guys pick him up?" Lu Jingli sounded a little awkward on the other end of the phone. "Yes, we already did." "Second master, is there anything you need?" "Then, why isn't he back yet?" It seemed like Lu Jingli was already waiting at home. "Oh, master hasn't gone home yet. He sent Miss Ning Xi home first, then went to the riverside alone," answered the chauffeur truthfully. "What? My brother wants to jump into the river," shouted Lu Jingli before the chauffeur could continue. Then the phone went dead. The chauffeur's eardrums were shaken by the yell, and he was stunned. When did I say master wants to jump into the river?" I didn't, did I? I just said he went to the riverside. How did second master hear what he thought he did? How in the world did he misunderstand like that? Cheng Feng's mouth twitched in amusement. Second master's thought process is rather out of the ordinary. Chapter 676. Who told you I was lovelorn? After he hung up on the chauffeur, Lu Jingli drove quickly to the riverside where Lu Tingxiao always went when he was unhappy. Oh, brother, hold on. Don't take things too hard. You still have me. When he saw the familiar silhouette loitering around the riverbank, Lu Jingli immediately ran over and jumped on Lu Tingxiao, intending to topple him over. Lu Tingxiao had sharply noticed that there was someone behind him, so he moved aside and avoided the attack. From the corner of his eye, he recognized the familiar shadow, and his hand shot out to hold on to the back of Lu Jingli's collar, pulling him back from almost jumping into the river. Lu Tingxiao rushed to put out his cigarette and frowned. What are you doing? Because Lu Jingli had almost jumped into the river himself, he was still traumatized from the experience, patting his own chest to calm himself down. He replied anxiously, Obviously, I was trying to stop you from jumping into the river. Lu Tingxiao kept silent for quite a few seconds, then stressed word by word. Who told you that I was going to jump into the river? The chauffeur said so. He said you were going to jump. Anyway, it doesn't matter who said it. The point is, bro, don't think of doing something stupid. Lu Tingxiao sighed helplessly. How could it be the chauffeur? His brother must have been jumping to conclusions again. The world is so huge with so many hot fish in the sea. There must be someone who's suitable for you. You can't lose hope to live just because you've been lovelorn once. Lu Jingli advised till his mouth turned dry. Who told you I'm lovelorn? Lu Tingxiao asked, looking amused. Xiao Shishi has already confessed to whoever that is. She must have already succeeded. Lu Jingli looked upset. Lu Tingxiao looked at him like his brother was the wisest man on earth. I knew it. Bro, don't you or anyone else try to stop me. I must go and cut that wild man into pieces and throw him into the river to feed the fishes. Before he could finish, Lu Tingxiao's voice interrupted. The person she confessed to was me. Lu Jingli almost choked on his saliva and coughed in surprise. What? That wild man? Wait. The person Xiao Shishi confessed to was you? Bro, did you get confused now that you've suffered such a heartbreaking provocation? Or are you just kidding? Lu Tingxiao shot him a look with a cool gaze. Obviously, he was neither joking nor was he confused. Lu Jingli himself felt like he was going crazy himself. Lu Jingli instantly exploded as he circled the same spot for about 49 times. Bro, are you telling the truth? Did Xiao Shishi really confess to you? That's completely bewildering and illogical. There is no way, no way, no way. Why do I not understand this world anymore? Who am I? Where am I and what am I called? Lu Tingxiao stood in the midst of the river breeze and lit up another cigarette. To tell the truth, upon seeing Lu Jingli's reaction, he felt much more consoled because initially, he had decided to stay calm. No matter if it was the chauffeur's, Cheng Feng's, or Lu Jingli's reaction, they were all exactly the same. Lu Jingli rambled on for a few minutes before he finally slowed down and thought about it. That's not right. Since Xiao Shishi has confessed to you, why do you still look lovelorn? And why are you here in the breeze? Lu Tingxiao replied, feeling too emotional. I need to calm down. Chapter 677. None of them could survive beyond a week. When he saw the way Lu Jingli choked at this piece of information, Lu Tingxiao could not help but smile. His heart, which was initially heavy, seemed to have lightened up a little. He didn't need to clear his head. All of this had happened too suddenly that it felt so surreal. He was afraid that he would wake up and realize that this was all a dream. Even more terrifying was the possibility of her only saying those words in the heat of the moment, that she would turn around and regret it. He was afraid that this happiness was a short-lived affair and that he would not overcome the clair de lune in her heart. After all, the biggest emptiness would be felt not from never possessing something, but from losing it after having a taste of it. Now, his happiness only brought torment to his heart. She had introduced him to Gongshanza before as her boss, friend, master, and talent scouter. What about now? What was he to her? She might have just said those things impulsively after experiencing a life and death situation, not wanting to have any regrets. In such a situation, her feelings for him might have been intentionally heightened under such peril. And after she said what she did, what would come after? How about their future? She might not have even thought about it at all. The what-ifs made endless rounds in his heart and head over and over again, but he still did not want to ask her in the end. Even though he really wanted to know the answers were, he dared not to open it, fearing a case of Pandora's box. So, you're not lovelorn, but you're in love? Lu Jingli reiterated. Lu Tingxiao looked at the sun setting in the horizon of the river and said, maybe. Why do you say maybe? Since it's a case of mutual affection, shouldn't dating be naturally the next step? Wait, that's not right either. There are quite a few kinds of relationships that could come after seeing each other eye to eye. Not only romantic relationships, for example, a short one-night stand, or a few dates, or a long-term mistress. Lu Jingli was obviously an expert on this as he started to analyze the different kinds of possible relationships, until he noticed his brother's face was cooler than the river breeze. He quickly stopped blabbering and coughed. Actually, did you guys do it since Xiao Shishi confessed to you? No, replied Lu Tingxiao curtly. However, that was because she had been injured. Otherwise, he was not too sure how things would have actually progressed. Even though he expected so, Lu Jingli still looked distraught and sighed, then consoled his brother. If you didn't, then that basically rules all the other possibilities, right? It must be a purely romantic relationship. All of a sudden, Lu Jingli's expression stiffened. Oh, crap. A romantic relationship seems to be even scarier. How did I forget that outcome? Lu Jingli anxiously scratched his head and said sadly, based on my investigations previously, none of Xiao Shishi's ex-boyfriends survived beyond a week. Most lasted about 3 or 4 days. There was even one who lasted for only 1 day. The one who lasted the longest seems to be Jiang Mai, which was for a week. The scariest thing is that Xiao Shishi is the type who will never date an ex. She is very cruel to all her ex-boyfriends, so there is definitely no possibility of making up after breaking up. This girl won't do what she did before, will she? Lu Jingli wrung his hands and anxiously asked, Bro, how long has it been since the two of you had this whole special thing going on? Lu Tingxiao's expression darkened as he uttered, It's only the first day. Chapter 678, Definitely won't let you become an ex-boyfriend. Logically, based on Ning Xi's attitude towards him, she was agreeable to being an item with him. So Lu Tingxiao never knew where his confusion and insecurity came from. Now, after Lu Jingli had analyzed everything in his messy way, he somehow understood the gist of it. Even though his relationship with Ning Xi was somewhat confirmed, it was like a rootless duckweed, at the risk of being damaged at the attack of the wind. It was simply too fragile. That was why he felt such anxiety creeping up on him. After he heard Lu Tingxiao's response, Lu Jingli whipped out a notebook and wrote something down as if he was noting down the date, then sympathized. Bro, don't worry, just survive the next 7 days, and you would have won half the battle, successfully defeating all the past romantic rivals. Oh no, not all, there's still Su Yan. Su Yan has a pretty good record. Arg, this is thinking too far ahead. Let's not go there first. Let's first survive the next few days. Then, he meaningfully patted Lu Tingxiao's shoulder and said, Bro, I'll help you. I will use all my power from this lifetime to help you survive this hard pass. I definitely won't let you become an ex-boyfriend. 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 These words appeared like 3 overwhelmingly monstrous mountains that fell onto Lu Tingxiao's face, instantly blacking everything out. He looked in fear at the little black leather notebook in Lu Jingli's hands as if it recorded the date of his death, at Regal Riviera Hotel. At that moment, Ning Xi was reading through the tabloid news, unaware of a black car moving from the riverside to this apartment, finally stopping quietly below her unit. After she returned to the apartment, thanks to the good sleep on the plane, she felt very energetic. The first thing she did was to look at the entertainment news she had been deprived of for a few days, getting updated with the latest headlines. Most importantly, she wanted to look at how well their promotion of The World had gone. She got the shock of her life. It had only been a few days, but all the current gossip related to The World was about an argument that had broken out on Weibo. With the entire drama team's hard work, The World had already gained popularity ahead of the release, and it had taken the industry by storm. However, the public's attention would naturally be focused on the drama's male and female lead in the early stages. Eventually, the co-stars, Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing, started to gain popularity too. After many fans had watched the trailer, they started to recommend the show with high praises for the pair of co-stars. This caused the co-stars to be even more popular than the main leads. Thus, the fans of the leads were obviously unhappy. The catalyst for this fight was the second version of the trailer released by the officials just 2 days ago. The drama team saw that since the co-stars were so popular, they decided to appeal to the audiences by editing in Ning Xi and Jiang Mai scenes on a level on par with Ning Xi and Zhao Xizhou's. Some fans had even calculated and highlighted that the screen time of the female co-star, Ning Xi, was even more than the female lead, Ning Xiao's, by 3 seconds. Now, Ning Xiao's fans, who were already unhappy to begin with, exploded. Hey, what's up with the drama team? Don't confuse the leads. Who's the female lead now? Why does a mere supporting character have even more screen time than our Xiaola? We just want to see Xiaola, not some evil witch. Exactly, she's so ugly. What the hell? Stop corrupting our eyes. Further, the male and female supporting actors are stealing all the limelight. The drama team's bias is so obvious now. How embarrassing. Chapter 679. Please call me Aunt from now on. At that moment, Jiang Mai's fans demonstrated their strength. Since some of Ning Xiao's fans were upset enough to bring Jiang Mai's name into the mess, his fans could not stand it anymore. Are you guys blind? Ning Xi is at least 10 times prettier than Ning Xiaola. Cut the crap about shady arrangements. Don't frame innocent people. Mai is the most popular here. It's only natural to have more of his screen time. The crew isn't stupid. This is the second preview. The first preview featured the main protagonists, and the second featured the secondary protagonists. What's wrong with that? It seems to me that some fans are just overreacting. Basically, both Ning Xiao's and Zhao Xizhou's fans angered Jiang Mai's die-hard supporters, adding fuel to the exchange. Jiang Mai's fans had exceptional keyboard warrior abilities, and they spared no mercy. Ning Xi was having goosebumps from watching the arguments. She was glad that she was on Jiang Mai's side this time. She thought to herself, I should treat him better next time. After all, there's an impeccable army of Iron Maidens right behind him. They're so loyal and ferocious. Some people had just briefly mentioned Jiang Mai's name while ridiculing her, but his fans were already counterattacking them. Ning Xi continued looking at the news while she made a call to Jiang Mai. After a long time of ringing, Jiang Mai picked up the call and started blabbering the moment the line got through. Don't tell me about your confession. I don't want to hear about it. That's all. Bye-bye. The user you're calling is unavailable. Ning Xi was exasperated. What's wrong with you? Who's talking about my confession? There was a silence. Then Jiang Mai cautiously asked, Then, why did you call me? Ning Xi replied while scrolling through the web pages. I'm about to praise you. Praise me. Jiang Mai sat up as straight as a rod now. What's gotten into you? Yeah, I just got home and was looking through the news. Ning Xi replied. Jiang Mai instantly knew what she was up to, and he preened cheerfully. How is it? What do you think of the power of my female fans? They're awesome. Exceptional. Actually, I'm quite envious of you. I wonder when will I have such a fan base. I'd be right even when I'm wrong, and people will just rain compliments all over me every day. The definition of happiness. Ning Xi gushed, full of admiration. You still have a long way to go. Jiang Mai spoke with a tone of seniority. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. Right? So what happened to your confession? Ning Xi was stunned. Didn't you just say you don't want to know anything about it? Even women don't change their minds as quickly as you do. Forget about that. Ning Xiaoxi, are you telling me, or not? Have you confessed? What's going on now? Jiang Mai asked quickly. Ning Xi took her own sweet time to reply. What's going on now is, Dear Jiang Xiaoyi, please don't be rude and call my name directly. Next time, address me as Aunt. It was Jiang Mai's turn to be speechless. Chapter 680, Revenge of the Blondie. Ex-girlfriend turned aunt. At that moment, Jiang Mai could only think of 3 words. What the heck? Jiang Mai took a deep breath. Then he roared at the phone. Screw this. You're giving me no choice, Ning Xiaoxi. I'm going to tell Ling Xi all about you. I'll tell her that you're getting into a relationship without her knowing. Ning Xi was furious. Damn it. Can you be any more shameless? Do you really consider yourself a bro of mine? What bro? Aren't you my aunt now? If you dare to tell her, I'll break your leg. Hey, beep, beep. The phone call had ended. Damn it. He wouldn't really tell on me, would he? Was he really a man? Was he really going to do something so childish? Impulsiveness was really a terrible trait. She had totally forgotten about Ning Xi. She remembered how she had promised her that she would just focus on her career and would never get into a relationship, but now she was completely breaking her promise. Beauty. It was all Beauty's fault. As Ning Xi was about to dial Jiang Mai's number again, her screen lit up, and it was Ling Xi. Crap. Did Blondie really tell her? Her phone kept on ringing, and Ning Xi was anxious, but she still picked it up and answered shakily. Hey, sis Gigi. Ning Xi, I have something to ask you. Answer me honestly, Ling Xi said in an exceptionally stern tone. Ning Xi thought that it was all going to be over. What is it, sis Gigi? Ning Xi acted innocently. What's your relationship with Hu Hongda? Our relationship? Wait. Ning Xi was confused. Sis Gigi who? Hu Hongda. Who's Hu Hongda? Ning Xi wondered. Was it not Lu Tingxiao? Ling Xi let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you don't know him. What happened? She thought that Jiang Mai had spilled the beans on her. Hu Hongda is the CEO of Hongda Estate. There are rumors circulating online recently, saying that he's been keeping you as his mistress. I've asked our PR department to delete all the related posts. Due to the popularity of the world, you've been getting a lot of attention recently. Although it's been suppressed at the moment, people might bring it up again in the near future. The PR department asked me to confirm with you what your relationship is with him, but you were on holiday these past few days and I was unable to contact you, Ling Xi explained. To avoid unnecessary attention, Ning Xi had asked Jiang Mai to tell Ling Xi and the crew that she had gone on a holiday. Ling Xi was unable to contact her, and coincidentally, the news came up at such a critical time. It was no wonder that she was so anxious. Even if Ling Xi trusted her, what about the PR department? They must have thought that she had gone into hiding because of the news. Ling Xi must have faced an enormous amount of pressure. Ning Xi felt guilty. Sis Gigi, I'm really sorry. I will never be out of contact again. I really don't know this Hu Hongda, and I have no relationship with him at all. Rest assured. Chapter 681. The Man Behind Ning Xi. That's great, Ling Xi sighed, then spoke in a worried tone. But Ning Xi, I have to remind you again. While I'll not interfere with your private life too much, you have to be mindful of what you can and cannot do. When she was handling Lung Manyun, she did not have to worry much about her private life. However, as she was working with Ning Xi now, she tried her best to protect Ning Xi from the public. Ning Xi's pretty face was her strongest weapon, but it was also her dangerous weakness. In this industry, it was too easy to be linked in a sexual scandal. For a female celebrity, these scandals might end their career if not handled properly. Ning Xi felt guilty at Ling Xi's words. She quickly replied, I understand, sis Gigi. After the call ended, she frowned as she let out a sigh of relief. Hu Hongda. Who was that? She searched some keywords and some tabloid news popped up. Beautiful co-star of The World, rumored to be mistress, intimate relationship with real estate tycoon Hu Hongda. Reveal of the man behind Ning Xi. Co-star of The World Insider News. She was supported by a rich man. Not many of these posts remained, probably as a result of the efforts of the PR department. Ning Xi touched her chin as she was reading the posts. She felt that something was not right. Although such news always popped up in the industry, no one would believe it without any solid proof. Suddenly, something caught her attention. If someone wanted to frame her, they could have linked her to anyone. But why Hu Hongda specifically? At the same time, at Starlight Entertainment, in Chang Li's office, Ning Xi has already been getting all the attention before the movie even aired. The attacks from the controlled fans last time didn't work either. It was all ruined by Jiang Mai's fans. If the movie airs, she might really get famous overnight. Chang Li said worriedly. Ning Xi was just a sacrificial pawn to satisfy Ning Xiaoluo, but now that it seemed like she was going to get famous, it was a big slap on Chang Li's face. How is the rumor mill going? Ning Xiaoluo asked calmly. All of them got shut down by the PR team, no thanks to Ling Xi. Nothing is left. There was no solid proof of the rumors anyway. Chang Li did not understand why Ning Xiaoluo was doing something so obviously futile. Ning Xiaoluo gave her a frigid smile as she raked her manicured fingernails down Ning Xi's picture on the computer screen. Be patient. That was just the first step. I'll have her know her place. Chang Li cautioned in a low voice. Xiaoluo, what are you trying to do? We'd better be careful this time. People are suspicious of you ever since we accused Ning Xi of hurting you with the props. This time if... Shut up. As if pained by Chong Li's words, her expression changed drastically. She was incensed about the incident. Su Yin had always been 100% trusting of her, but since the incident, she had to be on her toes around Su Yin now. You don't need to tell me what to do. I know what I'm doing. After the lesson from that incident, she was more cautious now. Even if anyone were to investigate the rumors, they would never find anything related to her. After Ning Xi was done talking, she made a phone call. Hey, Xiaoya, how have you been recently? Want to go shopping tomorrow? Chapter 682, Plot Twist. On the other end of the phone, Fangya replied weakly, I'm not in the mood for shopping now. Is it because of what happened last time? Ning Xi asked with a tinge of concern. Shualua, what should I do? It might really be the end for me. Ning Xi blinked. That might not be it. Actually, I have a fantastic idea, which will definitely help you out of your situation. Really? Tell me quickly. I'm feeling really helpless right now. Fangya urged. Maybe I should forget about it. After all, this idea might involve innocent people. Ning Xi sounded a little troubled. Shualua, my reputation is ruined now. I don't have the time and effort to care about anyone else. Please tell me, aren't we best friends? Okay. Ning Xi paid the rumors no mind after realizing that they were not much of a big deal. Ling Xi had also comforted her that as long as she was not related to Hu Hongda, she would handle the rest. Unexpectedly, things went south quickly right before dawn, and it was all over the net. Ning Xi, go online. Something has happened. Look at the first post on the Hot Topic tab on Weibo. Ning Xi was still asleep when Ling Xi called. She quickly jumped out of bed and turned on her laptop. She saw the post. Hu Hongda, everything is my fault. I will apologize to my family and return to them, and I promise to never make the same mistake again. Everyone is welcome to see this through. In the comments section, everyone was asking who his mistress was. Wow, Ming Fangfang's husband cheated on her. I still remember how sweet they were when they just got married. Who's the mistress? Who's she? Who is it? I need the truth. This is such a shocker. I can't believe this. Goddess Fang is so beautiful. How could her husband cheat on her? The mistress is the secondary protagonist, Ning Xi, from The World. If you notice, this is nothing new actually. I've seen some news about it before, but not many people were following it. Link. Here's everything you need to know. You're welcome. The second post on the Hot Topic tab was an old post on which someone claimed to know the truth about Ning Xi being the mistress. No one had cared about the post before, but now there were hundreds and thousands of shares and comments. Ming Fangfang was a popular artiste in the industry. After she got married to Hu Hongda, they had always been lovey-dovey with each other. They were the model couple for everyone. After the news got out, Ming Fangfang's fans went crazy. Very quickly, Ning Xi's fans took the chance and went along to trample on Ning Xi as well. Ha ha, great news. I told you so that there's an internal source. No one believed me. Jiang Mai's fans don't mean ill. Most of them are still too young to make rational judgments. Now they'll know that everyone has their dark side. It's just a small artiste trying to get famous with her pretty face. I don't see the difference from a prostitute. Having Shuelua acting with her is a disgrace. Jiang Mai's fans kept mum this time around. The fan club had a good management team, and the leader warned them not to post anything before they found out about the truth. However, some radical younger fans went on to ridicule Ning Xi with some harsh words for involving Jiang Mai in this scandal. Hu Hongda's single short sentence pushed Ning Xi to the edge. Chapter 683, Lu Tingxiao, come up. What the hell? How did I get attacked without even doing anything? Why did this dude suddenly come up with such a Weibo status? This is clearly a setup to ruin me. Ning Xi was very irritated by the unfolding of everything. I am already trying my best to contact Hu Hongda's end, hoping that he can come out to clarify. However, it's already too late and he must have already gone to bed, so we temporarily can't contact him. If it's just a misunderstanding, he just has to clear the air, but the way I see it, this has been too coincidental. Previously, you were rumored to be involved in some scandal with him, and now he has posted such a misleading status. I'm just afraid. Ling Xi trailed off in thought. Is someone intentionally messing with me? Ning Xi frowned. That's not right either. Hu Hongda is a big CEO. Who would have the capability to control him and intentionally slander me? In fact, He has even caused so much trouble for himself, and all for a small celebrity like me? Isn't this crazy? Ning Xi then replied. That is why I still think the possibility of it being a misunderstanding is more likely. I'll personally visit Hongda's company first thing tomorrow morning. Hopefully, nothing else will change before then. Ning Xi nodded. We can only wait till tomorrow then. You don't move about for now. If you go out now, the fans will only be more agitated and no one will listen to your explanation. Only Hu Hongda can explain this. Okay, I understand. After she hung up, Ning Xi obviously could not fall asleep. She continued to look at the discussion on the internet. I strongly urge to block corrupted artistes. Delete all of Ning Xi's scenes. Or else, we are determined to boycott the world. I agree. The price she paid for her mistake earlier this year was too low. The fact that she can continue to live freely after hurting other people is just too disgusting. My goddess Fang's charisma can fling Ning Xi 10 streets away. Is Hu Hongda blind? Kill the entire witch's family. Stay away from our mod. Ning Xi rested her chin in her hands and sighed. This year's fans were too easily influenced because no one knew who was behind the computer screens, so they didn't have to be held accountable for anything they saw. More and more keyboard warriors started to say irresponsible things without caring about the truth. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Ning Xi remained on the website, just in case there were any changes. Just as she was about to make herself some coffee to stay awake, her phone suddenly rang with a new message. Lou Cabbage, not asleep yet. Ning Xi wanted to reply when she suddenly noticed something. She quickly walked to the window and looked out. She could already walk slowly, although she just had to be more careful. Indeed, there was a familiar car parked below. Beside the car window was the faint light of a lit cigarette. Sweet Xiaoxi, you're outside my apartment. Ning Xi texted as she waved with her lit-up phone. Very soon, Ning Xi saw the car door open and someone alighted. Under the dim lights, a lean shadow was looking up. Even though she could not see his face clearly, she could still feel Haiso familiar eyes watching her. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately made a call. Hello. Why are you outside my apartment? Ning Xi asked. I don't know. From the other end of the phone, she could hear the man's voice, which echoed with loneliness against the night breeze. Don't know? What kind of answer was that? However, Ning Xi's heart instantly melted. If I didn't notice your car, you weren't prepared to stay there for the entire night, were you? Probably. Lu Tingxiao, come up, said Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao paused, then said, maybe not. Come up. Okay. Chapter 684. I'm not going to eat you. Moments later, there was a knock on the door. Ning Xi rushed over to open it. Lu Tingxiao stood still at the door, and Ning Xi smiled a little before pulling him in. I'm not going to eat you. Lu Tingxiao looked slightly helpless. Of course, he was not afraid of her, but of himself. What are you doing? When he saw that she was still not asleep so late at night, and that she had her laptop on the bed, Lu Tingxiao frowned. Ning Xi scratched her head, then sat on the bedside and picked up the laptop again. There's a slight problem, but nothing too serious. Lu Tingxiao's expression changed to one of concern as he walked over. He skimmed through the posts and could already roughly understand the situation. In the next second, he pulled out his handphone. Ning Xi noticed it in time and quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Calling Hu Hongda. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. You don't have to use your butcher's knife to kill a chicken. No, wait, you're using a dragon slayer blade. Sis Gigi is already prepared to go over Hongda's company first thing tomorrow morning. After Ning Xi said that, she thought to herself that there were some things she needed to discuss with Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao, let's have a chat. Ning Xi looked at him seriously. Lu Tingxiao felt his spine go rigid. Okay. Ning Xi was not sure why Lu Tingxiao reacted the way he did. Why was he so nervous? He looked like she was about to ditch him after using him. Ning Xi chose her words carefully before she said, Hey, you know that Sis Gigi has already set 3 big rules for me right from the start. I'm not allowed to start dating now, but in the end, I actually defied her. Ning Xi released a long sigh and touched Lu Tingxiao's handsome face. My beauty, for you, I am giving it my all. Lu Tingxiao held her little hand and started to laugh. So, what are you trying to say? Ning Xi blurted out what she found difficult to say. So, this thing between the both of us has to be a secret. That's it. That's it. What did you think I was about to say? Ning Xi knew that this was not too fair to Lu Tingxiao, so she coaxed. I know this will not be very nice to you, but my occupation is at stake. I really have no choice. Don't worry, I'll cooperate and I won't interfere with your work. Ning Xi's eyes shone with gratitude. Oh, boss, that's really sweet of you. Before she could finish, Tingxiao added on. But I have a request too. Just say it. I'll try as long as I can do it. Ning Xi said quickly. If you have something you can't resolve, even if you disagree with my solution, I will still interfere. I am your boss, but I am also your man. I won't sit back and watch my woman be bullied. Tingxiao's gaze sharpened even more. Maybe you have your special ways of resolving problems, but from now onwards, I won't allow you to use such methods anymore. There are certain rules in this world, understand? Ning Xi got it. Tingxiao was probably referring to the last time she had used a gun to force the props master to confess. She had been too impulsive the last time. If Tingxiao had not cleaned up the mess she had made, and if word of her using a gun to threaten the props master had gone public, the consequences would be unimaginable. When she had returned to China back then, she had sworn that she would move away from her past. She had only used that gun once ever since. Actually, when a person lived too long in a world that resorted to violence to resolve problems, adapting to the normal world would be a challenge. Tingxiao was right. There were rules in this world. Ning Xi immediately said obediently. Understood, boss. When I'm in need, I'll just rely on you. Chapter 685. Let's do something meaningful. Watching the girl reply obediently, Tingxiao's expression softened. He looked at the cup of coffee on the table and scowled. You've not fully recovered yet. Don't stay up anymore and go to sleep now. Huh? But after what just happened, my brain is too excited now. I can't sleep anytime soon. Ning Xi mumbled. Her eyes shone as she suddenly thought of something. Let's do something meaningful in the dead of tonight. Tingxiao looked at her with a hooded gaze and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Like what? After a while. No. Ning Xi's screams broke the silence of the still night. Tingxiao looked at the ghost moaning and listened to the scary background music as his face darkened. Her so-called meaningful activity was to watch a horror movie? Ning Xi shrunk into the sheets, only her small head popping out and her face was pale. She let out the occasional scream. The wardrobe. There's a ghost in the wardrobe. Don't open it. Tingxiao was speechless at her behavior. Why are you still watching it if you're so scared? This is exciting. I always watch a lot of movies, just not horror films. Because I'm afraid of ghosts, Ning Xi said sadly. Tingxiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was rare that she was afraid of something. That's why I never watch it alone. Since you're here today, of course, I'm going to grab this chance. Ning Xi said with enthusiasm. Tingxiao patted her head. I'll accompany you whenever you want. Ning Xi nodded, looking at Tingxiao. She thought that she would not get used to having someone by her side after being single for so long. But now, as she was watching the horror film, wrapped up in the sheets while Tingxiao just sat there with her, she felt that being with someone else was not so bad after all. Probably due to the devil's imposing aura, the fright level of the film was toned down, and she even fell asleep halfway. When he saw that she had fallen asleep, Tingxiao turned off the television and covered her with sheets gently. As he stood up, his phone rang. Incoming call, Mo Lingtian. Tingxiao's gentle eyes turned icy as he took the call on the balcony. Hello. Hey, Tingxiao. Mo Lingtian sounded as if he had just been tortured. How's the investigation going? Tingxiao asked. I've gone through a lot of hard times for Tang Lang. But that man, I'm sorry, I was just a step away. I could almost expose his true identity, but for some reason, he got a hold of my investigating him, and he destroyed all my leads. I really don't know what to do now. Stop asking me to do this. I can't do it anymore. The land in Chengdong district. I'll work on that. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll help you to find him. Mo Lingtian perked up at this lead, and his vigor was renewed. As Tingxiao was about to end the call, Mo Lingtian added, Wait. Although I failed, I found some other interesting news. What? Satan got desperate because of what you did. He started to wipe out everything, but he might return with a different identity. Be careful. Chapter 686. Who is this woman? On the second day, Ning Xi gave Hongda Company a call when the clock struck 9 in the morning. She wanted to talk to Hongda himself. With such an awkward matter going viral, she would be glad if she could settle this through a phone call. Hu Hongda had turned his phone off, so she could only reach him through his company. Hello, I'm Ning Xi, a manager at Starlight Entertainment. Could you connect me to CEO Hu? Before she could finish, the receptionist quickly replied in a snobbish tone. I'm sorry, CEO Hu strictly said that he would not see anyone or take any phone calls for these few days, especially anyone from the entertainment industry. The receptionist ended the call without saying anything else. Ning Xi decided to go to his company directly to meet him because this matter had to be settled as soon as possible without any more delays. Coincidentally, the moment she reached Hongda Company, Hu Hongda had just stepped out of his car, so she quickly went up to him. CEO Hu, please listen to me. Hu Hongda was about 40 years old, but due to his alcoholic guzzling habit over the years, he was chubby and had a portly stomach. Together with his almost bald head, he looked completely different from when he married Ming Fangfang. Hu Hongda looked at her unhappily. Who are you? I'm Ning Xi, and I'm from Starlight Entertainment. Hu Hongda's expression changed the moment he heard her introduction. Ning Xi quickly continued after she saw his negative reaction. CEO Hu, I know your time is precious, so I'll be direct with you. Your Weibo posting last night caused a big misunderstanding. I hope you'll help to clarify the truth. Hu Hongda glanced at her and asked her casually, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? One of my artistes was misconstrued as the lady you've mentioned. Oh, so what? Hu Hongda shrugged indifferently. Judging by his tone of voice, Ning Xi did not have a good feeling about this, but she still continued. I hope you could put up another Weibo post to explain what is really going on. They are the ones who misunderstood. What does that have to do with me? Why do I need to explain? Hu Hongda replied impatiently. Ning Xi knew that these rich businessmen could not care less about other people's lives, even if they had involved someone innocent in their games. She could only be patient and lower her pride. It won't take you much time. Just a few words on Weibo will do. As long as he posted something, everything would be solved. As expected, Hu Hongda refused to budge. Instead, he acted rudely and yelled at her. Not going to take much time? Do you know how much money I earn every minute? I don't care about some small hoo-ha in the entertainment industry. Do you think I'm not busy enough? Already? Where's the security? As Hu Hongda was about to call the security team over, a red BMW came to a stop in front of them. A woman in a custom-made champagne Prada dress came out of it, looking like $1,000,000 and emitting a strong aura around her. She was Hu Hongda's wife, Ming Fangfang. Seeing Ning Xi, a dark cloud passed over Ming Fangfang's face. Ning Xi, my dear wife, you're here. Hu Hongda quickly went up to her. Ming Fangfang was not just an artiste. She had a solid family background. Her father was a well-known businessman. She had only been an artiste for about a year, and she did it all just for fun. That was why Hu Hongda was so afraid of her, even complying with something like a public apology. Why is this woman here? Ming Fangfang glared at Ning Xi. Chapter 687, Being Lu Tingxiao's Mistress. Hu Hongda explained. This woman was forcing me to put up a post on Weibo to clarify. Ming Fangfang laughed coldly. Clarify? What is there to clarify? Ning Xi, I respected you when you were Lung Manyun's manager, but what sort of artiste are you handling right now? Destroying other people's family, and now you dare to come here and ask my husband to clarify? Ning Xi's eyebrows closed in as she explained humbly. Mrs. Hu, I think you're mistaken. Your husband's mistress isn't Ning Xi. Everyone has misunderstood the false news from before, which is why I'm here to ask CEO Hu to clarify to the public. You were in the entertainment industry before. You understand well enough how difficult it would be for a female artiste to bear such slander. Plus, Mrs. Hu, don't you want the one who was really at fault to receive their just punishment? Ning Xi knew that they would not care about anything aside from their benefits, which was why she emphasized her last sentence. Ming Fangfang looked at Hu Hongda in confusion after she heard Ning Xi. What is happening? Didn't you say it was Ning Xi who seduced you? Hu Hongda replied instantly, yeah, that's right, she did. Ning Xi glowered. Impossible. CEO Hu, Ning Xi said she doesn't know you at all. And just now you. Ming Fangfang interrupted her. Ning Xi, I don't know if you're just too innocent or simply pathetic. You believe her just because she said so? If you have so much free time to argue here with me, why don't you go back and ask your artiste? How dare she not admit that it's her fault? Ming Fangfang was absolutely positive that it was Ning Xi. She was prideful in her beauty and looks. Although she did not believe that anyone else would be able to seduce her husband, this was Ning Xi. Since it was Hu Hongda who explained to her that he had been the victim in the situation, she trusted him without a doubt. Ling Xi felt really troubled. She thought it was just a misunderstanding, but who knew? Hu Hongda was framing Ning Xi intentionally. Had it not been for Ming Fangfang's appearance, she would have just thought that he did not want any trouble, hence his declination to explain. Security, send her away. Don't let her come in. Ming Fangfang crossed her arms and looked at her in despise. Two security guards came up to her, and one of them pushed Ling Xi roughly. She fell down and sprained her ankle, feeling a sharp pain shooting up her leg. From the moment Hu Hongda said it, Ling Xi knew that there was no more reason for her to stay. She went back to her company immediately. At Regal Riviera Hotel, Ning Xi had accidentally overslept. It was already 9 o'clock when she opened her eyes. The first thing she did was to call Ling Xi. Hello, Sis Xi, what's the situation now? Did the Hu guy agreed? Ling Xi replied with a serious tone. Nope. Plus, he insisted that you're his mistress. Ning Xi exploded. Damn it. Is he out of his mind? Even if I were to become someone's mistress, I would get someone of Lu Tingxiao's level. Why would I choose him? Ning Xi realized that something was not right. Was Lu Tingxiao still here? She peeked outside and saw Lu Tingxiao on the sofa, currently staring at her with his arms stretched out, holding the newspapers. Chapter 688. Make me forget about work every morning. Ling Xi chuckled. You'd better not let anyone hear this. Be more careful of what you say. Oh, Ning Xi nodded while taking a peek at Lu Tingxiao. But the person she mentioned had heard it. It's not all bad. At least now we know. They are framing you. We asked nicely, and since it has come to this extent, we needn't be concerned about them for what we do next. Ning Xi touched her chin as her thoughts developed. But I really don't know Hu Hongda, so it's definitely not for revenge. Why would he want to do this? He admitted that he cheated, and in doing so, framed me. I'm already checking on Hu Hongda. I should have something by noon today. All right, thank you so much, Sis Xi. After ending the call, Ning Xi hopped into the living room. Boss, you're still here. Hee hee, I was just praising you. He patted on the chair beside him. Do you need help? Not yet. I'll see what Sis Xi can find. Rest assured, if I can't handle it, I'll surely let you know. Arg, it's late already. Go to work now. If you're skipping work for my sake, I'll feel guilty. Ning Xi urged him. Lu Tingxiao stared into her eyes and said, It's all right. It's not an issue as of now, but I'm looking forward to the day that you'll make me forget about working in the morning. Oh, Ning Xi blushed after she realized what Lu Tingxiao meant. He was too dirty-minded. She did not mean that at all. He claimed that she infected him with such thoughts, but the devil himself was dirty-minded enough. Just a few minutes after Ling Xi left, Hu Hongda made an even bolder move. He outright named Ning Xi on Weibo. Ming Fangfang posted on Weibo, mistresses in recent years are really shameless. Hu Hongda was trying to get on his wife's good side, so he went along. Please respect yourself and stop bothering me and my family. At Ling Xi at Ning Xi. Ning Xi had been fully exposed as the mistress now, and all the fans went crazy. Pictures of Ling Xi appearing at Hongda Company were uploaded on the net as well. Many netizens thought that she had gone there looking for trouble, and the ignorant fans were angered. The topic of having a mistress was really sensitive in recent times, making it was very easy for people to unleash their rage online. I still tried to defend Ning Xi. I was wrong for believing her. Da Yuwich. Isn't Ling Xi the manager of Lung Manyun? I really liked Lung Manyun. Why did her manager become like this now? How inappropriate. No wonder Starlight fired her. Glory World must have been blind. I felt sorry for her when she was framed by Ning Xi, but she is really despicable. Things were getting out of hand online. At the same time, Ling Xi found some key information and she gave Ning Xi a call. Chapter 689, Pregnant. I got it. Hu Hongda did not just do that to frame you. He really did cheat, and he wanted to protect the real mistress. Coincidentally, he was rumored to be involved in a scandal with you. So he decided to make you the scapegoat and tell Ming Fangfang that you were his mistress, Ling Xi explained. Then, who's the real mistress? Ning Xi quickly asked. You know her too. It's Fangya. Fangya. Ning Xi frowned in disbelief. Not only do I know her, we have many grudges against each other too. If it had been someone else, she would just accept her bad luck. However, if it was Fangya, she had little doubt that this whole issue could be something Ning Xi had decided to cook up. In fact, Fangya is pregnant, Ning Xi said. My gosh, is this true? No wonder that asshole Hu Hongda is so protective of her. Still on the phone, Ning Xi scoured online for news of Hu Hongda and Ming Fangfang in the recent period of time. She saw tabloid reports on how Ming Fangfang did not get pregnant since they got married 7 years ago. It seemed like she might have an infertility issue. If this was true, it was no wonder that Hu Hongda would be so worried about Fangya. Or else, a man like him would not even care about someone else's life or death. Even if it was a woman he had slept with, he would have just kicked them out after being found out, and he would not have done so much to help her escape. Based on Ming Fangfang's fierce personality and solid family background, if Fangya was found out, he knew that his child would definitely not survive. Hu Hongda is careful, but thankfully, we still found out about this in the end. Wait till I finish writing the statement to be released, then I'll tell you what to say. Okay. At the same time, in the private room of a certain Western restaurant, Ning Xi and Fangya were having a meal together. Ning Xi scrolled through all the horrible curses towards Ning Xi online on her phone. Even that previous incident about her falsely blaming Ning Xi was brought up and the netizens were citing her. She had never felt this smug. However, she naturally did not reveal how satisfied she felt. Instead, she looked guilty and unassured. What we did, was it too much? Opposite her, Fangya, who was initially a nervous wreck, had relaxed too, now that the danger was resolved. She was enjoying her perfectly cooked steak. When she heard what Ning Xi said, she looked up nonchalantly and said, "No way. That woman is a witch. Even if she didn't hook up with Hu Hongda, she's definitely hooked up with other people. I'm weeding out the witches for the people here. She deserves this. Besides, this woman keeps troubling you over and over again. At last, I managed to help you take revenge. Shualawa, don't go soft now. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself." Fangya was afraid that Ning Shualawa would change her mind midway. Ning Shualawa sighed. Since it's already turned out like this, I naturally wouldn't soften, or else I'd be bringing harm to you instead. Fangya sighed a breath of relief as she touched her belly happily. I'm not the same as other mistresses. What Hongda and I share is true love. Now, we even have this as proof of our love. I must give birth to this child. He already promised me that if I give birth to a son for him, he will divorce his wife. Ning Shualawa laughed in her heart. Fool, you actually believe such lies? She was sure that Hu Hongda was only planning to have her give birth to the child, then run home and let Ming Fangfang raise it. Since the baby would have been already born, Ming Fangfang and her family would have to compromise. He would then ditch Fangya and not allow her to contact the child. Then, he would keep the child and not lose Ming Fangfang's family background support at the same time. Everything would be perfect for him. Chapter 690, A 5-year-old Daughter. When she heard Fangya's words, Ning Shualawa intentionally looked worried and sighed dramatically. Obviously, I hope you'll be all right too, but Fangya did not understand. Shualawa, why are you sighing? Isn't everything going smoothly now? Ning Shualawa paused before she reminded her friend. Xiaoya, I'm afraid you won't be able to relax completely. After all, Ling Xi is not easy to go up against. She is definitely thinking about how to get Ning Xi out of this situation now. What about it? As long as Hongda doesn't reveal anything. But what if she found out you? Fangya was stunned by this possibility. She was so frightened that she almost choked on her steak. It shouldn't be that easy to investigate, should it? Ning Shualawa shook her head. Ling Xi has been in this circle for quite a number of years after all, and poking her nose in such things is her forte, so I daren't guarantee anything. Fangya immediately panicked. Then, what do we do? Shualawa, help me think of something. Well, Ning Shualawa pretended to look troubled. Fangya was even more anxious now. Shualawa, please. You must help me. There are now 2 lives here. After the baby is born, it will want to call you godmother. Quick, save us both. Ning Shualawa seemed to soften. Then she said helplessly, even if Ling Xi is good, she's just a small manager. No matter what she might have investigated up till now, you had better quickly call CEO Hu and warn him about Ling Xi. As for what warning would work best to threaten her to stop, CEO Hu should be better at that. So let him settle it. Shueloa, thank goodness for your brains. If I didn't have you, I really wouldn't know what to do. I'll call him right now. Fanya pulled out her phone gratefully as she called Hu Hongda. Ning Xi sipped her coffee and smiled sinisterly. At Glory World Entertainment. Ling Xi wrote a press statement at her top speed, then double-checked it before preparing to release it. Yet, just as her finger was about to press the send button, her phone suddenly rang. She looked over and unexpectedly saw that it was Hu Hongda. She hesitated but still answered, "Hello, CEO Hu." Before this, it had been so hard to call him. Who'd have known that he would make the initiative now? I wonder what it was. Ling Xi had a bad feeling. Indeed, Hu Hongda's tone from the other end of the phone was unfriendly. "Miss Ling, you already found out, didn't you?" Was he trying to test her? Ling Xi was on high alert. "I wonder what you might be referring to." Hu Hongda laughed coldly. "Ling Xi, I don't care if you investigated something you shouldn't have, but I'll warn you, you'd better stop caring about it. The most you would have to do is manage another artiste. That won't be much of a loss to you. So why must you make things hard for yourself? CEO Hu, are you threatening me? Haha, as long as you understand. Ling Xi, don't try to outsmart me. You can investigate, but so can I. And guess what I found out?" Hu Hongda intentionally paused before he continued. "I thought you had higher morales, Miss Ling. But who'd have guessed that your private life is a mess? You tell the world you're single, but you actually have a 5-year-old daughter. That little brat, she really does look tasty. I wonder whose bastard it is." Chapter 691. I need your help. Ling Xi's heart sank. "You, Ms. Ling, you had better know your place. If not, I won't guarantee your daughter's safety." Hu Hongda ended the call after his threat. Ling Xi's face was pale as snow as she stood there, still holding her phone. She then quickly called the school. "Hello, Teacher Wang. Is Lingling there?" "Lingling's mother?" "Yes, she's here." Ling Xi calmed down and her tone softened. "What is she doing?" "She's playing Jenga with the other kids. I'll let her talk to you." "Lingling, come here." "Soon, eh?" Sweet, soft voice piped through the phone. "Mother." "Hello, my little sweetheart." "Mother, when will you come and see me?" "I'm still busy. I'll go and see you once I'm done with work, all right? Be good and listen to grandfather and grandmother. And remember, never talk to strangers, all right?" Ling Xi still felt uneasy after calling her daughter, so she made another call to her parents to fill them in on the details. She then stared at the unsent file on her screen, struggling to make the right decision. In a bungalow on the outskirts of Imperial, Hu Hongda ended the call and held Fanya in his arms, looking at ease. "Don't worry, my dear, it's settled now. There'll be no problem. Just be at ease and take care of our child." "That's great. Well, there shouldn't be any more problem, right?" Unsure if it was just a pregnant lady's overthinking, Fanya still felt uneasy. What problem could there be? She's just a manager. It's as easy as killing an ant for me to handle her. But she's from Glory World Entertainment. If the higher-ups are involved, there are so many managers and artistes in Glory World Entertainment. Would they really care about some small matter? Even if they knew about this, do you think they would want to offend me just for a mere manager? I'm not afraid, even if the owner of Glory World Entertainment, Lu Jingli, came for me. Fanya was truly relaxed now, and she looked at Hu Hongda admiringly. I knew that my husband is the best." On the other hand, Ning Xi kept on waiting for Ling Xi's message, but it did not come after a long while. Could something have happened? Ning Xi's eyebrows closed in, and she quickly called her. The phone was picked up after some delay. "Hello, Sis Gigi." "Hey, Ning Xi. Sis Gigi, are you okay? You don't sound all right. Did something happen?" "There are some changes. We have to stop the original plan." Ling Xi sounded like she was in pain to tell her about the changes. Ning Xi instinctively knew something had happened. "Sis Gigi, did they threaten you?" There was no reply. Ning Xi knew that she was right. She had been worried from before, but she just did not expect for it to really happen. "I'm sorry, Ning Xi. Don't be silly, Sis Gigi. I'm the one who should apologize. You could have given up on me, but you never did. I've always brought trouble to you, Sis Gigi. Let me handle this matter. I'll get it settled." Damn it. They dared to bully her friend. She was not going to hold back now. After ending the call with Ling Xi, she quickly made another call. "Hey, boss." A deep cello-like voice answered. "I need your help." Chapter 692. Why don't we meet up? At Lu Corporation, in the meeting room. Lu Tingxiao suddenly stopped talking and picked up a phone call. Afterwards, Their ice-cold boss melted, and he even smiled. He then spoke gently. I'm in a meeting right now. You can ask him out. I'll be there soon. Everyone looked at each other in the meeting room in shock. Why did something feel odd? The sense of spring. Lu Jingli was looking dreadful at Lu Tingxiao's side. Should he reconsider being a monk again? He felt tortured if his brother ever broke up, but even more tortured if they continued their relationship. Ning Xi obeyed Lu Tingxiao's directions and called Hu Hongda. Lu Tingxiao was really sweet. He was afraid that Ning Xi might not be able to contact Hu Hongda herself, so he passed her Hu Hongda's private number. Hello. Hu Hongda was making out with Fanya when he got the call, so he was annoyed, but the voice on the other end sounded sweet. He asked politely, Hello, who's this? Greetings, CEO Hu. I'm Ning Xi. Ning Xi? Which Ning ah? Ning Xi. Ah, Hu Hongda exclaimed, glad that he did not end the call earlier. Ning Xi was really a beauty, even prettier than his own wife. He was actually quite willing to carry the scandal out when Fanya had asked him to frame Ning Xi as his mistress. He was still a man, after all, and he felt proud to have a sex scandal with such beautiful women. It was all he ever boasted about. After knowing about this scandal, many of his friends called him up and joked, teasing him about how he was so lucky to be with such a fine woman. Unfortunately, the society today encouraged this trend. The price of a man cheating was way lesser than a woman's. Most of the blame was taken on by the women. Hu Hongda was not from the entertainment industry, so such a matter would not affect him much. At worst, his company shares would fluctuate for a few days, but as long as he did not divorce Ming Fangfang, things would settle down soon enough. It might even boost his ego and sexual prowess in the future. Fanya could never be on par with them, but she came to him on her own accord. Plus, she was good in bed, so he just took her in. When Fanya heard it was Ning Xi calling, she was on alert mode. Hongda, what does she want? Hu Hongda signaled her to keep quiet. Then he continued talking to Ning Xi. What now? Are you trying to ask me to clarify like your manager did? We can't talk clearly through the phone. Why don't we meet up? Ning Xi suggested. Hu Hongda felt excited by Ning Xi's words. This woman, what was she trying to achieve by meeting him now? Could it be that she knew that she was unable to get herself out of this mess, so she might as well just sleep with him? Such a beauty. He would really love to try her out. Sure. Of course, Hu Hongda replied quickly. All right, we'll meet at Province Restaurant an hour later in room number 18. See you there. Ning Xi confirmed the time and venue with him, and then ended the call. Chapter 693. Your husband is dating the vixen. Fanya was anxious after Hu Hongda ended the call. That vixen wanted to meet you. What's she up to? Why did you agree? Well, we're just meeting up. I'll see what she wants, no big deal. Be good. Stay at home and wait for me. Hu Hongdan then went into his bedroom and started picking out his outfit. Can you please not go? That vixen is surely up to nothing good. Why should I be afraid of a small little girl? I don't mean that you're afraid of her, but what if she seduces you? She's a slut and has a really bad reputation. Who knows what sort of disease she has? Don't be fooled by her. Do I look like someone who would be easily fooled? All right, just rest well at home and stop worrying. Hu Hongda started to sound a little harsh. He was determined to go. Fanya bit her lip hard. She hid in the backyard and gave Ning Xueluo a call. Xueluo? Ning Xueluo was in the middle of a spa session at a beauty salon, so she was annoyed to hear Fanya's pitiful voice, but she still asked her patiently, What happened, Xiaoya? Xueluo, that which is really frustrating me. How could someone be this despicable? Fanya cried agitatedly. Who do you mean? Ning Xi. What did she do? Ning Xueluo asked carefully, sitting up. Her plan was close to success now. No failure would be accepted. She called my Hongda and wanted to meet him. He has already gone out. I couldn't make him stay at all. What is she trying to do meeting up with him now? Should I follow him? What should I do if Hongda really gets seduced by her? Fanya anxiously asked. Ning Xueluo was excited instead of being worried. No, don't go? Isn't it better for her to do so? How is this good? My man is going to be taken away from me. I'm pregnant now and unable to satisfy him. If he really wanted to. What are you afraid of when you are carrying his child? Aren't you worried that you don't have solid proof to prevent Ning Xi from getting back on her feet? Now's the best chance to get it. You don't have to go at all. Just send an anonymous message to Ming Fangfang and let her do the work, advised Ning Xueluo. Fanya was excited by the plan. Oh, right. How could I not think of this? Xueluo, you're a genius. She'll have no excuses now. Ming Fongfong would never let her get away with this. After the call ended, she quickly sent Ming Fongfong a text message. Province Restaurant, room number 18. Your husband is dating the vixen. Ning Xi, you will never ever be deemed innocent again. Cheng Feng took his orders and sent his lady boss to the restaurant and escorted her all the way into the room, afraid that he might miss out on something. Thank you, Assistant Cheng. You may return to your work now. But what if Hu Hongdao arrives first? I should stay here with you until boss arrives. Cheng Feng reminded. It's going to be all right. It's more fun if Hu Hongdao arrives first. It won't be as fun anymore if you're here. Plus, you should worry more about Hu Hongdao, shouldn't you? Assistant Cheng reminded himself of Ning Xi's heroic deeds, and he had no rebuttals. Chapter 694. Are you making me your mistress? Someone entered a few minutes after Cheng Feng left. Hu Hongdao arrived first. Ning Xi wore a rose-pink turtleneck sweater, which matched her fair skin well. Her tiny face looked gorgeous today, and she was tasting the hot tea with 2 hands wrapped around the cup. Hu Hongdao was mesmerized by the woman opposite him. He has seen her picture before, which he thought was usually edited and untrustworthy, but he did not expect that this woman would be even more beautiful in the flesh. She was even more beautiful than his wife in her younger days. Strictly speaking, they were beautiful in their own ways. Ming Fongfong had the outlook of a gentle, gorgeous beauty, while Ning Xi was pretty with a kick of wildness like a thorny rose. He felt aroused, and his desire to dominate as a man heightened. Sorry to make you wait, Miss Ning. Hu Hongda acted like a gentleman, bowing slightly. Ning Xi's eyes blinked when she saw the pasty hair wax on Hu Hongda's hair. I have just only arrived. Please sit, CO Hu. Hu Hongda sat opposite of Ning Xi, not even trying to hide the fact that he was staring at her body lasciviously. Anything I can help you with, Miss Ning? Ning Xi rubbed the teacup in her hands with her index finger. CEO Hu, you should know what I want, don't you? Your Weibo posts really put me on the spot. Everyone is chasing after me now, and I don't even dare to step out of my house. Oh, really? Hu Hongda looked at Ning Xi as his prey. I'll be straightforward with you. What do you want in exchange for? Clarifying the truth. Hu Hongda thought that Ning Xi was just playing hard to get, so he went along with her. Miss Ning, why would I need to clarify? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Hu Hongda reached out his hands for hers and told her openly. Why don't you just be with me from now on? You would never need to worry about money anymore. Isn't it better than putting in so much effort in acting? Ning Xi backed away and avoided his hand. CEO Hu, are you trying to make me your mistress? Hu Hongda sat up straight with his tummy bulging as he spoke in a generous tone. Miss Ning, you can name me a price. Ning Xi held her chin, pretending to consider his offer. CEO Hu, aren't you afraid that I might record this? Hu Hongda acted as if he saw through everything already. He laughed at her. Little girl, are you playing tricks on me? Do you know why your manager suddenly gave up helping you? Do you want to try? I know that you're a smart person, and you won't act foolishly like your manager. After seeing Ning Xi for himself, Hu Hongda decided that this woman would be his even if she declined. CEO Hu, are you trying to coerce me? This Hu Hongda was a jerk. He laughed openly. Yes, I am. What can you do about it? I'm capable of it. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows and looked at the time on her phone silently. Hu Hongda tried to comfort her after his harsh words. Little girl, what's wrong with being with me? Aren't the girls in your industry all trying to find someone rich in the end? How many men in Imperial are richer than I am? Chapter 695. I'm not interested in your husband. While the two spoke, the door behind them was suddenly flung open. Hu Hongda, you liar. You cowardly bastard. How dare you meet up with this vixen behind my back? A woman rushed in hysterically. Ning Xi thought that Lu Tingxiao had arrived, but it was Ming Fongfong instead. Hu Hongda instantly panicked at the sight of Ming Fongfong. Wife, why are you here? Ming Fongfong flew into a rage. Someone sent me a message to tell me that you were meeting up with this witch. I didn't believe it first. Who knew? Good on you. You just promised me, and now you are meeting her again. What? Someone sent you a message. Hu Hongda's expression darkened. Only one person knew about his meet-up with Ning Xi, so the only person who could have sent Ming Fongfong the message was Fongya, that damn witch. She had said that she would not ruin his family and that she did not want anything. In the end, she played this little trick behind his back. Women are so troublesome. Hu Hongda looked angry, but he could only suppress his feelings and coax. My wife. This time I'm really wrong. You're so good to me. Why would I mess around with such a woman again? This time, she clung on to me shamelessly and said that if I don't come looking for her, she would look for you instead. How could I let her go harass you? That was how I was forced to come. Over. That message must have been sent by this woman. Her aim is to pull us apart. My wife, please don't fall into her trap. Opposite him, Ning Xi held onto her teacup and was utterly confused as her mouth twitched. What was that saying again? One would much rather believe that there were ghosts in this world than believe men and their mouths. She had finally seen it for herself today. Hu Hongda was capable of lying without even blinking. Yet, people still believed him. When Ming Fangfang heard Hu Hongda's explanation, her expression softened significantly. She instantly redirected her anger towards Ning Xi instead. Which, first, you instructed your manager to get involved. Now, you actually dare to mess with me yourself. Are you shameless? Why are you still clinging on to Hongda till now? Is it very thrilling to steal someone else's husband? Ning Xi put her teacup down lightly and looked up to say slowly, Excuse me, I'm really not interested in your man right here. Ming Fangfang's expression immediately changed, and even Hu Hongda did not look too happy. Ming Fangfang laughed coldly on the spot. Ha, what a joke. Such words. Aren't you interested in my husband? Then, who else do you want to hook up with? Just as she said that, the door opened once again and someone walked in. It was a man clad in a gunmetal gray tuxedo with a jet black coat on him. It seemed like it was snowing outside. The man's hair and shoulder had snowflakes on them. His poker face seemed to be even icier than the snowflakes, making one shudder involuntarily. When he saw who it was, Hu Hongda almost choked on his saliva. CEO Liu? Hu Hongda thought he had seen a hallucination. The person who just came in was unexpectedly the Liu Group's Liu Tingxiao, who he had been wanting to meet for months unfruitfully. How could this be? As unbelievable as it was, he would never recognize Liu Tingxiao's face wrongly. Even Ming Fangfang was stunned. During her one-year tenure with Glory World Entertainment, she had quite a crush on this legendary man. She had seen him at the ribbon-cutting ceremony at Glory World once. Little did she expect that many years later she would see the man in the flesh, and at such a close distance. Chapter 696, Liu Tingxiao's Woman. God seemed to have spent extra time perfecting this man. Not only did time not leave any marks on his face, it had actually made him even more charming instead. Years only added to his charisma. Ming Fangfang suppressed her emotions and tried to make conversation with him. CEO Liu, why are you here? This is room 18. Are you in the wrong place? No matter what the reason was, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Hu Hongda instantly forgot about everything and quickly smiled to greet him. It really is CEO Liu. Who knew I would meet you here? Before this, I have been wanting to discuss developing that land in the east. Midway through his introduction, Liu Tingxiao seemed to not have seen him, and he walked over to the direction behind him instead. Hu Hongda and Ming Fangfang were stunned. You are. Liu Tingxiao walked right up to Ning Xi. When he saw that she wore a thin red sweater, he frowned. His cool face looked unhappy, and his wide palms covered the back of her hand. Why are you wearing so little? Ning Xi excitedly touched the snowflakes that had not melted on Liu Tingxiao's hair and responded. Oh, is it snowing outside? It hadn't yet when I first arrived. Liu Tingxiao nodded, his expression softening when he felt the warmth from the little hand beneath his palm. At that moment, Hu Hongda and Ming Fangfang looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Liu Tingxiao and this D-list female celebrity. These two completely unrelated people. How did they get tied up in a relationship? In fact, it seemed like this was no ordinary relationship. Suddenly, Hu Hongda felt afraid while Ming Fangfang was full of suspicion, seemingly noticing that something was not right. Not waiting for the two to recover from their shock, Ning Xi suddenly thought of something and held onto Liu Tingxiao's arm. She then turned to Hu Hongda and said, Right, my dear, I forgot to introduce to you to Hongda Estate CEO Hu. This mister is the one who's having me as a mistress. Hu Hongda was horrified while Ming Fangfang was speechless. Liu Tingxiao was as frigid as an ice sculpture at that moment, his every word digging into Hu Hongda's skin. My girlfriend is your mistress. The moment these words came out, Hu Hongda almost fell to the floor on his knees. Liu Tingxiao's girlfriend? This woman was actually Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend? He must be crazy to have Lu Tingxiao's woman as his mistress. More importantly, did Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend still need to be another man's mistress? People would think he was crazy if he told them. Ming Fangfang finally realized what was wrong here. She would never have thought that Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao would have a relationship. No wonder Ning Xi had said earlier that she would not be interested in Hongda. If that was the case, there was no way Ning Xi was Hongda's mistress. Then why would Hongda lie? At that moment, Hongda finally realized who he had offended and did not even care if Ming Fangfang was still there. He turned pale instantly and quickly explained, "This is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding." Ning Xi then said, "How could it be? You've already admitted it on Weibo, and you even tagged me. That was a mistake. I tagged the wrong person." Miss Ning quickly explained to CEO Lu, "I didn't. How could I have had you as my mistress?" Ning Xi blinked. "Explain what?" "You did." Chapter 697. Now you'll see what real bullying is. Hu Hongdao was unable to say anything. Now he truly understood how it felt like to smash a huge rock on his own feet. He was filled with regrets. Why was he so unlucky? He had just wanted to frame a woman, and this woman he framed turned out to be Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend. Had he not always been single? There were even rumors that he liked men. Why did he suddenly have a girlfriend? This really ruined his plan. No matter how powerful he was in Imperial, he was nothing compared to Lu Tingxiao. Absolutely nothing. Hu Hongda could only surrender in defeat, and he spoke in a low voice. "Miss Ning, it's all my fault. I didn't know that you were so Lu's girlfriend. I've offended you gravely. I'll now delete the Weibo post, and I will clarify everything. I could say that I just tagged you wrongly. Then, everyone will be happy." What do you think? Everyone will be happy? He was too naive. Not only did he want to protect himself, he was still trying to hide the identity of his real mistress up till now. Ning Xi laughed bitterly and looked at Ming Fangfang. "Tagged the wrong person? Could you really have wrongly tagged your mistress and even my manager? Do you think anyone would believe you, CO Hu?" Hu Hongda arrogantly answered, "No one will question my credibility. Don't you worry." Ning Xi was not patient enough to entertain him any further and sternly said, "Announce who your real mistress is and admit that you framed me on purpose. Then I'll forget about this matter." "Miss Ning, don't try to challenge my limits." Hu Hongda's expression changed as he darted a glance at Ming Fangfang in horror. If he were to announce it, he would never be able to keep Fang Ya's child. Damn it. Was she not just Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend? In fact, she might not even be his girlfriend for long. She was just an actress. Who did she think she was? While Hu Hongda was not as powerful as the Lu family, he was still someone important in the Imperial. Hu Hongda felt cocky as he stroked his own ego, so he ignored Ning Xi and turned to Lu Tingxiao to haughtily scoff. "Women know nothing about business. Let's talk, CEO Lu. What do you think of my plan? It's beneficial to the both of us." He made an intentional pause and looked at Ning Xi with a warning glare. "If you're really trying to force me, huh?" He had worked his way up to where he was today. Even Lu Tingxiao had to respect that. Looking at Hu Hongda's evil grin, Lu Tingxiao kept quiet. Ming Fangfang broke the silence angrily. "Hu Hongda? You bastard. You dare to lie to me. You lied again. Who's that witch? Why are you trying to hide her?" "Dear, please calm down. We'll talk about this back home, all right? Not with outsiders around." Hu Hongda was actually planning to frame another woman since Ning Xi was not a viable option now. He could never reveal Fang Ya as his mistress. As Hu Hongda was cooking up his plan, his phone rang. It was his company's vice president calling him. He answered impatiently. "What is it? Tell me only after I get back, what? The company's shares are dropping drastically? How is this possible?" Chapter 698, Causing Bankruptcy Without a Word. Hu Hongda looked at the calm man with an aghast expression as the room turned cold with a looming sense of peril. It was Lu Tingxiao. Damn it. This man. It was rumored that his wealth and connection was enormous and powerful, but Hu Hongda did not expect him to be able to put a company's fate hanging so precariously in a few minutes. Ning Xi was a little surprised when she heard Hu Hongda's conversation on the phone as well. When had Lu Tingxiao taken action? Even if he started taking action last night when he knew about this scandal, whatever he did was incredibly fast. He was making Hu Hongda go bankrupt without even saying a word. The devil had given her a valuable lesson in life. Now, she knew what real bullying with power was like. Hu Hu Hongda was listening to his vice president's report over the phone, his jaw hanging slack. Not only were the shares dropping, most clients had retracted their orders as well. In just one night, his company was on the verge of crumbling, and he would only be left on the path to bankruptcy if nothing was done. He might still be able to struggle against a regular Joe, but he could not do anything against the real powerful stakeholders. Hu Hongda did not have time to think anymore. Each second that passed was a big loss for his company. I get it. I'll follow what Miss Ning says. CEO Lu, please don't do this anymore. Hu Hongdao's arrogance dissolved into thin air as he quickly posted on Weibo. My real mistress is at Fangya and not at Ning Xi. I was trying to protect my mistress and frame Ning Xi. I hereby apologize to Ms. Ning and her manager, Ling Xi. Is this okay? Hu Hongda asked Ning Xi feebly. Ning Xi felt that it was sufficient. She would ask Sis Gigi to release the evidence of his cheating with Fangya, then the case would be clarified thoroughly. As she was about to nod, Lu Tingxiao suddenly spoke up gruffly. Organize a press conference and clarify the entire matter in public. How ruthless. He probably felt that just posting on Weibo was too easy a task, so he wanted him to be embarrassed in public. She realized that Lu Tingxiao was being careful as well. A simple Weibo post might not be enough for people to believe him. Having the reporters to ask Hu Hongda in person would be more convincing. No problem, no problem. I'll do it the moment I get back. Hu Hongda dared not complain anymore, only following whatever Lu Tingxiao said. He cursed Fangya countless times inside his heart. That idiot woman. She made him frame Lu Tingxiao's woman, and in doing so, she was trying to kill him. Almost everything was ruined. Ming Fangfang looked at them cluelessly. Fangya. She remembered Fangya imperceptibly as a poorly performing actress with average looks. She had lost to someone like her? And her husband had hidden Fangya from her the whole time and lied to her? Hu Hongdao realized something worse was coming for him. As his company was in ruins now, if Ming Fangfang filed a divorce with him. Chapter 699, Boss is the best. Hu Hongdao panicked at the thought of losing everything, and he quickly tried to cover up. Dear, can you please forgive me again? I promise I'll never lie to you again. It was only at this moment he started to remind himself of what Ming Fangfang had done for him all along. Aside from not bearing a child for him, she was beautiful and generous. She never complained about being by his side. She took care of his daily lifestyle habits. And most importantly, she was extremely helpful in his business. No, he could not afford to divorce Ming Fangfang now. Dear, this is the last time, I swear. Ming Fangfang did not trust him blindly this time. She stared at him coldly and said, not lying anymore. Okay, then tell me, why are you trying to protect that woman? Ming Fangfang was forcing an answer out of him. Hu Hongda panicked even more, sweat trickling down his face. I was just seduced by that woman and was unable to think rationally in the thick of the moment. Ming Fangfang lost her final spark of hope she had in this man. Lies, all you did was lie to me. That woman is pregnant. She's pregnant, am I right? Ming Fangfang yelled uncontrollably at him. Aside from this reason, she could not think of anything else that would make this man, who prioritized profit, to protect that woman. Hu Hongda knew he could not hide it anymore, and he picked the path of defense instead. Fangfang, I'm a man. How can any man stand not having descendants? You can't get pregnant, and my parents have been nagging me about it every day. So that's why you cheated? That's why you betrayed me? That's why you fooled me with that witch? Hu Hongda, don't you know how I treated you all these years? Just because I can't bear your child? How dare you? If you wanted a child this badly, why didn't you just divorce me and find someone who could bear your child? If you were to tell me straight away, I would have agreed instantly. Why did you say that you loved me and didn't care about having a child? Dear, listen to me. You're just afraid that losing me will cost you your protection from the Ming family. Is that why you acted like you love me? Have you been such a jerk all along? Ming Fangfang lost control of her emotions and swept everything off the table. Lu Tingxiao shielded Ning Xi so that she would not get cut by the shattered glass pieces that crashed to the floor. Ming Fangfang felt an indescribable anguish when she saw Lu Tingxiao's protective gesture. Seeing the both of them leaving, Ming Fangfang took a deep breath and bowed her head. Ning Xi, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Ning Xi looked back and saw the proud Ming Fangfang with her crushed, lonely soul. Outside of the restaurant, Ning Xi felt bad for Ming Fong Fong, so she spouted, "All men are evil." Lu Tingxiao was speechless. She suddenly remembered the devil was still beside her, and she quickly turned to him. "Except boss. Boss is the best." Lu Tingxiao looked into Ning Xi's eyes as he held her in his arms. "I won't do that. I won't force you to bear a child. Of course you won't. You already have a son. I won't betray you either." Ning Xi looked up at his face and murmured, "I believe you." Chapter 700, Parental Activity. Ning Xi wore Lu Tingxiao's windbreaker and wrapped herself in it tightly. As she was about to ask Lu Tingxiao if he was going to go back to his office, she felt a vibration coming from the jacket. "Lu Tingxiao, your phone is ringing." Lu Tingxiao took his phone out from the pocket of the jacket, frowning at what he saw. "What happened? Who's calling?" Ning Xi asked. Who was it that could make Lu Tingxiao pull an "I can't handle this" face? "How rare." "It's Little Treasure's teacher," Lu Tingxiao replied. "Isn't it school hours? Why would the teacher call now?" Ning Xi questioned. Lu Tingxiao gave it some thought. Then he handed his phone to Ning Xi. "You should take it." Obviously, Lu Tingxiao had no idea how to deal with a foreign creature like his son's teacher. "Me?" Ning Xi scratched her head. "Okay, I guess it's better that I pick it up anyway." She could not imagine the conversation between Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure's teacher. The teacher might speak a lot, and he might just reply with a grunt. It would be even more possible that the teacher got frightened by Lu Tingxiao's voice. Ning Xi did not decline and put the call on the speaker for Lu Tingxiao to listen. "Hello, is this Lu Qingyu's father?" a female teacher's voice said. "Hello, Teacher Wang. I'm Lu Qingyu's mother." To make things easier, Ning Xi did not give it much thought and just said it as it was. She did not realize how intensely Lu Tingxiao was feeling at that moment. "Did something happen to my kid in school?" Ning Xi asked nervously. "That's not it, Madam Lu. I'm just calling to confirm if you and Mr. Lu really do not have time this afternoon. It'd be great even if just one of you can attend. It'd be so pitiful if both of you can't come." The teacher sounded disapproving. For Little Treasure to experience school life like any normal children, no one in the school except the principal knew about Little Treasure's real identity. Even the teachers were not informed of who he was. The teachers only knew that this kid was from a well-off family and preferred to be quiet. His parents were busy and did not seem to have a good relationship because ever since the first day of school, they were not seen at school together again. Ning Xi asked in confusion, "This afternoon? Is there something going on in school? Don't you know about it?" The teacher sounded surprised. Ning Xi stared at Lu Tingxiao and he shook his head, signaling that he was unaware as well. Ning Xi replied, "Both of us are unaware of this. Little Treasure never mentioned it to us." "He didn't? How could this be? I even confirmed with him a few times." The teacher started to explain, "Here's the thing. There will be a parental activity today. We're organizing a masquerade party. I've told the children a few days ago to inform their parents, and I even gave them a letter for their parents. A few reminders were given out too. From the name list yesterday, only Lu Qingyu's parents will be absent. All the other children have at least one parent attending." Chapter 701. Of course you can. Ning Xi frowned. "Our child really didn't mention about this to us." The teacher sighed. "Then, it's probably because the child didn't want to trouble you both and intentionally did not inform you. I wanted to call the both of you yesterday to ask, but that child is really too mature. He even took the initiative to tell me not to call, in fear of disturbing the both of you." Sigh. As busy as one can still spare some time from an afternoon, can't you? I pondered for quite a while and decided to still make this call, hoping the both of you could consider it. This is, after all, Lu Qingyu's first parental activity since attending our school. Ning Xi's eyes were tearing up listening to what the teacher said. Yet, after Lu Tingxiao heard the teacher's words and expression of feelings, he felt completely different from Ning Xi. It was true that Ning Xi was very busy recently, but he remembered that he had not been too busy these past few days. Why didn't Little Treasure tell him? Perhaps the little guy thought that if Ani Xiaoxi could not make it, his biological father didn't have to come to since there wouldn't be any difference. "Teacher, I understand, it's our fault. We have been too distant from our child in terms of interaction. I'll go over this afternoon. As for my husband, I'll ask him in a bit, and we will try to go over together," said Ning Xi. "That would be great. We actually requested the parents to prepare and make their own outfits and props, but since it is too last minute for the both of you, Our school has ready-made ones you can use, reminded the teacher. Okay, thank you, Teacher Wang. On the side, Lu Tingxiao quietly listened to Ning Xi mention Lu Qingyu's mother and my husband. He felt like deciding to let Ning Xi pick up this call was an accurate one. After she finished the call with the teacher, Ning Xi quickly asked him, Lu Tingxiao, are you free this afternoon? I have a department meeting, but I can let Lu Jingli chair it on my behalf. The wife had already spoken. How could he not make time? That's great then. The both of us will go together. Ning Xi suddenly hesitated. Wait, can I go? Because she was too worried about Little Treasure earlier, she had just taken on the identity of Little Treasure's mother. Now that she had calmed down, she could not help but feel that it was not appropriate. After all, she was only dating Lu Tingxiao now. Lu Tingxiao looked at her lovingly and said, Of course you can. Ning Xi seemed to be scorched by his gaze, and she coughed slightly. Right. Before I go to school, I need to get some things from the apartment. If it was any other function, I wouldn't be confident. But this is a masquerade ball, which is completely my forte. I have many outfits and props at home, and they're all ready-made. At Regal Riviera Hotel, Ning Xi was turning her house upside down. She had many items for dressing up, but it was not too easy to find something that could fit a family of three. The three of them could dress up as different characters, but that would not be special. She wanted to take on a more unique theme. While Ning Xi was looking for the props and outfits, Lu Tingxiao called Lu Jingli. The moment the phone got through, Lu Jingli anxiously answered. Hello, bro. It's 10 minutes to the meeting. You're not planning to miss it, are you? Lu Tingxiao replied. Yes, I'll let you chair the meeting. Lu Jingli was speechless. Chapter 702. Boss, carry me. Okay. I knew it. Have you settled your matters? Lu Jingli asked with a certain tone. When he saw Hongdao Estate's shares drop drastically, he already knew that his brother had personally gone to save the wife. Was there anything that could he not solve? Is Xiao Shishi especially touched? The both of you are in the honeymoon phase of your relationship. Are you definitely going off to spend some quality time with each other? Lu Jingli teased. Lu Tingxiao shortly replied, No. No quality time with each other? Then, why aren't you coming back for the meeting? Lu Jingli was very shocked to hear the answer. He was not used to his brother not publicly displaying his affection for Ning Xi. In the next moment, he heard his brother say, Little Treasure's school has a parent-child activity. Lu Jingli was shocked. What? Damn it. This trio's quality time is much more lovey-dovey than just the two of them. This was only the second day of them dating, but they were already going to participate in a parent-child activity. Indeed, this was still his biological brother. Found it. This one will definitely be awesome. The house rang with Ning Xi's overjoyed voice. Lu Tingxiao hung up and looked up to see Ning Xi carrying a red cloth in her hands with another two gray furry items on top of it. What are you preparing? I'm keeping it a secret first. You'll know then, hee. Ning Xi chuckled mysteriously, then said a little uncertainly. I'm just slightly worried that you won't be willing to wear it later. I will. Really? You said so. No matter what I prepare, you'll be willing to wear it. Okay, big boss. Even you're giving it your all. Let's fight for the first place. Earlier, Teacher Wang sent me the activity details. The first place will get a super huge prize. How exciting. At the school, when Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao rushed to the school, they noticed that the other children's parents had all arrived. There were people dressed up as various characters, some lions, tigers, dinosaurs, princesses, Cinderella, Spider-Man, and Ice Queen. Ning Xi stood in the colorful crowd to look, but she could not find Little Treasure. Ning Xi tiptoed, hoping to see better. Where's our Little Treasure? Lu Tingxiao, do you see him? Lu Tingxiao used his privilege of height and skimmed the crowd, then said, Little Treasure isn't here. He's not. Where did he go then? Teacher Wang, who was not far away, rushed over when she saw the two of them standing at the gate. Mr. Lu, Madam Lu, you've come. Even though he had only seen them once on the child's first day at school, they were just too eye-catching, thus she recognized them right away. Teacher Wang, sorry we're late. Where's Lu Qingyu? Ning Xi asked worriedly. He's reading in the classroom. I haven't told him that you would come. He'll definitely be very happy when he sees you. Teacher Wang smiled broadly. Thank you, Teacher Wang. We'll go over now. When they left the event venue, Ning Xi impatiently hurried faster and faster. Tingxiao reminded her helplessly. Slow down. You still have an injury on your leg. But I can't wait anymore. Of course, she would not listen to his advice. When she thought about baby little treasure sitting alone in the classroom, she wished she could put on a pair of wings and fly over. But she knew the limits of her own leg. If she walked faster, her wound would definitely not be able to handle it. A bright idea hit her. She turned around, opening up her arms towards Tingxiao, and said, Boss, carry me. Chapter 703. I'm avenging my son. Tingxiao was dumbfounded by the sudden happiness that surged through him. Ning Xi did not care about being shy and urged him, Quickly, little treasure is waiting for us. Tingxiao picked her up gently. It was the right decision. Although Tingxiao was not all that fast, his legs were long, so he walked much faster than her. There were not many people around, which explained her bold behavior. Ning Xi looked around. Then she spotted the classroom entrance. They saw a little boy and a teacher standing in front of the entrance, seeming like they were arguing. The teacher was in her 20s and she was scolding the little boy. Sun Zhuang, how could you lock the door? Lu Qingyu is still inside. Teacher. Lu Qingyu didn't change into a costume. The boy's face was chubby, his cheeks were puffy, and almost covered his slitted eyes. He wore a black bear outfit, probably cosplaying a bear from a recent popular cartoon animation. I know. Because his parents aren't here yet, the teacher patiently explained. He did not put on his costume, so he cannot play with us. I'm going to lock him up, the little boy yelled. You can't just lock him up because of a reason like that. Good children can't be mean to others. As the teacher was trying to convince the little boy, he stomped his foot on hers and screeched, You witch! You dare to defy me? I'm going to ask my dad to punish you. The boy was still a child, but his body was stout and he was much stronger than other kids, so his stomp must have caused some damage. The teacher felt a sharp pain in her foot and cried out, Sun Zhuang, how can you kick people? A big-sized man quickly came over. My son, why are you here? I've been looking for you. As he saw his father, he spoke in his loud voice. Father, the teacher hit me. She hit me. What? Who dare to hit you? I'm going to kill them. The man looked buff and his eyes were ferocious. The young teacher was terrified, but she explained carefully, Mr. Sun, I didn't. How could I hit children? Your son insisted on locking another student in the classroom. I tried to convince him not to, but he's not listening, and he even kicked me. Instead of scolding or punishing his child, the father laughed. Good. Good kick. You're the star of our Sun family. Only we can bully others. No one can bully us. The female teacher looked pale and kept quiet even though she was angry. She tried to suppress her urge to cry. What the heck? A man bullying a weak lady and acting all high and mighty. Ning Xi almost wanted to attack the man with her fists. Most importantly, the bear kid was trying to lock little treasure in the classroom. But she was still held by Tingxiao, so her whims failed. Tingxiao, don't stop me. I'm avenging my son. Chapter 704. My son is handsome. Don't act rashly. I'm not. Tingxiao. I'm going to make him beg for forgiveness even with just 1 foot of mine. Tingxiao sighed helplessly. He had to be careful with her even if it was just a parent-child activity in school. If he did not hold her back, she would act like a wild horse without restraint. The child and his father went away, leaving the teacher weeping. Teacher, are you all right? Ning Xi went up to her and gave her a tissue, her eyes flashing with anger. You guys are Lu Qingyu's parents, aren't you? He's been waiting. I'm all right. Did you guys see everything just now? The teacher was afraid that the parents would have a bad impression on the school, so she quickly explained, Please don't mind it. This parent is just a special case. Most of the parents from our school are well-mannered. This teacher had been protecting little treasure, so Ning Xi did not blame her. It's all right. We understand that there's always someone like them around. But the incident just now worried Ning Xi a little. Was little treasure being bullied in school? According to his personality, he would not say anything even if he was bullied. The teacher could take a stab at Ning Xi's worries as well. She quickly told her, Lu Qingyu is adapting well to the school. Although he doesn't talk much, many children like him, and he's especially popular with the girls. Ning Xi's eyes shone. Little treasure was popular. With the girls? That was a surprise. But, well, it was her handsome son after all. It was normal for him to be popular. This Sun Zhuang is a famous troublemaker. His parents don't care either, and us teachers are troubled when facing him. But we've been observing him closely. Please rest assured. The party was going to start soon, so after a short chat with the both of them, the teacher left to finish the preparations. By the first column, near the middle and right beside the window, there was a small shadow sitting by himself. The snowflakes outside matched his ice-cold face, just like his father's. He was holding a big book and was totally immersed in his own world. What happened outside just now was unable to upset his small, pure world. Little treasure. With a gentle call, his invisible barrier was broken and his eyes slowly came back to reality. Little treasure was surprised. He sat up straight and lifted his head up from the book, looking at the direction of the voice. Ani Xiaoxi. Obviously, he totally ignored his father. The little guy blinked and did not move for a few seconds. After he was sure that he was not hallucinating, he left his book on the table and ran. Little treasure. I'm sorry. Ning Xi's heart was at ease as little treasure ran into her arms. Chapter 705. My wife is the best. Little treasure, I know that you kept this matter hidden from us because you didn't want to trouble us, but no next time, all right? Little treasure nodded obediently. Okay, it's almost time now. Let's get changed. Ning Xi was still a little worried about Sun Zhuangzhuang. She wanted to ask little treasure if he was bullied in school, but the party was already starting, so she suppressed her urge to ask for now. However, it was still bothering her, so she had to think of something, a once-and-for-all plan so that little treasure would never be bullied in school. After they were done changing and they entered the hall, Ning Xi suddenly remembered something. She looked at the little bun and spoke to him. Little treasure, I've forgotten to tell you something. Little bun blinked with suspicion. Ning Xi coughed and then looked at Tingxiao. Well, let me think how to phrase this. As she was thinking how to break the news to him, Tingxiao interrupted. Auntie Xiao, she is now my girlfriend. Little treasure tilted his head and looked confused. He was not familiar with the term girlfriend. All he knew was that if Auntie Xiao she became his father's wife, then she would be his mother. Tingxiao explained, girlfriend means that Auntie Xiao she is like half of your mother. Ning Xi was speechless by his explanation. Was it even appropriate? Nevertheless, the explanation was effective for little treasure's understanding. His face brightened up and he glanced at Ning Xi, seeking for confirmation. Father could not be trusted. Ning Xi did not want to disappoint the little bun. Your father is sort of right. That's what it kind of means. For your sake, when appearing in school, I'll be your one whole mother. One whole mother. She was confused by her own phrase. But the little bun was smart. He understood and nodded. All right, then let's have fun. Ning Xi held their hands, holding two fluffy paws and flanked by either of them. The moment they stepped into the hall, everyone went quiet. All of them were looking at the entrance. Ning Xi wore a cute puffy skirt with a big red hood over her head. She also had a small basket on her arm, obviously taking on the role of Little Red Riding Hood from the classic fairy tale story. As for the buns beside her, both of them wore fluffy gray suits with bushy tails and sharp ears attached to the suit. Even their eyebrows were colored gray with eyebrow pencil. The tiny wolf was cute while the large wolf was handsome and the Little Red Riding Hood looked beautiful. The three of them instantly became the center of attention. The parents were all not professionals, so makeup for them was just simply drawing some lines on their faces. Some of them even wore fake outfits made of paper. Ning Xi was the real professional. She was strict with her props and costume. Even all the fur on the wolf suit looked real. Ning Xi grinned as she saw everyone's gaze on them. She whispered to Tingxiao, did I overdo it? I feel like some advanced player bullying newbies. My wife is the best. Ning Xi coughed. This guy was getting into his role real quick. Wouldn't being Little Treasure's one whole mother mean she was his wife? Chapter 706. Just too cute. You're really great as well. How cooperative. I didn't expect you'd really wear it. Ning Xi tried not to laugh at him as she pinched his wolf ears. You're really cute. His boss aura was all diminished. Tingxiao looked at her helplessly. Do you think I'd let anyone see me in this? All right. I know it's a big sacrifice for you. As she was talking to Tingxiao, she realized that Little Treasure was pulling her skirt. He was staring at her with a little disappointment in his eyes. What's wrong? Ning Xi asked. Tingxiao glanced at his son and reminded her, his ears. Huh? What happened to his ears? Ning Xi then remembered. She laughed and touched the little bun's wolf ears. Little Treasure looks really cute as well. The little bun was enjoying the moment with Auntie Xiaoxi. Oh, it was Mother Xiaoxi now. He felt truly satisfied. Are you hungry? There are some desserts. I'll go get you some. Ning Xi went to the dessert counter happily. Just as she was about to get a brownie, she felt a huge nudge from behind, and she was pushed to the side. The kid who had bullied little treasure earlier, Sun Zhuangzhuang, grabbed a few cakes and stuffed them into his mouth. Not only that, he took all the other cakes and put them into a big bag he brought. Some parents were voicing their dissatisfaction. Hey, whose kid is this? Look after him. He's taking away all the food. What are we supposed to eat? He's my kid. What's wrong? A chubby woman sauntered over as she looked at her son dotingly. The food here is meant to be eaten. There's no rule about how much one can eat. My child is strong. Of course, he needs more. He shouldn't take that much. There are around 20 pieces. Can he finish all of it? It's none of your business. Aren't you ashamed to argue with a little kid for just a few slices of cakes? It's not about the cakes. Your child. Some parents were still trying to reason with her. The child's father went up and glared at them with his ferocious eyes, so everyone just kept quiet and let it be. The incident passed quickly. The teachers then arranged many activities including singing, dancing, and interactive games. Everyone was having lots of fun. For the final agenda, they were going to select the best costume of the night. As expected, Ning Xi and her two buns emerged as the winner, their number of votes leading the way. Tingxiao had already made such sacrifice. It was only worth it if they won the prize. Congratulations to Qingyu and his parents. All three of them look really cute tonight. They make us realize that even wolves in fairy tales can be cute as well. Our prizes are cute too. What could it be? Let me reveal it to you. There was a large box on the stage, and the teacher untied the knot. Among the crowd, Ning Xi was even more excited than the children. She was really looking forward to it. The box was opened, and in it was an enormous fluffy bear, even bigger than Ning Xi. Ning Xi's eyes shone. Wow, it's so cute. Little Treasure saw the big bear and Mother's happy face, so he felt giddy with joy too. Tingxiao looked at their beaming faces and touched the fur on his outfit, feeling that it was all worth it. Chapter 707. Little Treasure, take good care of Mother. When they had received their prize, the teacher smiled and said, Okay, our parent-child activity today has come to an end. All the other children can also redeem their little prizes from me. The children cheered and walked over to get their present one by one. Because he had parked further away and it was cold outside, Tingxiao let Ning Xi and Little Treasure wait in the activity hall while he went to drive the car over. I'll be back very soon. Be good, don't run around. Without a doubt, Tingxiao was not saying this to Little Treasure, but to Ning Xi. Ning Xi pouted as if she was being treated like a child. I know, it's only a few minutes. I won't fly to the sky. Tingxiao was speechless. Not only was there a possibility of that happening, in fact, it was very huge. Little Treasure, take good care of your mother. Little Treasure nodded seriously, indicating that he would. Ning Xi looked at the father and son, tongue-tied. Tingxiao reminded her to behave again several times before leaving. Ning Xi picked up the big bear and found a chair to sit down with Little Treasure, obediently waiting for Tingxiao. Little Treasure, are you happy today? Little Treasure's eyes shone as he nodded. Happy. Today is the happiest day of my life. Auntie Xiaoxi is already half his mother, and they even won a super big bear. The little guy did not care much about the countless toys at home, but now he hurled out his little hand to pat the gigantic furry bear all around, endlessly showering it with his love. Ning Xi took the opportunity to dish out some motherly advice. Baby, did you know? The best things come from your own hard work. While the mother and son spoke, the initially cheerful activity hall suddenly rang with a piercing cry. I don't want this. I want the bear. I want the bear. I want the bear. They saw that little bear child, Sun Zhuangzhuang, had started to throw a tantrum again. He threw the present given by the teacher and cried while looking and pointing at Ning Xi's big bear. It did not matter how much the people around coaxed him. Not too far away, Ning Xi was speechless by this scene. Why did he want the bear? He was already a bear himself. Even though she was not happy with the child, she did not want to ruin the good mood today. Plus, she had promised Tingxiao not to do anything unruly, so she continued to talk to Little Treasure and ignored what was happening. In the end, she had not looked for trouble, but that child's mother approached her. Herself. That woman walked to the front of Little Treasure and said, whoever's child this is, can we do an exchange? Give this bear to my son. Ning Xi was so angry, she almost laughed out loud. Why would I? Theirs was a first-grade prize. Can't you see that my son's already crying so hard? The woman said with a matter-of-fact tone. What does your son crying have to do with us? Why are you so rude? My son's already crying so hard. Don't you have any sympathy at all? The woman yelled. Sympathy? This little punk wanted to lock my son in the class earlier. You want me to pity him? Because Little Treasure was beside her, Ning Xi suppressed her anger and touched his head to console him. The children are just messing around. You're an adult. Do you have to be so calculative with children when it comes to such petty things? Ning Xi scoffed. Are you also going to use the excuse that the children are messing around when he kills people one day? While Ning Xi was distracted by speaking with the woman, her child suddenly shoved her with his head. There was a line of bookshelves behind Ning Xi, and she bumped into them, causing them to fall like dominoes. Chapter 708. Let's fight. If you win, I'll give it to you. Instantly, the entire line of shelves started to wobble. When she saw the shelves were about to topple, Ning Xi went pale and quickly picked Little Treasure and hid. At the same time, she used the big mother bear to block the books that were falling all around and so did not get harmed by a close shave. In the next second, a loud crash was heard and the bookshelves came falling down. Everyone gasped in fright. Oh my God! Ning Xi hugged Little Treasure and suppressed herself very hard to not blurt out curses in this holy ground called school. Her sharp gaze found the child dressed in the bear costume and the woman. When she saw Ning Xi glaring so antagonistically, the woman quickly put her child behind her and demanded, What are you doing? You want to hit a child? Everyone, come look. This evil woman won't even let go of a mere child. With all the commotion going on, all of the parents crowded around and looked on with resentment. Why is it this family again? How unruly. Exactly. The last time Sun Zhuangzhuang borrowed the Transformers toy my husband had bought for our child, it was never returned. I looked for her to discuss the issue, but she just said it was lost. She did not even offer to compensate and said I was overreacting. If that woman had not moved so quickly, those huge shelves would have toppled onto her and caused severe injuries. In fact, there was a child with her too. That bear child is already acting like that at such a young age. I'm afraid he would grow up to kill someone or something. He's too unruly now. Can't the school manage him a little? How can they manage him? If you manage a child, people would say that he's just a kid and that it's normal to be slightly naughty. The school can't chase people away for such a small matter, can they? Facing all the parents' and teachers' condemnations, Sun Zhuangzhuang's mother was not remorseful at all. How strong can my son be? He only pushed her lightly. She herself wasn't stable and so bumped into those shelves. Besides, they aren't injured. What are you people mumbling about? Trying to bully us mother and son, now are you? As she spoke, the father in the bear suit who had left earlier returned. When he saw the crowd around his family, he immediately roared, What are all of you doing? Husband, you're finally here. These people are bullying me and our son. That woman is holding on to a grudge because of something small. She fell by herself, yet she blames it on our son. These people are all on her side. The mother in the bear suit turned the facts upside down, causing everyone to look at her in disgust. Father, bear. I want the bear. I want. When Sun Zhuangzhuang saw his father arrive, he became even more overbearing and immediately wanted to snatch the prize from Little Treasure and Ning Xi. Ning Xi instantly smacked the little boy's hand that had reached over to claw the bear. She had not used much force, but the boy started to cry at the top of his lungs as if he had been tortured by her. Sun Zhuangzhuang's mother started to coax her baby boy and talked about going to the hospital. The child's father immediately took on a violent stance and said, You witch, how dare you hit my son? Are you looking to die? Everyone present was worried for Ning Xi. The teacher had run to get the security guards. Mother, I just want that bear. Sun Zhuangzhuang continued to shout throughout, and it was so noisy that everyone's head was about to explode. You can let my son have this bear, and I'll forget about this, the woman said with an expression that indicated that she was at a disadvantage. All the parents on the sidelines were advising Ning Xi kindly, Forget it. How about you just give them the bear? You won't be able to fight your way out of this. Don't be at a disadvantage in the end. Ning Xi looked at the parents gratefully. then looked at the child's father who was staring at her furiously. She said with a calm gaze, "You want this bear? Sure, let's fight. If you win, I'll give it to you." Chapter 709. Beat the crap out of you. Sun Zhuang's father scoffed with a laugh. "What? A fight? You'd better reconsider, seeing how your husband has such a skinny build. He might not be able to even take a punch from me." Ning Xi glowered at him. While Tingxiao was the type who looked slimmer when clothed and muscular if he took off his clothes, he was nothing like this man in front of her who looked like a big lump of disgusting flesh. The child's mother went along as well. "Your husband sure is unlucky to marry someone without a brain like you. I think you guys should get a divorce as soon as possible." Ning Xi looked at the time impatiently and said between gritted teeth, "Enough talking. Are we fighting or not? If not, Tingxiao would be back soon." The child's father replied, "Of course. But can you make the decision for your man? What if he disagrees?" Ning Xi raised her eyebrows in question. "Did I say that my man will be the one who'll fight you? Then, what about the fight? What are you playing at?" raged the man. Ning Xi led little treasure to sit down nearby. "My dear, close your eyes and count to 100 before opening them again." Little treasure was worried about his mother, but he trusted her and closed his eyes obediently. Ning Xi kissed little treasure on his cheek. Then she turned around and looked at the child's father defiantly. "I mean, I'm fighting you." "You? Ha ha ha." The man guffawed as if he had just heard the world's best joke. The parents and teachers around were confused as well. Is this lady crazy? Who knows? What is she trying to do? Where's the security? Why aren't they here yet? Things are getting out of hand. Ning Xi had no time to lose, so she taunted. "Well, I've been trained in Kung Fu ever since I was a child, Mr. Sunday. Are you afraid of me? If so, then apologize to my son and get lost. Stop wasting my time." "Me? Afraid? Okay, everyone's witnessing this. I'm not bullying you. You're the one looking for trouble." The man was totally fired up and his ego was sky high. The onlookers looked at Ning Xi as if she was mentally not right. Earlier, they were worried for her, but now, it seemed like she was not sane. Trained in Kung Fu since she was a child? With her cute looks, was it just some self-defense skill she had picked up? The man shrugged off his jacket, and all his big muscles were flexing through his black tank top. "Everyone else, back off. I'll not be responsible if I accidentally injure anyone." Everyone quickly backed away at his warning. The man got into his fighting stance. Then he kept on shuffling his feet. To everyone watching, he seemed experienced in boxing. "Please calm down, Madam Lu. You can't do this. Come back. What if you're hurt? How can I explain this to your husband?" "Mr. Sun, stop it, okay? We'll give you another big bear." The teacher tried to persuade the two adults and failed. Eventually, she put her effort into calling the security guards and contacting Tingxiao. "Get her, father. Beat her up," yelled the child. "Ha!" roared the man, launching into his attack. Everyone's hearts lurched in their throats. Ning Xi did not move. Only after the man headed towards her did she use her injured leg as her support and pivoted her other foot to attack like an arrow. Bam! No one saw what actually happened, but in the flash of an eye, the man's huge body lay sprawled out on the floor, a bloody tooth clattering a short distance away from him. Everyone was speechless. She had executed a one-hit KO move. The moment Ning Xi had kicked. The child's father, Tingxiao, received the teacher's call, so he quickly returned. Just in time to see his wife almost kill a man, even though she had promised to wait for him obediently. Chapter 710. Is this how you make your husband obedient? Ning Xi returned to Little Treasure and told him to open his eyes. It was true that her skills were not as good as they were before, to the point that she could not even defend herself against third senior sister's attacks, but it was still easy enough for her to handle someone without any real martial arts skills. She saw through his sloppy footwork and knew that his muscles were just for aesthetic purposes. From her knowledge, she also could guess that they were formed in a short period of time with the assistance of steroids. But the teachers and parents did not know all of these, so they were all shocked. "Ah, Little Red Riding Hood is so cool." The Little Red Riding Hood defeated the bald man. Everyone closed their open jaws as they heard the children cheering. Oh my God. She's so powerful. Just one kick from her made him fly away. Didn't you hear that she has trained since her childhood? Of course, she'd be stronger than him. I thought she was just kidding. Who knew she'd be this good? I was wondering how strong this mister could be, but he turned out to be just a shell. One kick from a woman, and down he went. Ha ha ha, you're right. That was so pleasing to watch. I bet he'll be embarrassed to show up at the school again. Dear, dear, are you all right? You damned woman. You dared to beat my hubby up. Sun Zhuangzhuang's mother started to make a fuss. Oh, I'm just a weak little girl. How much strength could I have? We were just fooling around. Do you need to be this worked up? Ning Xi acted innocent and purposely imitated her victimized tone. You don't you dare go away. I'm calling the police. I'm suing you for battery. Oh, what are you going to tell the police? That a little girl defeated your buff hubby with a kick? Do you think they'd believe you? Or me? You. Looking at the pitiful state the man was in right now, the teachers were hiding their grins, but the parents totally lost any sense of coolness, and they all gathered around Ning Xi to ask her all sorts of questions. Madam Lu, you're really powerful. How did you become this good? Did you learn from the Shaolin Temple? You're really great. That was so satisfying. He totally deserved it. That's right. But we were all shocked just now, and we were so worried for you. Wow, you're good. Is this how you make your husband obedient? Ning Xi felt proud listening to all the praises being spouted out. She felt like she was some heroine who saved the people from evil forces. She did say earlier that she would beat the crap out of him. While she was enjoying her smug moment, she felt icicles piercing her from her back. She looked back at the entrance to see Lu Tingxiao's face as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. That expression, she was doomed. He had definitely seen everything. Quickly, Ning Xi gathered her skirts and went up to Lu Tingxiao. Dear, you're finally here. I'm really scared. He was bullying me. Everyone was speechless to see her actions. Where had their heroine gone to? Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl and narrowed his eyes. It's my fault. But I really did listen to you, and I waited. I tried to hold back, but he was asking for trouble. You can ask little treasure. Where did the obedient husband go? It seemed like the roles had been reversed. Little treasure nodded in agreement to become his mother's witness. Lu Tingxiao stared at his son. He had promised to look after his mother, but now he was totally on her side. Lu Tingxiao realized he could not rely on his son anymore. Chapter 711. Find a master for little treasure. As they were on their way back, Ning Xi was troubled by the large bear prize. Ugh, did the teachers think about how the winner would bring this back when they decided to use this as the prize? With such a large size, it was impossible to fit in the car. Not even the car boot could accommodate it. Lu Tingxiao had an idea. Let's tie it on the top of the car. The three of them sat in the car and were on their way back with a large bear tied on top of the car. In the car, don't be so reckless anymore. You should let a man handle these situations, all right? Lu Tingxiao nagged. He was afraid that she might repeat her actions, but he did not want to be too harsh on her. He felt like this was even harder than educating his own son. I know that you'll be able to solve it. It's just that I'm worried that little treasure will be bullied in school. You may be able to settle it this time, but not every single time. So what I did earlier was to give everyone a warning. Also, I helped everyone remove a threat. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Ning Xi announced, full of herself. Lu Tingxiao looked at her through the rear-view mirror. You sure you're not just itching to fight? How's that possible? Ning Xi shook her head, looking a little guilty. Recently, she was really bored as she could not go anywhere due to her injured leg. When such a good opportunity arose, she could not let it get away. Looking at how little treasure was worried about the bear by continuously peeking outside, Ning Xi laughed. Don't worry, we tied it tightly, so it won't fall off. Little treasure did not want to take his outfit off yet, and neither did Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao. They wanted to let him be happy, at least for a little while more. Ning Xi almost chuckled to see Lu Tingxiao drive in a wolf suit. Right, Lu Tingxiao? Do you want little treasure to learn some self-defense skills? No matter how much we want to protect him, we can't always be by his side. Ning Xi told Lu Tingxiao about what she thought. Lu Tingxiao had actually thought about it a long time ago, but nothing happened since little treasure was not cooperating at all. Are you teaching? Ning Xi shook her head quickly. Of course not. At most, I can only teach him some healthy exercises. We'd need an actual professional if little treasure wants to learn. But I can't think of anyone. Lu Tingxiao thought about it and gave her a name. Tang Lang. Ning Xi was surprised to hear this name again. Tang Lang. Too many things had happened lately, and she almost forgot an important question to ask. How did second senior brother end up working for Lu Tingxiao? Since Tang Lang was working for him already, did Lu Tingxiao already know all about her? Tingxiao nodded. Is he still working for you? I've been longing to ask. How did you convince him to work for you? That's amazing. Recalling what had happened, she was still surprised as she did not expect she would reunite with second senior brother under such circumstances. You can ask him when you see him. He's currently working under the Lu Corporation. Ning Xi was shocked. What? He's in Lu Corporation? Then what is he working as? Cheng Feng arranged it for him. He should be in the security department. It's hard to imagine that wild second senior brother would work as a security guard. Chapter 712, Is this how you make your husband obedient? 712, Is this how you make your husband obedient? Ning Xi returned to Little Treasure and told him to open his eyes. It was true that her skills were not as good as they were before, to the point that she could not even defend herself against third senior sister's attacks. But it was still easy enough for her to handle someone without any real martial arts skills. She saw through his sloppy footwork and knew that his muscles were just for aesthetic purposes. From her knowledge, she also could guess that they were formed in a short period of time with the assistance of steroids. But the teachers and parents did not know all of these, so they were all shocked. Little Red Riding Hood is so cool. The Little Red Riding Hood defeated the bald man. Everyone closed their open jaws as they heard the children cheering. Oh my God. She's so powerful. Just one kick from her made him fly away. Didn't you hear that she has trained since her childhood? Of course, she'd be stronger than him. I thought she was just kidding. Who knew she'd be this good? I was wondering how strong this mister could be, but he turned out to be just a shell. One kick from a woman, and down he went. You're right. That was so pleasing to watch. I bet he'll be embarrassed to show up at the school again. Dear, are you all right? You damned woman. You dared to beat my hubby up. Sun Zhuang's mother started to make a fuss. Oh, I'm just a weak little girl. How much strength could I have? We were just fooling around. Do you need to be this worked up? Ning Xi acted innocent and purposely imitated her victimized tone. Don't you dare go away. I'm calling the police. I'm suing you for battery. Oh, what are you going to tell the police? That a little girl defeated your buff hubby with a kick? Do you think they'd believe you? Or me? You. Looking at the pitiful state the man was in right now, the teachers were hiding their grins, but the parents totally lost any sense of coolness, and they all gathered around Ning Xi to ask her all sorts of questions. Madam Lu, you're really powerful. How did you become this good? Did you learn from the Shaolin Temple? You're really great. That was so satisfying. He totally deserved it. That's right. But we were all shocked just now, and we were so worried for you. Wow, you're good. Is this how you make your husband obedient? Ning Xi felt proud listening to all the praises being spouted out. She felt like she was some heroine who saved the people from evil forces. She did say earlier that she would beat the crap out of him. While she was enjoying her smug moment, she felt icicles piercing her from her back. She looked back at the entrance to see Tingxiao's face as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. That expression, she was doomed. He had definitely seen everything. Quickly, Ning Xi gathered her skirts and went up to Tingxiao. Dear, you're finally here. I'm really scared. He was bullying me. Everyone was speechless to see her actions. Where had their heroine gone to? Tingxiao looked at the girl and narrowed his eyes. It's my fault. But I really did listen to you, and I waited. I tried to hold back, but he was asking for trouble. You can ask Little Treasure. Where did the obedient husband go? It seemed like the roles had been reversed. Little Treasure nodded in agreement to become his mother's witness. Tingxiao stared at his son. He had promised to look after his mother, but now he was totally on her side. Tingxiao realized he could not rely on his son anymore. Chapter 713, Find a Master for Little Treasure. 713, Find a Master for Little Treasure. As they were on their way back, Ning Xi was troubled by the large bear prize. Ugh, did the teachers think about how the winner would bring this back when they decided to use this as the prize? With such a large size, it was impossible to fit in the car. Not even the car boot could accommodate it. Tingxiao had an idea. Let's tie it on the top of the car. The three of them sat in the car and were on their way back with a large bear tied on top of the car. In the car, don't be so reckless anymore. You should let a man handle these situations, all right? Tingxiao nagged. He was afraid that she might repeat her actions, but he did not want to be too harsh on her. He felt like this was even harder than educating his own son. I know that you'll be able to solve it. It's just that I'm worried that Little Treasure will be bullied in school. You may be able to settle it this time, but not every single time. So what I did earlier was to give everyone a warning. Also, I helped everyone remove a threat. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Ning Xi announced, full of herself. Tingxiao looked at her through the rear-view mirror. You sure you're not just itching to fight? How's that possible? Ning Xi shook her head, looking a little guilty. Recently, she was really bored as she could not go anywhere due to her injured leg. When such a good opportunity arose, she could not let it get away. Looking at how Little Treasure was worried about the bear by continuously peeking outside, Ning Xi laughed. Don't worry, we tied it tightly, so it won't fall off. Little Treasure did not want to take his outfit off yet, and neither did Ning Xi and Tingxiao. They wanted to let him be happy, at least for a little while more. Ning Xi almost chuckled to see Tingxiao drive in a wolf suit. Right, Tingxiao, do you want Little Treasure to learn some self-defense skills? No matter how much we want to protect him, we can't always be by his side. Ning Xi told Tingxiao about what she thought. Tingxiao had actually thought about it a long time ago, but nothing happened since Little Treasure was not cooperating at all. Are you teaching? Ning Xi shook her head quickly. Of course not. At most, I can only teach him some healthy exercises. We need an actual professional if Little Treasure wants to learn. But I can't think of anyone. Tingxiao thought about it and gave her a name. Tang Lang. Ning Xi was surprised to hear this name again. Tang Lang. Too many things had happened lately, and she almost forgot an important question to ask. How did second senior brother end up working for Tingxiao? Since Tang Lang was working for him already, did Tingxiao already know all about her? Tingxiao nodded. Is he still working for you? I've been longing to ask. How did you convince him to work for you? That's amazing. Recalling what had happened, she was still surprised as she did not expect she would reunite with second senior brother under such circumstances. You can ask him when you see him. He's currently working under the Lu Corporation. Ning Xi was shocked. What? He's in Lu Corporation? Then, what is he working as? Cheng Feng arranged it for him. He should be in the security department. It's hard to imagine. That wild second senior brother would work as a security guard. Chapter 714, Evil Idea. Ning Xi's lips curled downwards. Something must have happened when he went to meet Ning Xi. Maybe Ning Xi seduced him and made him do that. Ning Xi replied impatiently. Do you understand the impact of this matter? Hu Hongda has lost all his pride and dignity by hosting this press conference. No matter how powerful Ning Xi is, she could never have made Hu Hongda do this. Then why did he? Fangyu was lost like a little lamb. Could Ming Fangfang have realized the truth and forced him to do so? Ning Xiuelua thought about the possibility of it. Although the logic of such a situation was weak, Ning Xiuelua could not think of anything else. Then, what should I do? Xiuelua, you cannot leave me alone. I'm really done for. Ning Xiuelua felt disgusted with her and wanted to abandon her right away, but she was afraid that Fangyu might try to destroy her reputation in the aftermath. Since you're at this stage and you can't contact him, go straight to his house. Even if he doesn't care about you, his parents would not be so heartless. You're right. How could I not have thought of this? After all, I'm still bearing his child. His mother is crazy about wanting a grandchild. Fangyu's eyes were full of hope. In the evening, at the entrance of the Hu residence. Madam, you can't leave. Fang, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. My dear, please don't leave me, please. Forgive me once again. I'll do whatever you want. Ming Fangfang looked at the man she once loved, and then at her mother-in-law whom she had been treating like her real mother. Mother, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm just really tired. I'm sorry, I've decided to divorce Hongda. Fangfang, are you only going to change your mind if I kneel down in front of you? Madam Elder who started to kneel. Ming Fangfang quickly stopped her. Mother, stop. I can't take this. Madam Elder who slapped Hu Honda. Bastard, kneel. Down to Fangfang now. Hu Hongda knelt down instantly, his head hanging low. My dear, if you don't forgive me, then I'll kneel here forever. I've realized my mistake now. I can't live without you. Fangfang, please give Hongda another chance. If he makes a mistake again, I'll not let him get away with it. Although she knew that they were acting desperate for the benefit of the company and that they urgently needed help from the Ming family, they had been married for so many years after all, and she could not let him go. At that moment, Ming Fangfang was struggling to decide. Mother, maybe after this incident, he would really change. He was the man she chose after all. Suddenly, A woman's voice called out from the back, Hongda. Ming Fongfong turned around, her face draining of all color. Fangya. Seeing how Ming Fongfong was about to change her mind, and Fangya suddenly appearing, Hu Hongda really wanted to kill his mistress. He went up to her angrily and raised his hand, trembling in anger. Who let you come here? Fangya was not afraid at all as she stepped forward. Hit me hard. Kill me along with the baby in my womb. I have nowhere to go now. I don't mind dying. I just feel sorry for my child. Our child, abandoned before it is even born. Abandoned by its own father. Chapter 7:15. I'll grant you your wish. Hu Hongda glanced at Fangya's belly, and he paused. Madame Elder who went up to her and held Fangya's hands in disbelief. What? She's your mistress? Hu Hongda looked crushed, and he slowly nodded sadly. Madame Elder who stared at Fangya's swollen belly before she touched it. A pointy stomach. It must be a boy. Fangya beamed proudly. Hi, Ani. I've been going to a private hospital for checkups, and the doctor said it's a boy. Here's the report. Look, it's a boy. Good. Madame Elder who looked at the report, her face instantly perking up. How far along are you now? About 4 months, Hu Hongda replied. What do you mean about? It is. You don't even remember what you did. Ming Fongfong, who had been sidelined, looked at the three of them silently, not knowing how to react. Madame Elder who finally remembered Ming Fongfong was still there, so she went up to her and gently said, Fongfong, don't you worry. You're my only daughter-in-law. I would never acknowledge this woman. Fangya almost wanted to kick up a fuss then and there, but she stopped herself. Madame Elder who looked really overjoyed about her baby. She did not believe for a second that they would just abandon her. Madame Elder who continued, but her baby is Hongda's child after all. Not having an heir is one of the worst things that could happen to a family. You've unable to bear a child for so many years. I'm really troubled as well since I wouldn't know how to explain this to our ancestors after I die. I've got a possible solution. This child will be born. Afterwards, you'll take care of him. We could just give this woman some money as her reward for helping our Hu family. Ming Fongfong stood there silently while holding her luggage. She was going to take care of the mistress's child? The mistress was helping the Hu family? Fangya was thinking about the reward she might receive. Was it monetary? It would be best if she could enter the Hu family, but since the Hus needed the Mings, it was impossible for them to get a divorce now. Nevertheless, it would be great if she could get a hefty sum of money. However, the Hu family was on the brink of bankruptcy now. Were they able to afford the payout? Everything would be all right. Ming Fongfong was rich. She was doing her a favor by giving birth to a child. Plus, since Ming Fongfong was unable to bear a child, everything belonging to the Hus would eventually become her son's. Ming Fongfong looked at Hu Hongda rationally and asked, Hongda, what do you think? Seeing how calm she was, Hu Hongda felt that she was ready to accept this solution. I agree with Mother's suggestion. Weren't you looking for a surrogate mother? Now the problem's solved. I don't want you to go through the pain of giving birth, my dear. Fangya piped up. Although I will really miss my son and Hongda, I won't trouble Hongda. I will leave after I give birth. Ming Fongfong nodded. Good. Hu Hongda, Madame Elder Hu and Fangya were relieved to hear her approval. Fongfong, so you're agreeing to this arrangement? The next moment, a white car stopped right in front of the Hu residence. A chauffeur opened the door and took Ming Fongfong's luggage while greeting her jovially. Miss. Ming Fongfong handed her luggage over and got into the car without even looking back. Hu Hongda was dumbfounded. Dear, what are you doing? Ming Fongfong glanced at him and Fangya serenely. Both of you don't have to be so considerate of me. I'll grant you your wish. Chauffeur Zhang, let's go. Yes, miss. Chapter 7:16. Big Bad Wolf. Are you going to eat Little Red Riding Hood up? Ning Xi gave Ning Xi a call while scrolling through the comments online. Because she had to rush to the school earlier, she sent Ning Xi a text that she had settled the matter and that the information that Ning Xi had retrieved could now be published. Hello, sis Gigi. Are you still busy? Did you see this press conference video already? I saw it. This matter should be all solved now, shouldn't it? Is there anything else? Yes, that's all. Ning Xi sounded hesitant to say something. Ning Xi. She was intrigued to know what Ning Xi did to make Hu Hongda go out of his way to clarify to the public. Don't fret, sis Gigi. I didn't do anything illegal or anything against my principles. I actually asked Lu Jingli for help, but I'm not sure what he actually did. Ning Xi conveniently dropped Lu Jingli's name in the conversation. After all, he was made for these situations. Ling Xi had expected her to look for Lu Jingli, but she was still a little worried. It was such a big scandal, and the consequences to Hu Hongda were severe. He could not have gone to such lengths even if Lu Jingli himself handled this matter. Hu Hongda had lost all his pride, and his company's share prices were dropping drastically. During the press conference, Hu Hongda's attitude was questionable. He repeatedly clarified that he had no ties with Ning Xi, and he kept on apologizing to Ning Xi on screen. She wondered how had Lu Jingli achieved all this. At that point, Ling Xi's previous concern rose again. She knew that Ning Xi and Lu Jingli had ties, but were they getting too close to each other? Lu Jingli scouted many other people personally as well, but he had never treated them as well as he did to Ning Xi. If both of them developed that kind of relationship. As Ning Xi was still talking to Ling Xi, her body suddenly floated up and she was shocked. Ning Xi, what's happened? Ling Xi asked. Ning Xi glared angrily at Lu Tingxiao, who had just lifted her up suddenly. It's all right, I almost dropped my glass. All right, then I'll continue my work. We'll talk more in detail when we meet in my office. Okay, goodbye, sis Gigi. Ning Xi ended the call and snapped. Lu Tingxiao, what are you doing? Lu Tingxiao did not say anything. Instead, he held her in his arms and went straight towards the bed. Ning Xi blinked at Lu Tingxiao. Big bad wolf. Are you going to eat Little Red Riding Hood up? Lu Tingxiao glanced at her. Then he put her on the bed and flipped her skirt up. Ning Xi backed away and gasped, Hey, Lu Tingxiao, are you for real? This isn't good. Little treasure is here. Lu Tingxiao looked at the cute girl with the puffy skirt still on her and drawled. So, it's okay if little treasure isn't here? Ugh, she had fallen into her own trap again. Lu Tingxiao continued to tug at her skirt, and Ning Xi panicked. Ignoring her efforts to struggle, Lu Tingxiao had already flipped her skirt up, exposing her wound on her thigh, which had opened up and blood was soaking through the bandage. Ning Xi cried. She was done for. Chapter 717, Cruel Big Bad Wolf. Damn it, how did he find out about her wound? She had only used one leg to kick. Could he have X-ray vision? What a big mistake. She should have sought medical attention for her wound when she came back. Now, she had such an obvious telltale on her. Why is the wound bleeding? I didn't realize at all. I've been really careful today. I only used one leg to attack that guy. Could it have happened when I slipped on the snow? Ning Xi decided to fake her innocence. However, when she saw Lu Tingxiao's skepticism, it was apparent that he knew everything already. She gave up struggling and said in a small voice, It's my fault. Lu Tingxiao looked at her blood-soaked bandage and frowned. Where's your first aid kit? Ning Xi mumbled. In the cupboard. Lu Tingxiao went to get the kit. He carefully removed her bandage, and as expected, her wound had opened up. Although she had only used a leg when she fought, it did not mean that her other leg was not using any strength. On the contrary, the more force the attacking leg used, the supporting leg would contract even more. Under the circumstances, it was no surprise that her wound opened up. Lu Tingxiao thought she was all right as she was acting cheerful in front of everyone, and the circumstances prohibited him from checking under her skirt, so he could only wait. When he checked, the wound had really opened up. Ning Xi was putting her hands on her skirt to avoid an upskirt accident. She wore white knee-length socks with pretty lace around it. With her fair skin and the red blood, she emitted a strange, perverse kind of seduction. The moment the ointment applied on her wound, Ning Xi felt it sting, but she did not say anything. She was too afraid to speak. Lu Tingxiao did not say anything, but his gesture became gentler. His fingers would sometimes brush against her skin, and his back straightened rigidly. After he applied the ointment, Lu Tingxiao let out a sigh of relief as he took some new bandages and commanded, Lift your leg up. Oh, Ning Xi cooperated obediently and lifted her leg. Lu Tingxiao carefully wrapped her wound up, looking as cold as ice during the whole process. Ning Xi was a little anxious, and she said quietly, Boss, what are you thinking? Talk to me. Lu Tingxiao glanced at her as he was putting the first aid kit away. I was thinking about breaking your other leg as well. Maybe you'd heal faster that way. She would finally stop since she would not be able to move. With one leg, she could still hop everywhere. Ning Xi was so shocked that tears welled up in her eyes. I think your idea is bad. You're too cruel. As expected from the devil. After he was done with her wound, Little Treasure came over and Ning Xi lifted him up. Little Bun, your father scolded me. Little Treasure looked at Lu Tingxiao with a serious expression. She hurt herself when she fought today. Little Treasure turned to Ning Xi with a serious look on his face. Fine, it's my fault. Little Treasure looked down, feeling like he was also at fault. He realized that there would be times he should not listen to Mother. Lu Tingxiao looked at his son, guessing that Little Treasure was reflecting on himself. It was remarkable. Chapter 718. Will she get eaten up once she healed? It was snowing, the best kind of day to have steamboat. Sadly, she was wounded and spicy food was on the no-no list, so they decided on making a clear soup base. From washing the vegetables to preparing the soup, Lu Tingxiao handled everything while Ning Xi just sat there quietly. Lu Tingxiao noticed her obedient behavior. I will not do it again was written all over her face, but he was not going to be easily fooled again. She always sounded genuine when she apologized, but every single time, she would just repeat it again. Right, Little Treasure, do you want Mother to find a master to teach you how to Kung Fu? Ning Xi asked for Little Treasure's opinion while they were eating. Little Treasure tilted his head to the side. Kung Fu. That's right. If someone bullies you, you can protect yourself. And you can protect me too. Ning Xi explained. Little Treasure nodded. Great. Ning Xi patted Little Treasure's head. But it'll be tough and tiring. Promise me you'll not give up halfway. Little Treasure nodded again with a determined face. He was not afraid of tough training. After getting Little Treasure's permission, Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao. So, I'll talk to Tang Lang when I'm free, alright? Okay. It was decided. Little Treasure grew bigger during the time he was with her. Otherwise, she would not let him learn Kung Fu. For Little Treasure's sake, she had to do this. However reluctant she was, Ning Xi had to let Lu Tingxiao bring Little Treasure home after dinner. She was getting busier lately, and she had to go to work early in the morning, so it would be inconvenient for Little Treasure to stay with her. Fortunately, it was easy for her to see Little Treasure nowadays. Ning Xi sighed in relief when the both of them entered the car. Finally, the big bad wolf was leaving and she managed to avoid a calamity. As she was about to celebrate, the driver's door suddenly opened again and Lu Tingxiao walked towards her. Boss, did you forget something? Lu Tingxiao nodded. He swiftly grabbed her by her hips and kissed her. Stop. She felt pleasure and pain on her lips at the same time. Reacting, she covered her mouth and pulled away. Why did you bite me? Lu Tingxiao pointed his fingertips at her lower lip. This is your punishment. Ning Xi was speechless. The calamity eventually happened anyway. Ning Xi squinted her eyes as she pulled Lu Tingxiao closer by his neck and kissed him, surprising him immensely. She murmured, if this is the punishment, are you trying to make me do it again? Lu Tingxiao felt heat enveloping his body and he grabbed Ning Xi even harder, growling, don't tempt me. Ning Xi backed away, acting innocently as if she had not done anything to tempt him. I'm just kidding. I won't do it again. Go now. Little Treasure is waiting. Ning Xi, get well soon. Lu Tingxiao told her before leaving. Ning Xi watched the black car leave and thought about the devil's words. She felt like something was wrong. As if she would get eaten up once she healed. Chapter 719. Have a taste of your own medicine. At Chong Li's office in Starlight Entertainment, Ning Xiuelua tossed a stack of newspapers onto Chong Li's face. Trash. The newspaper headline screamed. Secret revealed. Hu Hongda's cheating scandal. Ning Xiuelua is the biggest winner. Hu Hongda's cheating scandal was announced 2 days ago, but the direction of the gossip had already shifted. Aside from the keyboard warriors and celebrity fans, there were still a lot of sane and smart people on the internet. The incident might have appeared normal, but after some research, it was not so simple after all. On the surface, due to Fang Ye's conflict with Ning Xi, she had picked Ning Xi as her target to frame, but if Ning Xi's reputation was destroyed, the person who would benefit the most would be Ning Xiuelua. Ning Xi's popularity was rising quickly, becoming even more popular than the main actress, Ning Xiuelua. Ning Xiuelua's fans started messing with her, but in the end, Jiang Mai's fans fought back for Ning Xi. Soon after, some unproven rumors about Ning Xi being Hu Hongda's mistress started to circulate. Then Hu Hongda spoke up Weibo personally. Was this series of incidents really a coincidence? Was Ning Xi just unlucky? Could Fang Ye have been ordered by Ning Xiuelua? They always seemed to be close to each other. Not only that, Ning Xi maintained a low profile for some time in hopes that people would forget the incident when she framed Ning Xi. But it was all being brought up again, and people started to suspect that the assistant involved at that time had been ordered by her. What are you doing? Why didn't you stop the news from spreading? Even then newspapers are writing about it. Ning Xuelua yelled angrily. You can't blame me. You were so confident, and you even said that there would be no problem, so I didn't pay much attention. Who'd have known that things would turn out this way overnight? Of course, I'm confident there'll be no evidence. If I left any, do you think I'd be standing here yelling at you? The point is, their comments don't need any proof at all. Should I sue the newspapers for defamation? But they are careful with their words. Surely they worded them ambiguously, and we can't do anything about the comments online. Delete as many online posts as you can. Just leave the published newspapers. Stop the other newspapers from publishing any more negative news about me. At the same time, Ning Xi was bringing a big bouquet of beautiful balloons and flowers to the office. Ling Xi was busy, so when she heard someone knocking on her door, she replied without even looking up, "Come in." Footsteps were heard. Then a big bouquet of fresh mint-colored balloons and bright flowers were nudged right in front of her. Ling Xi was surprised. "What?" Ning Xi smiled at her and gently said, "Sis Xi, they are for you." Ling Xi returned her a smile as well. "Thank you." She forgot when was the last time she had received flowers. Her insomnia and fatigue went away the moment she saw the fresh flowers and the girl's lovely smile. "Right, Sis Xi, when I was looking through Weibo this morning, many people suspected that Hu Hongda's incident is related to Ning Xi. Even a few mainstream media sources reported it. Were you behind this? Actually, I thought about it before, but I have no evidence." Chapter 720, Jiangmai has gone missing. Ling Xi told her, "Not everything needs evidence. Netizens aren't fools. They just need some guidance, and they'll know what happened. For incidents like these, happening once might be a coincidence. The second time might be an accident. But what do you think the netizens would think about the third time? No matter how well she handled it, she's surely got a hand in this." Ning Xuelua's kind and gentle public image will fade away slowly. If something similar happens in the future, the netizens will have our back. Ning Xi squinted her eyes and set her mouth in a determined line. Karma. She deserves it. As Ling Xi spoke, she opened her drawer. "Right, there's something for you." "What is this?" Ning Xi took a look at it and was surprised. "A car key." The company just gave you one. The movie is airing soon and you'll be needing a car in this period of time." "Wow, they gave me a BMW. And it was one of the high-end models, worth at least a few $1,000,000. This is a celebrity's reputation at stake. We can't have you looking too badly. Plus, you've been performing well, and you got yourself 2 endorsements aside from your casting in the world. Thank you, Sis Gigi and Starlight Entertainment. I'll continue to work hard." Ning Xi was over the moon about this unexpected news. "Sis Gigi, the promotion for the movie is finished now. Is there any more work? I was about to tell you. At 8 p.m. tomorrow night, Noble will be having their new perfume conference at Imperial Night Hotel. Remember to be there on time." "All right. Also, there's another matter." "What is it?" "I'm thinking if I should let Xiao Tao stay with you. It's easier for her to take care of you that way." Ning Xi's heart was throbbing with anxiety. It would be all over if Xiao Tao saw her and Lu Tingxiao together. I think it's fine. I'll be able to take care of myself. I'm actually used to staying alone, and it might be inconvenient if another person stayed with me." "All right then." Ling Xi did not push further. Ning Xi sighed in relief in her heart. As they were talking, someone knocked urgently on the door. Lei Ming came in hurriedly. "Xi. Oh, Ning Xi's here as well. Great. Have any of you seen Jiangmai?" Ning Xi shook her head. "Nope." "What?" Ling Xi replied. "I haven't seen him." Lei Ming looked like doomsday had arrived for him. "Mai's gone missing since yesterday. I can't contact him at all. Did he just hide somewhere and play his video games?" Ning Xi said. Lei Ming glanced at his watch. "At first, that's what I thought. But today he's having a signing ceremony for an endorsement. A 10 million endorsement. I've been liaising with them for over 3 months, but I can't even contact him now. I'm going to die." Ning Xi's mouth twitched. 10 million, that brat. How long until the ceremony? Ling Xi asked. "Only 2 hours left. Please, help me. Where could he be? I've gone to the places he usually hangs out at. He wasn't there." Ning Xi shrugged. "Bro Ming, I'm afraid that I can't be of much help here. Surely you know all the places that I know. She got to know Jiang Mai overseas, so she did not know where he would usually be back here in China. Gigi, I know you're busy. Please, help me. If this endorsement gets canceled, then I better go and jump off the building, pleaded the big-sized Lei Ming with the most pitiful face. Chapter 721. Aren't you overdoing it? Ning Xi could not bear seeing his mournful expression. Sis Gigi, could you help him? Ling Gigi stayed quiet for a while and said, I'm sorry, bro Ming, but the thing is, I'm not sure where to find him either. As she finished her sentence, Lei Ming passed out. Ning Xi and Ling Gigi stared in shock before they used all their strength to get Lei Ming propped up on the sofa. What now, sis Gigi? Ning Xi anxiously asked. Struggle flashed in Ling Gigi's eyes. In the end, she commanded, you take care of bro Ming and call the ambulance. I'll look for Jiang Mai. Okay, Ning Xi nodded. After Ling Gigi left, Ning Xi was about to call the ambulance, but Lei Ming suddenly sat up on the sofa. Ning Xi was terrified. What? What's happening? Bro Ming, you mean you didn't actually pass out? Lei Ming looked at the entrance and nodded after he confirmed Ling Gigi had left. I was acting. If not, Gigi would never help me. Ning Xi was speechless. Aren't you overdoing it? Lei Ming looked guiltily at her. I didn't want to do this as well, but that brat forced me to. I'm not sure what happened to him recently. He's been in a bad mood constantly. He chased away 3 assistants in a day. He's driving me crazy. As Lei Ming spoke, he looked at Ning Xi, suspecting that the mood swings might be related to Ning Xi, but Jiang Mai was not telling him anything. Ning Xi did not notice Lei Ming's suspicions. Terrible. I suddenly realized that I'm so much better in comparison to Jiang Mai. Half an hour later, in a ruin somewhere in the outskirts, Ling Gigi teetered in her high heels through some rubbish dumps. To her utmost frustration, one of her heels broke. In addition to her sprained ankle after getting pushed by the security guard the day before, her foot was getting worse. Finally, she stopped in front of an abandoned bus. She knocked on the door while panting, but it was silent. There was no reply. She pushed the door lightly, and it creaked open. The seats in the bus had been removed. It had been modified into a house with pure white rugs made of sheep wool spread on the floor. Ling Gigi took off her shoes and stepped onto the soft mat. She then pushed another door in the area open. As expected, Jiang Mai was lying on the bed, hugging a large, fluffy, white pillow in his sleep. A few empty bottles of beer were littered all over the floor. Sunlight streamed through a window above the bed, shining on the man's blonde hair and making him sparkle angelically. She remembered when Jiang Mai was adding the window. He had said that he would be able to see the stars when he laid down on the bed at night. Jiang Mai was a wild child at the time, preferring not to stay home. He had insisted on modifying an abandoned bus here into a house, and he would just go there at random times to think about life. Jiang Mai, Ling Gigi called his name a few times, but he was sound asleep and gave no reaction. Ling Gigi went closer to Jiang Mai's ears and whispered his name sharply. Jiang Mai woke up with a startle. What? Who said that Shun Xiaobai is more handsome than me? Are you blind? Chapter 722. Jiang Mai has gone missing. Ling Gigi told her, not everything needs evidence. Netizens aren't fools. They just need some guidance and they'll know what happened. For incidents like these, happening once might be a coincidence. The second time might be an accident. But what do you think the netizens would think about the third time? No matter how well she handled it, she's surely got a hand in this. Ning Xi's kind and gentle public image will fade away slowly. If something similar happens in the future, the netizens will have our back. Ning Xi squinted her eyes and set her mouth in a determined line. Karma. She deserves it. As Ling Gigi spoke, she opened her drawer. Right, there's something for you. What is this? Ning Xi took a look at it and was surprised. A car key. The company just gave you one. The movie is airing soon and you'll be needing a car in this period of time. Wow, they gave me a BMW. And it was one of the high-end models, worth at least a few $1,000,000. This is a celebrity's reputation at stake. We can't have you looking too badly. Plus, you've been performing well, and you got yourself 2 endorsements aside from your casting in the world. Thank you, Sis Gigi and Starlight Entertainment. I'll continue to work hard. Ning Xi was over the moon about this unexpected news. Sis Gigi, the promotion for the movie is finished now. Is there any more work? I was about to tell you. At 8 p.m. tomorrow night, Noble will be having their new perfume conference at Imperial Night Hotel. Remember to be there on time. All right. Also, there's another matter. What is it? I'm thinking if I should let Xiao Tao stay with you. It's easier for her to take care of you that way. Ning Xi's heart was throbbing with anxiety. It would be all over if Xiao Tao saw her and Lu Tingxiao together. I think it's fine. I'll be able to take care of myself. I'm actually used to staying alone, and it might be inconvenient if another person stayed with me. All right then. Ling Xi did not push further. Ning Xi sighed in relief in her heart. As they were talking, someone knocked urgently on the door. Lei Ming came in hurriedly. Xi. Oh, Ning Xi's here as well. Great. Have any of you seen Jiangmai? Ning Xi shook her head. Nope. What? Ling Xi replied. I haven't seen him. Lei Ming looked like doomsday had arrived for him. Mai's gone missing since yesterday. I can't contact him at all. Did he just hide somewhere and play his video games? Ning Xi said. Lei Ming glanced at his watch. At first, that's what I thought. But today he's having a signing ceremony for an endorsement. A 10 million endorsement. I've been liaising with them for over 3 months, but I can't even contact him now. I'm going to die. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. 10 million, that brat. How long until the ceremony? Ling Xi asked. Only 2 hours left. Please, help me. Where could he be? I've gone to the places he usually hangs out at. He wasn't there. Ning Xi shrugged. Bro Ming, I'm afraid that I can't be of much help here. Surely you know all the places that I know. She got to know Jiangmai overseas, so she did not know where he would usually be back here in China. Xi, I know you're busy. Please, help me. If this endorsement gets canceled, then I better go and jump off the building, pleaded the big-sized Lei Ming with the most pitiful face. Chapter 723. Aren't you overdoing it? Ning Xi could not bear seeing his mournful expression. Sis Xi, could you help him? Ling Xi stayed quiet for a while and said, I'm sorry, Bro Ming, but the thing is, I'm not sure where to find him either. As she finished her sentence, Lei Ming passed out. Ning Xi and Ling Xi stared in shock before they used all their strength to get Lei Ming propped up on the sofa. What now, Sis Xi? Ning Xi anxiously asked. Struggle flashed in Ling Xi's eyes. In the end, she commanded, You take care of Bro Ming and call the ambulance. I'll look for Jiangmai. Okay. Ning Xi nodded. After Ling Xi left, Ning Xi was about to call the ambulance, but Lei Ming suddenly sat up on the sofa. Ning Xi was terrified. What? What's happening? Bro Ming, you mean you didn't actually pass out? Lei Ming looked at the entrance and nodded after he confirmed Ling Xi had left. I was acting. If not, Xi would never help me. Ning Xi was speechless. Aren't you overdoing it? Lei Ming looked guiltily at her. I didn't want to do this as well, but that brat forced me to. I'm not sure what happened to him recently. He's been in a bad mood constantly. He chased away 3 assistants in a day. He's driving me crazy. As Lei Ming spoke, he looked at Ning Xi, suspecting that the mood swings might be related to Ning Xi, but Jiangmai was not telling him anything. Ning Xi did not notice Lei Ming's suspicions. Terrible. I suddenly realized that I'm so much better in comparison to Jiangmai. Half an hour later, in a ruin somewhere in the outskirts, Ling Xi teetered in her high heels through some rubbish dumps. To her utmost frustration, one of her heels broke. In addition to her sprained ankle after getting pushed by the security guard the day before, her foot was getting worse. Finally, she stopped in front of an abandoned bus. She knocked on the door while panting, but it was silent. There was no reply. She pushed the door lightly, and it creaked open. The seats in the bus had been removed. It had been modified into a house with pure white rugs made of sheep wool spread on the floor. Ling Xi took off her shoes and stepped onto the soft mat. She then pushed another door in the area open. As expected, Jiangmai was lying on the bed, hugging a large, fluffy, white pillow in his sleep. A few empty bottles of beer were littered all over the floor. Sunlight streamed through a window above the bed, shining on the man's blonde hair and making him sparkle angelically. She remembered when Jiangmai was adding the window. He had said that he would be able to see the stars when he laid down on the bed at night. Jiangmai was a wild child at the time, preferring not to stay home. He had insisted on modifying an abandoned bus here into a house, and he would just go there at random times to think about life. Jiangmai, Jiangmai. Ling Xi called his name a few times, but he was sound asleep and gave no reaction. Ling Xi went closer to Jiangmai's ears and whispered his name sharply. Jiang Mai woke up with a startle. What? Who said that Tingxiao Bai is more handsome than me? Are you blind? Chapter 724. I'm telling Ning Xi you like her. Jiang Mai, who had just woken up, frowned at Ning Xi standing beside his bed. Why are you here? I was wondering who was it that woke me up this way. Jiang Mai was once the hottest star in the industry. His strongest rival was Tingxiao Bai, and they were often compared to each other. The last thing he wanted to hear was someone saying that Tingxiao Bai looked better than him. Even the slightest whisper of such a thing would wake him up from his dreams. Despite Tingxiao Bai retiring, he was still paranoid. Bro Ming has been looking for you since yesterday morning. It's roughly an hour before the signing ceremony, and we're very far away from the venue. Assuming that traffic is clear today, you'll only have about half an hour left to make it, Ning Xi told him urgently. Oh, so what now? Jiang Mai lay back on his bed, showing no signs of leaving. Bro Ming has been busy liaising for this event for the past 3 months. He's so worked up that he even passed out in my office just now. And Ning Xi was not fazed by Jiang Mai's annoying attitude. Had it been the old her, she would have yelled at him and cried tears of frustration already. Suddenly, Jiang Mai's phone rang. Hello, Brother Mai. Why did you leave early last night? We're going out on the water today. Do you want to join us? Sang a girl's voice over the phone. Jiang Mai replied with a lazy tone. All right, I'll be there in an hour. He then started preparing himself. Ning Xi looked at Jiang Mai, reminded of her past days. He had been like that in the past, selfish and arrogant, self-centered and disregarding everyone. What could have happened to make him act this way again? Jiang Mai was about to leave, but he stopped in his tracks. Ning Xi had taken out her phone to call Ning Xi. Hey, Ning Xi. Jiang Mai's expression changed when he heard Ning Xi's name. Without further thought, he grabbed Ling Xi's phone and ended the call. Ling Xi, what are you doing? Ling Xi glared at him straight in the eye. I'm asking her if Bro Ming has woken up. What? What did you think I was trying to do? Jiang Mai's expression darkened, and he returned her phone to her begrudgingly. I thought you were calling her to come over. What else could I have thought? Ling Xi remained silent and looked at him solemnly. What are you staring at? Jiang Mai feeling the heebie-jeebies from her intense gaze. Jiang Mai, attend the signage ceremony now. Jiang Mai laughed at her. Getting braver now, aren't you? You dare to order me around. If not, I'll tell Ning Xi that you like her. What? Jiang Mai's eyes widened in aghast. How dare you, Ling Xi? Ling Xi maintained her steady expression on him. Jiang Mai felt like he had been tricked, so he quickly denied. Are you dumb? Whoever said that I liked her? I heard it when you were talking in your sleep. Blood rushed to Jiang Mai's feet, and he feebly stammered. You're lying, aren't you? I recorded it. How despicable, Ling Xi. Jiang Mai quickly grabbed her phone to destroy the incriminating evidence. Much to his horror, Ling Xi had already pressed the send button. Nonchalantly, she told him, Actually, you didn't say anything in your sleep, but I've recorded down our conversation and sent it to my own email. It's futile to delete it from my phone now. Although Jiang Mai had not explicitly mentioned his liking towards Ning Xi, his reaction had basically given him away. Chapter 725. My body looks much better. Although Jiang Mai had not explicitly mentioned his liking towards Ning Xi, his reaction had basically given him away. As expected, she was right. Only a woman could change a man. The change in Jiang Mai was far too drastic after he returned from overseas. There were no other possibilities. Ling Xi, damn it, Jiang Mai said in between clenched teeth. Their conversation was the ultimate evidence and was much more convincing than his sleep talk. Ling Xi quickly picked out an outfit from his wardrobe and signaled to him to get changed. She then called Ning Xi and informed her to tell Lei Ming that everything was settled after he woke up. That was. Jiang Mai thought she was about to tell Ning Xi about his feelings, so he stripped himself almost instantly. I'll change now. Stop it, Ling. Xi was speechless. Jiang Mai looked cockily at her. How is it? My body looks much better than before, doesn't it? Too bad you resigned. Are you regretting now? Not everyone gets a chance like this. If you spout any more crap, I'll call her right now. No. At Glory World Entertainment, Ning Xi went up to the miserable Lei Ming to give him the good news after she had finished her call with Ling Xi. Bro Ming, stop being so miserable. Get up. Sis Xi told me that it's all right now. She found Jiang Mai and managed to convince him to attend the signing ceremony. Really? Are you lying to me? Lei Ming perked up, clasping his palms together. Why should I lie to you? Sis Gigi said they are already on their way to the hotel. That's great. I'm going to set up a mini shrine for her at home. Ning Xi hid an amused smirk. Since it's all settled now, I'll be on my way. Okay. Now that Jiang Mai's matter was finally settled, Ning Xi could not wait to see her new BMW. It was a black sporty BMW. Ning Xi looked at the black car and fell absolutely in love with it, especially since it was a reward for her hard work. She really could not wait to get behind the wheel. Her wound was on her thigh, but it would be all right if she drove, wouldn't it? Ning Xi could not help herself. She unlocked the car and got in, feeling a shiver of thrill run up her spine as she coaxed the engine to life. As Ning Xi was leaving with her car, she passed by Liang, Bichin, and a few female artistes. Isn't that Ning Xi? Is that BMW hers? Asked one of them while looking at the direction Ning Xi left. Seems like it. My manager said the company gave it to her. Another artiste replied, not bothering to conceal her envy and jealousy. What? She's so new and they gave her a BMW? None of her work has even gone on air yet, and she only got herself a measly game endorsement. Why is she getting such special treatment? Probably because she's famous these days. I thought Ning Xi was surely going to get crushed during the Honda incident. Who knew that it would turn into a free promotion for her? And The World is airing soon. Looks like her popularity rating might be soaring in the near future. Liang Bichin sneered. What do you know? People who rely on scandals and beauty are the worst kind of people. They are just slightly better than those always exposing their skin. She won't last long even if she gets popular. You're right, everyone agreed. Oh, right. I heard that Noble is going to hold a conference for their new product tomorrow night. Anyone received the invitation? Chapter 726. Aren't you going to give me a kiss? You're kidding me. Small fries like us would never get invited to events of such high caliber. I heard Noble specializes in providing for royalty. While they might not be as popular as Chanel, Tiffany, or Armani, Noble is far more classy. As they were discussing, Liang Bichin conveniently drew out an elegant invitation card from her handbag and casually asked, Are you guys talking about this? That's the one. That's so cool. Bichin, you're invited. One of the artistes gushed as she gazed longingly at the invitation card. Ooh, this invitation card smells so good. As expected from Noble. They are so creative with their invitation card. Of course, they invited all the big shots from the entertainment and fashion industry. Now that Bichin's movie is getting better and better, her TV series is really rocketing in popularity as well. It's no surprise that she's invited. I'm so envious. I wish I could go as well. Me too. Liang Bichin carefully kept her invitation card, and she looked at them almost pitifully. I can't help you, but I can try and ask my cousin, who is close to the art director from Noble. She also happens to be the special guest for this event. That's really great. Thank you so much, Bichin. Liang Bichin was satisfied with the elevation from their compliments and gratitude. You're welcome, it's no big deal. On the way back home, Ning Xi realized that she had some free time on her hand, so she wanted to meet second senior brother, Tang Lang. However, she remembered that Tang Lang's original number was not contactable anymore. Thus she put on her Bluetooth earphone and called Tingxiao. Hey, rumbled the man's deep voice. Boss, what's Tang Lang's mobile number? Send it to me, please. I'm free in the afternoon, and I'll meet him then. All right. By the way, the company gave me a car? It's a really cool black car. Ning Xi excitedly shared the news with Tingxiao. You're driving? Tingxiao asked. Yes. Focus on driving and be careful of your wound. I'll end the call now. Ning Xi felt a little disappointed. Boss, you're so cold to me. Aren't you going to give me a kiss? Stop playing around. Okay, bye-bye. Ning Xi ended the call. A few seconds later, her phone beeped. Should be Tingxiao messaging her. Ning Xi glanced and saw a forwarded phone number with a kiss emoji attached to the text. Ning Xi giggled. The devil is so cute. Ning Xi called second senior brother the moment she reached home. Hello, second senior brother? Little junior sister. You finally remembered me, he whined in loneliness. How would I know you're here? You, are you working? When are you free? Can we meet up? Ning Xi asked. Oh, no worries. I'm free right now. Your man just gave me the day off just now, saying that you're going to be meeting me. Ugh, he just had to be involved with them despite Tang Lang being a small security guard now. Okay. Chapter 727, My Son. At a restaurant. Hey, lady boss. called out a man while waving at her. The man still had his short brown hair as he put one hand in his pocket, and he was wearing a security uniform. Ning Xi almost choked on the water she was drinking when she saw Tang Lang's outfit. "How excited are you to see me?" teased the man, cozying himself into the seat opposite her. "Second senior brother, are you really working as a security guard at Tingxiao's office?" Although she had already known about it, it was still a surprise to see him wearing a security uniform in person. "Yes. Why? Didn't I tell you through the phone? Because of you. Boss personally gave me half the day off." Tang Lang unconsciously touched his waist. Of course, it was not a gun. It was an electric baton. Second senior brother, what's up with you? Did you hit your head during the fight with first senior brother?" Tang Lang looked at her, his grave eyes free of worldly desires. "Commoners like you will never understand the feeling of wanting to become a commoner." Ning Xi was speechless. "Oh, little junior sister, I've been meaning to ask you. What's your relationship with Tingxiao? Is it a one-night stand? A multiple-night stand? Or are you his mistress?" Tang Lang asked with great interest. "One-night stand? Multiple-night stand?" He might as well say that they were friends with benefits. Ning Xi was annoyed. "Nonsense. We're in an actual, normal relationship." "Oh my, are you serious?" Tang Lang was surprised. "No wonder someone's been going crazy recently." "Someone? Who are you talking about?" Ning Xi faltered. "No one." Tang Lang brushed the topic aside and questioned, "How long have you both been together?" Ning Xi counted on her fingers. It's been 3 days, including today." "Then, you guys started your relationship in D.C?" Tang Lang was even more astonished. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. "That's right. Haven't you heard that trials and challenges will reveal true love?" Tang Lang was speechless this time. If that certain someone knew that he had become her best support this round, that certain someone was going to be so frustrated. Ning Xi drummed her fingers on the table impatiently. "It's my turn to ask you questions now. What do you want to know?" Tang Lang raised his eyebrows. "Why are you suddenly working for Tingxiao? Everyone wants their needs to be fulfilled." Ning Xi thought about it. It seemed like second senior brother needed Tingxiao's help, and they both had agreed to some terms. Ning Xi did not ask about the specifics of their deal. Sometimes, it was better knowing less. Then, she straightforwardly announced, "Actually, I'm here on business today. Second senior brother, are you interested in a part-time job?" Tang Lang's eyes shone with excitement. "Oh, a part-time job? I'm interested. I'm short on cash now. Tang Yi closed all my old accounts." "How ruthless of him!" Ning Xi exclaimed. "He's already being very kind for not killing you. Tell me, what part-time job is it?" "Actually, no matter what it is, I'll do it as long as I get paid." "Don't agree so soon. I want you to teach a 5-year-old boy kung fu. You have to seriously and genuinely teach him what you've got." Tang Lang brushed his bangs. "A 5-year-old kid? That's quite difficult, isn't it? Whose kid is this? Important enough to have to ask me personally." Ning Xi sipped her tea and simply said, "My son." Chapter 728. Tingxiao has such weird taste. "When did you give birth to a child? And he's 5 now. The most illogical thing is, can you even bear a child?" Tang Lang was shocked. Ning Xi had changed into a male outfit after she got back to avoid him overreacting from seeing her in a girl's outfit. But even if she was wearing a man's outfit, she was still a woman biologically. "I'm a woman, all right? Why can't I bear a child?" Ning Xi erupted. "Is he really your son?" Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him and huffed. "Tingxiao's son is my son, okay?" Tang Lang clacked. "I thought it was really your kid. Speaking of which, aren't you treating his son a bit too well? Mind your own business. Are you taking this job or not?" "Yes, as long as it pays, I'll do anything." "It's decided then. You'll teach on the weekend because he has to go school on weekdays. There will be a 3 months probation period. I'll fire you if you're not doing a good job," Ning Xi said seriously. "Tsk tisk." Tang Lang shook his head. "What is it? You've changed after you become someone's woman. My dear little junior sister is never coming back again. If even you can become a security guard, anything is possible." After chatting for some time, Ning Xi suddenly remembered an important question to ask. "Second senior brother, does Tingxiao know about my past and my relationship to you?" Tang Lang sipped his tea and answered, "Probably." Ning Xi sighed in relief after she heard his reply. Actually, Tingxiao had already seen what happened at the arsenal in Philadelphia, so it did not really matter if he knew or not. As Ning Xi was thinking to herself, Tang Lang spoke up. Aside from that certain someone, I didn't expect Lu Tingxiao to have such weird taste in women. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes at him. Hey, what do you mean? How am I weird? Isn't liking you weird enough? Fine, it was weird. At Regal Riviera Hotel. As she reached home, Ning Xi saw a man with sunglasses and a face mask squatting in front of her apartment. Blondie, why are you here? Where have you been? I'm almost frozen to death. Quickly open the door. Jiang Mai urged. It really was him. Ning Xi took her keys out and opened the door. Then she poured him a glass of hot water. Did you just come from the signing ceremony? Jiang Mai mumbled. Why are you suddenly here? I thought you're never talking to me anymore. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows teasingly. Jiang Mai fumed. You yourself said that you'll never settle down for any man. Love just came like a hurricane. Jiang Mai suppressed his urge to punch her as he took a deep breath. I'm here to tell you that, if Ling Xi were to tell you anything about me, do not believe her. What is she going to tell? Me. No matter what she says, just don't believe her. Jiang Mai huffed impatiently, putting his face mask back on. I'm leaving. Ugh. Ning Xi was speechless. He came all the way here just to tell her something mysterious. Chapter 729, Finally Meet Again. The night after, at Imperial Night Hotel, one of the world's top luxury brands, Noble, was about to start their product launch and would be announcing their official presence in China's market. Among those attending the event was the new mysterious female protagonist in their adverts, the current top perfumer in the industry, Glenn Christa, and the director who had directed Red and Black and Wind, Noble's art director, Cook Bryan. Local famous perfumer, by Chiang Wei, as well as hot celebrities from the entertainment industry, Su Yimou and Song Lin were also seen posing for the cameras. Many big shots were out and about that night for Noble. Su Yimou matched the theme of the day and wore a dress with a Garden of Eden sort of vibe. It had flowery patterns all over it, making her look mysterious and elegant. Sis Yimou, you look really beautiful today. Nonsense. Yimou is beautiful every day. It's all thanks to Sis Yimou that we get to be here today. A few artistes were fawning all over Yimou. You're welcome. We're all colleagues, Su Yimou replied graciously. As they were chatting, someone asked, Oh, do you guys know who's the ambassador for Noble's new product? They've been really secretive about it. No one in the industry knows who it is. How mysterious. What's so secretive about it? Isn't it Li Welling? Liang Biqin acted as if she knew all about it already. Li Welling? Why is it someone from Starlight? Didn't anyone from Glory World audition? Sis Yimou is bound by some other contract. So why didn't you try it out, Biqin? Liang Biqin only managed an awkward, forced smile. She had gone for the audition but was rejected in the initial round. The person realized that she had said something wrong, so she followed up. You must have been busy with your movie at that time. It's unfortunate that you had no time. Liang Biqin's expression softened. I was too busy at the time, so I didn't enter the auditions. Secretly, she was relieved that Noble's audition process was classified, so no one knew if she had even entered it or not. As they were talking to each other, they saw two familiar people enter. Isn't that Ning Xi and Ling Xi? Why are they here? That's obvious. Ling Xi couldn't stand Ning Xi having such bad taste, so she brought her here to teach her what's classy. It's Director Cook. Their attention shifted to Noble's art director, Cook, who had suddenly appeared. He's looking in our direction. He's coming over. Liang Biqin was excited as well, but she acted calmly. Stop making a fuss out of it. My cousin is on good terms with Director Cook. Su Yimou stood up and greeted him. It's been some time, Mr. Cook. Cook shook her hands, smiling. We meet again, Ms. Su. Thank you for you and your friend's support. You're welcome. The artistes around her looked envious, seeing how close Su Yimou was with Director Cook. Liang Biqin was feeling proud of her cousin. I'm a little busy today. We'll talk again soon. Cook looked around anxiously, and after a few exchanges of pleasantries, he excused himself from Su Yimou. Hey, my dear Xi, we finally meet again. Chapter 730. My dear, are you in love? Cook was polite and reserved when talking to Su Yimou, but his attitude changed when he saw Ning Xi. Almost immediately, his tone turned passionate, and he gave her a big hug the moment he saw her. Ning Xi had stayed in America for 4 years, so she was used to their way of greeting people. Returning his hug, she exclaimed, Long time no see. Oh, my dear, why? Cook suddenly gaped at her in surprise. Ning Xi blinked at him. What is it? My dear, you look more beautiful than before. Cook enthused. Ning Xi laughed. Dear director, aren't you good at giving girls compliments? Cook looked at her genuinely. Oh, no, no, you really look more beautiful now. Wait, specifically, you've got more charisma. Tell me, are you in love? Ning Xi was floored. What was happening? Did this guy have some special eyes? Director Cook, you're really good with jokes. Ning Xi carefully glanced at Ling Xi, casually making up an excuse. Cook did not press further on her love life, and Ling Xi did not notice anything as well. Then, I'll see you later, sweetie. I've got a strong hunch that everyone will be surprised by you. See you later. Thank you. Su Yimo and Liang Biqin could not hear what their conversation was about, but Cook and Ning Xi's intimacy was apparent. Su Yimo's expression darkened. Liang Biqin was upset as well. Why is that woman so close to Director Cook? Seems like they're a little too close, suggested one of the female artistes. Liang Biqin sneered. I was wondering how she got invited. Ling Xi could not have possibly gotten her an invitation card. This witch, she's getting better and better with men. Su Yimo glared at her annoyedly. Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget what I told you. Her cousin was too impulsive and was unable to control her emotions well. Everyone in the industry knew that she was Su Yimo's cousin, so whatever she said might indirectly affect Su Yimo's reputation. I'm sorry, I just couldn't stand her irritating vibes. Liang Biqin mumbled. Sis Yimo, you're just too nice. I wouldn't be able to stand always getting compared to her. Exactly. Moments later, the conference started. Noble's founder gave a brief introduction to the core idea of their latest product and their future marketing plans. Then, with Su Yimo taking the lead, the big shots from the entertainment industry started voicing out their opinions. In response to an interview, Su Yimo expressed, I've always liked Noble's products. I'm impressed by their creativity, and I'm really honored to be invited to this conference. Yimo, I heard Director Cook wanted you to be the ambassador initially, but unfortunately, you're unable to comply due to your contract with Chanel. Is that true? Asked a journalist. Su Yimo smiled. That's unfortunate indeed. The journalist pointed his mic at Director Cook and asked. Director Cook must have felt disappointed as well. Cook replied immediately. Not at all. It's my luck. This could be described as a blessing disguised as a misfortune. I'm really satisfied with my ambassador this time around. She's amazing. Chapter 731. A mysterious ambassador. Cook's words made the situation slightly awkward. The journalist was sweating with frayed nerves. This foreigner was too straightforward. Although he meant those words genuinely, it was not very appropriate, especially in front of Su Yimo. Su Yimo smiled at him. To be able to impress Director Cook, this must be a marvelous artiste. Director Cook nodded confidently. Indeed, she is. Su Yimo's generosity placated any awkwardness. The crowd became even more interested in this new ambassador that they were going to announce. Was Cook exaggerating it for the brand, or was the ambassador really that amazing? The latter might be true since Noble was such a high-class brand. Their ambassador could actually be as extraordinary as Cook claimed. The launch continued with the staff distributing their latest perfume sample to the guests. Noble perfume originated 200 years ago and was inherited through the generations. With our very own unique formula, we adopted the ancient technique of perfume distillation and have selected the best ingredients under strict quality checks. Our new perfume this time uses roses from the Rose Valley in Bulgaria, jasmines from Florence, tuberoses from India, vetivers from Haiti, ylang ylang from Madagascar. Everyone took a sniff of the deep and aromatic sample strips, instantly being teleported into an old, luxurious palace, exhibiting elegance. As if spurred on by the presentation and everyone's praises, the large screen at the front of everyone lit up. The screen displayed a gloomy sky, dark with stormy clouds. Then the view cut through the clouds, and the ancient Chang and street in China appeared. There was a young girl in soiled clothes and messy hair, her face smudged with dirt beyond recognition. At that point, the guests and journalists were all surprised. Am I seeing something wrong? Is this really the advertisement Noble's renowned director produced? Isn't Noble's main theme supposed to be classy? That's right. Why is the main character playing a beggar? A pair of toll palace guards passed by swiftly on their horses, not noticing the young girl on the street. The crowds were confused. They had no idea what was going to happen next. The ambassador didn't even appear. Her face was all covered up. How can we identify her? Wouldn't the ambassador have a hard time shooting this? Could the beggar be just a supporting character? Maybe the main character hasn't appeared yet. As everyone voiced their suspicions and theories, the screen panned out to the trees by the road and the sound effects of the wind blowing whoosh through the room. Leaves fell from the trees, rustling in the wind. The clip-clops of the horses came closer as the guards who had left earlier returned and stopped right in front of the young girl. The leading general jumped off his horse, kneeling on one knee to the young girl. Quickly, all the other soldiers got off their horses and bowed. Chapter 732. Amazing, everyone present. Next, the camera focused in on the girl's face. Her hair fluttered lightly in the breeze, mimicking the airiness that came with the spraying of fragrance. The girl's smudged face gazed into the lens indifferently with a pair of clear eyes, exuding a sense of innocent elegance. Next, the scene took the crowd from the streets of Chang and into a very luxurious palace. There was a silhouette of a woman's back in this scene, and she elegantly donned a gold silk dress with her hair combed into an exquisite bun. She took decorous footsteps and made her way one step at a time into the palace. At that moment, everyone finally understood the storyline. That beggar girl was actually a princess who had unexpectedly found herself among the common folks. Because the girl's clothes were tattered and her face dirty, the guards had not recognized her at first. At last, they noticed the girl's real identity when the elegance within her shone through despite her fallen appearance. Just as the crowd was gushing about the creativity of this advertisement, the screen cut into the next scene with part of the princess' face. Finally, the princess was about to be revealed, and the crowd at the launch were excited in anticipation to find out who this enigmatic ambassador was. The glistening hairpin swayed between the slivers of her hair, and in that moment when the princess slowly looked up from under her eyelashes, the red applique on her forehead with that graceful, beautiful face made everyone gasp in amazement. Because they had the previous beggar's appearance as comparison, this scene was even more shocking for everyone. The ultimate shock was when everyone recognized who the girl was. Ning Xi. It's Ning Xi, the world's leading co-star, the actress who played Meng Chang'e, Ning Xi. Too beautiful. I remember when I watched the trailer of The World. I was already so taken by her beauty. While some were pleasantly surprised, others were dumbfounded. The moment Ning Xi's face clearly appeared, Su Yimo almost spilled her tea. It was actually Ning Xi. How could this be? How could it be Ning Xi? Liang Biqin stood up uncontrollably. She wanted to see clearly for herself as she mumbled in disbelief. No way. How could it be Ning Xi? Is there a mistake? Biqin, didn't you say it was Li Yueling? How could that woman Ning Xi qualify for an ambassadorship of this rank? Albeit appearing for only a short second at the end of the entire advertisement, Ning Xi left a strong impression on everyone. That was Ning Xi. They definitely did not wrongly recognize her. After a short silence, there was a thunderous applause from the crowd. Spectacular. Too spectacular. It is Director Cook, after all. What an amazing idea. Even though there wasn't any dialogue in the entire clip, it conveyed a strong message to everyone. Elegance is a kind of aura that no street look can cover up. Even if the princess was fallen and became a beggar on the streets, she was still a princess. The elegance of her aura would not change despite her clothing and appearance. Too amazing. What's more marvelous is that the female protagonist only revealed her face for 1 second at the end, but the only thing that remained in my mind was the final second. Everyone remained in amazement until only the perfume's latest crystal bottle design and brand logo were left on the screen. Next, let us invite our newest ambassador, Ning Xi. Welcome, Miss Ning. Introduced by the host so passionately, Ning Xi, who had been sitting quietly in a corner where no one noticed, stood up slowly. Director Cook was unusually enthusiastic and had walked down the stage personally, bowing like a gentleman to Ning Xi before offering his hand to help her on stage. Chapter 733, definitely something to watch. Now, there was no room for further doubts. Noble's ambassador this time around was Ning Xi. There was no mistake about that. This is so unexpected. Who knew that the secret ambassador is actually the actress who played Meng Chang'e, Miss Ning? The competition was very tight this time around, and I believe many excellent artistes participated in the audition. I wonder why director Cook had chosen Ning Xi. During the initial auditions, I saw that Meng Chang'e had the kind of elegance and pride that our brand needs. Cook answered proudly. Ning Xi, could you tell us what you understand about fragrance? The reporter turned to Ning Xi and asked. Fragrance is the most direct and most invasive scent on a person. A person's taste of their surroundings is enhanced through fragrance, and it will not go unnoticed. For a woman, men might not remember what you might have worn today. They might even forget how you look. But they will definitely remember how you smelt. People's memories of scent stay in their minds for a while. Ning Xi answered easily without having any stage fright or nervousness facing so many reporters and all the big shots of the industry in the same room. The press conference continued without any hiccups. Everyone's eyes were on Ning Xi. No one noticed that through the door in the back, 2 people had arrived late. Ning Xuelua looked slightly helplessly at Li Yueling, who had dragged her along to the event. Even though she had received the invitation, she naturally decided not to come to avoid feeling uncomfortable because she already knew that Ning Xi was the ambassador. She thought that Li Yueling would definitely not attend the function too. Who'd have known that she not only wanted to come, but had also dragged her along? Xuelua, believe me, just watch. There will be something to watch. Li Yueling looked slyly at Ning Xi, who was getting all the attention on stage. That was hers. All those gasps and amazed stares should have been all hers, but it had been shamelessly snatched away by this woman. Ning Xuelua looked at Li Yueling's determined gaze and felt unassured. However, since Li Yueling wanted to mess with Ning Xi herself, she just followed her to take a seat and prepared to watch whatever unfolded before her. She did not even have to personally do anything to defeat Ning Xi. At that moment, Liang Biqin, who was fuming, had noticed Liang Biqin's arrival. Her eyes twinkled, and she quickly turned to her to say softly, Li Yueling, you're here too. Li Yueling nodded slightly. She usually was not friendly towards Glory World's artiste, but she just let it be for reputation's sake. Besides, her attention had been drawn towards the stage at that moment, and she did not have the mood to make small talk. Yet, Liang Biqin could not help but ask, aren't you Noble's ambassador? How did it change to be Ning Xi? Li Yueling frowned. Her expression was dark as she replied vaguely. At first, I thought I was the chosen one too. But, never mind. When she heard this, Liang Biqin and the female artistes around them felt like something was odd. Why did Li Yueling's words sound so weird? What did she mean when she said that she thought it was her too? Liang Biqin suddenly got excited at the prospect of some internal strife. The reporters were still going on with their question and answer session. Suddenly, a reporter asked harshly, as everyone knows, the competition for Noble's ambassadorship was very tight this time around. Based on those few girls whom I know had participated, they are all the industry's finest and most elite female artistes, even including movie stars like Feng Xiaowen and top artistes like Meng Xi. Why did director Cook choose a less-than-famous Ning Xi to be the ambassador based on one clip from the world? Chapter 734, Fighting Back with Capability. When they heard this question, everyone present had a stunned expression on their faces, their thoughts immediately straying towards the possibility of an ambiguous relationship. The reporter paused, then added, before this, I received insider information that the ambassadorship had been decided to be awarded to Starlight's Miss Li Yueling. Why did it suddenly change to Ning Xi? Was there some kind of an immoral exchange in between? The reporter's words were already very blatant. Every word was aimed to accuse that. Ning Xi had surpassed Li Yueling through unspoken rules. Instantly, the crowd started to buzz. Su Yimo, who had initially suppressed her annoyance, relaxed slightly. Liang Biqin looked excited and almost bounced in her seat. I knew it was like this. In the back seat, Li Yueling crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Ning Xi delightedly. It was obvious that she had arranged that reporter as a mole. Let's pose this question to Director Cook and Miss Ning Xi to answer all of us, the reporter craftily said towards Ning Xi. Everyone's lenses and eyes were focused on Ning Xi, either out of excitement or out of the need for gossip. They attempted to catch her distressed and embarrassed emotions. Yet, facing such serious accusations in such a sudden situation, Ning Xi's expression had not budged. Instead, She took over the microphone and looked coldly towards the reporter who had instigated her and fearlessly said, "You're right. I admit that the competition this time was indeed very intense. When I found out that I had passed through the initial selection from my manager, I was pleasantly surprised myself. To this reporter, I would like to ask, with such intense competition and my going through the normal audition to be selected, is there a causation effect? Do you think that because the competition was intense, I definitely shouldn't have gotten through the auditions? Other than that, I wonder who you got such inside information from, based on some feeble info. You accused me of such a serious action like immoral means. Do you think it's appropriate? If the person sitting here today wasn't me and was someone else, could I use such an unreasonable reason based on inside information to question them?" Ning Xi threw the 3 questions one after another, each one harsher than the previous. The reporter was rendered speechless. That reporter looked embarrassed, then said with an unyielding tone, "As a reporter, we have the right to question logically and discover the truth for the public. Besides, everyone saw your and director Cook's ambiguous intimacy earlier." Ambiguous intimacy? It was just a normal hug between friends and colleagues, but you think that was ambiguous? Do you know the saying that the eyes see what the heart thinks? Are you executing your rights, or are you using it to defame and slander? Ning Xi asked. "You're twisting the truth," the reporter said as he suddenly smiled cunningly. Then he took out a stack of pictures from his bag to distribute among everyone present, including Ning Xi and Cook. "I have evidence. These pictures, how do you explain them?" Ning Xi looked at the pictures. They were some behind-the-scenes interaction from when she had shot the advertisement in Country M with Cook. However, the angle the photographer had taken the shot from was very peculiar. Cook was only emotionally patting her shoulder, but from that angle, it looked like they were hugging closely. In fact, some of the photos even looked like they were kissing. Instantly, all the guests and reporters present were agitated, and they all looked at Ning Xi in disgust. "I thought the auditions would be very fair. Who knew a big shot like this would have scandals too? How embarrassing." At the same, when everyone was distracted, Ling Xi had already quietly found the director's assistant backstage and whispered something into her ear before passing her a USB flash drive. Chapter 735, Tables Turned. The assistant nodded, then walked towards Cook, who was on stage. At that moment, Cook looked miserable when he heard what the assistant whispered to him. He hesitated, then looked at Ning Xi and suddenly set his mouth in a determined line. He nodded at his assistant and solemnly skimmed the crowd before contemplating on his reply to the reporter. "Originally, the auditions, including the process of our shoot, is confidential, but since everyone has such suspicions." Then, he signaled to the assistant, who understood and immediately put the USB into the computer. Everyone thought that Cook had just been forced to disclose the audition process, so they instantly looked at the screen in excitement. The room on the screen was obviously the audition room, and that girl seen in it was actually Li Yueling. Li Yueling wore an elegant vintage Chinese cheongsam, while she sat there playing the guqin. Her entire person exuded a noble elegance. It was so perfect without any flaw to pick on. When they saw this, the public felt that the reporter's words rang true. Li Yueling's performance is spectacular. That was practically unsurpassable. Exactly. There's obviously some inside job going on here. Then, before the discussion stopped, Ning Xi, who donned a gray and dull dress, walked in on the screen. The scene started with Cook's loud insults towards Ning Xi, scolding her for her dressing, which seemed disrespectful to them. Indeed, the original ambassador was supposed to be Li Yueling. Direction: Cook hated Ning Xi right from the start. How did he decide that she would be the ambassador later on? This is so obvious now. Definitely using some scandalous methods. The crowd looked at each other, thinking the same thoughts without explicitly voicing them out. However, the next scene shocked everyone speechless, just as it did to Cook in the audition room. Ning Xi sat at ease in front of the guqin and unexpectedly played an extremely difficult Guang Lin San. "I believe that true elegance and nobility is not just by donning the name of luxurious brands. It is neither to show off the expensive accessories on hand, nor to boast about your own beauty and educational qualifications. True nobility is, even if dressed in ragged clothes and messy hair, not being able to conceal the aristocratic charisma within." Until Ning Xi's definition of true nobility was spoken out loud, everyone offstage had yet to return to their senses. Simply amazing. Noble's advertisement's spectacular creativity had unexpectedly originated from Ning Xi's audition. Still, the screenplay had not yet ended. The screen continued to play the highlights from the advertisement shoot. Everyone could see that the pictures the reporter had shown them had been intentionally shot from an ambiguous angle. In reality, the two of them were interacting normally without any hanky-panky. The behind-the-scenes video proved that there were no ambiguities. Finally, an audition form was zoomed in on the final scene. On the sheet, all those who had signed up to participate had their names on it, and beside it was the list for those who were shortlisted. The list had both Liang Biqin and Ning Xi's names. Liang Biqin was initially only slightly disappointed that she did not ruin Ning Xi. To her utmost shock, she saw her name on the list. At the same time, the female artiste next to Liang Biqin looked at her in surprise. She had signed up after all, but had been eliminated. However, for the sake of saving her face, she had said she did not even audition. Of course, there was another person who looked worse off compared to Liang Biqin. Li Yueling never would have thought that Ning Xi had done such extensive preparations to counter any scandals, and that Cook would expose the audition process for her sake. Just as she was almost stomping her feet in frustration about this, she saw the name list at the end. On the name list was Ning Xi. Chapter 736. It's not suitable for children. Didn't Ning Xi say that she had not signed up at all because she didn't want to fight with her and had intentionally let her go ahead? Xi, you registered? I thought you said you didn't. It never occurred to Ning Xi that her biggest worry would happen. She put on a miserable face as she pretended to say, I'm curious too. I did tell Sis Chong that I didn't want to register, but maybe she had too many things on hand and missed out on my message. Is that so? Li Yueling was slightly doubtful. However, even if Ning Xi claimed so, it could not change the fact that she had indeed been eliminated in the first round. Initially, she had thought the charismatic Ning Xi would be her biggest competitor. Who'd have guessed that she had actually been eliminated in the first round? Now, Noble's launch press conference had come to an end. The reporters surrounded Ning Xi in a flurry. Because Ning Xi was the most famous name on the eliminated name list, all the reporters naturally targeted her. Oh, Xi, you participated in the Noble editions too, but you were eliminated and you even lost to your junior. How do you feel about this? Xi, Noble's theme is elegance. Does this mean that Director Cook thinks you're not suitable for their brand's theme, and thus, you do not have an elegant charisma? Ning Xi stared at Ning Xi, who was being heaped with praises not too far away, and stabbed her fingernails into her palm while pretending to maintain her composure and answered the reporters. For the auditions this time, I had no intentions to join and I did not know about it either. It was probably my manager who had casually helped me register, so I'm not too sure what happened either, sorry. She was obviously trying to imply she had simply participated without any care or preparation at all. However, how many of them would believe her words was another story. Liang Biqin was secretly relieved that Ning Xi had been swarmed by the reporters, distracting them away from her. She was afraid that she would be targeted, so she quickly ran off sneakily. Li Yueling was such a burden. It was a good thing that even Ning Xi had been eliminated too, so that her being eliminated did not look too bad either. On the other end of the room, Ning Xi left with Ling Xi after passionately bidding Director Cook farewell. In the car, Ning Xi happily hugged and kissed Ling Zizi's cheeks. Sis Zizi, you're awesome. You actually prepared all of that beforehand. Ling Zizi smiled as she shrugged. It was my backup plan. It's a good thing that you improvised well, so I could follow your reaction flow to execute all that. If your reaction had been slightly off, we could have handled it badly. Ning Xi laughed. We are the best partners. Ling Zizi chuckled too. Rest well when you get home. You still have to prepare for your new show. Next. Okay. When she got home, Ning Xi ate and cleaned herself up before lying down in bed comfortably. Just as she was engrossed in a book about film theories, there was a knock on her door. Who could it be at this hour? Ning Xi opened the door and saw Lu Tingxiao standing in front of her, wearing a black windbreaker and bringing in some cold air from the outside. Ning Xi instantly hugged him, overjoyed, and said, Big boss, you're here. Then, she looked behind him before asking, where's little treasure? Lu Tingxiao replied matter-of-factly with a poker face, I didn't bring him. Oh, why? It's not suitable for children, said Lu Tingxiao. before he hugged her by the waist and entered. Bam! The door closed with Ning Xi's back against the door and the man holding the curve of the base of her skull. They started a round of intense kisses. Chapter 737. Or else, I can help you? A devil that has been removed of its chains is really passionate. Ning Xi had already changed into soft and warm fuzzy pajamas. Tingxiao's hand lightly slipped through her gown, feathering her slim waist and finding its way up to envelope that tender curve. Because Tingxiao's palm was still cold from the chilly air outside, Ning Xi's body involuntarily shuddered. She was not sure whether it was the cold or the sudden stimulation that caused her to react that way. Cold. Tingxiao pulled his hand away immediately. In her fuzzy pajamas with her hair lazily tumbling in all the right places, she exuded a sense of lazy domestication, making her look so soft, warm and sweet that made him lose control bit by bit. Besides, today was the 4th day of their relationship. They had survived more than half of what people called that deadly 1 week. Those few days, he did not know how he had returned home each time. He was floating in between extreme happiness and despair. He had thought of many ways before to make her stay every time. He could not even bear to have her leave him for even 1 second, yet he had still chosen to go with her flow. As Ning Xi was snuggled in his embrace, she noticed that somewhere below his belly there was a stream of heat, and she felt something hard, while her chest seemed to have the lingering imprints of the man's strength and his slightly rough hands. He could not help but blush. It was just a kiss, and there was already a reaction? In fact, this was not the first time. Damn it. Next time whoever said that Tingxiao was not tempted by seduction would get slapped. Did today go smoothly? Tingxiao asked, some seductive hoarseness in his tone. Ning Xi's little face beamed as she nodded. There were some slight bumps, but we resolved them already. She noticed that Tingxiao was controlling his breath as he hugged her, clearly trying to suppress his emotions. Ning Xi looked up from his chest and blinked to look at him, before weakly saying, The nurse already said that it's not good for your body to suppress it in. The nurse also said that you can resolve it without doing it, or else I can help you. The moment she said, the little beast that Tingxiao had suppressed with all his might instantly sprung up at Ning Xi's words. Tingxiao lay down and kissed the girl's forehead, his tone significantly calmer. There's no need. Why not? He was already so tense. Because I can't bear to. Can't bear to force her to do anything she did not want to do. Ning Xi sighed lightly. All right. Actually, I previously might have been slightly defensive towards men, but, big boss. Just as the two were speaking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ning Xi looked outside through the peephole and instantly felt like a cat who had its tail stepped on, leaping. My God. Sis Gigi. Why would she come over at this hour? What to do? What to do? The doorbell kept ringing as Ning Xi pushed Tingxiao, trying to find a hiding place for him. She was super anxious. At last, she pushed him into the bathroom. However, she was still not assured and pulled the shower curtain for him to hide in the bathtub. When she saw the devil's face darken due to having his long legs and arms cramped inside the bathtub, Ning Xi gave him a big kiss on the lips and caressed his handsome face. Sorry. You have to be miserable for a while. I'll be done really soon. Chapter 738. Don't you think it's very exciting? The devil still looked very unhappy. Ning Xi hardened her resolve and leaned over him to kiss him on the lips again. My dear, we're just dating, but it feels like we're cheating. Don't you think it's very exciting? Tingxiao's gaze darkened further as he pulled her head down to kiss her hard. This beast. Wasn't she being too confident about his self-restraint? Ning Xi was panicked by the incessant doorbell ringing as she tousled the guy's hair to console him patiently. Okay. If we continue, I'll be exposed. No, not here. Don't bite. Tingxiao was panting slightly as he restrained himself from the impulse of leaving any marks on her. Coming. Ning Xi called out as she whispered into Tingxiao's ear. Be good. I'll come back to help you later. Tingxiao stiffened immediately. Ning Xi looked at him quietly with eyes as clear as a reflective lake. What I didn't finish saying earlier was that, big boss, despite all that, you're different, you're special. Then, without a care for whatever waves her words had caused in Tingxiao's heart, she ran off to the living room to open the door for Ning Xi. She looked around to see if she had left any traces of his presence as she poured a drink for Ning Xi. Ning Xi took the cup with a serious expression. Don't busy yourself. Sit down. I came over suddenly because I have something to tell you. Ning Xi observed Ning Xi's expression and asked, bad news? Never mind. Ning Xi paused, then said, didn't you take fancy to a script the last time? Yeah. It's called I Only Like You. It's the one where the girl dresses up as a guy. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Ning Xi asked quickly. Initially, there were still a few days of auditions for this show, and the director also agreed to let you have a go earlier. But just now, I just received news that the other party has directly decided on Liang Biqin as the female lead. What? Ning Xi frowned. Is it confirmed? Ning Xi nodded. Yes. When I called to ask, they said that the contract has even been signed. Otherwise, I would definitely have helped you fight for it. So soon. Ning Xi was very disappointed. It was like saving up enough money to buy a much-anticipated toy, yet just when she had saved up a piggy bank full of money, the toy had been bought by someone else with a $100 bill. At the same time, at a certain bar in Imperial, happy vibes were all around. Thank you, Director Zheng and Producer Qian. Please take care of Biqin. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Producer Qian, and thank you, cousin. I will definitely work hard. Liang Biqin said emotionally. It's nothing. Miss Liang, you have the capabilities. We are just strengthening this alliance. Exactly. Besides, Goddess Su has helped us pull so many big shot cameos. Our show will have one of the history's strongest artiste appearances and will definitely sell well. That's profit in the bank. Liang Biqin served the director some alcohol as she asked. I heard that Ning Xi also contacted you. It seems like someone's interested to fight for this character too. Yes, they contacted me about half a month ago saying that they were very interested in our show. I just agreed to let Ning Xi audition. Actually, I was just casually agreeing to it. But Ning Xi will not suit our show's female lead, no matter what. Chapter 739. Wait for me a while more, okay? The smaller artistes accompanying Liang Biqin on the side instantly started to echo. How shameless that she tried to get close just by looking at how big the budget and the drama crew is without reflecting on how she looks. She thinks that just because she's pretty, she can accept any show? Exactly, she looks so gaudy. If she dressed as a man, how weird would that be? She is only suitable for the role of the vixen. The director held Liang Biqin's hand and touched it meaningfully while smiling. Biqin still fits what I want best. Rumors had it that Su Yimo was the woman of the CEO of Lu Group, so he naturally dared not touch her. But this little cousin of hers, if things were mutually consensual, he could mess around with her a little. When Liang Biqin received the director's hint, she was naturally happy to be associated with a big director like him, so she laughed. And I thank the director for his love. Su Yimo was happy to watch the two of them flirt. Director Zheng was a reputable director, and if Liang Biqin could hook up with him, she would definitely benefit in the future. She had spent so much effort to help Liang Biqin because her kind of shows was different from hers, so there would not be a conflict of interest. At the same time, she needed a strong assistant. In fact, for occasions like these that needed accompanying and courtesy, she could comfortably leave it all to her. In the apartment. So far, this show already has $60 million in investment. For an idol drama to have $60 million in investment is quite rare in the industry. The drama team also invited many big shots within the industry. Even someone who carried soy sauce in the scene is an A-lister cameo. That means so many people are just there to match one female lead. With such a lineup, the competition would obviously be intense. One would not get the part just for acting skills and suitability. Based on your current work experience, I'm afraid that you are slightly lacking. Sis Gigi, I understand. Even though Ning Xi was reluctant, she could not deny that she was a rookie who had only acted as a supporting actress. It was tough for her to get the female lead role for her second drama, especially with such a strong lineup and so much money invested in it. Modern dramas were different from ancient day dramas. Based on the current market, $60 million in investment was already very shocking. Liang Biqin's recently released movie and drama had pretty good feedback. In fact, she was the female lead in both of them, plus she was already an A-lister. Besides, she had Su Yimo's strong support, so it was entirely logical for the directing team to decide on her. Ning Xi and Ling Xi discussed this for quite a while before coming up with a conclusion. Since the contract had already been signed and it was already spilled milk, there was definitely no use crying over it. As they spoke, Ning Xi noticed something. Oh no. She seemed to have forgotten something. She had forgotten the devil. Ugh, I've got a stomach ache. Sis Gigi, let me run to the toilet for a bit. Wait for me for a while. As Ning Xi ran towards the bathroom, she also picked up some junk food, a bottle of mineral water, and a book when Ling Xi was not noticing. When she entered the bathroom, Ning Xi immediately pulled open the shower curtain. Tingxiao sat in the tub hugging his knees. When he saw her appear, he revealed a sad expression as if he was a king being imprisoned by an evil witch. Oh dear. Ning Xi tossed all the food, water, and the book into the tub, then put a leg into the tub to move into the devil's embrace, looking to please him. It's my fault. My fault. We'll finish talking really soon. You eat some things and read first. Just wait for me a while more, okay? Chapter 740. Or do you want to stay here? Tingxiao then asked. How long more? Ning Xi pondered. 5 minutes. I'll be very quick. Then, because she was afraid Ling Xi would be anxiously waiting, she quickly got up and prepared to leave. Because the tub was too slippery, she lost her footing and fell into Tingxiao's arms again. Ayo. Tingxiao, what's that's so hard on you? Tingxiao grunted from her weight falling onto him and then stopped her hand that kept feeling around. He then said through gritted teeth, What do you think? It can't be still in an upward position since just now, can it? Tingxiao's gaze was like the lava from an apocalyptic volcano, staring at her with heated eyes. The answer was already very obvious. You're different. You're special. Wait for me. I'll come back to help you. Obviously, this brat did not realize what these words that she had simply thrown out had meant to him. Simply put, the effect those words had on him was the same as a strong Viagra. So, the entire she had been talking to Ling Xi outside. His body had been boiling and fired up. Ning Xi looked guilty. Then she quickly escaped the tub before the devil went crazy. She ran towards the door as she whispered, Be good. Be good. Wait for me. Those last 3 words she actually directed towards the area 3 inches below Tingxiao's belly button. She returned to the living room. Ning Xi felt like she was over the audition she missed out on. So she just said to Ling Xi, Sis Gigi, it's okay. I didn't think this through. I liked this script too much initially and wanted to fight for it. Of course, I also prepared for everything. Since this turned out this way, I will just choose another script. It's not that big of a deal. The entertainment industry was such. Not everything would be smooth sailing, and Ning Xi had very quickly regained her spirits. When Ling Xi saw that she was not too affected, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Also, you don't have to rush now. You have just finished this tiring period of promotions. Rest well for the next few days before you take on another show. I will arrange some variety shows and interviews for you. Here are some details. See if anything sparks your interest. Okay, thank you, Sis Gigi. After they bade farewell, and just as she was prepared to send Ling Xi away, her guest suddenly stood up and said, Ning Xi, I'd like to borrow your toilet for a while. Ning Xi immediately shouted, You can't. Why not? Ling Xi asked curiously. Ning Xi quickly thought an answer and explained, I just realized the toilet is blocked. Then, I'll go downstairs to use the public toilet. Okay. She finally sent Ling Xi away safely. Ning Xi was about to collapse in exhaustion. Breaking promises did come with a price to pay. She had really given her all to this relationship. Yet, her ordeal had not yet ended. There was still a whiny devil that needed her coaxing. I'm back. Ning Xi quickly hopped into the bathroom and pulled open the shower curtain. Big boss, quickly get out. Sis Gigi is gone. Then she scratched her head and asked, or do you want to stay here? Tingxiao's answer was the hurl of his long arm, immediately pulling her into the tub by her waist and trapping her in his embrace. In an oddly coarse voice, he managed to say, Here. Chapter 741, Good News Indeed. Oh, okay. Ning Xi had been feeling all right just now, but she was a little nervous now, unsure of where to put her hands. Boss, can you wait for me a while? Tingxiao stayed silent. She looked into Tingxiao's fiery eyes. I just wanted to check on how this works. How embarrassing. She acted like she was a know-it-all just now. She intended to get away with it now, but her mind went blank. She needed to be recharged. The next moment, there was a metal clanking sound. It was the sound of Lu Tingxiao's metal belt as he was taking it off. In that narrow space, it worked as a catalyst, warning her of what was about to unfold. Lu Tingxiao felt like he would never let her go. He pressed her hand on his bulge, his sweat becoming hot on Ning Xi's tender fingers. The heat coming from him could almost melt her skin, and his voice sounded deeper than usual. You don't have to check, I'll teach you. With her palms directly touching his manhood, Ning Xi felt like her hands were on fire. In the end, she was rooted to the spot and barely made any movement of her own will. The devil initiating the whole process by moving her hands in the way he had so longed for them to. After some time, Lu Tingxiao used a hot towel and carefully wiped the girl's hands. Are you all right? Ning Xi found her tongue and said in a troubled voice. My hands are tired. Her legs were already injured, and now her hands were almost out of commission as well. Well, she did offer to help. She had underestimated the devil's power. How naive of her. She was suddenly afraid of what would happen when she actually got round to doing it. I'm sorry. Lu Tingxiao kissed her forehead gently. He looked lazily at her like a beast that had just finished his delicious meal. Despite his outward coldness, there was a slight sense of sensuality about him, and he was much more seductive than usual. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. Damn, the devil was just too beautiful. This was the upgraded version of him. She suddenly felt that it might not have been so bad to sacrifice a hand for this after all. It would be a pleasure for anyone to die in the arms of such a beauty. Lu Tingxiao held Ning Xi in his arms and moved her to the bed as he lay down right next to her and spoke to her, not letting go of her. Why did Ling Xi come? Ning Xi's expression darkened a little. It was some bad news for me, but might be good to you. Do you remember the script that I liked a lot and spent quite some time to convince you to let me cast in? I remember. I didn't get it. You didn't want me to act in it, did you? Lu Tingxiao nodded slightly. Good news indeed. There were too many dangerous scenes in the script. Although stunt doubles could be used, Ning Xi was sure to volunteer to perform them personally. Ning Xi glared at the man. She felt that the devil must really possess magical powers. She remembered Lu Tingxiao telling her, You've only convinced me now. If you failed the audition, I won't help you, understood? What happened was way worse. She did not even get to audition. Chapter 742. Single, torturing devil Lu Tingxiao. Looking at the disappointment on her face, Lu Tingxiao ran his fingers through her hair, reassuring her, You'll find something better. Ning Xi took his words as just an obligatory comfort. She still felt regretful not being able to participate in the audition. Actually, even if she was given the chance to audition, she might fail if they prepared an action scene. With the current leg injury, she would not pass for sure. Too bad for her. She hoped that the devil's words would come true and that she could find something better. Sensing her unhappiness, Lu Tingxiao said in a gentle tone, I'll take you out on a date tomorrow. Ning Xi's eyes twinkled brightly. Really? What are we doing? Horse riding, skiing, parachuting, or shooting practice? Lu Tingxiao stared at her quietly. Looking at sceneries. Ning Xi went silent. Sceneries, sceneries. Ning Xi's face was full of dread. Okay, as long as I'm together with you, boss, it'll be fun even if we're just watching TV together. Ning Xi optimistically went along. She was lucky she even got a chance to go out. Okay, rest earlier. I'll come and get you tomorrow morning. All right, good night. On the way back, while Lu Tingxiao was driving, his phone rang. Lu Tingxiao saw Mo Lingtian's name flash on the screen. He put on his Bluetooth earphone and picked up the phone. Hello. An excited voice came through. Lu Tingxiao, we're having a singles party tomorrow. Only close friends are invited. Want to join us? Lu Tingxiao replied without even considering. No. Xiao just came back. Just take this as a welcome party for her. Mo Lingtian persuaded. Next time. This week was critical for him. He could not waste his time on meaningless things. Mo Lingtian did not give up his persistence. There's going to be a lot of pretty ladies here. There are some that look similar to that chick. Some are even prettier than her. You don't have to just stick to one tree. Just change your target. No. Mo Lingtian was frustrated. You're really not coming? I've told them that you'd come. What have you been doing at home all day? Don't tell me you need to work. There isn't much going on in your company lately. After Mo Lingtian finished his rant, Lu Tingxiao replied, Your theme doesn't suit me. What do you mean? The theme doesn't suit you. Mo Lingtian was confused. I'm not single. Mo Lingtian was speechless. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous roar came through the phone. What? Tingxiao. You found yourself a girlfriend without telling me. So much for being friends. You traitor. Mo Lingtian wished he could burn Tingxiao alive right then. It had only been a few months since he heard Tingxiao had someone he liked, and even then, he already felt he was hallucinating. Now, the unthinkable had happened. Tingxiao personally told him that he got a girlfriend. The legendary single man Tingxiao left the rank of the singles. Mo Lingtian was at a loss. Mo Lingtian spoke hurtfully. You have to come tomorrow. Bring her over, and you can introduce her to everyone. I can't possibly be the only one stung by this news. Obviously, the last sentence was the main point. I'm not available tomorrow. Don't lie to me. What are you going to do? I'll be out dating. Mo Lingtian had no words. Chapter 743. Tingxiao, do I look cute? The next morning, Tingxiao went over to fetch Ning Xi. Seeing the girl standing by the entrance, his expressionless face became warmer. Ning Xi usually wore casual outfits, and sometimes even manly outfits. However, today she wore a fluffy pink dress with a thick, white down-hooded jacket. Her slightly wavy hair had been straightened, and she wore the pink heart-shaped crystal hairpin little treasure had given her. She even had a pair of pink boots with rabbit ears on her feet. In a nutshell, she looked exactly like an obedient little bunny. Because this outfit contrasted greatly with her personality, Tingxiao had no words to describe her. Ning Xi hopped over and clung onto Tingxiao's arm. Tingxiao, do I look cute? Tingxiao coughed lightly, his gaze focused on the girl's cherry pink lips. Cute indeed. Why did you suddenly dress this way? It's our first official date. Of course, I'm going to dress up. She sure dressed up well. After they went down, Cheng Feng opened the door, flabbergasted when he saw the little bunny beside Tingxiao. What the heck? Was something wrong with the lady boss today? Her outfit was so cute. So cute and girlish. It was nothing like her at all. People who did not know her would definitely be charmed by her, but those who did would be shocked. Cheng Feng was the latter. He calmed himself down and drove the car to Tingxiao's private flying strip. Ning Xi looked at the helicopter in front of them in amazement. We're taking a flight? Where are we going? You'll see soon. Tingxiao carefully helped her up the helicopter. After 20 minutes, they landed on an open grass area. A private car welcomed them as they touched down. The drive was very luxurious and comfortable, the sceneries along the way soothing to sight. On the journey, Ning Xi saw the facilities here. There was a golf course, a horse paddock, hot springs, a shooting range, and even a ski track. She loved everything here. Tingxiao saw her face sticking to the window in excitement, and he gently put her head on his shoulder. Ning Xi pulled on his sleeve and looked up at him with sparkly eyes. Boss, it looks really fun here. Are we really only here for the scenery? Tingxiao, did you hear that? What? The sound of my heart breaking. Tingxiao was speechless. Seeing the girl's disappointment, Tingxiao sighed to the driver. Go to the horse paddock. Ning Xi was brimming with excitement. Horse riding. She loved horse riding. After arriving, Ning Xi looked at the stables excitedly. She wanted to get on the wildest horse. There was already a group of people at the stables, and the owner was helping them to select their horses to ride. Suddenly, one of the good-looking guys from the group stared in their direction. Wow. Tingxiao. Chapter 744. Tingxiao has a girlfriend? As he saw the man and the bunch of people, Tingxiao was put in an awkward position. He did not expect Mo Lingtian to organize their gathering here of all places. What? Mo Lingtian? Who did you just mention? Tingxiao? Where is he? Isn't he not coming today? It really is Tingxiao. Mo Lingtian's yell was followed by the gaze of the bunch of people, all turning to look at Tingxiao and Ning Xi. Then, they saw the cool and composed Tingxiao in his black suit with a girl in a fluffy pink dress. What was that? What was happening? The girl was clinging onto Tingxiao's arms like a little bunny. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ning Xi was confused by the sudden attention from so many people. She blinked her eyes and pulled herself even closer into the devil's arms. Tingxiao ran his fingers through the girl's hair. Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched. Then he turned around and told his friends, Didn't you guys ask me why Tingxiao wasn't coming today? Here we have it. This is the reason. The bastard betrayed us. He has a girlfriend. What? What did you just said, Mo Lingtian? Tingxiao has a girlfriend. How is this possible? Are you sure she's not his sister or something? Sister? I don't ever recall my cousin having a sister. A girl quickly went up to Tingxiao, studying Ning Xi carefully. Cousin, this is your future cousin-in-law, Tingxiao casually announced. He then introduced the girl to Ning Xi. This is my cousin, Lu Xinyan. Hello, Ning Xi greeted. However, Lu Xinyan did not seem very friendly, so Ning Xi did not bother to be very welcoming either. Lu Xinyan stammered in surprise. My future cousin-in-law? She's really your girlfriend? Why would he have some weak, girlish bunny as his girlfriend? She could not understand Tingxiao's taste. How could he actually like this kind of woman? At that moment, a girl came up behind Lu Xinyan. She was dressed in a black riding suit with a whip on her hips. With a pair of sleek boots, her cool outlook matched the fine black horse right beside her. She stood in front of Tingxiao and Ning Xi, staring at Ning Xi, then looking at Tingxiao. Long time no see. Tingxiao. Ning Xi stared back at this woman, her tingling sixth sense instantly ringing warning bells in her head that this woman was bad news. Tingxiao had no change in expression as he replied calmly, "Welcome back." The woman looked at Ning Xi with a pressuring gaze. "Why don't you introduce us?" "My girlfriend, Ning Xi." He looked at Ning Xi and inclined his head slightly. Guanziyao. Only a name, no other introduction. Ning Xi put up on an innocent expression and greeted Guanziyao. "Hello." She just stuck to Tingxiao and spoke as little as possible. Together with her dressing, her personality had also totally changed into a little bunny. Although Tingxiao knew the girl's obedience was part of her act, his heart melted and his gaze at her was much more gentle than usual. Chapter 745, Stop Mocking Us Single People. After they heard the confirmation from Tingxiao, everyone was surprised. That was really Tingxiao's girlfriend. This man who sought no worldly desire. They had been discussing what kind of woman would be able to steal his heart. A gentle one or a gorgeous one? A generous one or a romantic one? Or maybe a strong businesswoman similar to himself? They had thought of countless possibilities, but they did not expect Tingxiao to fall in love with a little bunny. This fluffy cute little thing just stuck right beside Tingxiao. They totally did not make a fitting match at all. But upon closer inspection, they noticed that when the girl was beside Tingxiao, his cold aura was much warmer. When he looked at the girl, it was as if spring had arrived. What a miracle! I actually lived long enough to see the woman who got her hands on Tingxiao. This lady is pretty unique. You're right, I really can't believe that Tingxiao likes this type. This is so frustrating. I thought Tingxiao would like someone who's on the same channel with him, or at least someone who's mature. I've always tried to act cool in front of him. And he likes some weak little bunny. This doesn't make sense. What is Tingxiao thinking? They don't look good together at all. It's obvious that she only knows how to act cute. Nonsense. Tingxiao is not a normal man. Ignoring the discussions, Mo Lingtian went up to the both of them with a stormy expression. Damn it. I thought you said that you weren't coming. This was an accident. Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched again. What a coincidence. Fate brought them together. I've always thought that no matter who betrays me, you'd be the last to do so. Tingxiao, you've really disappointed me. Mo Lingtian said in a hurt tone. Ning Xi was speechless. Was he cursing Tingxiao to be single forever? But for Tingxiao to be the first among them to have a girlfriend must be really shocking to them. Since you're here already, let's have fun together. Mo Lingtian invited gleefully. Guanziyao went along as well. It's been some time since we rode. Want a race? Yes, take up the challenge. Mo Lingtian encouraged him. Tingxiao glanced at the girl in his arms. You guys have fun. She can't ride alone. Mo Lingtian was annoyed. You'd better stop mocking us single people now. Guanziyao's expression froze, and she glared at the ignorant Ning Xi. Ning Xi was crying inside. How could she not ride alone? The devil was just worried that she would go wild, and he was going to supervise her personally. Chapter 746, Not a Simple Little Bunny. After Tingxiao greeted his friends, he brought Ning Xi to select a horse of her choice. The owner was surprised that Tingxiao would bring his girlfriend over. He quickly led them to the few superior horses he had. Mr. Liu, what do you think of this one? A purebred just imported from the British Royal Horse Barn. The owner introduced his favorites to them passionately. Wow, so cool. Ning Xi's eyes were glued to the midnight black dark horse. Purebred horses from the United Kingdom were well known for their speed in short to medium-length races. One of the horses in the stable was internationally recognized for its speed. The one introduced by the owner was the best of the best, nearly at competition level and even better than the one Xiao had selected. Tingxiao stayed silent while looking around. The owner asked Ning Xi, "Do you like it, Ms. Ning?" Ning Xi nodded in enthusiasm. Yes, yes. Tingxiao, let's get this one. It must feel great riding. She could not wait anymore. In the end, Tingxiao set his eyes on a brown horse. Get that horse over here. That one. Mr. Liu, are you sure? The owner looked uncertainly at the brown horse, which was much shorter than others. The owner brought it over. Tingxiao patted its head as the horse gently rubbed his hand. Tingxiao nodded confidently. We'll take this one. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. Tingxiao, isn't this an American pony? Tingxiao glanced at her and shrugged. Why? What's wrong? Ning Xi was on the verge of crying. Of course, there would be a problem. American ponies were exclusively for children. Somewhere nearby, Xiao and Mo Lingtian were racing, and as they saw Tingxiao leading a little pony, Mo Lingtian accidentally fell off from his horse. Ha 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 ha, Tingxiao. What horse did you pick? This is too hilarious. Mo Lingtian had to stop the competition, holding one hand up as he just lay on the ground, laughing nonstop. Xiao stopped and turned around on her tall purebred. Looking at Mo Lingtian's mocking and Xiao's tall horse, she lowered her gaze to her short pony and almost cried. This was too much. Tingxiao's heart softened when he saw the girl's upset face, and he pinched the area between his eyebrows. He went up to her and held her hand, walking towards Mo Lingtian's cool, dark purebred. After he helped Ning Xi up, Tingxiao joined her, hugging her from behind. Happy now. Her wish granted, Ning. She patted the horse's head. She was cheered up a lot, and she turned around to kiss Tingxiao. Xiao did not look very happy seeing both of them acting this way. Mo Lingtian was practically blinded by their public display of affection. Darn it. I have never expected Tingxiao would act like this with a girl. Xiao said coldly. She isn't worthy of Tingxiao. Mo Lingtian coughed lightly. While that might be true, love isn't about being worthy or not, is it? Although he had only met her a few times, he knew that she was not just a simple little bunny. Chapter 747. You're pampering her too much. Keep going. Xiao whipped the backside of Mo Lingtian's horse. After a lap, Xiao won by reaching the finishing line first. Mo Lingtian looked dejected. Hey, can't you cut me some slack? Lu Xinyan welcomed her, looking at Xiao admirably. Sis Xiao, you're amazing. How do you know so many things, and how do you do better than most people? Even better than the men. The only extraordinary person I know aside from my cousin is you. Lu Xinyan then glanced distastefully at Ning Xi, who was in Tingxiao's arms. She wrinkled her nose, comparing the scene in front of her to a high-grade cabbage being hogged by a pig. You should be the perfect partner for my cousin. I wonder if he's blind. I never thought he'd be as shallow as the other men. How could he be tricked by a woman like this? Xiao stayed silent after she heard Lu Xinyan's words, her expression turning frosty. The people around started whispering, apparently agreeing with Lu Xinyan's words. Lu Xinyan was Tingxiao's cousin, so she could say all she wanted, but the others could only agree in silence without voicing their opinions. The woman that Tingxiao liked was terribly disappointing. If he were to select a woman that was worthy of him, the woman would definitely be Xiao. Xiao was childhood friends with Tingxiao and Mo Lingtian. They had grown up together, and their family were friends with each other. She was someone of Tingxiao's caliber, and many young talented men were fond of her. However, she was only friendly towards Tingxiao and Mo Lingtian. Her personality matched with that of Tingxiao's. They were the proud perfectionists of their league. When everyone thought she was going to be together with Tingxiao, the unexpected had happened. Her family business had a change in direction, leading to them all migrating overseas 7 years ago. After impressing everyone with her abilities and beauty, she just vanished. Over these years, the Guan family's business got bigger and better, and it was not unusual to hear about the legend of Xiao. With a master's degree in business and administration at such a young age, her abilities were on par with Lu Tingxiao's. Due to her parents' old age and them pining for their home, they decided to move back. So naturally, Guanxiao followed. Everyone thought that with Guanxiao's return, Lu Tingxiao would be together with her soon. Both of them were single and were at the ripe age of marriage. Not to mention, their personalities matched and they looked good together. Some people even thought that Lu Tingxiao had stayed single just to wait for Guanxiao's return. Who would have expected this plot twist? A little bun had snatched Lu Tingxiao away. Everyone's jaws dropped. Their relationship was such a sudden joke. What was more surprising was that according to Mo Lingtian, she seemed to be a small celebrity. After they were done riding, Lu Tingxiao helped Ning Xi get down. He did not let her walk. Instead, he held her in his arms until they reached the resting area to avoid her from falling when walking in the soft snow. Why can't you let her walk? You're pampering her too much. Lu Xinyan complained. Lu Tingxiao carefully put Ning Xi on a chair, then poured a glass of hot milk and blew over it to cool it down slightly before extending it to her. Be careful, it's hot. Lu Xinyan's expression darkened. Chapter 748. I love you, like how the fish loves the sea, like how the birds love the forest. Everyone else averted their gazes and coughed lightly. What a rare sight. Lu Tingxiao had always been known for being cold and heartless, but that was only because he had not met anyone who could melt his heart before. Their curiosity was piqued. What power did this little bunny possess that could have charmed Lu Tingxiao to this extent? Ning Xi realized that everyone was staring at her. She also felt a particularly cold gaze on her. Ning Xi glanced at Guanxiao, then she asked Lu Tingxiao with her index finger to her chin in contemplation. What's your relationship to Guanxiao? Our family was close when we were little. We sort of grew up together. Lu Tingxiao answered honestly without hiding anything. Ning Xi purposely drawled. Oh, so the both of you are childhood friends? Lu Tingxiao nodded. I guess. Ning Xi pouted in anger. Hey, Lu Tingxiao. I'm being jealous right now, can't you tell? Why aren't you saying anything else? Lu Tingxiao was surprised. You're jealous? Of course. Your friends and your little cousin, they all think that Guanxiao is a better match for you. They feel that you're like an exotic flower being paired with bullsh asterisk tea like me. Ning Xi grumbled. She had forgotten, but now she remembered who exactly Guanxiao was. The Guans and the Lus were considered prestigious families in Imperial, but due to some issues with their business, the Guans had to focus on the overseas market. Nevertheless, their development was growing steadily. Every rumor about Guanxiao revolved around her beauty and talents. All her ratings were extremely positive. She did match Lu Tingxiao well. Lu Tingxiao was taken in by Ning Xi's jealousy, and he looked her in the eye with an amused expression. How could you say that? To me, you're the sea, you're the forest. Ning Xi tilted her head sideways in confusion. Why? Lu Tingxiao looked at her like she was the star in the skies. He told her quietly, I love you, like how the fish loves the sea, like how the birds love the forest. There's no use escaping. It's unavoidable. At that moment, an impressive display of fireworks went off in Ning Xi's mind. His flirtatious words were simply tugging on her heartstrings. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as Guanxiao's teacup fell on the floor. Lu Xinyan quickly asked, What's wrong, Sis Xiao? Guanxiao's face went pale, and she shook her head. It's nothing. The others could not hear what Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi were saying at that distance. But she could read lips, and she had been looking at them. Like how the fish loves the sea, like how the birds love the forest. Lu Tingxiao had actually said such lines to a woman. Mo Lingtian did not realize what had happened, so he went up to Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi after some rest. Hey, Lu Tingxiao, we are about to go to the shooting range. Are you joining us? Shooting. Guns. Guns. Ning Xi's eyes were shining like a 500-watt light bulb. She could not ride because her leg was injured, but for shooting, she only needed her hands. All right, I know. I shouldn't have asked you. Mo Lingtian turned to Ning Xi to ask, Little bunny, do you want to go? Ning Xi nodded her head like a woodpecker making a hole in a tree as she pulled on Lu Tingxiao's sleeves. My dear master, may I please go? Yes. Chapter 749. Little bunny, you know how to? After they reached there, Ning Xi was surprised. She did not expect the shooting range to be that big. It was about 1,500 square feet, and there were 2 standard multi-purpose shooting ranges, each of them equipped with 9 professionally designed targets. Plus, their collection of guns was incredibly complete. There was even a weapon exhibition on display with a myriad of handguns, rifles, machine guns, and more. Some soldiers also went there often for target practice. Ning Xi was just looking everywhere but in front of her. Had it not been for Tingxiao leading her, she would have already crashed into a pole. Tingxiao's cousin was right when she said he pampered Ning Xi too much. She always left her brain at home whenever she went out with Tingxiao. In fact, she would just follow Tingxiao's every step. As they reached the shooting range, Mo Lingtian picked out a gun of his choice, intent on revenge. Xiao, let's do another round of contest again. I lost at horse riding, but I'll get back at you in shooting. Count me in. Me too. Mo Lingtian's bunch of friends were balanced in terms of gender. While the guys had a strong interest in firearms, the girls were not completely clueless about them either. There were only 2 of them who were asking around for advice on which gun to choose. They soon finished selecting their guns, then they put on their protective glasses and earmuffs, ready to start shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Shots were fired, and each of their scores appeared on the tally counter. The maximum points one could achieve was 10 points, and the counter would calculate up to 1 decimal place. Most people get around 8 points, while the experienced guys got about 9. Lu Xinyan got a 9.2, and she was really happy. I actually got above 9. How lucky. As she turned around, she gaped at Mo Lingtian's and Guan Xiao's scores. They both got the same score of 9.9 points. What a remarkable achievement. Wow. Bro Tian, Sis Xiao, you both are so good at this. Finally, the scores for their set of 3 attempts were out. Mo Lingtian came in at 9.9, 9.7, and 9.8, while Guan Xiao got 2 9.9s and 1 9.7. She had beaten Mo Lingtian by a mere 0.1 point difference. Of course, Guan Xiao's score was the highest among everyone's. Some of them were thoroughly impressed. As expected of her. Marvelous. Xiao, you're really making us men feel ashamed. Mo Lingtian complained. Damn. I lost again. This doesn't count. Let's do it again. Everyone was laughing. Ha ha. Mo Lingtian, stop struggling. Among us probably only Tingxiao has a chance at beating Xiao. Mo Lingtian turned to Tingxiao and exclaimed, Tingxiao, what are you doing? Join us. But the bunny ears on Ning Xi's boots fell off, so Tingxiao squatted down on the floor and helped to fix them for her. Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched as he saw this. Lovey-dovey scene. Ning Xi heard them inviting Tingxiao, so she looked at him in surprise. Boss, are you good at shooting? Come, let's see who's better. She then grabbed Tingxiao excitedly. Hey, little bunny, you know how to shoot too? Mo Lingtian asked in surprise. Ning Xi answered him boldly. Of course. I'm good at it. Bang. She took aim and shot the target board. After a moment, the counter displayed her score, 6.3 points. How great. Chapter 750. Boss, you're so sharp. Looking at the horrible score, Ning Xi was stunned. My outfit must have affected my performance today. Mo Lingtian laughed, then comforted her. That's pretty good. At least you hit the target. Tingxiao patted her head and tried his hand at shooting as well, scoring 6.2 points. Just slightly lower than Ning Xi's. Mo Lingtian patted Tingxiao's shoulder and sighed. Brother, I'm impressed. This is probably the toughest score you've hit in your lifetime. Tingxiao got a 6.2, which was even more surprising than a 10-pointer. Ning Xi ignored Mo Lingtian's teasing as she happily went up to Tingxiao to gush. Boss, you're so sharp. As Tingxiao was about to say something, his phone rang. It was a call from home. Any sign of expression was wiped off his face as he turned to Ning Xi. You can play on your own first. I'll go and pick up a call. He then signaled to Mo Lingtian, asking him to take care of Ning Xi. Mo Lingtian gave him a shooing gesture. Just go. And pick up your phone call quickly. Go. The moment Tingxiao left, the people who were wary of him suddenly spoke in much louder voices. That's hilarious. Even the girl who didn't know anything within our group got a 7, and Tingxiao's girl dares to claim that she's good at it. Lu Xinyan said scornfully. Another girl shrugged. Maybe it's already good enough for her. At least she hit the target. I'm quite surprised that she didn't miss. Why would Tingxiao be with such a useless woman? I'm really curious. Someone go and ask him. I'm not going to. I'm just being polite because of Lu Tingxiao, but I refuse to be friendly with her. Ning Xi calmly wiped her gun while listening to their discussion. These people were from the wealthy circle of Imperial. They were either the heirs of a wealthy organization or the prince or princesses of some high-ranking government officials. They were just being fairly nice to Ning Xi because of Lu Tingxiao. At that moment, someone told Xiao, Xiao, you and Mo Lingtian are closer to Bro Xiao. Why don't you try to talk to him and tell him not to be fooled by a woman like her? He will eventually find out himself, Xiao replied. That'd be too late. The moment he finds out, he would have been deceived. As Lu Xinyan listened to them, her face turned bright red. She felt embarrassed and could not accept the fact that her perfect cousin was being fooled by this woman. Boiling with anger, Lu Xinyan could not hold it in anymore. She walked up to Ning Xi and demanded, I don't care what did you do to be with my cousin. Tell me what it takes in order for you to leave him. Mo Lingtian quickly stood in between them and tried to defuse the situation. Hey, what are you doing? We're here to have some fun. Stop making a fuss. I'm not making a fuss. Seriously, how is this woman worthy of my cousin? As Mo Lingtian was trying to convince Lu Xinyan to calm down, Ning Xi curled her fingers around the gun in her hand and blinked innocently. Leaving your cousin? It's easy. You just have to defeat me. Chapter 751. Who's the fool here? You, what did you say? Defeat you. Lu Xinyan was stunned by the proposal. She did not understand what Ning Xi meant. Mo Lingtian was surprised as well. Ning Xi blinked her eyes again, as if she could not fathom why they did not understand her. Shooting. I realize that you guys don't really like me here. So, let's do it this way. If anyone can beat me in shooting, I'll break up with Lu Tingxiao. But if I win, please be friendlier the next time you see me. So, all of them wanted to save Lu Tingxiao from her. All right, Ning Xi would give them a chance. Everyone was dumbfounded by Ning Xi's suggestion. What did this woman just say? Was she out of her mind? It was such a difficult feat to get together with Lu Tingxiao, and she had done something no woman in Imperial had. But her impulsiveness made her bet her relationship with Lu Tingxiao. They thought a celebrity like her would be considerate and good at reading others, so she would not go looking for trouble if she could actually think. But this woman was crazy. How stupid. And how sad for Lu Tingxiao. No one expected things would develop into such a situation. It almost drove Mo Lingtian mad. Little bunny, what are you doing? Just wait until Lu Tingxiao comes back, and everything will be fine. Why are you doing this? Do you really want to break up with Lu Tingxiao? Are you crazy? While the others may not have known, only Mo Lingtian understood how serious Lu Tingxiao was about this girl. He was really into her. Although he did not understand what was so special about her, he had no comments about his brother's choice. Lu Xinyan digested Ning Xi's words as she chewed on her lower lip. Although slightly unbelievable, this woman was this stupid all along. She had initially thought that getting rid of her would be troublesome, but was it really as easy as this? Are you for real? Lu Xinyan confirmed her doubts with her. Yes. Ning Xi nodded. Okay, then we're set. I've recorded down what you said just now, so there's no going back on your word. Lu Xinyan was satisfied now. Let's get started. Ning Xi stopped her. Wait. Why? Regretting already. Lu Xinyan glowered. I'm just trying to reiterate what I said. I said as long as anyone here beats me. So you have to select someone to compete with me. Ning Xi said. Fine, I'll do it. Lu Xinyan did not take her seriously at all. For a newbie who got a score of 6.3 points, she would be more than easy to beat. Consider it well. I'd suggest you find the best among your group to compete with me. If not, don't complain that I wasn't being fair. Everyone was speechless by Ning Xi's words. Where did her sky-high confidence come from? Lu Xinyan was huffing impatiently, but as she was about to insist on her participation, Xiao came over and tapped her shoulder. Xinyan, let me do it. Lu Xinyan looked at Xiao and frowned a little. Sis Xiao, she's not worthy of being your opponent. Xiao replied. Just being cautious. Lu Xinyan thought about it. It was such a high chance of beating her, but it would be best to reduce any chances of an accident. So Xiao was the best candidate. Sis Xiao was the person that was worthy of punishing this idiot woman. Chapter 752. Damn it, let me die. Mo Lingtian was anxious since he promised Lu Tingxiao to look after Ning Xi. He thought that Lu Tingxiao was just being paranoid, but who'd expect that something like this would happen in just a few minutes of his absence? No. This is nonsense. Mo Lingtian quickly tried to stop them. Guan Xiao glared at him. Lingtian, don't interfere. How can I not interfere? Xiao, she was just messing around. Don't do this. Mo Lingtian tried to convince her. Ning Xi pouted and grumbled. I'm not messing around. I'm serious about this. At that moment, Mo Lingtian wanted to shoot himself in the head. Damn it. Just let me die. He had tried so hard to help her, yet she was making things worse. This woman that Tingxiao liked, apparently, no one could fathom her logic and common sense. Bro Tian, you can see for yourself. She suggested it, and no one's messing around. It's between us women. Don't you interfere. Lu Xinyan was afraid that Mo Lingtian would ruin this chance, so she quickly pushed him aside. Apart from the worried Mo Lingtian, everyone else was excited about what was about to happen. However, it did not seem very interesting since the results were predictable. I don't think this woman would be this stupid. Could she just be acting? Someone mumbled on the side. She? Acting. Even if her shot just now was a mistake, she could not be all that great. She's not competing against Lu Xinyan now. It's Guan Xiao. It probably wasn't even her full power when she was competing against Mo Lingtian just now. That's true. Then this would probably end up really terribly. You first, Ning Xi said. Guan Xiao did not say anything and just put on her protective glasses and earmuffs. She held up her gun and aimed at the target. Her pose was clean and sharp. She obviously had many years of experience. Lu Xinyan glanced at Ning Xi. Sis Xiao has been training target shooting for about 10 years. You'll never be able to beat her. All the best, Sis Xiao. Guan Xiao closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to focus. Even though Ning Xi looked weak, this was about Lu Tingxiao, and so she would not allow any mistakes to happen. Everyone stayed still, their breath bated, and even Lu Xinyan quieted down as well. Ning Xi slumped on the table and yawned. After a moment, Guan Xiao opened her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired consecutively. Everyone quickly went over and checked Guan Xiao's score. Everyone was stunned. First shot, 9.9 points. Second shot, 10 points. Third shot, 10 points. 9.9, and 2 full scores. Amazing. This was practically professional skills. Oh my god. Sis Xiao, you're the best. Terrific. You're my idol. Lu Xinyan gushed excitedly. Chapter 753. I would never lose you. Mo Lingtian was stunned. Damn it. Guan Xiao, you monster. Do you really have to do this? She had achieved such high scores just to fend Ning Xi off. If his memory served him well, it was her first time getting such high scores. Mo Lingtian's expression darkened as he thought about it while intensely looking at the woman with the gun in her hands. Although everyone loved to put Guan Xiao and Lu Tingxiao as a couple together, he knew both of them well and he understood that they were just friends. But he was not sure now after Guan Xiao had returned. The way Guan Xiao was behaving seemed to be pointing towards what everyone suggested. Xiao, you're the best. How did you do that? Amazing. Everyone was impressed by her marksmanship. They then looked at Ning Xi expectantly and waited for her to embarrass herself. Just how was she going to handle this? Lu Xinyan went up to her like a triumphant rooster, even puffing her chest slightly. Look at that, 9.9 and 2 10-pointers. What more do you have to say? Ning Xi glanced at her and shrugged. I have nothing to say. Good. Remember what you said. You're going to break up with my cousin. There are plenty of witnesses here. Lu Xinyan was not afraid of her going back on her words. She believed that this woman would not be so shameless. If she were to break her promise, she would never be respected in Lu Tingxiao's circle of friends ever again. Mo Lingtian feebly spoke. It's just a game. Don't take it so seriously. You can't just decide for Lu Tingxiao this way. Lu Xinyan stomped her feet angrily and demanded, Bro Tian, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep defending this woman? Guan Xiao also frowned and looked at Mo Lingtian unhappily. Mo Lingtian clenched his teeth and went up to Ning Xi to plead. Quickly tell everyone that you're just joking. Do you really plan to break up with Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi grumbled. Of course not. Mo Lingtian would have yelled at her if she was not Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend. Instead, he suppressed his anger and ground his teeth. Then, what are you doing? Why didn't you listen to me just now? What are you going to do now? Hey, don't you dare break your promise right now. I'll never forgive you. A shameless woman who goes back on her words is never worthy of becoming my cousin-in-law. Mo Lingtian was trying to come up with a plan to salvage the situation, but Lu Xinyan would not stop pestering Ning Xi. The situation was chaotic. Suddenly, everyone went silent. Lu Tingxiao was back. As soon as Lu Xinyan saw Lu Tingxiao, she quickly went up to him and tattled on Ning Xi. Cousin, this woman made a bet with us just now. If we beat her at shooting, then she'll break up with you. She already lost to Sis Ziyao. She actually used you as her betting chip. How hideous. What? Lu Tingxiao froze when he heard what Lu Xinyan said. Crap. Why was the devil always there when she was misbehaving? Ning Xi was troubled. Just a moment ago, she was still relaxed, as if trying to get it over and done with. She quickly stood up and shot the target without even looking at it. Bang, bang, bang. She then tossed away the gun and went to Lu Tingxiao, blinking and softening her features. I'd never lose you. The counter rang. The scores were presented. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. Chapter 754. Who was it? A new challenger? The girl was looking at him in the eye nervously. Lu Tingxiao, am I not great? Praise me. Lu Tingxiao's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. He had just stepped away for a little while, and she already stirred up trouble. Now, she was asking for praises. You're the best, Lu Tingxiao replied. He simply could not resist those eyes of hers. Looking at both Ning Xi and Guan Ziyao's score, Lu Tingxiao pinched the area between his eyebrows. Just how courageous was this girl? Even with her personality like this, she was still as charming as ever. His heart could not take the moment when she went up to him and told him, I'd never lose you. He was bound to be with her forever. For entertainment's sake, the counter at the shooting range had special settings. If someone got 3 10 points consecutively, it would play a celebratory tune and there would be an announcement of the targets that earned a perfect score. As soon as Ning Xi finished her set, there was a loud upbeat tune and the announcement of her perfect streak. All the other customers, including Lu Xinyan, Mo Lingtian, and Guan Ziyao, were stunned. The shooting range was set up professionally. In addition to using real guns and bullets, most guests were either really passionate about guns or even professionals, and it was extremely rare for someone to get a perfect score. Ning Xi's streak had caused quite a commotion. Guan Ziyao's high score was already amazing enough, but all of them froze when they saw Ning Xi's score. Mo Lingtian could not believe it. What? Are you kidding me? Guan Ziyao looked lost, unable to accept the result. Lu Xinyan held the counter for a closer look. How is this possible? Does the counter have a problem? It must have an issue. Where's the manager? Please check this machine. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at her dramatics as she picked up the gun and released another 3 shots. Another celebratory tune was played, followed by the perfect streak announcement. Second shooting range, 9th target, perfect score. Everyone was speechless. The first time her streak was announced, everyone was impressed, but they were shocked when they heard it for the second time. What the heck? What was happening? Was this for real? It was difficult enough for professionals to get a perfect score consecutively. A large crowd started gathering around to see who was this immaculate marksman. Hey, are you guys here to see who is it from the announcement? Yeah, that's amazing. Could it be from some special operations team? I have no idea. The 9th target. There's just a lady in pink shirt holding a gun now. Could the person who achieved the perfect score have left? As everyone was making wild guesses, an old man in his 50s dressed in a casual outfit passed by with a young soldier beside him. Ask around who the shooter was. The man ordered the young soldier, his eyes looking sharply everywhere like a hawk. Yes, Chief. Chapter 755. It's that little bunny. Another triple 10 points. Mo Lingtian gulped anxiously. The little bunny he was looking at suddenly became a monster in his eyes. As he was trying to make sense of what had just happened, he heard someone calling him. Master Mo, Master Mo. Mo Lingtian turned around, surprised to see a young soldier in his uniform. Aren't you the security for Uncle Zhuang, Xiaochen? Yes, that's me. Xiaochen nodded. What's up? Mo Lingtian asked. I have something to ask. Master Mo, were you here since just now? Xiaochen asked. Yeep, I was. Great. Do you know who got that perfect streak on the 9th target? Xiaochen queried. Mo Lingtian raised his eyebrows. So he was here to ask about this. Of course I do. It's that girl. Mo Lingtian told him, vaguely nodding his head in a direction. A girl? Xiaochen was taken aback. Mo Lingtian nodded. Yeah. He was already surprised by the fact that it was a girl. What would happen if he knew exactly which girl? Who is it? The lady in black. Xiaochen looked around and asked about Guanziao. Mo Lingtian smirked. You're wrong. It's the one in the pink dress, white fluffy coat, and the bunny ear boots. Pink dress, white fluffy coat, bunny ear boots. Xiaochen set his sights on a girl beside a large set, tall man. Then he looked at Mo Lingtian and chuckled. Don't lie to me, Master Mo. The chief ordered me to look for the person. Don't joke around with me. Who's joking? Mo Lingtian stopped. Your chief is here today? Yes. He's here with a few friends, but when he heard the announcement, he left them and came straight here. It's been a while since I've seen him this excited, Xiaochen said. Mo Lingtian swiveled around, and as expected, he saw a well-built man among the crowd. Who is it? Tell me. Please. Is it the man beside the girl in the pink dress? That looks like the CEO of Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao. Xiaochen said. Mo Lingtian gave him a mysterious smile. Didn't I tell you? It's that little bunny. He patted Xiaochen on the shoulder. I'll go over and greet your chief. Xiaochen stood there without a word, staring at the cute, young girl in disbelief. How is that possible? If that little bunny could get 6 10-point shots consecutively, then he could have joined the SWAT team. Mo Lingtian went up to the chief and greeted him warmly. Long time no see. Uncle Zhuang. Oh, Lingtian, are you here with friends? Yeah, Uncle Zhuang. I heard from Xiaochen that you're looking for someone. The chief nodded. Do you know the person? Of course. Mo Lingtian then pointed at Ning Xi. It's the lady beside Lu Tingxiao. Can you see her? I told Xiaochen, but he didn't believe me. So I'm here to tell you personally. Chapter 756. This was practically a witch. That girl. The chief asked thoughtfully, then said, How old is she? What does she do? Is she still in school? What does her family do? Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched at his questions. Cough. Uncle Zhuang. What are you trying to do, huh? Even though you have a son, isn't he only 18 years old? Isn't it too early to look for a daughter-in-law now? Most importantly, this girl is already taken. She's Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend. Lu Tingxiao has a girlfriend? The man asked with a serious expression, hiding his thoughts. Yeah, they just started dating not too long ago, answered Mo Lingtian truthfully as he nodded. The man revealed a thoughtful expression and then said, Lingtian, help me ask that girl if she is interested to enlist. Mo Lingtian almost spat at this proposition. Turns out he was thinking of such an idea. But this idea was even more impossible. Mo Lingtian immediately said, Uncle Zhuang, I suggest you forget it. Lu Tingxiao pampers her like a treasure. He even carried her in fear that she got tired of walking, and he even accompanied her to ride a horse in case she fell off. When he went off for a phone call, he even needed to make sure I took care of her well. To let her enlist is impossible. In fact, she looks much younger because of her dressing today. She has actually already graduated from university and is currently a professional actress. So the possibility of enlisting is basically zero. The chief looked regretful when he heard this. That's such a pity. Mo Lingtian was sweating profusely. Before this, he had heard his father talking about how Zhuang Liaoyuan would not let go of talents with excellent marksmanship. It seemed like this was true. He even wanted to cross Lu Tingxiao's boundaries. While Mo Lingtian was conversing with Zhuang Liaoyuan, Ning Xi picked up the gun once again. Zhuang Lingyuan instantly focused his gaze on the girl. Bam! 6 points. Bam! 3 points. Bam! 3 points. Bam! 2 points. Mo Lingtian's eyeballs were about to fall off as he watched Ning Xi hit all those crazy targets. That's not right. Uncle Zhuang, I'm not lying to you. Those 6 perfect scores in a row previously were shot by her. Maybe she's not consistent in execution. Before this, she also scored a 6-pointer. My God, was this brat messing with him? What was with these shots? He was about to get a heart attack. Zhuang Liaoyuan seemed not to notice at all. His eyes followed Ning Xi's aim, one shot after another, then they started to widen. After the last shot, Zhuang Liaoyuan could not help but laugh gleefully. How interesting. This little girl is really interesting. Mo Lingtian was confused. Huh, what was so interesting? Why couldn't he see it? After the little bun was done with shooting, she shyly walked towards Lu Tingxiao's side and tried to please him by signing a heart with her hands. She then said to Lu Tingxiao, I know my mistake now. Saranghio, big boss. My God, it's a heart. Those who were watching Ning Xi shoot gasped when they saw her target sheet from earlier. Mo Lingtian looked at the target sheet too and instantly shouted, "My God!" The bullets Ning Xi had shot earlier had really created traces of a heart shape. My lord, how was this a little bunny? This was practically a witch. No wonder Tingxiao had been charmed silly by her. Chapter 757, Poaching. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at the target sheet and looked wistful. This girl is interesting indeed. Back in the day, this was the trick I used to court my wife too. Puffed. Mo Lingtian looked shocked. I wouldn't have known. Uncle Zhuang, were you so skilled at picking up girls back then? Of course. Zhuang Liaoyuan's solemn face revealed a barely noticeable delight. He was old now, so he had to be serious and lead the talents. Thus he always had an expression of old-fashioned rigor. When he was younger, he had been very romantic. Liantian, help me introduce us. I want to get to know this child, Zhuang Liaoyuan suddenly said. Oh, okay. Uncle Zhuang, follow me. Crap, had he not given up? Never mind. I shall let Tingxiao resolve this by himself. Mo Lingtian could not reject him, so he led Zhuang Liaoyuan towards Tingxiao and Ning Xi. When he saw the man beside Mo Lingtian, Tingxiao's eyes dimmed. Mr. Zhuang, Lu Xinji, your father, is he healthy and well? Thank you for your concern. All is well with father. Good, good, good. Probably because military men were more impatient, Zhuang Liaoyuan had barely made a few sentences of small talk before he eagerly turned his gaze towards Ning Xi beside Tingxiao. Little girl, those 6 perfect shots in a row earlier, were they all by you? When he noticed her timidness, Zhuang Liaoyuan, who was usually cold and serious, had softened his tone unusually and even bent slightly to make his figure not so intimidating. Ning Xi subconsciously looked at Tingxiao before nodding. Even though the man who spoke to her had worn a casual outfit and his attitude was very friendly, that cold-blooded aura that belonged to military veterans could not be disguised. In fact, he was obviously someone of high position. Ning Xi was inevitably much more careful. She watched her words and waited to see what his intentions were. Nice, nice, nice. Little girl, you're quite amazing. How many years have you trained for? Zhuang Liaoyuan continued to ask. I haven't really trained. When I want to, I'll play around, answered Ning Xi honestly. Zhuang Liaoyuan was stunned for a while, the light in his eyes shining brighter. Then, little girl, you have talent. Do you like shooting? Ning Xi nodded earnestly. I do. Then, do you want to shoot every day? Zhuang Liaoyuan's voice was even gentler now. Xiao Chun was speechless as he watched the usually fearsome chief try to coax this girl. The chief had really given his all to pull in talents. Tingxiao took notice of Zhuang Liaoyuan's intentions and pulled Ning Xi into his embrace before reminding in a deep voice, Mr. Zhuang. This was when Zhuang Liaoyuan cleared his throat and straightened up. He then gave Ning Xi his name card. Little girl, next time if you want to shoot, you can look for me. This shooting range is not suitable for you. You need something more professional. More professional? Ning Xi peeked at the black name card in her fingers, then tried to test him. Is it the Northern Shooting Range? Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. Yes, the very one. Ning Xi instantly glowed. That was the most professional shooting range, and it was a national-level range. In fact, ordinary civilians would have no access to it. I hope that we'll have a chance to meet again. Zhuang Liaoyuan said his final words before leaving with regret written all over his face. After the man left, Ning Xi looked at the name card that only had a name and handphone number printed on it. She asked, Zhuang Liaoyuan, who is this man? Chapter 758. The devil was just too sweet. Zhuang Liaoyuan, who is this man? Why did this name sound a little familiar? You remember Zhuang Qi, one of your rivals? That's her father. Now, you know, Mo Lingtian said. She had heard that the Zhuang family wanted to matchmake Zhuang Qi with Tingxiao, but there was obviously no chance of that now. Who knew that they would unexpectedly bump into Zhuang Liaoyuan here today? And Zhuang Liaoyuan had almost poached Tingxiao's treasure away. However, there was a benefit out of this. Now that Zhuang Liaoyuan knew Tingxiao had a girlfriend, he probably would not think about matchmaking them again. What? Zhuang Liaoyuan? That legendary Major General? I heard that he was the Special Task Force's head sniper when he was younger. His father, Zhuang Zhongren's marksmanship was extraordinary as well. Their family has quite a few sharpshooters. Yeah, sadly, Zhuang Liaoyuan's own sons and daughters never joined the army. This is probably one of his life's biggest regrets, especially the son. As Imperial's infamous rich playboy, he already started to stir up trouble at such a young age. The Zhuang family has such good genes. How did that punk's genes suddenly change? As she listened to the discussion around her, Ning Xi finally knew who the chief was. Zhuang Qir's father, Zhuang Liaoyuan. Technically, he was her uncle by blood. This was such a coincidence. Outside the shooting range, Zhuang Liaoyuan hopped on a militant SUV and looked somewhat absent-minded. A moment later, he said to the guard beside him, "Xiao Chun, help me investigate that girl's background." Xiao Chun nodded. "Yes, chief." Zhuang Liaoyuan looked out of the car window as the scenery passed by in a whirl, sighing in sorrow. The Zhuang family had enlisted in the army for several generations until the generation after his. His daughter, Zhuang Qir, was not interested in weaponry or the army at all. She had been raised by her mother to be a lady. His son, Zhuang Rongguang, was an even more useless child he wished he had not had. Now that he had met a girl who had such an unexpected talent in shooting, he felt both emotional and envious. He wondered who her parents could be. In the shooting range, Ning Xi was still staring at the name card when it was whooshed out of her hands unexpectedly. Tingxiao had taken it away. Ning Xi instantly puffed up her cheeks and looked up at him. "Tingxiao, why did you take my name card? You don't need this. If you want to go, I'll bring you," Tingxiao said with a poker face. Ning Xi naturally knew what he was thinking, and she could not help but laugh. "Don't worry. My biggest hobbies in this lifetime is acting and you. I won't hook up with some army general. How could I bear to leave you?" The devil indicated his satisfaction towards Ning Xi's reply. Lu Xinyan felt angry as she watched the two of them acting so lovey-dovey. Ning Xi had even unexpectedly been favored by Zhuang Liaoyuan. "Bro, even if she won this time, it is a fact that she used you as a bet. This woman does not respect you at all. She doesn't even care about you. Bro, haven't you ever thought what would happen if she lost?" Tingxiao shot her a cold look, then said stonily, "I will go back to her myself." Lu Xinyan's expression was gloomy, and Mo Lingtian almost fell over. His answer was too savage. Guan Ziao, who was watching from the sidelines, bit her lip. Tingxiao had already lost all his principles with this woman. Ning Xi, on the other hand, was so touched that she felt tears well up in her eyes. Even if she lost him, he would come back to her himself. The devil was just too sweet. For the devil, she would be obedient from now on. No more nonsense. Chapter 759. He will definitely marry this woman. Lu Xinyan was still annoyed, and he turned speechless when Tingxiao's gaze turned extremely cold to look towards him to say, "If the way I introduced her to you before was not clear enough, then let me repeat myself. She is your cousin-in-law. Watch your attitude." Before this, he had introduced her as future cousin-in-law. Now, she was simply introduced as cousin-in-law. He was actually implying that he would definitely marry this woman. It was to warn Lu Xinyan and everyone else not to mess with her. After Tingxiao said this, he led Ning Xi away. Behind them, Lu Xinyan's face paled. Her cousin was for real. Was he just messing around? Was he actually prepared to marry this woman? This time, because Ning Xi had revealed her earth-shattering marksmanship earlier, everyone's attitude magically changed. Indeed, we shouldn't have doubted Master Xiao. This girl really did amaze us all with a single brilliant feat. No wonder she could charm the socks off Tingxiao. Exactly, that marksmanship, wow, amazing. I remember very clearly that the first time, she did not wear any ear muffs or eye goggles. She did not even look at the target. The second time, she also did not aim at all. She simply fired 3 shots, and that last pickup move of a heart shape on the target was even more extraordinary. At last, even Major General Zhuang was shocked. Is that woman really just a normal C-list actress? Who knows? What's the big deal? Even though she is not entirely useless, she only has one such skill. Lu Xinyan mumbled as she clung onto Guan Ziao's arm. "Sis, Ziao, don't stoop to the levels of those people. It's just a little trick to fool everyone." Guan Ziao's expression was heavy in thought. It seemed like she had underestimated that woman. However, her face soon returned to her usual arrogance and indifferent expression. This time, she had only made a mistake because of her underestimation. After Tingxiao left, Mo Lingtian observed Guan Ziao's expression quietly. Her gaze kept changing. Finally, he pulled her to a corner. "What's up? Guan Xiao asked with a frown. Mo Lingtian put a hand on his hip while the other held his forehead. He circled several rounds on the same spot, then said with an irritable expression, I should be the one asking you this. What's up with you? The way you're acting today is so weird. What are your intentions? What do you think my intentions are? Could you be interested in Lu Tingxiao? Mo Lingtian involuntarily tightened his hand into a fist. Didn't you only treat him as a good brother all this while? That was because the timing was not right before this. So you're saying you really like Lu Tingxiao? Mo Lingtian's expression instantly changed, and his tone turned serious. But he already has a girlfriend now. So what do you want to do? Do you want to be a third party in this? She's just a girlfriend. I have the right to a fair competition. You're crazy. Mo Lingtian suddenly felt like he had never really known the person in front of him. Guan Xiao was firm with her. Stand. I'm just taking back what was originally mine. For as long as she could remember, there was only one person in her eyes. And that was Lu Tingxiao. They had the same IQ, the same interests and hobbies, the same family background. All of these made them exceptionally compatible. That was why she was not rushed at all. She had always thought they had such great chemistry, that they were destined to be together. So, even though she had left for many years, she never doubted this one bit. Only she never would have thought. The moment she returned, what was originally determined by fate up till then had unexpectedly changed. However, it did not matter. She would reverse this unexpected change. Chapter 760. Okay, my king. You win this time. After they left the shooting range, Lu Tingxiao brought Ning Xi to an open space covered in white snow. After being disturbed for so long, they could finally return to their cocoon of two. Not far away, there was a small house with a glass dome, and behind that house was a forest of pine trees. Beside the house was a little road with an adorable Alaskan Malamute dragging a sleigh along it. Ning Xi marveled at the scene in front of her after they got down from the car. Wow, it's so pretty here. Almost like a fairy tale world. I'll bring you to a real fairy tale-like world when we get a chance. The resort here was just an imitation of the igloos in Finland. It had started to snow, so Lu Tingxiao used a thick blanket to wrap her up, then carried her and walked towards the small house. After he opened the door, Lu Tingxiao put her down carefully. The house was covered in a huge and warm white velvet rug, and opposite it was a lit fireplace, radiating warm air. On top of the rug opposite the fireplace was a coffee table with hot and tasty food, such as crab salad with peanut dressing, banana lemon tarts, Mexican cheese pancakes, camembert cheese, roast beef with pear reduction, Vietnamese rice paper salmon rolls. Every inch of the table was filled up. Ning Xi was starving after an entire day of fun. Just as her appetite was being whet by the incredibly delicious aroma, Lu Tingxiao suddenly whipped out a bouquet of red roses in a vintage brown lambskin wrap to give to her. For you. Ning Xi blinked and accepted it, feeling very flattered. She leaned in to smell it and was met with a cool, crisp fragrance. It was as if the bouquet of roses had just been cut from its branch. The petals still had trembling dewdrops on it, and they looked full of passion and life. Ning Xi randomly thought of the meaning behind red roses. I think red roses represents passionately in love. Lu Tingxiao quietly watched the girl who hugged the bouquet of roses to her chest, her face even more charming than the flowers. Do you like it? Ning Xi nodded and subconsciously looked up at the glass dome above her. It was warm inside, yet they could watch the blizzard of snow outside. I like it, it's so romantic. Why is everything so grand today? She was a little dumbfounded. Today is the 5th day of our relationship, answered Lu Tingxiao. Time really flew by. In a blink of an eye, it was already only 2 days away from a week's time. What about the 5th day? Is there some special meaning? Ning Xi did not really understand the devil's thought process. Didn't people usually commemorate 100 days, 1 year, 3 years, and so on? What did the 5th day mean? Lu Tingxiao replied. To me, every day of knowing you is special. Ning Xi was speechless. Okay, my king. You win this time. All the good food the devil had prepared was lip-smackingly good. Ning Xi touched her round tummy consciously. She had shamelessly ate a lot. After eating, Ning Xi hugged the blanket by the fireplace while lazily snuggling up in Lu Tingxiao's embrace. As she recalled the things that happened earlier that day, she could not help but exclaim, Lu Tingxiao, I suddenly realized I have many romantic rivals. Zhuang Qi just left, and now there was another, Guanxiao. Tingxiao looked at her plainly and said, "More rivals than I do?" These 3 words, how ruthless of him. What? Nonsense. How do you have many romantic rivals? Ning Xi vehemently denied. Do you want me to count them out for you? The scariest thing was that he not only had to be wary of men, he had to be wary of women too. Cough. No need for that. Okay. She would not dare to complain that she had many romantic rivals anymore. Chapter 761. Would you get together with her? Late at night, at Platinum Palace. After Tingxiao sent Ning Xi back to her apartment, he received Mo Lingtian's call the moment he reached home. You could hear from his voice that he had been drinking a lot. He was even slurring his words and yelling for him to have drinks over at his house. Halfway through, a loud bam sound could be heard. It was silent after that. It seemed like he had fallen down. Tingxiao frowned. He had no choice but to pick up his car keys and drive over to Mo Lingtian's place. Alas, the moment he reached Mo Lingtian's door, he saw the man sprawled out in the snow at his front door. If he had not gone over, he would probably have laid there for the entire night. Tingxiao pinched his forehead and carried the guy. Just as Mo Lingtian was lifted up, that mouth of his which reeked of alcohol leaned close to Tingxiao's body. Xiao. Before Mo Lingtian could kiss him, Tingxiao quickly said, "Do you want to die?" When he heard the ruthless voice threaten him, Mo Lingtian instantly regained consciousness. "Jesus, why is it you?" Then, he looked unhappy as he mumbled, "It's just a kiss. Do you have to look so undignified? I'm not a woman." Tingxiao loosened his collar and looked impatient as he helped him into the house. Mo Lingtian flopped onto the sofa like a dead fish, his eyes staring listlessly at the chandelier above him. Tingxiao, you know, I like Xiao." Tingxiao looked at him, not saying anything. This is just nonsense. That year, I retired from the military early for her, afraid that when I was not around, she would be snatched away by you. Sadly, the truth is, even if I never left her side for a second, even if I chased her all the way abroad, she still wouldn't be mine. That year when Guanxiao had gone abroad with her family, he had immediately organized a transfer and had stayed for 3 whole years overseas. He only returned when his family forced him to, and throughout that period, he had frequently visited her overseas, never stopping keeping in contact with her. She had finally returned to the country now, and yet, what he got was thorough despair. Mo Lingtian rambled on for a long while. Then he finally looked to Tingxiao and asked, "Have you ever liked Xiao? If there wasn't the little bunny, would you ever get together with her?" Mo Lingtian's expression revealed his nervousness. "I wouldn't." Tingxiao did not seem to hesitate at all. Mo Lingtian balled his hand into a fist. "Really? You dare say that you've never liked Xiao? The both of you are so compatible in every aspect. Before I met her, I have never liked anyone." As for her feelings towards Guanxiao and his feelings towards Mo Lingtian, there was no difference at all. "You bastard, you're really cruel." Xiao's attention was still on him, so he had treated him as his biggest rival, yet. This guy was always an outsider. However, Tingxiao's attitude had sparked a hope within him. Just as Mo Lingtian was in a trance, Tingxiao took out a black palm-sized leather notebook and threw it to him. Then, he turned around and left. "What's this?" Mo Lingtian picked up the book and flipped it open to look. In the next second, his eyes had widened, and he held that book like he was holding the Bible. Inside was full of Tingxiao's familiarly scrawled handwriting, and the content was filled with pinpoints of the huge mistakes Mo Lingtian had done all these years in his journey to go after Guanxiao. Damn it, this bastard had never hinted. When did he come up with this? Of course, he didn't think that this dude was just doing it for their brotherhood. He had even defeated the little bunny's romantic rivals himself. This was too savage. "Damn it, you punk. Why didn't you give me tips earlier?" Inside the bungalow, Mo Lingtian could be heard shouting at the top of his lungs. Chapter 762. Little Treasures Inexplicability. Today was a Saturday, so there was no school. The little bun had woken up very early and turned his wardrobe upside down to rummage through all his clothes. Just looking at the clothes had taken him more than 2 hours. Jingli, who had came over, leaned on the little bun's door and yawned. "My dear, why are you slower than girls when it comes to changing clothes? Also, what does the post-its on your clothes mean?" 4. Every set of clothes the little bun had rummaged out, He had stuck a post-it with numbers written on them. He was confused and could not understand the little guy's thought process at all. The little bun naturally ignored his second uncle and continued to rummage through his clothes, stick on a post-it, and repeat. After half an hour, the little guy finally picked the set of clothes with the largest number among the pile. As he watched little treasure change into a handsome sapphire blue tuxedo with satisfaction all over his face, Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. He turned to his brother and said, "Bro, they say a woman's heart is inexplicable, but your little treasure's heart is even more inexplicable than Mariana's trench." Lu Tingxiao briefly skimmed the numbers on the clothes, then plainly said, "Those numbers represent the amount of times Ning Xi kissed him when he wore those clothes to meet her." Lu Jingli was speechless. "Very good. This is very like little treasure." He probably would not have thought of this even if he cracked his head. What made him even more speechless was the fact that Lu Tingxiao had actually understood this. Indeed, it was his biological offspring. After the little bun had changed into his clothes, he instantly ran to his father and looked up with sparkling eyes, indicating, "Father, I am all prepared. We can go look for Auntie Xiaoxi now." Lu Tingxiao looked down at his son and replied, "I'm bringing you to your grandparents today. Auntie Xiaoxi is busy today." The little bun's face immediately stiffened. Horrible news. It was as simple as that. Uffed. Lu Jingli could not help but laugh at the little guy's expression. "Bro, you're too mean to your son. He changed his clothes for 2.5 hours before you cared to tell him that you weren't going to see his beloved Auntie Xiaoxi? What difference is this from happily opening up a thick Chinese New Year red packet to find that it was test papers instead?" The little bun indicated that his fragile soul had been traumatized. Then he turned around to run inside his room. This was when Lu Tingxiao said again, "Tomorrow is a Sunday. Auntie Xiao, she will come here with your teacher." When he heard this, the little bun, who had on an expression of "I won't believe this world anymore," instantly regained vigor. With that, Lu Tingxiao managed to lead little treasure out the door with ease. Before leaving, just as the three of them were about to get into the car, Lu Tingxiao suddenly paused and said to the butler behind him, "Uncle Yuan, Big Master, what orders do you have? Please bring little treasure's bear over." Bear? The old butler thought that Lu Tingxiao had some important orders, so he was confused by what he heard. At last, following Lu Tingxiao's orders, the old butler and two maids carefully brought the big bear prize from the parent-child event and tied it onto the car. "My God, bro, what are you trying to do now? Why do you want to carry this darn bear back to the old residence?" Lu Jingli buried his forehead in his hands. He really felt like whenever he was with his brother, his intelligence was challenged. Chapter 763, Along Came a Bear. At the old residence. The both of you, if I didn't call to rush you guys, you would forget to come home, wouldn't you? In the living room, Lu Chongshan had been annoyed when he saw his sons, but when his gaze fell onto the little baby holding onto Lu Tingxiao's hand, his expression instantly turned gentle. "Little treasure, you're here." Yin Rui did not pay any attention to her sons at all. She immediately ran to little treasure. "Little treasure, we haven't seen you for so long. Do you miss grandmother? What about grandfather? Do you miss grandfather?" Lu Chongshan immediately asked too. Ever since little treasure had a high fever the last time, they promised to leave little treasure in Lu Tingxiao's hands without intervening. They had not seen the little baby since, and they had long missed him terribly. Little treasure looked at his grandfather, then at his grandmother, and started to write on his writing board. Miss. 2 miss. 1 for grandmother, 1 for grandfather." The little bun was being very fair. When the two oldies saw little treasure's writing, their hearts were instantly soothed. It was even more effective than any miraculous medicine. At the dinner table, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were eagerly picking dishes for little treasure, and shortly, his bowl was piled up with a mountain of food. Lu Tingxiao had been asked a few questions about little treasure's daily life, while Lu Jingli had become entirely invisible. "Mother, I'm saying, why did you ask me to come home? You've never even looked at me once since I came home," Lu Jingli complained. Yin Rui was watching little treasure eat obediently, not even looking up to say, "Why would I look at you? What's so nice to look at?" Lu Jingli was speechless. Was this really his mother? Did she just dare say that he was merely a complimentary character? A son without a son is really like duckweed. After they finished eating, Lu Jingli finally had the chance to steal some limelight. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan let Lu Jingli bring little treasure to play in the garden, leaving Lu Tingxiao to stay back with the oldies. The two elders did not look happy at all. They were obviously prepared to instigate him. Yin Rui said disappointedly, Tingxiao, if Xin Yan had not called to tell us yesterday, how long were you going to keep it a secret from us? I already said then that we should not have been so kind to let them take little treasure. Isn't this great now? Lu Chongshan looked at Yin Rui lamentably. That woman must have used this period of time to get close to his son through little treasure. It was the only way the two of them could have progressed so quickly. Can you blame me? Little treasure was already like that at that point. Just as the two of them were arguing, they suddenly saw little treasure running over. Along with him, he had a huge, furry teddy bear with him. Lu Jingli popped his head from behind the bear and said, Oh my God, this is so heavy. I'm so tired. This is... Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui looked at each other, confused. Little Treasure joined the parent-child event in school for the first time and won the first prize. It's very memorable to him. He wanted to bring over to show grandfather and grandmother, answered Lu Tingxiao carefully. The moment he told them that, the two elders who had been upset earlier instantly looked over the moon. Ah, really? Our little treasure is so awesome, and even brought here especially to show grandfather and grandmother. Lu Jingli had nothing to say. Good. Now he finally knew the use of this bear. Father and mother were obviously prepared to instigate him after knowing he was dating Ning Xi. At last, before they could ask anything, they had been thrown a bear. Chapter 764. Your son isn't blind. During the whole time they were apart from the little Bon, Yin Rui had restrained herself from seeing little treasure out of guilt, while Lu Chongshan was waiting with an attitude of, I don't care. I want to see what you will turn little treasure into. At last, they never expected that little treasure would turn out much better than they had imagined. They could obviously see that the little treasure had regained some chubbiness and his energy had returned. They were most worried about whether he would not fit in or would be bullied by other kids in school for not speaking, as that would cause him to even more withdrawn. However, that turned out to be fine. The both of them were so immersed in the joy of little treasure fitting into school life. Thus they had forgotten all about the serious business with Lu Tingxiao. After the father and son had left, Yin Rui could not help but exclaim, the two of them have already progressed to such a stage. What can we do now? How about I just look for Ning Xi directly? That is a weak plan. You know your own son's personality. To mess with that girl is the last resort. The best plan is to get your son to change his own mind. Then, do we just watch and do nothing? Initially, I thought this girl would understand. Who'd have known I still judged her wrongly? If she wasn't really going after anything, why would she still progress with Tingxiao to this stage? What are you panicking about? It's just a dating relationship. How secure do you think such a relationship would be? Maybe after they've gotten together, the honeymoon stage will pass, and they will break up by themselves. Besides, Xiao is back and your son isn't blind. Would he not know how to choose? Lu Chongshan revealed a rare smile and looked relaxed. Right, Xiao. There's still Xiao. Look how silly I am being. Yin Rui felt instantly calmer, and she rejoiced. It's a good thing Xiao is back in time. That child, I have watched her grown up. There were so many little girls in the circle, but she was still the more excellent one, compatible with our Tingxiao in every sense. If it wasn't because her family had suddenly moved away 7 years ago, the two of them could have been together by now, and I wouldn't have to worry so much. Whatever it is, after all the birth chart and fate evaluations, organizing blind dates cannot compare to those we know through and through. This is the rationale. Besides, they're both not married, so it is still not too late now. We don't have to do anything as long as we just help the two of them create some opportunities. Let's invite the Guans for a dinner on Sunday night. As the man's family, we should take more initiative. At the same time, we could ask if their family is interested. Yin Rui immediately suggested. No need to ask, Guan already called me much earlier. Based on his tone, he definitely has the same thought as we do. Lu Chongshan sounded delighted. Yin Rui beamed with satisfaction. That's great. Then, I will call Tingxiao now. Yin Rui swiftly made a call to her son. Hello, Tingxiao. Mother, did something happen? I forgot to tell you today, your Uncle Guan and his family has returned. Did you know? Go make reservations at a suitable restaurant and find a suitable time to invite them to dinner to welcome them home. Yin Rui tried her best to speak levelly. Okay. Yin Rui hung up, and Lu Chongshan quickly asked her nervously, "How did it go?" Our son said okay. He agreed. Yin Rui was very excited. Lu Chongshan looked smugly at her, as if he had predicted this. "See? I told you. Hey, if this is successful, then it will take a huge load off of my mind." Chapter 765, An Unexpected Harvest. At the same time, in Spirit Studio. On the sofa, Ning Xi was skimming through the studio's monthly accounts, looking solemn. $300,000 of her capital had been depleted by half, and the studio was still not profiting. Gong Shanzi felt he was to blame. "I'm sorry, boss. I'm not good at marketing." Even though they had won a very prestigious award, the current market seemed to be entirely taken over by history. Plus, history was secretly blocking their orders. Ning Xi was obviously aware of this fact. After all, a fashion studio was not only about designs. They could not miss out on the elements of development, design, production, and sales. Based on our studio's current situation, even though there is a positive correlation between small self-operating boutique models and profit margins, the investment is too huge and the need for human resources was high too. So it was obviously not very suitable for us, pondered Ning Xi. Gong Shanzi nodded in agreement. Yes, what is most suitable for us now is still the model of selling on commissions, and the most important prerequisite of this model is that our brand must have enough persuasion power and a good reputation. Or else, who would choose their Spirit Studio brand for commission distribution? Before this, they had taken the key steps to prove their capability. Now, what they needed to do was to exhibit that capability to attract agents. So, now what we need the most is a prominent figure to advertise our brand, Sai. Sadly, now I'm not very famous, or else we could save so much on advertising fees. Shanzi, do you have a suitable candidate? Ning Xi sighed. For example, how did the clothes in ancient times trend? It was when a certain concubine, or even the queen in the palace wore a certain material or style of apparel at a national country's banquet, and amazed everyone. It would then start to quickly pick up in popularity among the dignitaries all the way to the commoners. This was called star power. Gong Shanzi hesitated to say a name. Qin Shengyue. Qin Shengyue. Ning Xi mumbled to herself. She knew who Gong Shanzi was talking about. As one of Imperial's most influential socialites, she had multiple roles as a model, a famous blogger, a publisher, and a fashion retailer. She had a column in Country M's most prestigious fashion magazine, FA, and she was a household name in the fashion industry. It would not be wrong to call her the indicator needle of fashion. If they could get her to like their clothing and let her wear Spirit's apparel for the upcoming fashion week, that effect would definitely be better than any celebrity advertising for them. Most importantly, Spirit was a high-end brand, so their starting point definitely had to be cool. If the brand had taken off with smaller celebrities or even gone viral on the internet, it would be hard to raise the ranking of the brand later on. This step was vital. What we can think of would naturally be something others can think of too. There will definitely be many people looking for her this time, and I have tried to contact her previously, even personally going over to her office, but I couldn't even meet her. Gong Shanzi said this looking helplessly at his boss. Don't rush. You focus on your designing. I'll come up with something. If we really can't take this route with Qin Shengyue, then we'll just think of something else. After she left Spirit Studio, Ning Xi started her car and was prepared to make a trip to the company herself. There were indeed many people waiting to meet Qin Shengyue. Ning Xi waited from evening till late at night, while everyone who waited around had slowly lost patience and left. At last, she was left alone, but she still did not see Qin Shengyue. Initially, she had refused to not give up and wanted to try her luck, but rationally, not meeting her was within expectations. So Ning Xi was prepared to go home. At the car park, after she got into her car, she was just prepared to start her engine when she had an unexpected harvest. Chapter 766. I would even wear a gunny sack. She was sitting in her car when she spotted a man and a woman arguing not too far away. The woman was very tall. She had short hair with a sharp cut, and she wore wide-legged pants with a large coat. She had phoenix eyes, a tall nose, defined facial features, and an extremely good figure. It was the person she had been waiting for, Qin Shengyue. As for the handsome man donning a gray tuxedo opposite her, it looked a bit like her husband. The two of them were yelling very loudly, so Ning Xi could hear everything clearly from inside her car. Yin Juanhao. God damn it, are you crazy? You want to divorce me for a prostitute? Qin Shengyue glared at the man across her in disbelief. The man looked horrified. Shengyue, I have told you many times. Xiao Rou is not a prostitute. She's a very nice and clean girl. So please stop insulting her. You're saying that I can't even compare to a girl who busks in a bar? Why? I need to know the reason. Give me a reason. Shengyue, without me, you can continue your comfortable life. But she's not the same. She only has me. She needs me more than you do. Huh. This is too funny. You're telling me that because I'm too strong and can care for myself, so I deserve to be ditched. Inside the car, Ning Xi was tongue-tied. Indeed, in this case, the late bird gets the worm. Who knew that she would unexpectedly learn such a huge piece of gossip? No wonder Qin Shengyue did not want to meet anyone. She had marriage issues. This could be a very good breakthrough. The two fought for a while before separating unhappily. The man closed the car door and drove off without looking back. Qin Shengyue, who had still been arrogantly scolding the man, instantly slumped onto the floor after he left. She looked vulnerable and wailed to herself. Long gone was the vigor from before. Ning Xi quietly got down the car and walked to Qin Shengyue. I'm so sorry, Miss Qin. I have to disturb you for a bit. I'm from Spirit Studio. Get lost. Qin Shengyue immediately scolded. Obviously, she did not want to be disturbed. Ning Xi skipped the bullshit and immediately said, Miss Qin, if I can help you get your husband to change his mind, could you wear our studio's apparel in the upcoming fashion week? Qin Shengyue laughed bitterly. Huh, you can make my husband change his mind? If you can, don't talk about clothes. Even if you want me to wear a gunny sack, I would. Miss Qin, I'm serious. As long as you let me know the concrete situation of that woman and the details of how she knows your husband. Give me 3 days, and I can guarantee that your husband will be crying his way back to you while hitting his mouth to beg for your forgiveness. Qin Shengyue was in the pits at that moment. She did not want to hear any more crap from this woman who had randomly appeared. However, after scolding her earlier, she changed her mind based on Ning Xi's words. Let Yin Juanhao cry his way back to her while hitting his mouth and begging for her forgiveness? This was something she had dreamed of. But, this was impossible. Ning Xi watched as Qin Shengyue waver. Then, she ran off to get the pack of beer from her car boot. I have beer, want some? Qin Shengyue looked at her, then got into the car. For the beer. Or rather, what she needed more than the beer at this moment was someone to talk to. Chapter 767. It's a deal. Qin Shengyue drank 3 bottles of beer before she finally said, Juanhao and I were friends since we were kids. We grew up together and our relationship had almost no setbacks. So naturally, we started dating and then we got married. Our life after marriage had also been very happy all along. When I'm being rash, he would tolerate me. He pampered me even more than my parents. Usually when he had to entertain clients, he would also only just put up a facade and never overstep boundaries. He is very nice, really very nice. I don't even know why is he acting like he is possessed this time, to be charmed silly by a girl who busks in the bar, even willing to divorce me. When I found out about them, I immediately went to the bar to find the woman and slapped her several times. But you know what? He protected that woman right in front of me. That day when he returned, he asked for a divorce. Ning Xi held her head as she listened intently, then her brows raised slightly. Is that girl's background very tragic? Did she say that she works in the bar to earn her pay for her school fees, that sort of thing? Yes, I've investigated. Everything she said is true. Maybe she is indeed a nice girl. Could it be that I'm just too evil? Qin Shengyue asked miserably. Ning Xi scoffed. Please, sis, would good girls hook up with other people's husbands? Even if we pretended that she didn't know you existed before this, you have already gone over to cause a ruckus, so would she still not know? You tell me, what was her reaction? She kneeled in front of me to apologize and said that she could not help herself, that she loved him too much. She said that she would die without him. In fact, she had attempted suicide twice, and she really almost died the second time. The hospital even released a medical crisis notice. From the gist of the conversation, Ning Xi could roughly guess the overall situation. That girl must come from a tragically wretched background and was probably still a student. Then she said that she came to work at the bar to save money for her school fees and medical fees for her family. It must be that sort of sob story. Qin Shengyue's husband, on the other hand, was probably an egoistic man with a sense of justice, and perhaps he had some kindness in him. After he had gone to that bar for client entertaining, he continued to get that girl to serve them. Then the two of them started to get close. After they got close, that girl must have treated him as her savior and even relied upon him and worshipped him like a god. Even though the plot was old, it was still a classic, most fitting to use against men like Yin Juanhao. Besides, the opponent was a savage character who had even given up her life. Okay, understood. This girl seems to even more capable than I thought. 3 days might not be enough. How about a week? I will return an obedient husband with a clear head to you. Qin Shenghua looked at her, perplexed. I don't know. Where's your confidence coming from? I've used all the soft and hard ways, but none of them worked. When I did it the hard way, she would attempt suicide. When I used the soft way to advise her, she would immediately kneel and kowtow to beg me without another word. My husband and I, our relationship has reached its tipping point. I really don't dare to do anything anymore. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. I won't do something that will hurt your husband and that woman. Of course, I will not even affect you. However, if I succeed, would you definitely be willing to wear our studio apparel? This was the question she was most concerned about. I've said so, no matter what you let me wear. Okay, then, it's a deal. After Ning Xi left, Qin Shenghua held Spirit Studio's name card in her hand and felt that she must be going crazy. She had actually simply believed a stranger's words and had even held on to a glimmer of hope. Chapter 768, Watch Me Kick Your Balls. The next day at Platinum Palace, Ning Xi led Tang Lang to the house the first thing in the morning. They had just reached the door when they saw that Little Treasure was already waiting for them. When she saw Little Treasure, Ning Xi forgot about Tang Lang and ran straight to him with open arms. Ah, Little Treasure, my baby. I miss you so much. Quick, give me a super big kiss. Little Treasure's eyes shone like the morning sun as he ran over and gave Ning Xi a kiss on the cheek. Ning Xi naturally returned the kiss happily. On the side, Tang Lang looked at the delicate little doll in front of him and was stunned. My God, is this Lu Tingxiao's son? This little guy is actually so cute. This is illogical. No wonder he kidnapped you too. Ning Xi glared at the shocked Tang Lang. The first rule of being a teacher is no vulgarities. Then, she held Little Treasure's hand and introduced him in a gentle voice. Little Treasure, come here. This uncle will be your teacher. You will learn how to protect yourself, understand? Little Treasure blinked, then nodded earnestly. Also, if you don't like anything about this teacher, or if he's bad at teaching, make sure to tell me too. I will change to someone else for you. Okay. Enough of the crap. If I don't teach well, then no one can teach well. Tang Lang had initially been indifferent about having a student, but the more he looked at the little glutinous rice ball, the more he felt antsy. He wanted to just snatch Little Treasure and start talking to him. Dear student, let